Beloved, don't leave me, never leave me behind, ever. Just leave everything to me. Don't trouble yourself, just stay by my side. Beloved, look only at me, and pay no heed to what others say. I've already built a villa deep in the mountains. Come with me today, and from now on, we'll live together, never parting, untouched by the mortal world. Remember this, beloved, only I love you in this world, and only I need you. Your breath, your heartbeat, and your gaze, they belong to me and me alone. Beloved, beloved. Zhu Yu woke up startled from a nightmare. He was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes soaked through. Beloved, he murmured softly. A gentle voice called out from beside him. Instantly, her face flawless and breathtaking filled his vision. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her smooth shoulders, casting soft, dark shadows under the moonlight. Her delicate eyebrows framed fluttering lashes beneath them, like the delicate opening and closing of a peacock's tail. Her eyes, dark as polished jade resting in a cold pond, shimmered with a hint of rosy rouge tracing the outer corners, highlighting the tear mole beside them, making her look all the more heartrendingly enchanting. Her nose was as finely carved as a peak of jade, and her cherry lips parted slightly, her voice intoxicating as she spoke. Did my beloved have another nightmare? A look of worry crossed her flawless face as she pulled Zhu Yu into her arms, murmuring with tenderness. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll protect you, my beloved. Zhu Yu sank into that warmth, unable to speak. His body felt warm, but his heart was cold. The woman holding him, she was the very source of his nightmare. She was his wife Xianing, and the one he had been married to for 2 years. Zhu Yu still remembered their first meeting. It was the 18th year after he had come into this world alone, parentless, with no talent for cultivation. That was when he met the woman, beautiful as a phoenix. My name is Xianing. May I ask your honorable name, young master? Zhu Yu, he replied. Has the young master already taken a wife? No. Then how about we marry? All right. And just like that, without thinking, he had agreed. Until the girl threw herself into his arms, did Zhu Yu finally realize what he had agreed to. And so, Zhu Yu, a lifelong bachelor, finally had himself a wife. Since Xianing was also an orphan, the two of them completed the marriage formalities the very same day. The wedding ceremony, the joining of their fates, everything went as smoothly as a dream. At first, Zhu Yu kept thinking he was hallucinating. It felt utterly unreal. A beautiful girl he'd never met before gave herself to him on their very first encounter. She cooked for him, washed his hands, and never looked down on him for his lack of cultivation skills, for being merely a schoolteacher in a remote town. Their rhythm in life was surprisingly in sync, as if they had always understood each other as hearts. Zhu Yu countless times marveled at his own luck, as if a perfect woman from his dreams had fallen from the sky. She was virtuous, graceful, and elegant in every movement. And she even danced for him. That swirling, phoenix-like dance, the breathtaking figure in her crimson dress still imprinted in his mind. He couldn't forget it. At the time, he had hoped to watch her dance for the rest of his life. Who could have known things wouldn't go as planned? The harmonious days of marital bliss lasted a full year. During that year, aside from Xianing's inability to conceive, their married life was nearly flawless. They hadn't even had a single argument. To the neighbors, they were the envy of all, a pair of heavenly soulmates. But gradually, Zhu Yu began to notice that his wife's possessiveness was growing stronger. At first, she followed him everywhere, even sitting in on his lessons at the private school. Then she started restricting his conversations with others, especially forbidding him from interacting with other women. Later on, even glancing at someone else was not allowed, and she wouldn't let him go to the school at all. Faced with Xianing's increasingly unreasonable demands, Zhu Yu naturally tried to reason with her. Xianing might have been no match for him in words, but when it came to fists, she had the upper hand. One day, Xianing, who had grown wings, carried him into the sky. Only then did Zhu Yu finally understand. His own wife was no ordinary human. She was a Yao, a phoenix Yao. Though Xianing revealed her true form, she didn't hurt him. Instead, she locked him inside a small courtyard in the mountains. Just as she had said, she would stay by his side every moment, never apart. Truthfully, this period of time wasn't all that bad. He had always been exceptionally well treated by Xianing. He never had to worry about a thing, clothes handed to him the moment he needed them, food served the second he felt hunger. It was as if she wanted to raise him into a useless, lazy good-for-nothing. Though Xianing never allowed him to leave the house, nor to have any hobbies or amusements besides herself, she had never mistreated him. In moments of intimacy, she was even endlessly obedient and sweet, like a loving, clingy little kitten. But her appetite? That was something no kitten could match. She never left even a bit of strength for Zhu Yu, fearing he might get unwanted ideas like trying to escape. Zhu Yu once tested her boundaries slightly, and his freedom was immediately reduced from the entire house down to just that bed. And on his wrists and ankles, new decorations ironed once. Days passed, one after another. Zhu Yu's reactions had gradually become sluggish. Not because of weak stamina, he still had a strong body, and had kept fit before meeting Xianing. But Xianing constantly fed him lamb and nourishing tonics. All those exotic delicacies ended up wearing him down instead. Plus, his sources of entertainment were already pitifully few. If things kept going like this, Zhu Yu felt he'd eventually go mad. Xianing gently stroked his face, her jade-like fingers lightly caressing, eyes filled with both obsession and sorrow as she asked, "Why does my husband look so unhappy? Did I do something wrong?" Zhu Yu forced a small tug of his lips and replied, "No, you've done everything right." If she were still the caring, considerate woman she used to be, he would be opened up to her. But now, she had become a Yandere with some serious mental issues. Zhu Yu could only placate her, careful not to set her off. One wrong word, and she might snap. Saihao had that sweet, normal woman turned into a Yandere like this? Could it all be because of the wish he made in his past life? Back then, reading novels and playing games, he had always fantasized about having a Yandere who would love him unconditionally, no matter the cost. Now, in this life, he finally got his Yandere. But now he realized loving a Yandere wasn't all that great. It wasn't just physically draining, it was a torment on the soul. Xianing said pitifully, "But my husband doesn't even smile at me anymore." Looking at her beautiful face now, it was hard not to feel sympathy. "It must be because I did something wrong." After saying that, she swept up her long hair, the motion easy and deft. Smiling, she said, "Since my husband can't bear to press me to talk, I'll make it up to you myself and serve you properly." Zhu Yu almost despaired. "You show up whenever you feel like it, why bother with all these excuses?" The next second, her scent rushed over him, and darkness swallowed him whole. Only when the moonlight had silvered the grass as if it were glazed with frost did Xianing finally drift to sleep against his chest, her hair gradually shifting into bands of white and red. White hair paired with crimson eyes. This was Xianing's true face after taking human form as a phoenix demon. The black hair had only ever been a disguise. Zhu Yu lay flat on the bed like a block of wood. He stared blankly at the ceiling, eyes dull and empty. His mind wandered to the ultimate questions of the universe and of life. Just as his thoughts floated farther and farther, about to reach the far shore of so-called truth, there was a sudden ding in his head. A cold electronic voice detonated in his consciousness. "Good Life game system has loaded. Play healthy games, enjoy a happy life." After the two announcements came a whisper-soft notice. Disclaimer: all in-game choices are the player's responsibility. We are not liable for clever endings. The voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz naturally. Zhu Yu didn't catch it. Besides, the moment he heard the word system, he froze. Never mind the disclaimer. System? His parched heart felt as if it had found a spring. It came back to life in an instant. There's always a way out. System. My system. Where have you been all this time? Zhu Yu's lips wound. He stopped trembling. This sudden system might not be reliable, but right now he had no other path. So time to roll the dice. Come on, baby, let me see what you've got. System boot up. White light wrapped his consciousness, and he entered a world of pure white. In that vast blankness, there was only a single floating screen. Enter the game world? Yes, no. Yes. 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 I've been dying to jump in. The instant he hit confirm, the screen's image began to shift. Sure, here's a natural, immersive English translation of the passage, tailored to fit the tone and atmosphere of a novel in a modern American English style. The game, Beautiful Life, allows players to switch roles and guide, nurture, and develop chosen heroines, women destined by fate to fulfill unique missions. Once you clear a storyline, you receive generous rewards, And along the way, you get to experience that so-called beautiful life yourself. Got it. So, Jie La Ge Mu, is that how it's supposed to work? But wait, can this thing actually make me stronger? What I need right now isn't emotional comfort. I need real, tangible power. Every time you complete a storyline with one of these chosen women, you receive a corresponding reward. It could be cultivation progress, a secret technique, or even a powerful artifact. Back to the point. Zhu Yu sat upright, wearing a serious expression. Truth was, he really enjoyed this Jie La Ge Mu thing. Do you wish to enter the storyline of the first fated maiden? Yes. As soon as he made the selection, subtitles slowly faded in over a watercolor-style background. The end of the Great Qian Dynasty, a time of political chaos, rampant demons, and fading humanity. At the sight of this bare-bones setup, Zhu Yu immediately felt bored. Is this all beautiful life has to offer? Just dragging people into a white room and showing them a slideshow? At least throw in a few images. This is way too half-assed. It feels more rushed than the group projects I did back in my previous life. Amid the chaos, the Su clan, guardians of the northern province of Shual, was nearly wiped out. Only one orphan girl managed to escape into the deep mountains. Suddenly, the screen went dark. Zhu Yu was still waiting for more, but instead, a mission prompt popped up. Mission started. Save the girl named Su Jin Shui and guide her onto the path of the sword cultivator. Completing this mission will grant corresponding rewards. I have to go save this girl named Su Jin Shui? Su Jin Shui. That name sounds so familiar. Where have I heard of her before? Great Qian. The Su clan of Shual province. Zhu Yu finally remembered. Su Jin Shui was the founding ancestor of the Li Mountain Sword Sect, the oldest and most prestigious sword cultivation sect in the world today. Legend had it that after the fall of the first unified dynasty, the Great Qian Dynasty, humanity's fortune waned and chaos reigned. It was in that dark age that this extraordinary sword saint emerged, slaying demons with a single blade, her sword dripping with blood. Later, she founded the world's first sword cultivation sect, whose disciples took it as their sacred duty to hunt demons and uphold justice. Let me know if you'd like the continuation or any adjustments to tone, style, or vocabulary. Su Jinshui was someone from 800 years ago. How could the system pick her as a game NPC? And it even freezes her at her teenage years. Still, calling her Heaven's Chosen isn't exactly wrong. A little girl who lost both parents in a time of chaos. She didn't die in the deep mountains. Instead, she climbed step by step to become the world's #1 sword saint. Strength and destiny, she had both, and you need both. People in later generations revered sword saint Su. Shrines dedicated to her were everywhere. Zhu Yu had even gone to pay his respects once, hoping she'd help him awaken some kind of sword cultivator talent. And of course, nothing happened. He never imagined he'd one day get to see what she looked like in her girlhood. Then again, this is still just a game. Another line popped up on the screen. Matching cultivation. Player cultivation boosted to Sword Dao, Sword Domain Realm. With that, a surge of power unlike anything he'd ever felt exploded through every limb and bone. He let out a long, stale breath. All at once, he felt so strong it was a little scary. With a flicker of thought, countless razor-edged sword lights whirled around him. Sword Domain. Sword cultivators had 7 realms. In order: Sword Embryo, Sword Qi, Sword Force, Sword Domain, Sword Soul, Heavenly Sword, Sainthood. Sword Domain ranks 4th. Once you step into it, everything within 1,000 feet becomes a sword array. In the real world, a cultivation like that would make you a regional powerhouse. If his real-world self had that kind of strength, Xinying would probably sit down calmly and actually talk to him. Loading scene. Reading map. Reading resources and characters. Load complete. Preparing deployment. Good luck, player. It even wishes me good luck? This system is awfully considerate. Just as the loading icon froze, there was a low hum, then a burst of white light. Zhu Yu clapped a hand over his eyes, stabbed by the glare. When he opened them again, he'd already been teleported into a deep mountain. Could this be the mountain where Su Jinshui hid herself away? Don't tell me it's Lishan? Zhu Yu took in his surroundings. Mountain winds howled, and snowflakes whirled through the air. Damn, this system really delivers. The level of realism is off the charts. It actually feels like I'm really here. If circumstances allowed, Zhuyu would totally love to hop on a sword and fly around this game world for a bit. He hadn't gone outside in ages, hadn't even gotten out of bed in weeks. But missions come first. Right now, the top priority was to find Su Jinxue. The system didn't provide a map or any hints at all. He had no choice but to spread out his perception and search the mountain for any trace of her. Luckily, he didn't have to look for long. A faint presence flickered into his senses, a frail girl like a candle flickering in the wind, facing off against a beast by a small lake. That must be Su Jinxue. The moment he locked onto her location, Zhuyu shot toward her like an arrow. By the frozen lake, a little girl in ragged clothes stood holding a broken sword, eyes locked on a lone wolf missing one of its legs. The biting wind cut through her skin, carrying shards of ice that stung her face. Su Jinxue felt like her heartbeat was louder than the gale, drowning out the howling wind. She hadn't eaten in 3 days. In the mountains during winter, food was nearly impossible to find. Even lighting a fire had become a luxury. Hunger and cold worked together to torment her. She survived on wild berries and snow for 3 days, until finally, she came across a lone wolf separated from its pack. And this one was old, with a crippled leg. It was skin and bones, but that was enough to keep her alive. But even a cornered beast would strike back. Even in its weakened state, the wolf's claws and fangs were still deadly. At her current strength, there was no way she could kill it without getting hurt. It would come down to trading wounds for survival. A flash of ruthless determination passed through Su Jinxue's eyes. She tightened her grip on the broken sword and took a step forward toward the limping wolf. The wolf bared its teeth, growling low, its good front paw scraping through the snow. Snowflakes swirled violently through the mountain air. Two cornered beasts, both teetering on the edge of death, fighting with everything they had for one more breath of life. Zhuyu arrived at the lake just as the battle ended. Su Jinxue's broken sword had already pierced the wolf's throat. Blood gushed out, staining the snow crimson. She herself was badly injured, her left arm torn open, flesh hanging and bloodied. Yet, despite the severe wounds, the frail girl didn't fall unconscious right away. Tearing off a strip of cloth, she clenched it in her teeth and wrapped it tightly around the wound, layer after layer. This girl's got guts. Zhuyu clicked his tongue in amazement. No wonder she's going to be the sword saint of the future. So young, yet already this tough. Too bad she's way too weak. Her fight with the old wolf had drained nearly all her energy, and even a rough bandage couldn't heal her wounds. If no one came to save her, Su Jinxue wouldn't last until sunset. Must be because of the game adaptation. The real-life Su, the great sword saint, definitely wouldn't be this pathetic. Zhuyu focused himself, sword down on his sword, and landed right in front of Su Jinxue. Battered and bruised, Su Jinxue struggled to pull out her broken blade. Her consciousness was slowly slipping into darkness, and she didn't even notice Zhuyu descending from the sky. I can't die here, she told herself silently. I promised Mom and Dad. I have to survive. She grabbed the hilt, but her hands lacked the strength to draw the blade. Su Jinxue leaned back and collapsed. Before losing consciousness, her pupils caught a glimpse of a figure bathed in white light. Zhuyu caught the fallen girl in his arms. He looked down at her. This is the great sword Saint Su? So tiny and frail, covered in filth, her hair matted and tangled. Hardly any meat on her bones, she felt as light as cotton in his arms. She'd fallen so far, looking like a beggar. He wondered if the real-life Su, the sword saint, had lived like this as a child. Zhuyu used his spiritual energy to protect her vital organs and carried her into a cave to tend to her wounds. Ugh! Su Jinxue was jolted awake by pain. Every wound on her body felt like it was gnawing at her nerves. The pain made her entire body stiffen. A hoarse, pained groan escaped her throat, until a warm hand gently rested on her wrist. A soothing force spread through her limbs, easing the unbearable agony. She couldn't help but let out a soft whimper. Her eyelids fluttered slightly. Opening her eyes, she saw a young man with a face like carved jade. Who are you, Like a wild little kitten filled with wariness and hostility toward the outside world, her instinct was to leap up and defend herself. But such a sharp reaction only triggered the pain of her old wounds. The wound Jiyu had bandaged while she was unconscious had torn open again. Fresh red blood slowly seeped through the gauze. Su Jinxue let out a cry of pain and curled her body into a tight ball. Jiyu looked rather helpless. Do I look like a bad guy to you? Back when I taught in the village, the townsfolk used to say I was the finest young man for miles around. You need to be careful. Your wound isn't light. With one hand, Jiyu channeled some spiritual energy to ease her pain. With the other, he pulled out a cloth strip made from his sleeve, ready to re-bandage her injury. But this little girl was incredibly stubborn. Since she had no idea who Jiyu really was, she refused to accept his help. Enduring the pain, Su Jinxue took a few steps back. Her lower lip was bitten pale, and her icy blue eyes were filled with suspicion. If it weren't for her legs giving out on her, she probably would be already turned and run. Who exactly are you? Just a wandering sword cultivator. Jiyu raised his hand slightly, showing he meant no harm. A sword cultivator? Su Jinxue was taken aback. Then she quickly glanced around, as if searching for something. My sword, where's my sword? That broken blade was the last memento her parents had left her. She'd rather lose an arm than abandon that broken sword. Right here. Jiyu reached out and pulled the broken sword from beside him. Its blade, once rusty and stained from years of neglect, had been cleaned spotless by him. Almost snatching it back, Su Jinxue clutched the broken sword tightly to her chest. Holding the one thing that brought her comfort, Su Jinxue finally began to calm down, slowly taking in her surroundings. She remembered being injured while fighting an old wolf and finally passing out in the snow. Yet now, she was lying in a warm cave with a fire crackling nearby, and her body, once so weak it felt like it might give out, had regained a bit of strength. Although the bleeding had stopped before, she had torn the wound open again. It seemed that this sword cultivator in front of her had saved her. But why? Why would he save her of all people? In a chaotic world like this, how many people actually went out of their way to rescue someone without reason? Why what do you want? She stammered out the question. The girl couldn't have been much older than a teenager, her voice still young and soft, her words trembling with a stutter. I only have this broken sword. I can't give you anything else. This little stutterer was surprisingly cautious. I don't want anything from you. Jiyu smiled slightly. I just helped you because it was convenient. Don't take it too seriously. Your wound is bleeding again, you need to be treated once more. With that, he reached his hand out to her. I can do it myself. Su Jinxue declined his offer. Anyone could say nice things, but only he knew what was truly in his heart. Her parents used to always say, in this world, the only thing you can trust is the sword in your own hand. Everyone else is uncertain. She didn't even want his bandages. Instead, she grabbed her broken sword and tried to cut a piece off her old, tattered outfit so dirty it had long lost its original color. Jiyu's eyebrows furrowed slightly. A sudden gust of energy blocked her hand. You're really going to use this piece of filth to wrap your wound? Be careful if something dirty gets inside. You'll end up dying worse than if a wolf had eaten you. That's none of your business. Seeing how stubborn she was about refusing his help, Jiyu had no choice but to back off. After all, she was going through adolescence. Those years were never easy. This girl had definitely reached the age where she'd act out and throw tantrums. Even ordinary kids went through rough patches at this age. And on top of that, she had just gone through a tragedy. Her entire family had been slaughtered by monsters, and she had barely escaped with her life. Even an adult might not have handled it any better. Besides, the system had already warned him beforehand his mission here was to plant love back into her heart. Stop trying to act tough. Jiyu flicked his wrist, and a wave of energy lifted Su Jinxue off the ground, gently pulling her into his arms. I saved your life, not so you could go risking it again. And don't forget I'm the one who saved you. I'm not asking you to repay me with your life, but at least show a little respect. Su Jinxue completely ignored his words. Like an enraged little beast, she thrashed violently, her blood soaking through her clothes. I'll let go of me. She didn't have the strength to fight back against Jiyu. Realizing she couldn't break free, she simply opened her mouth, revealing her sharp little fangs, and lifted her head, trying to bite him. Her breath came in short, heavy pants. She looked more and more like a wild little cat. Be still. Jiyu wasn't about to indulge her. He smacked her bottom with one hand, then sealed her mouth shut with invisible spiritual energy, binding her tightly. If you want to live, stop struggling. If she kept this up, she'd bleed out for sure. MMPH. MMPH. Even though she had no strength left and no way to fight back, Su Jinxue still refused to back down. Her eyes burned with hatred as she glared at him. If looks could kill, Zhu Yu would have been torn to shreds by now. But not long after, Su Jinxue finally stopped. It wasn't because Zhu Yu had softened her heart, it was because her wounds hadn't healed yet, and after just waking up, she'd been tossed around again. The small amount of spiritual energy he had given her wasn't enough to keep up with the toll. Her eyes rolled back, and she passed out again. Maybe it was better this way. Let her cool off a bit. Zhu Yu finally let out a breath of relief. The fire crackled and popped. The young man unwrapped the blood-soaked cloth from the girl's arm and replaced it with a clean one to stop the bleeding. After dressing her wounds, he looked at her tattered clothes and decided they were no longer wearable. Not only were they torn, but also stained with blood and dirt. He needed to get her something new to wear. The problem was, where was he supposed to find fresh clothes? System. No response. Since transporting him here, the system had gone completely silent. It was like it had died. In this remote wilderness, there were no houses nearby. If he wanted to go somewhere, people gathered to buy clothes. He didn't even know the way. And if he left, who would take care of Su Jinxue? What if a wild beast sneaked into the cave? That would be a huge problem. What should I do now? Zhu Yu thought for a moment, his eyes landing on the old wolf lying on the ground, drained completely by Su Jinxue. An idea sparked in his mind. Right? Wasn't there a ready-made wolf pelt right here? Making Su Jinxue a coat from this wolf hide, wouldn't that be perfect? Zhu Yu had met several hunters back in the small town and had picked up a few survival skills from them during his idle time, like hunting and tanning hides. Back then, with few ways to pass the time, he figured he might as well learn something useful. He remembered a smoking method for tanning hides, which was perfect for these primitive conditions. Once the plan formed, he acted immediately. Zhu Yu focused his chi, and with one clean stroke, peeled the wolf's hide off. The old wolf was quite large. Its body, once laid flat, was nearly the height of an adult. Luckily, it had been limping and weakened by cold and starvation. Otherwise, it might have gotten the better of them and walked away with more than just a meal. But there was no point in thinking about what-ifs now. The reality was that Su Jinxue was alive, and the wolf was about to become a coat. Zhu Yu carried the pelt to the cave entrance, set up a wooden frame, lit a fire, and began roasting the hide over it. He had become the boundary between the inside and outside of the cave. Outside raged the blizzard, the icy winter howling without mercy. Inside, the campfire flickered, creating a quiet little world of its own. The frail girl lay on the grass mat he had prepared, breathing steadily and deeply. As Zhu Yu roasted the hide, something suddenly intruded on his senses, a presence he hadn't expected. He lifted his gaze and was surprised to see a wild boar. Wow, now that's convenient. Su Jinxue had just woken up. This time, it was hunger that woke her. More precisely, it was the scent of roasting meat that pulled her from her sleep. She hadn't smelled meat in 3 days. In this snowstorm-filled winter, a few berries and snowmelt water could barely keep her alive. There was no way she could get full. After 3 days, she was so hungry her ribs pressed against her stomach. If she hadn't been on the verge of starvation, she never would have risked her life fighting that old wolf. Her body ached a little less now, but waves of weakness still made even turning her head a struggle. So instead, she simply looked in the direction of the delicious aroma. That strange sword cultivator had somehow found a young wild boar, skewered it on a stick, and was slowly roasting it over the fire. The flames licked the thick pig skin, and the fat sizzled and dripped down. With a flick of the sword cultivator's hand, translucent beads of fat fell into the fire, bursting into sprays of sparks at the heart of the flames. Each drop of grease sent up curls of savory, charred-scented steam. Su Jinxue's throat bobbed before she could stop it. Gurgle, gurgle. That meaty aroma made her stomach seize with cramps. For a moment she drifted, dazed. She almost saw the scent take shape, turning into thousands of fine threads that tugged at her, dragging her toward the roasting rack. Awake now? Zhu Yu called out, pulling her back from the haze. What am I doing? Only then did she realize how badly Shidi lost her composure. Su Jinshue's will was iron, hard enough to crush even the instinct to survive. A few breaths ago Shidi been drooling, now the little girl curled up in a corner, clutching her broken sword. The wariness in her eyes didn't ease. Now there was even a hint of contempt in them. Be bad man. Shidi actually pinned her down and spanked her, but even her parents had never hit her like that. Zhu Yu laughed. You little thing, can't tell right from wrong? I saved your life, and you still curse me? Su Jinshue snorted, not deigning to answer. Her eyes, though, were honest. They kept flicking to that slab of roasted boar. She really was starving. I'm magnanimous, I won't hold it against you. Zhu Yu tore off a cooked rib, hot juices running. Eat. Better to die with a full belly than waste away hungry. When he held the meat out, Su Jinshue refused to even look at it. Even if she starved, she'd accept it. She'd die out there first. She would not take a single bite of anything handed over by this thug. Grr. Her stomach growled loud. Gulp. She couldn't stop the drool from spilling out. Still, Su Jinshue held on. Her home was gone, her family dead. If she lost her pride too, then she'd truly have nothing left. Alright, hadn't she taken down a wolf? She could eat the wolf meat. The wolf lay quiet in the cave, its hide already stripped. Clearly the sword cultivator's work. Su Jinshue couldn't be bothered with such trifles. You can't eat a pelt anyway. She fought hard to suppress her craving for the roasted ribs. She gripped the broken sword upside down as a pivot and staggered toward the old wolf. Zhu Yu arched an eyebrow, curious to see what the stubborn little girl would do next. HSS. The broken sword swung down at the wolf's leg, but lacked the strength and bounced off the bone. Su Jinshue's face paled even further. The hilt vibrated violently in her hand, numbing her palm. 3 days without food, her arms felt like they were filled with lead, and every swing forced her to lean against the rock wall to catch her breath. Zhu Yu rested his chin in his hand like a spectator, biting into a strip of rib meat. After just a couple of chews, his frown deepened. Without marinating first and lacking any seasoning, the flavor was seriously lacking. This wild boar meat roasted plain and natural? Honestly, it wasn't all that great. Compared to this, Xianing's goji berry chicken soup was far more fragrant and rich. He set the rib aside and turned his gaze back to Su Jinshue. There's a tendon on the wolf's rear leg. If you cut along the muscle grain diagonally, it'll take less effort. The girl didn't respond at all, stubbornly shifting her angle and swinging again. This time, the broken sword got stuck in the bone crack. As she yanked it free, she lost her balance and slammed her lower back into a protruding rock. Cold sweat slid down her neck into her collar, but she gritted her teeth and swallowed the pain. Luckily, it hadn't affected her left arm. If the wound split open again, his robe would have to be shortened to a sleeveless style. Zhu Yu clapped his hands together, stepping forward to steady Su Jinshue, who was doubled over and unable to straighten up. Stop torturing yourself. You're so young. Wandering alone deep in these mountains, something must have happened to your family, right? When you were unconscious just now, you kept calling for your parents. These days, demons and monsters run wild. I'm guessing your hometown was also ravaged by monsters, and your parents gave their lives holding them back so you could barely escape. Am I right? Su Jinshue's body trembled slightly. She kept her head bowed and didn't speak. Tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes, threatening to spill over. After all, she was still just a child. Zhu Yu crouched down to meet her gaze levelly. If you keep treating yourself like this, do you think your parents would feel at peace watching you? The words were as light as a feather, yet they struck Su Jinshue's heart like a hammer. Tears could no longer be held back. Large, heavy drops fell with soft plops. Sniffling, Su Jinshue tried desperately to hold them in. She turned her face away, unwilling to let him see her cry. Don't cry. Don't let others see your weak side. Shuer had always kept her parents' words close to heart. Yet tears still slid down, one after another. They hit the cold ground, leaving behind small, dark stains. You're all cried up into a little kitten. Zhu Yu flicked his sleeve and gently wiped her face. Perhaps it was because of his earlier words, but this time, Su Jinshue only slightly turned her head away. Zhu Yu sighed softly. His fingertips lifted slightly, and a golden brown rib floated right in front of Su Jinshue, stopping just within reach. The aroma of dripping meat curled into her nose, and her stomach protested loudly once again. Eat, he said more gently. You need your strength if you want revenge. Su Jinshue's shoulders trembled. Slowly, she finally reached out and grabbed the rib. She stared down at the meat, hesitating as if deciding whether to put it in her mouth. After all, not long ago she had sworn she wouldn't touch anything from Zhu Yu. Think of your parents. Do it for them. With just those words, Zhu Yu shattered her resistance. Su Jinshue bit down hard on the rib, and a tear fell onto the pork. She ate while crying. Strangely, Zhu Yu suddenly felt like a heartless villain. He was using the kind of cold, manipulative lines a villain would say, pressuring her with the memory of her parents. But then again, he quickly reasoned, he was only doing this for her own good. So in the end, he decided he was still a decent person. Su Jinshue stuffed bite after bite into her mouth. Juice burst across her tongue. The rich aroma overwhelmed her senses. She ate quickly, hungrily, gnawing even the smallest bits of meat from between the bones until every last crumb was gone. Zhu Yu watched quietly, waiting until she had finished the final bite before finally speaking again. Want more? She didn't answer, but her eyes already spoke the truth. Zhu Yu smiled and tore off another piece of meat, handing it to her. Eat. It's all yours. Su Jinshue took the meat, this time eating at a slower pace. Only after she was full and let out a satisfied sigh did she turn to Zhu Yu with an embarrassed, hoarse voice. Thank you. Zhu Yu teased with a grin. Oh? So this little brat actually knows how to say thank you? Su Jinshue glared at him, puffing up in anger, but this time, her gaze held less hostility and more complicated emotion. She opened her mouth nervously, stammering, Why? Why did I save you? He finished the question for her. Su Jinshue nodded hard, staring straight at him. People always have motives. She didn't believe Zhu Yu had rescued her with no hidden agenda. If there were truly selfless cultivators in the great Qian Empire, the nation wouldn't have fallen into its current state of decay. Wouldn't have allowed demons to run rampant across the land. She knew well enough if he didn't give her a believable reason, she wouldn't just follow him without question. So Zhu Yu gave her the excuse he'd already prepared. Because I saw potential in you. Potential? Su Jinshue tilted her head, clearly confused. What talent did she have? Did he mean she just had a stubborn life force? His large hand came down on her shoulder. Su Jinshue tensed, ready to pull away, but then she felt something inside her resonate with Zhu Yu's spiritual energy. A sharp, icy power vibrated from deep within her spine, like a sword's edge humming softly, like a blade singing in a low whisper. What is this? Sword bone. Zhu Yu released his grip, feigning solemnity. Just as I suspected. You were born to be a sword cultivator. To be honest, he continued, I'm the last disciple of the sword sect. I came out this time looking for a student to continue the legacy of my sect. Will you become my disciple? Sword sect? Still reeling from the shock of learning she had a sword bone, Su Jinshue's face remained blank and expressionless. Exactly. Zhu Yu nodded slightly. Right now, no one had ever heard of the sword sect. Borrowing their name wouldn't cause any real trouble, would it? Besides, Su Jinshue was, in fact, the founding master of the sword sect. If she could be brought under his tutelage, wouldn't the sword sect disciples praise him a little once they found out? You want to be my master? Su Jinshue finally caught on. She had never heard the name sword sect before, probably just some obscure little sect from a remote corner of the world. And besides, you don't even look that much older than me. How strong could a kid no older than a teenager really be? Little girl dares to look down on me. Come with me. Zhu Yu suddenly grabbed Su Jinshue's hand and pulled her out of the cave. What are you doing? Su Jinshue yanked her wrist back, clearly displeased by his casual touch. These disciples of his kept touching people without permission. This so-called sword sect clearly wasn't a reputable sect at all. Watch closely. Zhu Yu picked up a branch, then lightly swung it toward the distance. Wong. Suddenly, everything around Su Jinshue fell silent. The fluttering snowflakes even froze midair. The next moment, a sword aura swept across the heavens and earth, darkening the sky itself. 100-foot-long sword rainbow surged across the vast snowy plain. In the distance, a mountain exploded, avalanches crashing down with boulders tumbling behind only to be shredded into dust by the sword aura before they could land. Fragments of Jinshua's hair lifted in the aftershock, her pupils constricted, reflecting the slowly fading blue arc of sword energy. Su Jinshua stared blankly at the scar across the snowfield. If only she had possessed such power, Shuzhou City would never have fallen to the demons. Her parents and everyone else Wu Ti have suffered that tragedy. Well? Zhu Yu asked casually, tapping the branch against his palm. Will you join my sword sect? Outside the cave, wind and snow howled. Su Jinshua's frail figure trembled slightly in the cold. Her eyes remained locked on the scar that split across the frozen plain, her ice blue irises still shimmering faintly with lingering sword energy. That mountain-splitting sword arc had cleaved through the last of her emotional barriers, igniting a burning warmth within her frozen heart. Thump, thump, thump. She could hear her heart pounding rapidly in her chest. That power. Her parched lips parted slightly, and the puff of white breath she exhaled vanished in an instant. Her fingers, red from the cold, unconsciously gripped the front of her robe. Her knuckles turned white from the force. Fragments of memories flashed through her mind, her final moments with her parents. Her father's back as he raised his sword to block the demon. Her mother's determined eyes as she shoved her through the city gates. And the deafening roar of the entire Shuo province collapsing in flames. I need that power, she whispered to herself, her voice barely audible. The wind and snow grew fiercer. A snowflake landed on her trembling lashes, melted, and slid down like a tear. Zhu Yu stood quietly beside her, his green robes flapping loudly in the wind. He intentionally didn't urge her. With his hands behind his back, he gazed into the distance. Su Jinshui suddenly lifted her head. A flame ignited in her icy blue eyes. She dropped abruptly to her knees in the snow. Disciple Su Jinshui greets master, she declared. Her forehead struck the frozen earth with a dull thud. Cold snow soaked through her knees, but she felt no chill. Something inside her chest churned violently. It felt as though it would burst from her throat. I want to become strong. She raised her head, her voice steady now, no longer trembling. Her frail body stood as straight as an arrow. She had made up her mind to become a sword cultivator as powerful as Zhu Yu. Strong enough to slay every demon in the world. Strong enough to never lose another loved one. Zhu Yu looked at this stubborn little girl. The way she knelt in the snow was like a short sword drawn from its sheath. Though covered in wounds, its edge had already revealed itself. Those sharp eyes of hers shone brightly now. They held both hatred for the demons and blazing hope. Very well. He reached out and helped his new disciple to her feet, brushing the snow from her hair as he did. From this day forward, you are a disciple of my sword sect. Even the sword saint had acknowledged her. It seemed she could indeed be taken in as a disciple. Master, when will our training begin? The little girl's face was filled with urgency. Don't be in such a rush, Zhu Yu said, ruffling her hair. Right now, you need to take a bath first and change into some clean clothes. She blinked, then looked down at herself. Her tattered clothes were stained with blood and dirt, her hair a wild mess, the ends twisted into a tangled clump. She looked like a little beggar. If her mother saw her like this, she'd scold and fuss at the same time, yelling at her while preparing hot water to scrub her clean. Once she'd regained her strength, then she'd really get it. Even if her father tried to stop her, she'd still get a couple of swats. But her mother was gone now, and so was her father. Her vision blurred again. Then a large hand gently lifted her face, wiping away her tears. The face that had made her want to bite him earlier now came into focus. Even a little stray cat looks uglier when it cries. Zhu Yu pinched her cheek, deliberately using a mocking tone. Look at this face, it's practically got enough grime to roll into a mud ball. Sinking deep in sadness, Su Jinshui immediately bristled at his words. It's not ugly at all. She furiously wiped at her face, only to smear it with more dirt and soot, leaving her speechless. Like a wild little kitten who suddenly lost all fight, she drooped, sadness flooding her face. Zhu Yu could almost see a pair of imaginary, floppy cat ears popping up over her head. He couldn't help but laugh at his own imagination. That soft chuckle earned him a fierce glare from the little girl. But the moment she remembered this was her newly sworn master. Her fiery look instantly weakened. She settled for stomping her foot in frustration. Unfortunately, her foot landed on a patch of ice, nearly causing her to slip. Luckily, Zhiyu caught her by the collar just in time. Be careful, or I'll have to go find a new disciple if you break this one. Elle, let go of me. Su Jinshui flailed her arms and legs. This position reminded her of a little kitten being carried by its cat father. So embarrassing. Master said you're taking a bath first. She hurriedly protested. But the snow has sealed the mountain. The lake is frozen solid. How am I supposed to wash? And I don't even have clean clothes to change into. That's all you're worried about? Zhu Yu waved his hand, and an entire wolf pelt floated out from the cave. It was the very same old wolf they had encountered earlier, now cleaned and soft, fluffy to the touch. Before Su Jinshui could even get a clear look, he scooped her up around the waist. Wait! A gust of cold wind howled past. By the time Su Jinshui came to her senses, they were already standing at the edge of a frozen lake. Zhu Yu flicked his finger, and a thin blade of sword chi sliced cleanly through the ice. Clear lake water surged upward. Then he placed his palm on Su Jinshui's shoulder, sending a wave of warmth spreading through her body. To her surprise, she realized her numb fingertips had begun to warm up again. Now you won't feel the cold anymore. Take off your clothes. Su Jinshui clutched her collar and took 2 steps back. Why you turn around first? Even if he was her master, he had no business watching her change. Her mother had told her only her future husband was allowed to see her like that. TSK, this little girl still gets shy? Zhu Yu turned his back to her, gazing up at the sky. Hurry up. The spiritual energy is fading, and you'll be freezing again soon. The sound of rustling clothes filled the air, mixed with quiet gasps of pain. Her wounds still ached. Oh right, wounds weren't supposed to get wet. Wait, your hand is still injured. Maybe it's not a good idea for you to wash yourself. I can handle it myself. Ah. She hadn't even finished speaking when Zhu Yu, without hesitation, lifted her straight up and carried her to the lake's edge. Su Jinshui was about to scream when he suddenly plunged her into the water. The spiritual energy shielded her injured left arm, keeping the water at bay. Don't move around. Your wounds will get infected if they get wet. One hand steadying her, Zhu Yu used the other to scoop up water and pour it gently over her tangled hair. Your hair is such a mess it's practically a bird's nest now. Su Jinshui turned as red as a boiled shrimp, but too weak to resist. She could only let him do as he pleased. She quietly lifted her eyes. Zhu Yu was focused on controlling the water flow, his gaze clear and utterly devoid of ulterior thoughts. As his fingers ran through her hair, a long-forgotten feeling of being cared for welled up inside her, and her nose stung with emotion. The rushing water masked the sound of her stifled sobs. She rubbed her face furiously with her right hand. She pretended it was just water getting into her eyes. Zhu Yu called out loudly, "Wash properly, especially behind your ears. You've got dirt all over." "Oh, okay, I understand," she mumbled in response. Blushing, she raised her voice and quietly sank her body deeper into the water. In the misty steam, that slightly disheveled little face gradually revealed its natural fairness. Like a pearl freed from dust, the bloodstains were washed away completely by the flowing water, and the fear of recent days faded along with it. At that very moment, she heard Zhu Yu humming a tune off-key, but somehow soothing. And to her surprise, his touch was unexpectedly gentle. All done, he channeled his spiritual energy, lifting her so she floated on the surface. Brushing away the droplets, he wrapped her tightly in the wolf hide like a dumpling and carried her ashore. Now you finally look like a real person. Su Jinshui peeked half her face out from the wolf hide, murmuring softly, Thank you, master. What was that? I didn't catch it. Never mind. It was only then that Su Jinshui truly realized. This master, who was only a few years older than her, was definitely not a serious or proper person at all. Zhu Yu laughed heartily and ruffled her still damp hair with one hand. This time, his young apprentice only awkwardly twisted her neck. But didn't he pull away? Back to the present. Atop Mount Li, inside the forbidden grounds of the Sword Sect, the north wind cut like a blade. Inside the cave dwelling, cold mist swirled. A woman sat alone on the platform of frozen stone, slowly opening her eyes. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, yet so cold it kept people at a distance. Her brows were like distant snow-covered mountains. Her eyes like a moonlit winter pond. Her lips were like a single red plum blossom in a field of snow. Her long hair, streaked with white and black, was loosely pinned up with a white jade hairpin. A few strands fell over her shoulders, resting on the wolf hide she wore. Sunlight from outside refracted through the icy curtain, casting scattered beams of light across her pale, snow-like face. She had dreamt of a distant memory, her first meeting with her master. But that had been 800 years ago. Master, Su Jin Shui whispered softly, her voice echoing through the empty cave dwelling. 8 centuries could turn seas into fields, but could never wash away the longing in her heart. Outside the cave, a crisp ringing echoed as the sword formation activated. It was the mountain protection formation cycling on its own. Nowadays, Lishan Sword Sect was no longer the tiny school with only master and apprentice. It had become a mighty power that held dominion over sword cultivation across the land. She rose and walked toward a wooden cabinet in the corner of the cave. Inside, every gift Jiyu had ever given her was carefully arranged in neat order. Crafted from sandalwood that had grown for 10,000 years, the cabinet could preserve these treasures forever. On the top lay a wolf hide cloak, hand-sewn by her master. This was the very first gift he had ever given her. Su Jinshu gently stroked the coarse fur, her icy blue eyes rippling with emotion. That wolf hide came from the ancient wolf that nearly took her life. It was also where their master-disciple bond had begun. Suddenly, she let out a soft chuckle, her cold face melting like spring snow. She remembered that day in the cave when she had curled up in a corner, baring her teeth and growling at her master. Back then, she had been like a cornered little beast, battered and bruised all over, yet still gripping her broken sword, wary of everyone. Like a little wild kitten hissing in defiance. Later, that's exactly how her master had described her. Her icy blue eyes curved slightly, but in the next moment, something slipped from the corner of her eye. A single tear landed softly on the wolf hide. She paused, startled, and raised her hand to touch her face. Yet her fingertips met only dry skin. It was as if the dampness had only been an illusion. Master, Su Jinshu softly closed her eyes and buried her face into the wolf hide cloak. On the fabric, it seemed as if his lingering scent still remained. Outside the cave, the snow on Lishan Mountain continued to fall endlessly. Just like the first time her master had wrapped her in this wolf hide, all those years ago. The wind howled and the snow raged, but his palm had been warm. Now the snow outside was falling even harder. Jinshu pressed her face into the wolf hide, as if crossing through time itself, feeling her master's warmth once more. She let her mind go blank. Only in her dreams could she see that person again, the one who would never return. 800 years ago, on the morning after the snow stopped. Inside the mountain cave, under the wolfskin cloak, Su Jinshu curled up, sleeping soundly. Zhu Yu squatted by the fire, holding a freshly carved piece of wood in his hand. If he was going to teach his apprentice swordplay, he needed a sword first. But the conditions were less than ideal. He couldn't get her a real sword, and that broken one wasn't useful either, so he had to make do by carving a wooden practice sword. A faint sword aura gathered at his fingertips. Wood shavings rained down as the rough outline of a small wooden sword slowly took shape. Su Jinshu rubbed her eyes and sat up, the wolf pelt slipping off her shoulders. Her gaze locked onto the wooden sword in Zhu Yu's hand, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Was Master going to teach her swordplay? You're awake? Zhu Yu said without looking up. Stretch out your hand. Obediently, Su Jinshu extended her right hand. Smack. The wooden sword lightly tapped her palm. Starting today, I'll begin teaching you sword techniques, Zhu Yu said, unusually serious. Let us get one thing straight, I don't do gentle or soft. I'm strict. Slack off, and I'll spank your palms. Okay. Su Jinshu nodded, her face equally serious. She wasn't scared of that at all. It was just a light tap, nowhere near even a tickle. Her master wouldn't scare her off like that. She took the wooden sword and confidently swung it in a flourish. Shuo Prefecture was the border region of the Great Qian Empire, the first line of defense against demons and monsters. The Su clan bore the responsibility of guarding Shuo Prefecture, and practically every member, male or female, young or old, was a cultivator. Jinshu had learned swordplay from her parents since childhood. Even as a young girl, she could wield a broken sword and survive alone in the wilderness. Even when starving to the point of dizziness, she could still take down an old wolf. Her talent was truly extraordinary. With such a strong foundation, Zhu Yu skipped the basics and directly transmitted the sword cultivation technique stored in his system to her. The highest good is like water. Water benefits all things without contention. Zhu Yu's voice echoed through the cave. The wooden sword in his hand traced a soft arc through the air. A droplet formed at the tip of the sword, shimmered in the firelight, yet never fell. The highest good is like water. This was the sword cultivation technique gifted by the system. His sword intent was like the first thaw of Spring Creek. Its essence lay in the single word, transform. Sitting cross-legged on the other side of the fire, Su Jinxue gripped the broken sword tightly in both hands. Her brows furrowed deeper with every passing moment. 3 days had already passed. The words her master had repeated over and over were always the same few phrases. Stuff like softness overcomes hardness and use softness to guide the sword. She heard it so many times her ears were practically calloused. A sword is a weapon of violence by nature. What use was there in learning softness? Master. She finally couldn't hold back any longer, her icy blue eyes flickering like flames. Could you teach me something actually useful? Oh. Zhu Yu sheathed his sword, and a single drop of water stilled perfectly on the blade's edge. What kind of useful do you want to learn? Something that can kill demons. Su Jinxue shot to her feet. The broken sword slashed sharply through the air, leaving behind a sharp whistling sound. Like that. Quick and decisive. Zhu Yu gazed quietly at her. Firelight danced across the thin girl's face, casting shifting shadows. Yet in those eyes that should have been clear and innocent burned a flame of hatred. A child of 10 or so shouldn't carry such a look. A sword is not inherently a weapon of evil, he said gently. But if the heart grows fixated, the sword will fall into darkness. I don't care. Su Jinxue's voice rose sharply. She didn't give a damn about falling into darkness. All she had was one single thought: revenge. I want revenge. Those demons, those demons. Her voice caught. Her small hands gripped the broken sword until her knuckles turned white. What a heavy burden of vengeance this child carries. This won't do. Sighing, Zhu Yu set the wooden sword down and crouched in front of her. Girl, hatred will cloud your eyes. One must first cultivate the heart before mastering the sword. The heart must be like still water, a clear mirror. But what about father and mother? Su Jinxue clenched her teeth, holding back her tears with sheer willpower. And the people of Shuo province. They died so terribly. Zhu Yu stared at her for a long moment, then suddenly stood and walked toward the cave entrance. Come with me. Startled, Su Jinxue grabbed her broken sword and followed. Outside the cave, the wind and snow had finally stopped. The sunlight reflected off the snow-covered ground, casting a golden rim over the entire mountain. His robe flapped violently in the frigid wind as Zhu Yu stood in the center of the snowy field. Watch closely. The wooden sword in his hand flicked lightly. A droplet formed at its tip and fell onto the snow. Sword raised. A crisp, resonant hum pierced the air, and the snow within 100 zhang trembled in response. Tiny snowflakes lifted into the sky, as if guided by invisible hands, sparkling like fragments of silver under the sunlight. Su Jinxue looked up. The swirling snow had transformed into a mighty river of ice, spiraling in midair like the Milky Way turned upside down. Master, what is this? The third stage of the supreme benevolence resembles water. All rivers return to the sea. Zhu Yu withdrew his sword, and the snow river cascaded down. But before it touched the ground, it silently dispersed, returning to the earth. As the sword lowered, the wind ceased. Su Jinxue stood frozen, stunned beyond words. Zhu Yu stood with his hands behind his back, the image of a lofty sage. So, do you still think supreme benevolence resembles water is useless? He glanced casually and saw the girl standing in the snow, her small face flushed red by the cold wind. Disciple, I understand now. She murmured softly, her voice as quiet as sunlight falling on snow. Zhu Yu turned to look. The girl's lashes lowered, appearing unusually obedient. Good. Back to training. Had she really understood? 5 days later, at dawn, Zhu Yu dressed himself and cast a glance at his sleeping apprentice. Wrapped in a wolf hide cloak, Su Jinshua's delicate face peeked out, her breathing calm and deep. For the past few days, she had obediently followed his teachings to cultivate the first stage of supreme benevolence resembles water, rippling streams reflect the moon. She seemed to have finally calmed her impatient nature. Yet deep down, Zhuyu couldn't shake a lingering unease. Something about her just felt like she was about to stir up some big trouble. Sigh, whatever. I'll just go hunt a wild chicken outside the cave for breakfast first. Muttering to himself, Zhuyu stepped out of the cave in search of breakfast. As his footsteps faded into the distance, a pair of icy blue eyes suddenly flew open. Su Jinshue shot upright abruptly. After that argument, she had outwardly submitted to Zhuyu. But in truth, every time Zhuyu went out hunting, she stayed behind, doing everything she could to accelerate her cultivation. The bloody scenes of the demonic massacre haunted her dreams every night. The final cries of her parents still echoed in her ears. She couldn't wait any longer for this sluggish, lukewarm method of training. Too slow. She clenched her lips, her fingers trailing down her spine. There, a faint heat stirred beneath her skin, the sword bone awakening. Outside the cave, the sunlight was perfect. Su Jinshue sat cross-legged on a flat stone, the wooden sword resting across her knees. She closed her eyes, focused her mind, and began to channel her energy. Recalling how Master had demonstrated the all rivers flow to the sea technique, guiding the flow of spiritual energy. If I do it like this, quietly, she altered the pathway of her cultivation technique, forcefully compressing the spiritual energy that was meant to flow gently. Instant agony tore through her meridians, but she gritted her teeth and stayed silent. Her back grew hotter and hotter, and under her skin, silver-white patterns slowly surfaced like a spider's web. Faster. Only this way could she grow stronger faster. The wooden sword began to tremble slightly. Everything revolved around her now. The surrounding air trembled from the overflowing spiritual energy, twisting into chaotic whirlwinds in the sky. Cough. A sudden explosion of pain erupted from her spine. Su Jinshue spat out a mouthful of blood. She felt as if something sharp were drilling outward from inside her body, as though trying to split her bones apart. Cold sweat soaked through her clothes, her vision blurring uncontrollably. She curled into a ball, and the wooden sword clattered to the ground beside her. The spiritual energy inside her had completely gone wild, like thousands of ice needles darting and colliding through her meridians. Her sight dimmed rapidly. In a daze, she caught a glimpse of a figure dashing toward her. Master, reckless fool. Zhuyu flung aside his hunting prey and immediately extended 2 fingers toward a vital acupoint on her back. A thread of cyan sword chi entered her body, suppressing the raging spiritual energy in her veins. Master, with great effort, Su Jinshue lifted her head. Her face was pale as paper. I'm sore. She barely managed 2 words before blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. The light in her eyes quickly faded, and her body slumped forward, limp and lifeless. Zhuyu grabbed her in one swift motion, pressing his palm firmly against her back. Pure spiritual energy surged into her body, barely holding together her meridians, which were on the verge of collapse. Wherever the energy reached, it felt as if countless ice needles were crawling beneath her skin, piercing her muscles with unbearable pain. Bear with it. Zhuyu's expression darkened beyond measure. He had indeed been careless. He hadn't expected this girl to take her life so lightly that she would recklessly change her energy flow on her own. Seeing Su Jin's eyes dim, he barked sharply. Don't fall asleep. Focus and follow my spiritual energy. That sharp command brought a flicker of awareness back to her. Clutching her teeth against the pain, Su Jin struggled to follow Zhuyu's guidance. Who knew how long passed before the wild energy was finally subdued and slowly returned to her dantian. Zhuyu exhaled deeply, only then realizing his back was soaked in sweat. He leaned down, looking at the young apprentice in his arms. She had already fallen asleep, but her breathing was steady, and her pulse was slowly stabilizing. What a worrying little thing. He sighed softly, brushing the blood from the corner of her lips with his sleeve. Then he gently laid Su Jin back onto the wolf hide cloak and added a few more sticks to the fire. It looks like I need to revise my teaching plan. Zhuyu mused thoughtfully, stroking his chin. This girl is too stubborn. I'll have to keep a closer eye on her. The last rays of sunset painted the cave walls red. Su Jin stirred awake slowly. She was lying face down on a bed of grass, wrapped in the wolf hide cloak. Her back ached, but the spiritual energy within her had settled. You're awake. Zhu Yu's voice remained as gentle as ever. She turned her head to look at him. Her master was leaning against the stone wall beside the fire, idly poking at the flames. His expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. Yet the specks of blood on his sleeve stood out sharply in the firelight. Master, your hand. It's nothing, Zhu Yu replied, then added, his gaze settling on her. But why didn't you listen to me? Su Jin's shoulders tensed slightly. After a long silence, she finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Slow. What was that? Too slow. She gripped the straw beneath her hands, her voice trembling. Those demons want to wait while I grow stronger. Then are you choosing to end your life? Zhu Yu asked calmly. Do you understand that if I had arrived just a moment later, you'd already be a corpse? Who then would avenge your parents? Who would honor the souls lost in Shuo City? Su Jinshua shivered. Look at me. Hesitantly, she lifted her face, meeting Zhu Yu's deep, solemn gaze. There was no blame in his eyes, only profound concern. Foolish girl, I know you carry a river of blood vengeance, but there's no shortcut to the sword path. Rushing it will only destroy you. Remember this pain today. He stepped closer, gently brushing his hand across her cheek. Don't make this mistake again. Your parents risked their lives to get you out of that city for one reason: to see you live, not to become a vengeful corpse who knows nothing else. I teach you sword techniques not only to carry on the sword sect's legacy, but so you can learn to protect yourself. Your parents, your master, and everyone who cares for you, they all want you to live well. Seeing her bite her lip in silence, Zhu Yu withdrew his hand. Go rest. Training continues as usual tomorrow. The calmer he remained, the heavier the guilt weighed on Su Jinshu's heart. She recalled every moment of these past few days. Her master had once rescued her from near death in the snow, warming her frozen body with his spiritual energy. When she stubbornly refused treatment, he had insisted firm yet gentle as he bandaged her wounds. Every day, he went out of his way to hunt wild game, just so she might eat a little more. In this world, only her parents had ever shown her such care. But what had she done? First, she had complained that her master's sword techniques didn't suit her tastes. She ignored his teachings, pretending obedience while secretly rebelling. She even altered her energy circulation routes on her own, wasting her master's effort to heal her. She was truly the worst disciple in the world. Tears welled in her eyes. Emotion churned violently in her chest, sharper than her wounds, like a dull blade slicing slowly through her heart. Just as Zhu Yu was about to rise, a sudden tug on her sleeve stopped her. Master. That single response was the last straw for the camel. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She stammered through sobs, barely able to form a full sentence. I know I was wrong. Truly wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed you, Master Hua. Her ice-blue eyes brimmed with tears, like melting glaciers. This girl, so stubborn, like a little donkey, she could cry like this too. When he didn't respond, Su Jinshua panicked, rubbing at her tears with the back of her hand, only making them flow faster. Zhu Yu was just about to help her up when suddenly, she dropped to her knees onto the hard stone floor with a loud thud, her forehead slamming down hard. Please, Master, don't cast me out. I'll obey you from now on, I promise. A small patch of blood seeped onto the stone. What are you doing? Zhu Yu quickly pulled her up, only to discover her forehead had split open. The little girl seemed not to feel any pain at all. Instead, she clung desperately to the hem of his robe, like someone clutching the last lifeline left. I don't have a home anymore. She sobbed in broken fragments, her breath ragged with crying. Only Master is left, if even you abandon me. Before she could finish, she was wrapped in a warm embrace. Zhu Yu gently patted her thin shoulders, his movements soft and soothing. You silly girl, he sighed. When did I ever say I would cast you out? Su Jinshua lifted her tear-streaked face, her nose red and swollen. But I disobeyed my master, altered the heart technique without permission, and nearly destroyed my cultivation base. Any one of those offenses alone would have been enough to get her expelled. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. The tears that had just begun to stop came rushing back again. Zhu Yu wiped away her tears and said, "In the path of cultivation, many take detours. To err is human, to correct one's mistake is the greatest virtue." As he spoke, a faint green light gathered at his fingertips and covered the wound on her forehead. Cool spiritual energy washed over her, easing the burning pain. But as soon as everything was settled, Zhu Yu's expression turned cold. "If there's a next time, there won't be. There absolutely won't be." Su Jinxue quickly swore, shaking her head like a drumstick. "Your disciple promises not to make the same mistake again." Zhu Yu's heart softened. He cupped her tear-streaked face gently. "Good, as long as you know you're wrong. But this time, it's not all your fault. I, as your master, also bear responsibility." Jinxue was stunned. With tears in her eyes, she looked at him, confused as to why her master would blame himself. "First, I shouldn't have skipped the basic training and jumped straight into teaching you inner cultivation techniques. Even though you have the bones of a swordsman and have learned a few sword techniques from others, you're still too young, your foundation too weak. I was too eager to make you stronger, and in doing so, I ended up hurting you. Second, I neglected to guide you in cultivating your mindset." His gaze was steady as he spoke slowly. "The path of the sword must begin with cultivating the heart. You carry hatred inside, and if you don't dissolve it, it will eventually become a heart demon." Jinxue didn't argue, she just quietly let the tears fall. Every word her master said, she listened to with full attention. Hatred can be a source of motivation, but you must never let it consume you, Zhu Yu said as he gently ruffled her hair. "Otherwise, even if you one day master swordsmanship, you'll be nothing more than a monster in human skin. A demon." Those words hit Jinxue like a hammer to the chest. If she really became like that just for revenge, how heartbroken would her parents be if they saw this from above? "Third, I was careless," Zhu Yu said with a bitter smile. "These past few days, your mind has been clouded, and I didn't even notice. If it weren't for your spiritual energy going wild today, I'm afraid I'd still be completely in the dark." After speaking, he gently pinched the girl's cheek again. "Little brat, you've got some nerve, sneaking around behind your master's back?" Su Jinxue had always had a slight speech impediment, but now, under his gaze, she became even more tongue-tied. "Master, disciple, will never dare again." If someone had treated her like this just a few days ago, she would have drawn her sword already. "Words alone won't cut it," Zhu Yu said, stopping his gentle pinching. "Starting tomorrow, I'm changing your training plan. Practice the basic sword techniques first, and learn the inner cultivation method later. Every morning, start with meditation to calm your mind, cultivating your temperament. And one more thing," he said, narrowing his eyes, "don't sneak in extra training again. If I catch you, you'll be swinging your sword 3,000 times as punishment." Su Jinshue's eyes instantly widened. "Th 3,000? You think that's not enough?" No, it's plenty." She shook her head quickly, her little face scrunching up. "Disciple will definitely behave." Zhu Yu finally nodded, a satisfied expression on his face. "All right then, rest well today. We'll continue tomorrow." Su Jinxue obediently lay down, wrapping herself tightly in the wolf-hide cloak, yet still looked at him with hopeful eyes. "Master, speak. Why you really aren't angry with me?" she asked softly, eyes still filled with unease. An orphan girl, alone and vulnerable, had always struggled with insecurity. Zhu Yu smiled gently, then crooked his finger and lightly flicked her forehead. "Of course I'm angry." Her expression immediately fell. His tone softened. "I'm angry because you're too stubborn and because you didn't trust me. But since I've taken you as my disciple, I want to give up on you. Stop overthinking. Rest well." Her eyes welled up slightly, but she nodded hard. Zhu Yu sat down with his back to her, and soon after, the soft voice of the girl came again from behind. "Master, what now? Maybe you should just scold me a little?" Not being punished after making a mistake made her feel uneasy inside. "You've already been punished," Zhu Yu said, shaking the bloodstains off his sleeve. That backlash from the spiritual energy was far more painful than a few harsh words from me. "But, sleep," he cut her off. "We have sword training early tomorrow." Su Jinxue had no choice but to obediently close her eyes. But not long after, she quietly cracked them open a slit, stealing a glance at his back. Moonlight poured in from the cave's entrance, outlining the tall, upright silhouette of her master. She quietly clenched her fist and silently vowed in her heart. From this day forward, she would never disappoint her master again. A long while passed. Zhu Yu thought Su Jinxue had already fallen asleep when he suddenly heard her stomach growling. He turned his head and saw the girl with flushed cheeks, hesitantly speaking up. Master, I am hungry." Sigh. That was definitely his oversight. She hadn't eaten a thing all day. The rabbit he'd caught that morning finally came in handy. "Come on, let's roast this rabbit first. Eat well before going to sleep." "Oh, okay. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Snow in the forest slowly melted, and tender green buds began sprouting at the tips of the branches. Su Jinxue sat cross-legged on a smooth stone by the lakeshore, her wooden sword resting across her knees. Morning mist clung to her hair, ends in tiny droplets, trembling lightly with each breath. These 2 months of rigorous training, combined with the wild delicacies Zhu Yu prepared for her daily, had filled out her once slender face, and the pale pallor had long since faded from her complexion. She was already shaping up into a little beauty. "The sword's foundation is set." Zhu Yu's voice came from behind. Delighted, Su Jinxue turned around and saw her master approaching with 2 plump mountain pheasants in hand. Master," she hopped off the stone, her eyes sparkling. "You must have worked hard hunting." Zhu Yu tossed the birds aside and casually reached out to pat her head. Su Jinxue closed her eyes in bliss, leaning into his palm and letting out a soft purr like a kitten. This little girl adored having her head rubbed. Every time she did something well, she'd demand a head pat as a reward. TCH, why did this feel so familiar? It almost felt like they'd lived through this exact scene in a past life. "Oh, right. Master." She still hadn't fixed her stutter, and she asked nervously, "Why, you said earlier that my sword's foundation is C-complete." "Yes." Zhu Yu reached out and placed a hand over her dantian, saying, "You've reached the peak of the sword foundation stage. Now you can begin cultivating sword chi." Zhu Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Truly a sword saint, truly extraordinary. Her progress was far beyond what ordinary cultivators could achieve. Most sword cultivators would take at least 1 or 2 years to reach this stage, and 3 or 4 wasn't uncommon. But her? Only 2 months. Can't even compare, really can't. Otherwise, they'd already be a sword sage. When Zhu Yu spoke, Su Jinxue was so delighted she nearly jumped up and down. "These past 2 months," she said, "following master's instructions, I've been getting up before dawn to practice basic sword techniques. From the very first moves, thrust, slash, flick, to later learning flowing blade and piercing stone, those water element sword techniques. I had to repeat every move over 1,000 times. Of course," she added, "what master values most is inner cultivation. The sword must follow the heart's movement. The heart must be as still as water." Zhu Yui suddenly changed tone and said, "However, before teaching you how to wield sword chi, I must first test you." Su Jinxue immediately straightened her back like a serious little soldier. Zhu Yui continued, "There are 7 stages of sword cultivation. Recite them for me. Jian Pei, Jian Qi, Jian Gang, Jian Yu, Jian Hun, Tian Jian, Ru Sheng," she blurted out. She recited every stage without missing a single word, then looked at her master with bright, expectant eyes. Zhu Yui nodded and asked, "What's most important for a sword cultivator?" Su Jinxue shot back without hesitation. "Cultivation of the heart. One must first cultivate the mind before mastering the sword. If the heart is not upright, the sword will stray." That answer made Zhu Yui's eyes flicker with approval. Over these 2 months, he had spent time every day talking with his little apprentice, slowly helping her untangle the knots in her heart. Hatred may not fade easily, but at least now she had learned to control her emotions. Zhu Yui smiled and asked, "Last question, what would you do if enemies attacked right now?" Su Jinxue thought for a moment, then shouted confidently, "First, protect master's roasted chicken." Zhu Yui corrected her immediately, "Wrong. First, ensure your own safety. Then look for an opening to eliminate the enemy." He explained, "A sword cultivator facing an enemy should remain calm and strike after the opponent, yet land the first decisive blow." Zhu Yui pinched her little cheek gently. Where on earth did she pick up such a mischievous personality? And where the heck did my once serious little sword sage go? Su Jinshua laughed, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she giggled. She was clearly savoring the moment, basking in that familiar mix of gentle scolding and affection. She replied cheerfully, "Disciple understands, master." The bonfire crackled and popped by the lakeside, the sound dancing in the night air. The aroma of the roasted chicken drifted through the mountain woods, spreading far into the night. The master, in the midst of roasting a wild pheasant, caught a furtive glance from Su Jinshua. Her small hands nervously twisted the hem of her robe. Gathering her courage, she took a shy step closer and stammered, "And Master C, could you sit a little nearer?" Zhu Yu didn't even look up, casually patting the grass beside him. "Come here." Like a joyful little deer, the girl gave a small hop and sat right next to him, her shoulder leaning gently against his arm. It was simply the innocence of a child. Back then, she had been as wild and wary as a stray kitten. Now, she had finally let go of that initial caution, growing more and more affectionate. He tore off the tenderest piece of the chicken wing and held it to her lips. "Here." Su Jinshua shook her head and gently pushed his wrist away, stuttering again. "And no, master must eat first." Zhu Yu decided to tease her a bit, smirking as he said, "Oh, are you saying you don't like my roasted chicken?" Horrified, Su Jinshua waved her hands frantically, her face turning bright red. "No, and no. It's just that I want to show respect to master." At the word respect, Zhu Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He pinched her slightly rounded cheek. "You little brat, you haven't even grown up yet, and you're already talking about respecting your master?" Offended, Su Jinshua puffed out her chest defiantly. I am a grown girl already." She started counting on her fingers. "I can practice swordplay, I can start a fire, and I can even go hunting with master." Looking at her earnest expression, a softness flickered across Zhu Yu's eyes. Indeed, his little apprentice had grown a lot. Not only had her swordsmanship improved rapidly, but she had also picked up practical skills surprisingly well. He chuckled and ruffled her hair. All right. Let us talk about showing respect when you really grow up. For now." He tore off a chicken leg and placed it in her hand. "Eat this first. Growing up is the most important thing." Su Jinshua held the chicken leg, her lips pouting cutely. With a serious expression, she declared, I will grow up quickly. When I become the greatest sword cultivator in the world, I'll make sure master lives a life of ease. I'll roast chickens for you every day." A child's world was always this simple. Her bold words made Zhu Yu chuckle in amusement. He smiled and said, "Then I'll be waiting for that day, shall I?" He shook his head after speaking and sighed with emotion. "Knowing your gluttonous nature, I bet even a roasted chicken would end up in your stomach first." That's not true." Su Jinshua's little face turned red as she quickly protested loudly. "Disciple will definitely save the biggest drumstick for master." Seeing how sincere she looked, Zhu Yu couldn't help but feel a warm rush in his heart. Over these past 2 months, this little girl who once carried so much hatred had slowly learned how to care for others. Her words were still clumsy and awkward, but her innocent heart was pure and heartwarmingly genuine. Well, of course, that must also be thanks to this teacher's effective instruction. Haha, I really am a great teacher. All these years of being a mentor haven't been wasted. Then I'll be looking forward to it," Zhu Yu said with a smile, tearing off another chicken leg as he spoke. "Now let's finish off these 2 game hens first." "Master, you eat." Disciple already has one. The girl immediately started putting her promise into action. Zhu Yu's smile widened, and he burst into loud laughter. The warm breeze blew across the lake, and the laughter of master and apprentice echoed through the woods. Su Jinshua quietly edged a bit closer to Zhu Yu. She snuggled right into her master's arms before contentedly beginning to nibble on her chicken leg. In this very moment, Zhu Yu suddenly wished time would slow down, that this moment could last just a little longer. The 2 roasted chickens were soon devoured. Zhu Yu led his young apprentice in some light exercise to warm up and aid digestion, then began teaching her sword chi. "Watch carefully," he said, gathering his energy into a blade-like shape. Sword chi is different from a physical sword. You must guide the energy with your mind, then shape the energy into form. Su Jinshua stood straight beside him, eyes locked intently on her master's hand. The glowing energy shifted fluidly one moment like a swimming dragon, the next like a startled crane. It traced an elegant arc through the sunlight. The most magical part was this. Wherever the sword chi passed, ripples formed on the lake's surface, as if the energy had merged seamlessly with the water. Supreme goodness is like water. Water benefits all things without contention, Zhu Yu said softly, his voice flowing like a gentle stream. Our sword chi should be like this too, gentle yet powerful, never relying on brute force to appear strong. As Su Jinxue listened, deep in thought, understanding slowly dawned on her. As she watched, it was as if a sudden realization struck her. She reached out her tiny hand and gently touched the surface of the lake, feeling the water slip through her fingers. Master, she said softly, your disciple thinks she's figured it out. Is that so? Zhu Yu said in surprise. Then let me see for myself. Okay. Su Jinxue held the wooden sword in her hands and gently closed her eyes. The sensations from the past 2 months, the water sword techniques, flowing blade, and piercing stone, resurfaced in her mind. She imagined the sword in her hand as a gentle stream. The sword moved with her hands, and her energy followed her thoughts. Suddenly, a faint streak of cyan light flickered at the tip of the blade. Zhu Yu was once again stunned by her talent. Who would have thought this little girl could summon sword chi on her very first try? Master, she called out excitedly. Her face beaming with joy, Su Jinxue stared at the shimmering sword chi at the tip of her blade, flowing like water. Did I do it? Did I succeed? Zhu Yu suppressed his shock and praised her enthusiastically. Well done. Our Xue truly has a gift for the sword path. Back when he was a tutor, he used to praise the children at his school just like this. He always believed in teaching through encouragement. Hearing his praise, Su Jinxue's eyes curved into crescent moons. But don't get carried away. Keep going. Try using the sword chi to create ripples in the water. Okay, she responded eagerly. After answering, Su Jinxue focused intently and began swinging the wooden sword. The thin cyan sword chi danced like a ribbon toward the lake's surface. As soon as the sword chi touched the water, it actually sent a small splash into the air. I did it. It worked. She cheered, nearly leaping off the stone in excitement. But the moment her focus wavered, the sword chi vanished in an instant. Zhu Yu gently pressed his hand on her head and said, "Stay focused. When your mind strays, the chi scatters." Su Jinxue stuck her tongue out, then quickly calmed herself again. This time, the beam of cyan sword chi at the tip of her blade was more solid than before. Like a nimble serpent, it twisted and coiled through the air. Zhu Yu remained outwardly calm, but inside, he was shaken to the core. For a sword cultivator, it usually took at least 3 months, sometimes even half a year, to manifest sword chi. But this girl, after watching just once, had actually learned it. To his utter disbelief, she had actually cultivated the water-type sword chi perfectly attuned to the Shangshan Ru Shui cultivation technique. Damn it, why wasn't he born with such talent? If he could cultivate that fast, would he still be stuck under Xianning's thumb? He'd have long since overthrown him and taken full control of the sect. The lake shimmered under the warm sunlight, golden ripples dancing across its surface. Su Jinxue showed no sign of fatigue, continuing her practice tirelessly. Her sword chi grew sharper and more refined with each swing, and by the end, she was actually able to carve a perfect circle across the water. All right, that's enough for today, Zhu Yu finally said. Cultivation must be done step by step. Rushing will only backfire. Only then did Su Jinxue reluctantly put away her wooden sword. Her little face had gone pale from exhausting her spiritual energy, but her eyes sparkled more than ever. Master, how was I? Did I do okay? Zhu Yu gave a knowing nod. His large, warm hand gently patted the top of her head. Our Xue is truly the best there is. Jinxue tilted her face upward, her laughter echoing far across the lake. Tired, Zhu Yu suddenly pulled a wild fruit from behind his back, as if performing a magic trick. Here, eat this. It'll help you regain your strength. She squealed with delight, grabbed the fruit, and took a big bite. Tangy sweetness burst across her tongue. Leaning against her master's side, she gazed at the sunlit lake. In her heart, she thought, days like this are truly wonderful. Come on, let us go hunting, Zhu Yu said, motioning for her to follow. What do you feel like eating? Rabbit or wild boar? Jinxue skipped up beside him. Disciple wants fish. I want fish caught by master. Zhu Yu paused mid-step. Oh, fish, sure, that works. He cleared his throat and said, Shuer, you've been practicing swordplay all day. You must be exhausted. Let me send you back to rest first. I'll take care of the fishing myself. Master, I really am not tired. With that, she hopped up and down a few times to prove her energy level. But was this really even about being tired? This was about his dignity as a master. Looking into his little apprentice's hopeful eyes, Zhu Yu smiled and smoothly fibbed. Fishing requires tranquility and focus, Shuer. It demands absolute concentration. See, could my disciple be a little quieter? Su Jinxue immediately covered her mouth with her hand, blinking up at him as she mumbled, I promise. I won't make a sound. Actually, it wasn't that Zhu Yu didn't want to bring her along. It was just, he genuinely didn't know how to fish. Back then, he'd always use sword chi to shock the lake and blast fish onto the shore. If he went back empty-handed in front of his disciple, his dignity as a master would be ruined. Zhu Yu suddenly had an idea and said, All right then. How about today I teach you a fun little trick? It's actually related to fishing. Sure enough, Su Jinshua's attention was instantly caught. Hey, a little trick? Zhu Yu nodded. He pointed his sword at the lake's surface. That's right. Watch carefully, this move is called dancing fish in water. As he spoke, sword chi flickered between his fingers, transforming into a small azure fish that leapt into the lake. The chi-formed fish darted through the water with surprising agility, actually chasing after the school of real fish in the lake. Wow! Su Jinxue leaned over the lakeshore, completely mesmerized. Master, you're amazing. Zhu Yu exhaled in relief inwardly, then continued demonstrating. This is just about shaping sword chi into form. Why don't you give it a try too? His young disciple immediately perked up, mimicking his movements to begin condensing her own sword chi. Though her fish wasn't quite lifelike yet, it was at least able to clumsily swim through the water. That's it, Zhu Yu said with satisfaction, stroking his beard. Or pretending to, since he didn't actually have one. Once you get the hang of it, tonight's dinner will be taken care of. The sun dipped lower, and the shadows of master and apprentice gently swayed on the lake's surface. Su Jinxue was completely absorbed in practicing the new sword technique. She had already forgotten entirely why they had come here in the first place. Zhu Yu watched her profile, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. With such a cute and talented little apprentice, life was definitely far from boring. Master, look! Su Jinxue suddenly jumped up excitedly. I caught a fish. Zhu Yu glanced toward the lake. Sure enough, the chi fish Su Jinxue had created was now pushing a live fish toward the shore. He clapped his hands while laughing. Good job, Shuer. Master's here to help you out. We'll have a feast of fish tonight. Then, a blade of sword chi shot from his fingertip and dove into the lake, spearing some fish. It wasn't as efficient as blowing the lake apart, but this way was way more fun, especially when he got to do it with his little apprentice. As soon as the master joined in, Su Jinxue worked even harder to catch fish. Before long, 2 small fish were tossed onto the shore. These 2 are for master to make soup with. By the lakeshore, the setting sun stretched 2 figures, one tall, one small, into long, drawn-out shadows. In the distance, faint bird calls echoed from the mountains, as if providing background music for this cheerful moment shared by master and apprentice. Thanks to Su Jinshue's extraordinary talent and the solid foundation laid during her sword embryo stage, in just 2 days, she was already able to condense her energy into a tangible sword. A flash of cyan light, and a tree as thick as a bowl snapped cleanly in half. By the break of dawn on the 7th day, she could already split her focus and control 3 separate sword chi, weaving them through the air in intricate patterns. By the 10th evening, while practicing by the lake, she had another sudden realization: the sword chi flowed like a gentle, endless drizzle. This state of nourishing everything without leaving a trace was the imagery of the second stage of the supreme goodness is like water cultivation technique, nourishing all without a whisper. On the 12th day, Zhu Yu stood by the lakeshore with his hands behind his back, watching the ridiculous progress of his young sword saint. By now, he wasn't even surprised anymore. Comparing her talent to ordinary people was like trying to compare your bank account to a billionaire's fortune. It was just asking for pain. Still, come to think of it, it was time for Xue to get some real combat experience. In the morning light, Zhu Yu's sharp gaze pierced through the forest, locking onto the back mountains. A bear demon had been living there. He had known about it for a while, but deliberately left it untouched, exactly for the purpose of testing Xue's sword. This was a first-stage demon that hadn't yet formed its core. Given Xue's current level refined sword embryo cultivation and newly formed sword chi, she should be more than capable of handling such an opponent. Master! Master! The girl called out excitedly, startling a flock of birds from the woods. Xue has formed her fourth sword chi. Zhu Yu smiled and stepped forward. Good Xue, I'll make sure to give you an extra portion for lunch today. Master is truly the best. The next day, the sky had just turned a pale shade of white on the horizon. Zhu Yu led Su Jinxue to the mouth of a deep, secluded valley at the back of the mountain. Dewdrops clung to the leaves, and the forest echoed with crisp birdsong. Xue, Zhu Yu pointed at the claw marks left by a beast at the valley entrance, his expression unusually solemn. Today, I'm going to test your combat skills. There's a bear demon lurking inside this valley. Go and slay it. Instead of fear, Su Jinshue's heart leapt with excitement. She had been waiting for this day. Yesterday, her master had mentioned a challenge awaited her. She had been wondering what it might be, and now it turned out to be slaying a demon. Where was the test in that? It felt more like a reward. Though she no longer felt the same urgency as before, her hatred for demons had not lessened one bit. That bloody revenge from Shuo Prefecture. She would start settling that score with this bear demon. Oh right, killing a demon was already a reward in itself, and slaying it would earn her master's praise. One joy had become two. The young girl couldn't hide the grin on her face. Her mind kept wandering into fantasy. What if she got hurt while fighting the demon? Her master would surely hold her gently in his arms, just like last time when her sword bone had been injured. Those warm, large hands would stroke her hair, and his deep voice would softly soothe her by the ear. And this time, the injury would be for the sake of defeating evil. Her master would definitely cherish her even more. A faint blush crept onto Su Jinshue's face. The image flashing through her mind made her heart race. But as soon as the thought arose, she shook her head violently and buried it deep. No, no, no. Su Jinshue, how could you be so despicable? Thinking of intentionally getting hurt just to win Master's attention. She stole a glance at the man beside her. Zhu Yu stood gazing into the valley, lost in thought. The morning light outlined his chiseled profile. At the thought of trying to manipulate her master's feelings, Su Jinshue felt an overwhelming wave of shame. I will win and win beautifully. She silently vowed to herself. I must make my master proud of me. That single thought ignited a surge of boldness in his chest. Even his grip on the broken sword tightened. Suddenly, the wooden sword didn't seem practical for real combat anymore, so he switched back to the broken one. Though the blade was snapped, its edge remained sharp. Zhu Yu had no idea how many wild ideas his little apprentice could come up with in just a few fleeting moments. Her expression, however, shifted dramatically before his eyes. First, a strange, goofy smile appeared, then embarrassment and irritation, finally hardening into determination. Watching her change expressions was quite a show. Her icy blue eyes flickered with uncertainty at times, yet shone with resolve at others. Like a little fox scheming up mischief. Xue, Zhu Yu said with a smile. Are you scared? In no way. Su Jinshue jumped like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Disciple will go defeat that bear demon right now for master to see. When she got nervous, her words actually became more fluent. Without waiting for Zhu Yu's reply, she took off toward the valley, broken sword in hand. After a few steps, she abruptly stopped, turned around in flustered haste, and bowed. Master disciple is going now. What a little sword saint so endearing. Zhu Yu held back a laugh, patted her shoulder, and warned gently. Real combat is different from your daily practice. Demons are unpredictable when they go all out. Never let your guard down. Disciple remembers. Su Jinshue clenched her fist, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. Then, as if just recalling something, she reached into her robes and pulled out a strip of cloth, the same one Zhu Yu had used to bandage her wound last time. With slightly clumsy hands, she tied the cloth around her wrist. Her face flushed as she mumbled softly, "This is my protective charm." Zhiyu shook his head with a smile. Children's feelings were always so pure, so touching to witness. This is the real protective charm. He pulled out a glowing talisman from his robe and handed it to her. It was forged from my sword Qi. If you're in danger, crush it at help you fend off enemies. But I believe you want to need it. Su Jinshui carefully tucked the talisman close to her heart like a precious treasure. Then, suddenly lifting her face with shyness, she asked softly, "Master, if I win, can I ask for a reward?" Zhu Yu leaned down and smiled. "Of course I can. What do you want?" The little girl hesitated, scuffing the tip of her shoe on the ground in shy little circles. She stammered, "I want Master to hold me like last time, hug me, and pick me up." The last two words were barely a whisper, nearly inaudible. Zhu Yu had to read her lips to understand. He nodded cheerfully. "All right, but only if Shui comes back without a single scratch." That one sentence made Su Jinshui's eyes light up with joy. She took a deep breath. Her steps were light and brisk as she walked toward the valley, as if heading to a banquet rather than stepping into a life or death battle. Her small, delicate figure soon vanished into the morning mist. Still uneasy, Zhu Yu flickered his form and silently followed behind. Thick fog blanketed the valley. To an ordinary person, visibility wouldn't stretch beyond 10 feet. But Su Jinshui had already reached the sword Qi stage. Her gaze pierced through the mist, spotting the massive creature lurking behind a dead tree. That's it, the bear demon. Once she killed it, she could go back to her master and claim her reward. Perhaps it had heard her footsteps, or perhaps it had sensed the killing intent. The beast's blood-red eyes suddenly lit up in the fog. Its enormous body slowly rose, a towering black shadow over 20 feet tall, half hidden in the mist. Roar! The deafening roar sent a shockwave through the air, scattering the surrounding mist. Su Jinshui didn't budge an inch. Her loosely tied hair and the cloth band wrapped around her wrist fluttered in the wind. Half-lidded icy eyes met the beast, her broken sword tilted toward the ground. A surge of cyan sword Qi rose from beneath her feet, forming a barrier that blocked the bear demon's oppressive aura. The last time she defaced a monster head-on was when Shuo Prefecture fell. At that time, she had no power. She couldn't do anything at all. She could only run like a stray dog, sobbing as she fled for her life. But now, everything had changed. This first stage bear demon would be the beginning of her vengeance. Even though her heart pounded with excitement, Su Jinshui still remembered her master's warning clearly: don't rush. Don't get careless. Arrogance and complacency only lead to self-destruction. Even a first-stage demon possessed a fair amount of intelligence. Seeing this tiny human withstand his oppressive aura, the bear demon's blood-red, beastly eyes flickered with surprise and confusion. Instead of lunging directly, it grew cautious, circling warily around the seemingly fragile human. Each time its thick, heavy paw struck the ground, the surrounding stones trembled slightly from the impact. Human and beast stood off in the valley. Su Jinshui slowly lifted the broken sword, whispering the martial arts technique her master had taught her under her breath. Supreme virtue is like water, nourishing all things silently. In the end, the bear demon couldn't resist its bloodthirsty nature. Its mountainous body suddenly tensed, and with a furious roar, it charged. As the bear's claws smashed downward, Su Jinshui gracefully sidestepped, her body gliding like flowing water. In the next instant, the broken sword shot out 4 streaks of cyan sword Qi, directly aiming for the joints of the bear demon's limbs. Hiss! As the sword Qi sliced into flesh, the bear demon let out a heart-wrenching howl. Hearing this piercing scream, a strange sensation stirred within Su Jinshui. So even these man-eating monsters could cry out in pain. Roar! Another sword Qi accurately pierced into the bear demon's shoulder blade, sending a spray of blood into the air. The beast staggered backward, shrieking in even greater agony. To Su Jinshui's ears, this sound strangely brought an indescribable sense of pleasure. "Does it hurt?" she murmured softly, the broken sword still trembling in her hand. The people of Shuzhou suffered 1,000, 10,000 times worse than this. Her once clear eyes were now veiled by a layer of viciousness. The sword Qi grew even fiercer. But now, It no longer aimed directly for the kill zone. Instead, it targeted the bear demon's most sensitive areas. Each strike was perfectly calculated, excruciating enough to make the demon wish for death, yet never delivering a quick end. Its agonized screams pierced the heavens. A faint, twisted excitement flickered in Su Jinshue's eyes. On a tree branch above, Zhu Yu's brows knitted tightly together. His little apprentice had changed her sword style, and it sent a jolt through his heart. It seemed the trauma from the tragedy in Shuzhou had left a deeper scar in this child's soul than he had imagined. She had seemed perfectly normal on the surface, but the moment she saw blood, her entire demeanor shifted. In a past life, someone had called this kind of condition PTSD. Just then, a flying shard of rock grazed Su Jinshue's backhand, leaving behind a thin red line of blood. The slight pain jolted her back to reality. The cloth tied around her wrist fluttered gently in the breeze. The words from her master that day echoed in her ears. If you don't destroy your inner demons, they will grow into monsters. Shui, I don't want to see you walk down the wrong path. What? What had she just done? Su Jinshue stared blankly at the broken sword in her hand. Suddenly, a wave of shame washed over her. She had nearly broken her master's teachings again, allowing hatred to nearly consume her reason. As her focus wavered, the bear demon's massive paw came roaring down toward her. Panicked, Su Jinshue raised her sword to block, the impact sending her stumbling backwards several steps, her palms numb from the force. Don't rush. She steadied herself, using her clear, pure sword intent to suppress the rising darkness in her heart. Seeing its attack land, the bear demon grew even more frenzied, charging at her with wild rage. But Su Jinshue neither dodged nor flinched. At the very moment the beast's claw was about to strike. Clang! The broken sword flashed, a streak of cold light slicing through the air like a fleeting shadow. The strike was impossibly fast. The sword chi condensed like threads, piercing straight through the bear demon's throat. A single fatal blow. The monstrous beast crashed down with a thunderous boom. Amidst the swirling dust, its once blood-red eyes dulled and lost their light. The demon had fallen, but Su Jinshue didn't stop her assault. Her master once said, "Finishing the job is a good habit." The broken sword carved a perfect arc before her. Its chi wove into a curtain of water like energy. With a thrust of the blade, several sharp jets of water shot forth like arrows, piercing into the demon's corpse. This time, it was truly finished. Su Jinshue's face turned pale as she gasped for breath, though her eyes betrayed a flicker of joy. She began carefully inspecting every part of her body. When her eyes landed on the nearly invisible cut on her hand, her expression immediately soured. She had promised herself she'd come back without a single scratch. Well done. A gentle voice came from behind her. Su Jinshue turned around. There stood her master in the morning light, gazing at her with warm pride. Master! The young girl's eyes welled up as she rushed into Zhu Yu's arms. Disciple almost lost control back there. Zhu Yu softly comforted her, his voice warm and reassuring. I know, but in the end, you still conquered your inner demon. He lifted Su Jinshue's chin and casually wiped the tear from the corner of her eye. Shue, you did great. She let out a low whimper. The words only made the little girl cry even harder. She buried herself in his arms, sobbing in hiccups. It took a long while before she calmed down. She raised her injured hand and said pitifully, Master, your disciple failed this time. Her eyes were brimming, so choked with grievance she could barely speak. How could Zhu Yu possibly turn her down now? Grasping at a reason, he praised her for overcoming her inner demon, slid his hands under her arms, and hoisted her up. We're flying. Su Jinshue's tears flipped to laughter, her bell-like giggles echoing through the valley. When they had their fun, Zhu Yu slung his little apprentice over his shoulder. Let us go back. I'll simmer some fish soup to build you back up. Master, you're the best. Su Jinshue hugged Zhu Yu's head, rubbing her chin back and forth against the top of it. So adorable, she was a far cry from the killing intent she had moments ago. She would never be like that again. She told herself so. As long as Master stayed by her side, she would never become that again. As long as Master was there. Grandmaster. Grandmaster? A few respectful calls drifted through the cold mist, and jolted Su Jinxue from her dream. Her long lashes trembled. She slowly opened her eyes, a lingering softness still in them. But when she took in the chilly cave before her, that trace of warmth froze over like frost. A sweet dream had been broken. A biting sword aura burst out of her uncontrollably, setting the robes on the rack snapping and flapping. It had been years since Shidi had a dream like that. At long last she had seen her master again in a dream, heard his voice, even felt the warmth of his palm. She was just about to savor it when someone woke her. Her temper flared up at once. "What is it?" she asked, forcing the anger down. "The Empress of the Great Yin Dynasty has sent an envoy. He brings lavish gifts and requests an audience." The disciple carefully added, "The messenger said that the Empress has long admired the Sword Sage's reputation and wishes to meet you in person to witness your legendary presence." Could it be the Empress of Dian? Again her? A flash of cold fury flickered across Su Jinxue's eyes, her fingers tightening around the wolf pelt. This was already the third time they had sent someone. She had declined the first 2 times with the excuse of being in retreat. She hadn't expected the Empress to be this persistent. The disciples all said the Empress of Dian was no ordinary figure. Her name was Wu Zhuoi, the orphan daughter of the former crown prince. 35 years ago, the crown prince had been falsely accused of treason by treacherous courtiers and forced into rebellion. After his defeat, the entire East Palace was wiped out in a bloody purge. Only his infant daughter had escaped, saved by a loyal old servant who used the switching the baby trick. Since then, she had wandered the common streets, enduring every kind of hardship life had to offer. Later on, no one knew exactly who had helped her. Someone smuggled her out of the capital and sent her to the borderlands, disguising her as a boy and getting her into the Dian border army. By sheer fortune, she became a personal guard under General Luo Feng, one of Dian's most famed warlords. Come to think of it, there was something strangely coincidental. It was said that during that time when she disguised herself as a man, she shared the same surname as the Sword Sage's master. She too bore the surname Zhu. In any case, hiding her identity, Wu Zhuoi fought her way through the borderlands for years, earning countless battle honors. From a mere personal guard, she rose to become the Iron-Blooded General, a name feared along the entire frontier. Then, 3 years ago, civil unrest erupted in Dian, leaving the throne vacant. That was when Wu Zhuoi finally revealed her true identity, leading 3,000 iron cavalry in a night march back to the imperial capital. In the end, she seized the supreme throne. Indeed, this empress was a remarkable woman. But why had she been trying to contact her again and again? What could she possibly want? The Sword Sect had always focused solely on slaying demons and rooting out evil. They never involved themselves in worldly affairs. Why would Dian have its eyes set on them? No matter what the Empress was plotting, Su Jinxue simply had no desire to meet her. Ever since the Sword Sect's rise and her master's dream had finally come true, Su Jinxue had not left Lishan, nor had she stepped foot outside the forbidden grounds. Nothing beyond these walls concerned her anymore. She had no mood to meet this damned Empress, nor did she wish to waste her time. The dream that had just been interrupted left her temples throbbing with pain. A surge of inexplicable anger churned inside her chest. Let them. The word, "get out," hadn't even fully left her lips before it twisted on her tongue and died. Su Jinxue hesitated for a moment. How long had it been since she last spoke in such a loss of control? 300 years? 500? A faint, self-mocking smile flickered across her pale lips. If her master were still alive and saw her losing her composure like this, he would surely pinch her cheek again and tease with a smile. At 800 years old, why do you still act like such a young girl? Su Jinxue took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions rising within her. She raised a hand and tidied her slightly disheveled robe, her voice once again returning to its usual calm and detached tone. Go inform the messengers. This sect leader is still in retreat and will not be receiving any visitors. After a brief pause, she added, as for those gifts, return them all exactly as they are. And while you're at it, tell them not to come again. The disciple bowed respectfully and acknowledged the order. The Serenity Hall of Li Mountain Sword Sect. The female officials sent by the Empress of the Dian Empire were still waiting there. The leading official wore a crimson official robe, her expression calm and composed. Her deputy, however, seemed visibly restless, picking up and putting down the teacup repeatedly. A junior disciple stepped out from behind the hall and relayed the exact words of the sect leader with a respectful bow. Upon hearing this, the deputy envoy frowned, instinctively stepping forward half a pace, speaking in a low but urgent tone. "Little immortal master, is there truly no room for compromise? Just let us see the sword saint from a distance, or at least pass along a few words on our behalf." Her tone carried a plea, and her eyes held a sense of desperation. The disciple shook her head, her expression calm but resolute. "If the sect leader has said she won't see anyone, then she won't. It doesn't matter if you're the Empress's envoys, let alone." She stopped mid-sentence, leaving unsaid the final part. "Even if the Empress herself came in person." Instead, she simply said coolly, "No one will change her mind." The deputy envoy was about to say more, but the leading official raised a hand to stop her. The senior official smiled politely, then bowed with folded hands and said, "In that case, we won't trouble you any further. We'll take our leave." As the group made their way down the mountain, the vice envoy could finally hold back no longer and began to vent his frustration. "Isn't Lee Mountain Sword Sect being too cold-hearted? We've come repeatedly with generous gifts, showing our sincerity time and again, yet we couldn't even catch a glimpse of the sword sage. How embarrassing is that?" The female official didn't slow her pace, but cast her gaze toward the vast mountains ahead. "It's not necessarily coldness either." She paused briefly, her voice dropping even lower. "To be honest, no one can be certain whether the sword sage is even alive anymore." The vice envoy was taken aback. "Why would you say that, madam?" With a faint sigh, she replied, "She first gained fame 800 years ago, but in the past 500 years, there hasn't been a single word about her in the world. If she were still alive, why wouldn't she have appeared at all? Even if she were in seclusion, 500 years seems excessive." The envoy asked hesitantly, "If the sword sage's fate is uncertain, why does the emperor still insist on meeting her?" Shaking her head, the woman looked far into the distance, her eyes deep with thought. "The emperor always has his own reasons. Perhaps there's something about this sword sage that we do not yet understand." The mountain wind blew through, lifting a few dry leaves into spiraling flight. Her robe fluttered in the breeze, billowing slightly. With one last glance at the mist-veiled peak of Lee Mountain, she turned and stepped into the waiting carriage by the roadside. After all, Lee Mountain Sword Sect had always been forbidden territory. Once again, the cave fell into silence. Su Jinxue simply wrapped herself in the wolf-hide cloak and returned to lie on the Xian'ai's platform. Whether it was a dream or illusion, she just wanted to feel her master's warmth once more, even if only for a short while. Another month passed. Zhu Yu leaned against the cave entrance, idly toying with a piece of foxtail grass. She watched her young apprentice practicing sword techniques move by move, the sword chi flowing around the little girl, already showing promise. "And master," Su Jinxue stopped her form, standing straight with a slight flush on her small face from the exertion. "Why your disciple? How was that this time?" Zhu Yu smiled and nodded. "Good job. Your foundation is solid now." Indeed, the girl's changes went far beyond just her cultivation. With decent food every day, that skinny, bony frame had started to fill out, and she shot up quite a bit in height. The wolfskin cloak that used to hang loose on her now fit much better. She still had a bit of a stammer when she talked, though it was far smoother than the first time they met. Su Jinxue came trotting over, fine beads of sweat on her forehead and excitement on her face. "Master, what are we eating today? You little glutton." Zhu Yu brushed aside the strands blown loose by her sword practice. "I hunted 3 pheasants these past 2 days. We'll roast them." "Okay." Hearing their DB roast chicken, the girl grinned from ear to ear. Over the past month, she developed a special fondness for Zhu Yu's roast chicken. At her age, putting away 2 in one sitting was nothing unusual. The fire caught quickly. Fat dripped down with a hiss, the sizzle echoing through the cave. Su Jinxue sat cross-legged by the fire, eyes glued to the spinning birds, swallowing now and then. Watching her hungry look, Zhu Yu couldn't help but laugh. "After this meal, we should head down the mountain to train. Once we're in the city and can get spices and sides, I'll make you an even better roast chicken. Go down the mountain. Su Jinxue jerked her head up, a lock of hair slipping from behind her ear. Flipping the roast chicken, Zhu Yu said, your sword chi realm is steady now. There's only so much the mountains can offer. It's time to go out and temper ourselves. Where to? Where do you want to go? He asked back. The girl stayed quiet for a while before answering softly, Shuazhou City. Zhu Yu's hands didn't pause. He wasn't surprised by her answer. He knew it was her hometown, and also the place where she had nothing. He simply said, all right, we'll go to Shuazhou City. Su Jinxue lowered her eyes, a complicated light flickering in them. Ever since fleeing that living hell, she could no longer tell how much time had passed. She didn't know if anyone there was still alive or if the city even still stood. The smell of roast chicken grew thicker in the air. Zhu Yu tore off a roasted chicken leg and handed it to her. Eat first. We'll leave once you're done. Su Jinxue took the chicken leg, but unlike usual, she didn't bite into it right away. She lowered her voice and asked, Master, won't you ask me why I want to go back? Zhu Yu took a bite of meat and mumbled, you'll tell me when you're ready. I just want to take a look. Su Jinxue stared at the chicken leg in her hand. I want to see what it's become now. Maybe someone is still alive. Zhu Yu didn't respond. He simply tore off another piece of meat and handed it to her. By mid-afternoon, the two of them packed everything up, though there wasn't much to bring. To Su Jinxue, there were only 3 things of real value. One was the wolf hide coat her master had sewn by hand. Another was the wooden sword Zhu Yu had carved for her. And the last was a broken sword her parents had given her when she was 8. Standing at the edge of the cave entrance, Su Jinxue glanced back at the cave she had lived in for months and suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. It was simple and rough, but this cave had marked the beginning of her apprenticeship with her master. In a way, it was her second home. And master, she tugged gently at Zhu Yu's sleeve. Can we come back here someday? Zhu Yu took her small hand in his and said, whenever you want, Snowflake, we can come back. The little girl finally smiled. Her master would never lie to her. Once she grew stronger, took her revenge, and fulfilled her cultivation, she would return here with her master and rebuild this cave properly. Then, she would be the one roasting chicken for him. The trip down the mountain turned out to be much smoother than expected. With his sword domain cultivation, Zhu Yu could easily carry her and navigate around the steeper, more treacherous paths. And the little girl herself showed surprising agility. Bounding from rock to rock, she moved as freely as if she were walking on flat ground. However, when they reached the foot of the mountain and looked out at the endless plains before them, a sudden thought struck both of them. Zhu Yu asked, which way do we go to Shuo Prefecture? Su Jinxue blinked, her face blank. I don't know either. You ran away from there, didn't you? Everything was in chaos back then. Su Jinxue picked up a small stone by her foot and said, I rode nonstop for miles, until my horse finally dropped dead. Then I had no choice but to trek into the mountains on foot, completely lost and directionless. Zhu Yu remained silent. Well then, looks like she didn't actually know the way at all. This could be a problem. He knew absolutely nothing about the geography from 800 years ago. While the sword domain's perception range was vast, it couldn't possibly extend all the way to Shuo Prefecture. And the system too wouldn't even provide a map. What kind of game was this with such terrible guidance? Fly forth. Then maybe we should head north? He pointed hesitantly in one direction. Shuo Prefecture should be in the northern border of Dagon, right? Nowadays, Dayan also had a place called Shuo Prefecture. It was located north. Su Jinxue twisted her head, trying to recall. I think the city gate faced south. Then it should be this way. Zhu Yu took a confident step forward. As long as they kept moving, the path would seem to stretch endlessly before them. Just keep heading in this direction, and they could ask for directions when they met someone, right? Thus, master and apprentice set off together. Su Jinxue was young and already at the sword chi cultivation stage. She walked with energetic bounces. Occasionally, she activated her sword energy, slicing through roadside weeds, clearly enjoying herself. Conserve your strength, Zhu Yu said helplessly. Don't waste your sword energy like that. Su Jinxue stuck her tongue out playfully and obediently retracted her sword energy. But not long after, she was once again distracted by something new and interesting by the roadside. Sometimes crouching to examine wildflowers, sometimes chasing butterflies. Her naturally innocent and lively personality had completely surfaced. It was hard to see any trace of the wary little stray cat she used to be. At noon, they arrived. They exited the mountainous area and reached a relatively flat wilderness. There was supposedly an imperial road here once. However, after the collapse of Dagon, the world fell into disorder, and these roads were left unattended. On the now overgrown imperial road, Zhu Yu suddenly stopped walking. Master, Su Jinxue was holding a wildflower, and noticing his halt, she looked up with a puzzled expression on her small face. Zhu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. His spiritual sense, at the sword domain stage, picked up the scent of rust drifting from about 10 miles away. The stench of blood hung thick in the air, refusing to dissipate, mixed with a nauseating demonic aura. Faint cries of anguish and terror could still be heard. "There's trouble ahead," he said, crouching down to meet Su Jinshue's gaze. "Roughly 10 miles out, some demon is attacking travelers." The wildflowers in the little girl's hand slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground. Her icy blue eyes darkened with a frosty glint, and her small hand tightened around the hilt of her sword. "I want to go. Let us go kill them." Her voice trembled, but not from fear. Zhu Yu saw the veins on the back of her sword-wielding hand bulge with tension. It was hatred deep-rooted, bone-deep hatred, surging to the surface. "All right," Zhu Yu said, scooping her up with one arm. "But promise Master you won't let your emotions get the better of you." "I promise." A burst of sword light flared. From beneath his feet emerged a 6-foot-long sword, solidifying from pure energy. Zhu Yu leapt onto it, soaring into the sky. Su Jinxue clung tightly to his neck, her ponytail whipping wildly in the rushing wind. Her eyes widened as she watched the mountains, rivers, and trees shrink and blur beneath them, her face alight with wonder. It wasn't long before the gruesome scene came into view. A dozen or so refugees screamed and scattered in all directions. Behind them, 3 wolf demons chased after them like cats playing with mice. One of the beasts still had a severed limb dangling from its jaws. "Wretched beast," Zhu Yu roared. He flicked the tip of his sword. A wave of sword chi swept through the air. The 3 wolf demons had barely time to bare their fangs in cruel delight before they exploded into a red mist. It was all over in an instant. The refugees on the ground froze, only snapping out of their trance when droplets of blood splattered their faces. An immortal! An immortal! The blood-streaked survivors collapsed to their knees. A limping man pounded his head on the ground repeatedly. "Mercy, immortal! Mercy!" The demon ran east. There are more villagers fleeing that way. Seeing this, Zhu Yu felt a pang of sympathy for these helpless people. Inside his sleeve, his fists clenched tightly. He came from the Great Yan, a land in the height of peace and prosperity. How had such a scene of horror come to pass? The scene felt too real, so much so that he momentarily forgot he was still inside a game. The blood-soaked words from the history books were now vividly splattered before his eyes. "Please, immortal, save us." The refugees' wails pierced his ears. Zhu Yu turned to look at Su Jinxue. "You stay here and protect them. I'll be back in a moment." "I want to go too." Su Jinxue refused to be separated from her master. She was afraid she'd lose control again without him by her side. "I can help." Seeing her stubborn expression, Zhu Yu didn't insist. Just as he was about to mount his sword and fly off, the man suddenly shouted, "There's an abandoned temple 3 miles east. Most of the villagers must have fled there." A flash of sword light cut through the sky as master and apprentice vanished into the horizon. In the blink of an eye, a ruined earth deity temple came into view. A monstrous beast with a tiger's head, over 10 feet tall, stood holding a heavy sword with a ringed hilt, its blade dripping with blood. It stepped slowly toward the temple gate, while more than a dozen wolf demons crouched nearby, growling in excitement. This was a second-tier demonic beast. Zhu Yu's eyes turned cold. A monster of this level could be crushed with a mere flick of his wrist. "Shuer, keep an eye on them." With a single hand seal, his body shimmered with sword patterns like ripples in water. This was the sword domain, a phenomenon that only appeared after reaching the sword domain stage. From inside the ruined temple came the heart-wrenching cries of a child. The tiger demon grinned hideously and raised its massive blade. With a sharp zing, The sound of the sword echoed across the land. As Zhu Yu flicked his sword finger downward, blinding light pierced through the thick fog. Countless semi-transparent blades rained down like a storm. The tiger beast had barely lifted its sword above its head when its body suddenly stiffened. Streams of radiant slashes engulfed the monster. Blood blossomed across the bodies of the pack. The villagers' cries of terror were drowned out by the ringing of swords. Azure light flowed like a reversed Milky Way, scattering the sky's blood-red haze and demonic aura. Su Jinxue stared in awe, almost entranced. So this was the true power of her master? Without even moving the hem of his robe, those ferocious demons fell like wheat stalks beneath a scythe. After the sword storm subsided, only bloodstains remained before the temple, nothing more than that. Not even the ringed sword was spared, reduced to iron shavings by the sword chi. A stifled sob echoed through the temple. Then came the creaking sound of wooden planks shifting. A wrinkled face peeked through the door crack, the owner's cloudy eyes still wide with terror. Are the monsters dead? Zhu Yu sheathed his sword and, cradling his young apprentice, floated gently down. He steadied the temple's wobbly door. Old man, don't be afraid. It's over. As soon as he said that, it was like opening a floodgate. The temple erupted with deafening cries and wails. More than 20 ragged refugees swarmed out, prostrating themselves and begging desperately. Immortal, save us. Thank you, Immortal, for slaying the demons. Please, Immortal, take us somewhere safe. There's no need for such formalities. Zhu Yu raised his hand slightly, sending a gentle force that lifted them all to their feet. Where are you all from? Are there still demons nearby? An elderly man wiped his tears and answered, Forgive me, Immortal. We're from Huaihuang Town, once under the jurisdiction of Shuzhou. Ever since Shuzhou fell more than half a year ago, the towns beneath it have been attacked one after another. Shuzhou has fallen? Zhu Yu placed a hand firmly on his apprentice's shoulder. He could feel the small body trembling violently beneath his palm. When exactly did this happen? The old man was taken aback by the question. About 7 or 8 months ago? To be honest, I'm not quite sure anymore. All I heard was that Shuzhou City has already been taken over by demons. They've turned that city into a base, raiding and pillaging everywhere. 2 of the 6 garrisons in Shuzhou have already fallen. The old man shook his head sadly. Our town was breached 3 days ago. Less than a third of us managed to escape. At this, everyone burst into tears again. Hearing their weeping, Su Jinxue felt a lump in her throat, her eyes reddening. When the nest is overturned, where can an intact egg be found? In that moment, she understood why her father had sighed the day he heard the news of the empire's collapse. Once the great Qian falls, its people won't die by the sword, but instead end up like this, hunted like prey by demons. Just then, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly rang out from a corner of the ruined temple. Mommy! Mommy, please wake up! A little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, threw herself onto a woman's body, frantically shaking the limp arm hanging lifelessly at the woman's side. The woman's face was deathly pale, and there was a terrible wound across her waist and abdomen. She wasn't breathing anymore. Su Jinxue watched the little girl, and for a moment, she saw a reflection of herself from several months ago. The same loss of a loved one. The same loneliness and helplessness. She glanced up at Zhu Yu. After receiving an encouraging look, she slowly approached the girl and awkwardly crouched down beside her. It's okay. Everything's going to be fine. Su Jinxue gently patted the girl's back, imitating the tone her master had used to comfort her. All the monsters are gone. The little girl looked up through her tears and, realizing the newcomer was barely older than herself, began to cry even harder. Sister, why won't Mommy wake up? The girl sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Daddy was the same too. He fell asleep and never woke up. A lump formed in Su Jinxue's throat, and she fought hard to hold back her own tears. Your mommy went to a faraway place. Liar, the girl screamed, trying to push Su Jinxue away. Mommy would never leave me. Su Jinxue was much stronger than the little girl. As the girl tried to shove her, she ended up losing her balance and falling onto the ground herself. Even though she was pushed away, Su Jinxue didn't get angry. She remembered how she had been when her master first rescued her, full of distrust and hostility toward everyone. My mommy is sleeping too. she said softly. In a place very, very far away. The little girl's crying quieted a little. Her red, swollen eyes looked at Su Jinxue with doubt. Really? When will they come back? They will come back, Su Jinxue said, pointing out the broken temple window to the dim sky. They've become stars in the sky that shine down on us at night. The little girl looked up at the sky, and silent tears slipped down her cheeks. Su Jinxue reached into her small satchel and pulled out a piece of dried meat wrapped in leaves. It was something her master had packed for her journey. Eat something. Your mother wouldn't want you to stop living, she said gently. At the sight of the meat, the surrounding refugees couldn't help but swallow hard. Some even stood up to glance over. Zhu Yu slightly narrowed his eyes, and the invisible pressure around him eased. The figures that had been stirring with restless intent suddenly seemed to sober up. One by one, they silently retreated back into the shadows. The timid little girl slowly opened her mouth. The scent of chicken momentarily stopped her tears. She nibbled slowly, like a cautious little squirrel. Su Jinxue uncorked her water pouch. Her movements were awkward but careful. As she helped the girl drink, she said, "Drink slowly. My name is Su Jinxue. What's yours?" The girl sniffled and replied, "Xiao Xiao He. My mama said I was born when the lotus flowers were blooming in summer." At the far end of the ruined temple, Zhu Yu watched the scene with a slight upward curve of his lips. He recalled the mission the system had assigned him, to guide this child back to the right path with love and warmth. Now, it seemed like she might already be walking in the right direction. She's just inexperienced. I should teach her more ways to survive in this chaotic world, so she doesn't suffer later. Seeing his calm expression, the old man trembled slightly as he bowed deeply. Immortal, have mercy. This old man has one request." Zhu Yu waved a hand. "I'm no immortal, just a passing sword cultivator. Speak freely, elder." The old man kowtowed and said, "My humble apologies, immortal. The town of Zhaowu hasn't fallen yet. There are still soldiers guarding it. This old man dares to beg you please take us there. Once we arrive, we'll be forever grateful, willing to serve you as oxen or horses in return for your kindness." Su Jinxue, still holding Xiao He, glanced quietly at her master. She didn't speak, but the hope in her eyes was unmistakable. Isn't this exactly the mission of this game, to save her? The girl has a kind heart. How could I possibly refuse? Zhu Yu simply said, "We leave tomorrow." Overcome with joy, the old man bowed repeatedly, and the other refugees followed suit, kneeling in gratitude. Zhu Yu checked their injuries, then gave instructions. "Beyond the mountains to the west, there are still more of your people. I've already cleared the demons from the path, so send a few people over to bring them here. Also, pick a few others to go gather firewood. You all look half-starved. I'll go find some food, so get the fire ready before I get back." The refugees quickly nodded in agreement. "Schwerer, come with me." "Okay." As soon as Su Jinxue agreed, she moved to follow him. But Xiaohe grabbed her hand, eyes wide with fear. "Sister, don't go." Su Jinxue awkwardly patted her head. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." As soon as she finished speaking, she hurried over to Zhu Yu's side. Zhu Yu gave a slight nod and said, "Good job." Then he picked up the little girl and, with a leap, soared into the sky on his sword. Below, the refugees stared at the two shrinking figures, unsure of what to say. "He flew? He really is a cultivator." The elder snapped. "What are you all standing around for? Did you forget what the immortal just said? Send a few people west to meet the others, and have a couple come with me to gather firewood." Yes. Now that a cultivator had come to their aid, hope returned to the people's eyes. Everyone suddenly found new energy. In the sky, Su Jinxue wrapped her arms around Zhu Yu's waist. The wind blew fiercely in her face, but she kept her eyes wide open, refusing to blink. Xiaohe's crying echoed in her mind, blending with the images of the destruction of Shuo City from her memories. Against the wind, she forced herself to speak. Master, why do demons eat people?" Zhu Yu didn't answer right away. Perhaps even after 800 years, there was still no clear answer to that question. Finally, he replied, "Because humans are weak. The strong eat the weak. Demons eat people just as we eat chickens and rabbits. The only way not to be eaten was to become stronger. Only by growing stronger could one protect themselves and the people they cared about." to ensure those tragedies never happened again. Su Jinxue bit her lip and quietly tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. Zhu Yu added, "One more thing when doing good deeds. Always keep a bit of caution in your heart. Have you noticed? When you took out the dried meat earlier, did you see how the refugees reacted? In times like these, people, especially those who run out of options, can sometimes be more terrifying than monsters. I was so careless." Su Jinxue murmured, her voice trembling slightly with lingering fear. If it weren't for Master being there to keep things under control, that mob might have actually done something terrible. I might have even been forced to take a life myself. It's not your fault, Zhu Yu said. It's just that human hearts are unpredictable. In times of chaos, good intentions alone aren't enough. It's like sword training learning techniques isn't enough. You must also know when to strike and when to hold back. Su Jinxue fell into thought, slowly absorbing the wisdom her master had just imparted. Half an hour passed. The master and apprentice returned, carrying a heavy haul of game and wild vegetables. A bonfire had already been built in front of the ruined temple, and the refugees had even dug up some wild greens themselves. When they saw the two return, everyone stood up and bowed respectfully. Xiaohe, being looked after by the others, sat by the fire warming herself. When she saw Su Jinxue come back, her eyes lit up immediately. "Big sister," she called out sweetly. Su Jinxue walked over and handed her a few wild berries. "Here for you." "Thank you, big sister." Xiaohe took the berries happily and threw her arms around Su Jinxue. Su Jinxue stiffened slightly, hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly returned the hug. Meanwhile, Zhu Yu was sorting through the game with the refugees. Catching a glimpse of the slightly flustered girl by the fire, he couldn't help but smile. The salvation the system had mentioned might not just be about saving lives, it could also mean redeeming hearts. Like this very moment, while his little apprentice was healing others, she was slowly healing herself as well. Night had fallen deeply, and the bonfire crackled softly. Many of the refugees, full from dinner, had simply lain down and fallen asleep. Since the fall of Huaihuang, they had lived in constant escape, never knowing if they'd live to see the next day. Now, following close to an immortal, they were finally safe for now. Everyone felt at ease, sleeping soundly. Only the little girl, Xiaohe, still seemed full of energy. She clung to Su Jinxue, asking question after question. "Big sister, why do you have two swords? And one of them is broken, and the other is made of wood. What good are those? And no, they're not useless." Su Jinxue's cheeks puffed slightly. She carefully unfastened the two swords at her waist and solemnly placed them on her knees in the firelight. "This broken sword," she gently stroked the worn blade, "is the last thing my parents left me. On the day Shuo Prefecture fell, it took a blow from a demon for me." Xiaohe's eyes widened. She scooted closer and listened intently. "And this wooden sword?" Her voice brightened as she lifted the roughly crafted wooden blade. "This one was carved by Master himself. Look, there are even words carved into the hilt." Xiaohe leaned in curiously to take a look. Sure enough, there were two crookedly carved characters on the hilt, "Sure Master" and "Shui Snow," carved by Su Jinxue herself. "Is your master one of the immortals?" "And Master is just Master. He is and not an immortal," Su Jinxue corrected firmly, suddenly glowing with an odd excitement, stuttering slightly as she said, "He is even stronger than immortals." She straightened her back proudly, rattling off like listing treasures. "Master can split an entire mountain with a single sword strike. He can roast delicious rabbits, tell me stories, and..." She got more and more excited as she spoke. Xiaohe listened, spellbound, tugging at Jinxue's cloak and whispering, "Sister, if your master is so powerful, would he take me as a disciple too?" Huh. The wooden sword nearly slipped from Su Jinxue's hands. Would Master take another disciple? That could absolutely not happen. And no, in no way. She waved her hands frantically, speaking faster now, stuttering. "And Master already has me. And besides, Master is Snow's master. You're not allowed to call him that." She emphasized the word Snow's master very clearly. Xiaohe blinked her big eyes and asked, "But why not? If I can't call him master, then what should I call him?" Without thinking, Jinxue answered, "Immortal. Earlier, my older sister said Master isn't an immortal. Does that mean she was lying to me?" That was the general. Su Jinxue had basically dug a hole for herself and buried her own foot in it. She hesitated and stammered for a long time, watching Xiao He's face slowly crumple like she was about to cry, and soon, Jinxue felt like bursting into tears herself. Well then. Her eyes darted around, and suddenly she had an idea. How about you make me your master instead? I'll teach you. The little girl tilted her head, studying her for a moment before replying clearly. But sister doesn't seem very strong. You even stutter when you talk. Children always speak their minds bluntly, innocent and unfiltered. But that line hit hard, really hard. It pierced Jinshue's heart like an arrow. Her mouth hung open, unable to form a single word for a long time. She looked down at her own small, frail body, then reached for the wooden sword at her waist. Suddenly, she felt a wave of bitterness rise in her chest. But when she thought of Master's teachings, she forced herself to swallow her emotions. Why you should go to sleep now, Xiaoyi? She awkwardly changed the subject. After tucking the girl in, she stood up and walked toward the exit of the ruined temple. Watching that small, lonely back figure, Xiaoyi finally had a belated realization. Did she just say something wrong? Sister really seemed hurt. Su Jinxue stepped steadily out of the temple, until she saw Zhuyu sitting by the fire, keeping watch. Her little lips pursed, and suddenly her pace quickened as she threw herself into Zhuyu's arms. Wah, master! What's wrong, what's wrong? Zhuyu caught the flying child mid-leap and pulled her into his arms, gently soothing her. But his little snowball was clearly upset. He tried his best to suppress his smile. He had overheard the entire conversation between the two little girls. Every word, including that brutally honest, heart-stabbing line from Xiaoyi. He really wanted to laugh. But absolutely, under no circumstances, could he let a single chuckle escape. If he laughed now, his little sword saint's dignity would be utterly destroyed. What's the matter, Schwer? Did someone bully you? Tell master, and I'll get revenge for you. Jinxue buried her face in his chest, rubbing back and forth. But she wasn't really crying, just letting out a few muffled hiccups. When Zhuyu's warm palms smoothed over her back, most of that knot of hurt unraveled. Master, she tipped up her pale little face and whispered, Is Snowy really that weak? She can't even talk. The rest blurred into a mumble, too soft to make out. Zhuyu pretended he hadn't heard. He suddenly caught her by the slender waist and hoisted her over his head. Who says my Snowy is weak? He spun once, and the girl's wolfskin cloak traced a graceful arc. Look at these sword bones, see how clearly the spiritual energy flows. Giggling, Su Jinxue wrapped her arms around her master's head to steady herself, and he went on. For an ordinary sword cultivator, getting to the sword chi realm takes 4 or 5 years, at least. How long has our Snowy been training? Just a few months. No one can match talent like that. Are really that amazing? She ducked her head, peering at her master's eyes just inches away. Would I lie? When have I ever lied to you? Zhuyu set her down on his bent knee. The purity of Snowy's sword bones is the finest I've ever seen, far stronger than mine. Light leapt into Su Jinxue's eyes, and her back went ramrod straight. Snowy's talent is higher than Master's. Does that mean Snowy will soon surpass him and protect him instead? And there's more, Zhuyu murmured, leaning to her ear with a conspiratorial air. I read the stars last night and divined Snowy's future. He drew it out on purpose, waiting for his little disciple to hold her breath. Snowy will become the #1 sword saint under heaven and carry the sword sect to new heights. When that time comes, Zhuyu said, tapping her nose with a smile, every sword cultivator in the world will have to address you, respectfully, as patriarch. Su Jinxue went still. She was lost, it seemed, in the future he just painted. After a long moment, the fire in her eyes steadied. She straightened, her expression turning solemn. Snowy P promises master. I'll definitely become the strongest sword saint. I'll make the sword sect's name resound across the world. She gazed into Zhuyu's eyes, her voice brimming with hope as she asked, So master will always stay by Schwer's side, right? Of course, Zhuyu replied affectionately, gently pinching her nose. Your master will always be with you, watching you establish your own sect, take disciples, and pass on your legacy. As for this system game, the idea of a server shutdown didn't even exist. As long as she didn't quit, he could stay by her side forever. But, after completing the game, would there still be more story to come? With a system this overpowered, Surely there were surprises hidden somewhere, right? No way. No disciples. No disciples, or grand disciples, or whatever. Su Jin Shui shook her head furiously like a rattling drum. I only need Master and me. That's all we need. This little girl might be small, but she sure had strong possessive streak. Images of Xian Ying immediately flashed through Zhu Yu's mind. The way his little apprentice stubbornly clung to him reminded him strangely of that fiery fox spirit in real life who always threatened to keep him locked away forever. Was that a good thing? Absolutely not. Since Su Jin Shui was still young, there was still time to correct this. Zhu Yu softened his tone and gently advised. Shui, how can the sword sect grow and thrive with just the two of us? But Su Jin Shui dug in her heels, tightly gripping the sleeve of his robe. We can build the sect slowly. But Master belongs only to Shui. Her voice still carried the childish lilt of youth, yet her tone was unyieldingly firm. She was becoming more and more like Xian Ying. Was she really going to follow down the same path as her master once did? But after all, this was just a game world simulated by the system. No matter how realistic the game felt, it wasn't real. Even if the Su Jin Shui in this game turned into a Yandere, it wouldn't affect reality. The legendary sword saint in the real world didn't even know who he was. Could the in-game version of her really break through dimensions and come after him? As if, thinking this, Zhu Yu relaxed again, a smile tugging at his lips. All right then, I'll do whatever Shui wants. Really? His little apprentice's eyes lit up like stars, and she quickly extended her pinky finger. Pinky swear Master promises never to take another disciple, and will always be with Shui forever. Zhu Yu smiled as he hooked his finger with her slender one, his voice brimming with affection. On my honor as your master, I vow to take only Shui as my disciple in this life, and I will never abandon you. Pinky swear, cross our hearts, 100 years. No, 10,000 years won't change that. Su Jin Shui vigorously shook their entwined fingers before solemnly pressing their thumbs together. As soon as the makeshift oath was sealed, she leaned contentedly into Zhu Yu's arms, her face glowing with triumphant joy. She didn't really understand how long 10,000 years was, only that it was the biggest number she could think of. If she had her way, she wanted Master to stay by her side forever. Better yet, without any time limit at all, never ending. A gentle evening breeze passed by, lifting the glowing embers into the night sky like fireflies. Zhu Yu softly ruffled the top of Su Jin Shui's silky hair and said, Shui, go to sleep now. We have a long journey tomorrow. No way, Shui whined, squirming in his arms as she cuddled closer. Shui wants to stay up with Master. Seeing she was still trying to fight her exhaustion, Zhu Yu chuckled and mussed her hair even more. You little thing, just moments ago you were shouting about becoming a sword saint. How can you grow taller and stronger if you won't even sleep properly? Shui is already tall, she protested, straightening her back defiantly. All those months of training and meals hadn't gone to waste. Plus, with her decent lineage and natural advantages, she was actually quite tall for her age. When he saw she wasn't listening, Zhu Yu's expression turned stern. Then no roasted chicken for disobedient little disciples tomorrow. Wah! Shui's face fell, but she quickly rallied and declared, Fine then, Shui will just go to sleep right here. With that, she leaned into Zhu Yu and plopped herself down on his lap. You little brat. Zhu Yu shook his head helplessly but adjusted his position to make her more comfortable. Truly, he had no idea what to do with her. Just for a little while. Later, I'll carry you inside. Shui beamed with satisfaction. Master has to keep his promise. I will. Okay. Before long, Su Jin Shui could no longer fight off sleepiness, her breathing growing steady and deep. Zhu Yu lowered his gaze, watching his sleeping little apprentice, and gently brushed away a strand of hair from her forehead. He couldn't help but drift into thought, had the real Su Jin Shui also been this clingy as a child? After she finally drifted into a deep sleep, Zhu Yu, afraid of waking her, carefully scooped up the unconscious girl. In her dream, the young apprentice instinctively snuggled closer to his chest, a sweet smile still lingering on the corner of her lips. This little brat, Zhu Yu mumbled softly under his breath. Moving with quiet steps, he carried her into the ruined temple and gently laid her down on a pile of dry grass he prepared earlier. Then, He carefully tucked the wolf hide cloak around her body, smoothing it out neatly. Moonlight poured through the broken temple roof, spilling softly across Su Jin Shue's peaceful face. Zhu Yu sat nearby, quietly reflecting on her earlier childish behavior. Did he actually have a Yandere streak? If things kept going like this, he might end up getting attached to her both in the game and in real life, which would definitely be a problem. Then again, not a bad kind of problem to have. Morning came. Zhu Yu set off with the group, heading toward Jiawu town. The whole way, his young apprentice walked cheerfully at the front of the line, frequently turning around to check whether her master was keeping up. Over the next 2 days, Su Jinxue flitted around Zhu Yu like a lively little bird, chattering nonstop. Whenever they encountered scattered demons or monsters along the way, Zhu Yu let her take the lead in dealing with them. Her swordsmanship was growing more and more skilled, her broken sword now flowing through the air like water. Whenever any refugee children got near Zhu Yu and Xiao He, she would pout and wedge herself between the two of them, watchful like a little animal guarding its food. Zhu Yu watched all this unfold, finding it both amusing and slightly worrisome. 2 days later, they crested the final hill, and the outline of Jiawu town finally came into view. Zhu Yu swept his spiritual awareness across the distance. The air carried a heavy scent of blood, but the banners still fluttered atop the city walls in the wind. Good. Jiawu town still stands. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, Zhu Yu signaled the refugees behind him to quicken their pace. The guards on the city walls had already spotted the approaching group from afar. Wang Wu squinted until his eyes were slits and jabbed the young soldier beside him with his elbow. Zhu Zi looked sharp. More people coming. People? Could it be Imperial reinforcements? Zhu Zi scrambled up to the parapet, peered out, and, once he saw clearly, his face fell. Damn, I thought it was reinforcements. Turns out it's just a white-faced scholar leading a bunch of the old, weak, sick, and crippled. He spat, full of contempt. Our grain stores are nearly tapped out. How are we supposed to feed layabouts like that? Wang Wu let out a long sigh and wiped the chipped edge of his blade. Of the 6 garrisons in Shuo Prefecture, 2 had already fallen. Those people were most likely survivors from those towns. But Jiawu had just fought a brutal battle. Food and medicine were running dangerously low. Everyone inside the walls was on edge who had the heart to take in outsiders. The refugees had already crowded up outside the gate. Please, sirs in the city, open the gate. An old man called out in a tremor. We escaped from Huaihuang town. Move along. Jiawu isn't taking refugees. Zhu Zi snapped, waving them off impatiently. He stole a look at the commandant's ashen face, then pitched his voice even higher. Clear out. Don't be an eyesore here. Zhu Yu drew Su Jinxue back behind him as she tried to step forward. He was about to speak when a commotion burst from the ramparts. Several soldiers hurriedly raised their bows and crossbows, pointing off into the distance. Here they come again. Another pack of wolf fiends from the north. The lookout on the tower bellowed it at the top of his lungs. A heartbeat later, the blare of horns made ears ring. Zhu Zi swore, "Dog gut-eating bastards. These beasts never let up. Prepare to engage." Up on the wall, the commandant was shouting himself hoarse. Below, the refugees were shrieking in terror. Chaos swept the place from top to bottom. Immortal, what do we do? Clouded tears slid down the old man's furrowed cheeks. The other refugees were scared out of their wits, pressing in toward Zhu Yu, jostling one another. They were all counting on this immortal to save them one more time. Zhu Yu said nothing. Dust and smoke churned in the north. Looking over, he saw dozens of monstrous creatures, wolf-headed and humanoid, racing toward Jiawu town at full speed. Su Jinshue's small hands gripped the hilts of her twin swords, her eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. In the past 2 days, she had slaughtered every stray demon she came across with incredible satisfaction. Her confidence had skyrocketed. This time, she wanted to fight side by side with her master. And master, let me fight, please. Step back, Shuer. You're not ready for this one. Zhu Yu's tone left no room for argument. The little apprentice pouted, but obediently retreated behind her master. Then, she watched as her master slowly raised his right hand and lightly traced a line through the air with his index finger. A long sword descended from the heavens. A streak of cyan sword light poured down from the sky like a waterfall. Where that blade of light passed, Dozens of wolf demons didn't even have time to cry out before vanishing into dust. The giant wolf leading the charge hadn't even completed its lunge before it was shredded into powder by the sword Qi. The slash carved a deep trench into the earth, several zhang wide. On the city wall, a soldier named Zhuzi stared in stunned disbelief. The sword in his hand clattered to the ground with a loud paw. That white-robed scholar had simply waved his hand, and all those demons ones that had cost them so many soldiers were gone just like that. Immortal. Zhuzi's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees right there on the wall. Just now. Had he just disrespected an immortal? The other soldiers reacted no differently. All of them stood wide-eyed and open-mouthed, completely stunned. Zhu Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his robes gently billowing in the wind. He glanced toward the city gate and spoke, his voice calm, yet clearly audible to everyone. Now may I enter the city? The officer's face turned pale in an instant. He kicked and cursed at his subordinates. Are you all just going to stand there like idiots? Didn't you hear what the immortal said? Open the city gate now. Zhuzi, what the hell are you spacing out for? Go report to the commander at once an immortal has arrived. Zhao Wu is saved. Why yes. Right away, sir. The pillar, kicked loose as if awakening from a dream, cast a final glance toward the serene white-robed immortal before tumbling clumsily off the city wall. With a loud creak, the heavy city gates slowly swung open. As the gates opened, two lines of soldiers flanked the entrance, stunned into silence, too frightened to utter a word. A few braver soldiers quietly raised their eyes, stealing glances at this seemingly frail young man in white. He looked no stronger than an average thin man. None of them were as frail as him, so how could he be so powerful? Just as Zhu Yu was about to step forward, suddenly his sleeve was yanked back by someone. Su Jinshua's eyes sparkled with admiration. Master is amazing. Even more amazing than yesterday. Do you want to learn? Yes. The young apprentice nodded vigorously, like someone pounding garlic. With a smile, Zhu Yu replied. Then practice the Shangshan Ruo Shui to the third level first. Covering her forehead with her hand, Su Jinshua immediately deflated, like a frostbitten eggplant. But she quickly rallied. Then Jinshua will practice even if I don't sleep tonight. No, you must go to bed on time. With that, Zhu Yu took her small hand and walked into the city. Behind them, the refugees began excitedly murmuring. I told you all, this is a true immortal. Heaven is watching finally. We are saved. And don't forget Miss Jinshua. She must be a celestial child too, shouted Xiaohe. Hearing that, Su Jinshua proudly lifted her head, gripping her master's hand even tighter. She was no celestial child. She was her master's only disciple. Thinking of that, her heart swelled with joy, her steps suddenly lighter. Inside the city gates, the officer hurried forward, closing the distance in just a few strides. He clasped his fists and gave a formal military bow. Forgive me, immortal. I failed to maintain discipline earlier, and I sincerely apologize for the disrespect. Sweat beaded on his temples, and his scarred face twitched as he tried to smile. Zhu Yu naturally had no intention of holding a grudge. It's fine. First, settle the people properly. That's the priority. The junior officer's expression darkened as he listened. Rubbing his hands together nervously, he replied, This immortal, please forgive me, but I'm just a small official. I can't make such a decision. I must wait for the commander to arrive and give his judgment. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. From a distance came the rapid pounding of horse hooves. Two riders galloped ahead, each astride a steed, both clad in lamellar armor, the metal plates gleaming coldly in the pale light. Who? The lead rider reined in his horse just a few paces away and called out in a voice like a deep temple bell. Word came that an immortal has arrived in Zhao. Might I ask which honored master stands before us? Zhu Yu stepped forward, clasped his fists, and replied, I am but a humble sword cultivator, unworthy of the title immortal. The general dismounted with a clatter of armor plates. His gaze sharp as a hawk's, he gave Zhu Yu a thorough once-over. The young man's clothes were plain, but his bearing carried a quiet, otherworldly grace. In this chaotic age plagued by monsters and demons, a man who could remain so composed was certainly no ordinary soul. Zhao Garrison could use just such a master. I am Yang Su, he said, bowing deeply with a clink of metal, "Commander of Zhaowu, thank you for your aid today. I've prepared a humble meal at my residence, and would be honored if you would join me for a brief conversation." Returning the bow, Zhu Yu replied, "You flatter me, Commander Yang. But these people..." Yang Su said nothing further, immediately turning to order his men to take care of the refugees. Now safe at last, the displaced people thanked Zhu Yu and Yang Su repeatedly amid cheers from the crowd. Amid the joy, Xiaohe broke away and ran forward, tugging on Su Jinshui's sleeve, her big eyes brimming with tears. "Sister Shui." Su Jinshui's heart softened. She looked up at her master for guidance. Zhu Yu nodded in understanding and said to Yang Su, "This child is alone in the world. She and my apprentice share a certain connection. Might I ask your permission for her to accompany us?" "My pleasure." Yang Su laughed heartily, then turned and strode forward, personally leading the way. Together, the group moved along the main street. Most of the shops were shuttered, and the few pedestrians who passed wore expressions of fear and anxiety. In the corners near the walls, wounded soldiers knelt or curled up in pain, their groans echoing softly. "I'm afraid you must forgive the sight," Yang Su muttered with an embarrassed smile. Yang Su let out a long sigh. Once Shuo Prefecture fell, life for us underlings has only gotten harder each day. The Zhaowu garrison has held out for over a month now. This morning alone, 4 waves of monsters stormed our gates. We lost nearly 100 good men. If reinforcements don't arrive soon, Yang Su said heavily, Zhaowu will likely share the same fate as Huaihuang and Anming garrisons. Sigh, if only Shuo Prefecture were still standing. Zhu Yu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. "Commander Yang, do you know the Su family from Shuo Prefecture?" "Of course," Yang Su replied respectfully. The General Su family is known for their loyalty and bravery. When the city fell, General Su led his personal guards in a last stand without retreating, truly a role model for us all. Hardly had the words left his mouth when he noticed the girl beside Zhu Yu, Su Jinshui, with red-rimmed eyes. Yang Su had sharp eyes and quickly asked, "This young lady, could it be that?" "She is indeed a daughter of the Su family of Shuo Prefecture," Zhu Yu said. A look of surprise and doubt flickered across Yang Su's face. "Pardon my ignorance, but as I recall, General Su only had 2 sons." "Shui'er," Zhu Yu gently prompted, "tell Commander Yang who your father is." Su Jinshui answered clearly and properly. "And my father is Su Mingyuan, the former commander of the left battalion in Shuo Prefecture." "Ah, so you're Commander Su's daughter." Yang Su suddenly understood and solemnly raised his fists in salute. "Your father and I crossed paths a few times before, truly a man among men." With that, the solemnity on Yang Su's face instantly softened into warm paternal affection. He half knelt, bringing himself to Su Jinshui's eye level. "Back in the day," he said with a smile, "your father used to call me Brother Yang during military meetings. Now that you're here at Zhaowu Garrison, consider it your second home. If you need anything, just say the word. Whatever your Uncle Yang can do, I will make it happen." Su Jinshui looked a bit bewildered. How come this garrison commander, who always seemed so imposing and stern, suddenly turned so kind and called her niece? Did her father really know him that well? She couldn't recall ever hearing her father mention this. Zhu Yu didn't explain anything, simply letting Yang Su and his little apprentice get better acquainted. As for how close Yang Su and Su Jinshui's father had been, Zhu Yu himself wasn't entirely sure. From this moment on, they had officially become sworn brothers. Isn't this just how the world works? Su Jinshui looked toward her master with confusion. Zhu Yu gave a slight nod, almost imperceptibly. This Yang Su really knows how to play the game. As the saying goes, you don't slap someone who smiles at you first. The local warlord himself was rushing to curry favor, and Yang had no reason to publicly humiliate him. Though Su Jinshui didn't understand all the underlying complexities, her master told her to call him that, so she obeyed without question. She stammered as she opened her mouth. "Why Yang, uncle?" "Ah." Yang Su responded cheerfully, his face creasing into a wide smile like blooming flowers. He wiped his rough, calloused hands repeatedly against his armor before finally unhooking a dagger inlaid with red jade from his waist. "I came in a hurry, so take this as a gift for our first meeting." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zhu Yu give a slight nod, and only then did he place the dagger into the young girl's hands. Seeing Zhu Yu silently approve of this familial connection, Yang Su slapped his chest armor heartily, the metallic clang echoing as he bowed his fists toward Zhu Yu and laughed. Now that Su's niece has called me uncle, you, brother Zhu, are practically family too. From now on, the Zhaowu garrison is your home. Food, supplies, weapons, whatever you need, just take it. Yang Su spoke generously, but deep down, he was already calculating something. Although Zhu Yu looked young, one couldn't judge a cultivator by appearance alone. At first glance, this white-robed sword cultivator seemed no older than 18 or 19, but in truth, he might very well be 98. At over 43 himself, calling someone brother, who might be nearly a century old, felt more like he was getting the better end of the deal. As for who was truly older and who should be senior, come on, aren't we all just people of passion? Why get hung up on such minor details? Zhu Yu, of course, could clearly see Yang Su's intention to flatter and cozy up to him. But in these chaotic times, having a few more elders watching over Shui could only be a good thing. So he raised his sleeve and returned the bow with a polite reply. Marshal Yang, you honor me too much. I'll accept without ceremony. Yang Su warmly threw an arm around Zhu Yu's shoulder, laughing heartily. Where's the marshal now? My name is Zhoming, brother Zhu. Just call me Zhoming. Then Zhoming, elder brother. Brother Zhu. Ahaha. The two exchanged a glance and a smile, sharing a moment of brotherly understanding. Chatting and laughing, the group arrived at Yang Su's residence. The main hall had already been set up for a banquet, with the town magistrate and the commanding officer of Zhaowu already waiting. They were both stunned when they saw the town commander casually slung an arm around a man much younger than him. This Mr. Zhu is an old acquaintance of the Su family from Shuo province, and this young girl is an orphan left behind by the Sus. Yang Su emphasized the words Su family deliberately, and sure enough, he noticed a change in the expressions of his two deputies. The Su family of Shuo province, who had died to the last soul defending the country, carried immense weight in these northern border towns. After the introductions, Yang Su raised his cup and toasted Zhu Yu. The first cup, to Brother Zhu for vanquishing demons and monsters. After the servant refilled their cups, he turned his gaze towards Su Jinshui. And this one, to the heroes of Shuo province. To the heroes of Shuo province. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone from Zhaowu downed their cups in one go. Su Jinshui couldn't drink alcohol, so she took a small sip of tea instead. Her face still flushed red like she'd gotten drunk. After a few rounds, Yang Su finally asked, "Oh, by the way, where exactly did you rescue this niece of the Su family, Brother Zhu? And where are you two headed now?" Zhu Yu put down his cup and replied, "We met by chance in a mountain. Originally, we were heading to Shuo City to find out what's been going on there. Then halfway through, we ran into refugees fleeing from Huaihuang town." He glanced at his young apprentice. "This kid's soft-hearted, so we brought them all here to Zhaowu for safety." "Excellent. No wonder she's from the Su family," Yang Su praised, slamming his hand on the table. The bowls and plates clattered from the impact. He stole a glance at Zhu Yu and saw approval in his eyes. So he continued, "A tiger father indeed doesn't raise a dog daughter. Though she's still young, the niece of the Su family carries the spirit of a hero. She'll surely grow up to accomplish great things." Praised like that, Su Jinshui's heart bloomed with joy, her tail practically wagging in the sky. What Yang, the town commander, said sure sounded nice. Calling him uncle now and then didn't seem like such a bad deal after all. Shuer, Zhu Yu gently reminded his apprentice, who was clearly floating on cloud 9. "Master Yang is praising you. What should you say in response?" Su was startled. Unwilling to let his master lose face, he politely replied, "Thank you so much, Uncle Yang, for your kindness." "Not at all, not at all." Yang Su laughed heartily. "We're all family now. If you're too formal, you'll seem like an outsider." Exactly, exactly. The town commissioner and the commander nodded in agreement. After everyone shared a brief laugh, Yang Su suddenly sighed deeply. "It's truly a great joy for Brother Zhu and Miss Su to come to Zhaowu," he said. "But the situation is not good right now. I'm afraid Zhaowu won't be able to hold on much longer." Zhu Yu's heart stirred. He knew Yang Su was finally getting to the serious matters. "Please, tell me more." Yang Su sighed once again and continued. Brother Zhu, you may not be aware of the full truth behind the fall of Shuzhou. 3 years ago, the northern garrison marched south to quell a rebellion, but the entire army was wiped out. Since then, the northern defenses have been nothing but a name. If our elite troops were still here, how dare any demons even approach? Oh, now in Zhaowu, most of the soldiers are fresh recruits with barely any training. How long we can hold out against the monsters is anyone's guess. Zhu Yu asked, where are the cultivators from the great sects? Are they just going to stand by and do nothing? Yang Su gave a bitter smile, and the scar on his face looked even thicker, more grotesque. Brother Zhu, you've lived deep in the mountains for so long. Perhaps you don't know what has been happening in the outside world. In his later years, the late emperor listened to the slander of the imperial sage and not only slaughtered the imperial family and high ministers, but also accused cultivators of using martial power to break the law, then sent troops to attack the great sects. Mountains of famous sects like Xintian sect and Qishao Gate were burned to the ground. By the time the new emperor took the throne, barely a tenth of the sects that once held power in the court remained. The cultivators under the imperial banner also suffered great losses. The town commissioner and the commander couldn't help but sigh as well. Sigh, if it weren't for our own country falling into chaos, how could those demons run wild like this? What an unpredictable world. Zhu Yu murmured a polite sigh in agreement. But in truth, his heart remained calm. To him, these changes in the imperial court and the rise and fall of the sects were nothing more than a backdrop, just scenery. Enough of the talk. What he truly cared about was seeing the mission to save Su Jinshui through to the end, and then returning to the real world to set his wife, Xian Ying's twisted nature straight. Why, Brother Yang? Zhu Yu hesitated before speaking. I wonder how is Shuo Prefecture faring these days? Yang Su's face darkened. He slammed his wine cup back onto the table. That place is now occupied by a shape-shifted insect demon. He cast a glance at Su Jinshui, deliberately skimming over the details. Months ago, General Su was defeated by her. Zhu Yu quietly calculated in his mind. If anyone had survived and escaped from Shuo Prefecture, that demon couldn't be higher than 3rd rank at most. If she were a 4th-rank demon king, the entire city would have been wiped out already. With his current sword domain cultivation, he still had a chance against her. I overheard you saying you were heading to Shuo Prefecture. Just now Yang Su hesitated, then finally sighed. Maybe it's better to wait. That insect demon commands thousands of underlings. Even if Brother Zhu's sword skills are top-notch, it's uncertain whether you could handle it all. Let us wait until the reinforcements arrive. And Master, Su Jinshui leaned closer and whispered to Zhu Yu in what she thought was a very soft voice. Elle listened to him. She had been dreaming of revenge in Shuo Prefecture even in her sleep, and had full confidence in her master's strength. But after hearing Yang Su's words, things seemed more complicated than she thought. Maybe she should wait a little longer. She didn't want her master to risk his life because of her recklessness. Even if the chance was only 1 in 10,000, she never wanted to see her master get hurt. Of course, Zhu Yu understood how much his little apprentice cared for him. His heart warmed instantly. Don't worry, Shui, he smiled at Su Jinshui. Your master has a plan. When Zhu Yu turned back to Yang Su, the softness in his eyes had already vanished. His lips still wore a smile, but his gaze had turned sharp. Brother Yang, your words make sense. But I must ask, when exactly will the reinforcements arrive? And from where? The hall fell silent at once. The smile on Yang Su's face froze. The town magistrate and the commandant exchanged glances, both filled with unease in their eyes. Indeed, cultivators are not easy to fool. As for this matter, Yang Su's Adam's apple moved slightly. He twirled the wine cup in his hand around a few times. The situation in the south is tense with war. We may have to wait a little longer. How long exactly? 2 years? Or 3? Yang Su was still scrambling for an excuse. Brother Zhongming, Zhu Yu interrupted. Since we call each other brothers, why bother with such formalities? Yang Su couldn't even force a smile anymore. He placed the cup down, and his expression immediately darkened. Brother Zhu sees right through me, Yang said grimly. I did indeed withhold some truths. He stood and bowed deeply to Zhu Yu. It wasn't out of deliberate deception, but for the sake of the 30,000 souls of Zhaowu. The imperial court is practically gone. The rebel and imperial armies are locked in a bitter stalemate in the south. How could they have the strength to protect our small northern town? I didn't tell you earlier because I wanted to beg you, Brother Zhu, to stay to remain in Zhaowu and save our people. As if by prior agreement, the three men from Zhaowu exchanged knowing glances. Yang Su stood first, followed respectfully by the town magistrate with a bow of his clasped hands. The commandant went even further, dropping to one knee. Master Zhu, we truly have nowhere else to turn. Please, save the people of Zhaowu. Zhu Yu gently flicked his sleeve, and an invisible force quietly lifted the three men up. There's no need for this. Protecting the people is the very duty of us cultivators. He walked to the doorway, his back to them, hands clasped behind him, gazing toward the direction of Shuo Prefecture. His white robes fluttered slightly, though there was no wind. I'm willing to lend my strength, but merely holding this isolated city is not the best strategy. With demons running rampant, all of Shuo Prefecture suffers. We cultivators must raise our 3-foot-long blades and cut down every demon, protecting the lives of the people. How can we retreat just because there are too many monsters to face? Zhu Yu's voice rang out with passion and resolve. His words echoed throughout the hall, lingering long after they'd been spoken. When he finally fell silent, the room fell into immediate stillness. The sight of that white-robed figure left Yang Su and the lieutenant stunned. A piercing sword intent surged toward them, forcing even these battle-hardened warriors to instinctively hold their breath. Come to think of it, the border troops, who should have been the first line of defense for the people, were now reduced to desperately holding onto a single city. In the past, they truly had no chance of victory. Now, there was finally hope for a fighting chance, but some still wanted to hide the truth and trick others into staying behind. Yet this outsider, Zhu Yu, dared to face the danger alone and confront the demons head-on. When compared like this, how could they not feel ashamed? Yang Su's chest heaved, emotions churning within him. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and bowed deeply. Brother Zhu, your righteousness is admirable. I, Yang, am deeply ashamed. But the city magistrate wasn't he buying into this sentimental nonsense. Yeah, right, save it for someone who cares. The great Qin dynasty is practically doomed. Already, who's got time to care about this kind of thing? Survival is what matters most. Still, since the superior officer had already spoken, no matter what they truly felt, the magistrate and the lieutenant had no choice but to bow respectfully. Master Zhu, your virtue is beyond reproach. We are ashamed. Su Jinshui blushed, her eyes sparkling with a strange brilliance. Clutching her little fist tightly, she silently resolved. My master is so incredible, I must cultivate diligently and never disgrace him. Zhu Yu's gaze swept across the group, finally settling on Su Jinshui. Not bad at all. Another big step forward in guiding Su, the future sword saint, down the path of becoming a savior saint. And at the same time, he'd deeply shaken Yang Su and the others. As expected, when dealing with these martial types, nothing works better than a passionate, inspiring speech. It's rare I get to play the hero in this scene. I might as well go all out and be as cool as possible. If given a choice, wouldn't anyone want to be a hero admired by all? Though they were merely NPCs within a dream, their emotional engagement was already at full intensity. But to be honest, his words weren't just empty flattery. Later generations of cultivators truly did regard protecting the world as their sacred duty. Their moral standards were indeed no ordinary ones. Perhaps, in reality, some ancient cultivators had truly set a noble example for those who came after. The atmosphere had been fully set. Zhu Yu turned around. His expression was calm, as if the words he had just spoken were nothing more than a passing reflection, not worth dwelling on. You flatter me, he said. What I said was merely the duty of a cultivator. As for the matter of Shuo Prefecture, I will personally go there tomorrow. Master, Su Jinshui was the first to raise her hand. Jinshui wants to go too. Wherever Master is, Jinshui will be. Yang Su was taken aback. Brother Zhu, that worm demon has many minions. If the two of you go recklessly, it could be dangerous. Zhu Yu smiled lightly. Brother Zhoming, rest assured I'm not a reckless man. My purpose tomorrow is simply to assess the strength and numbers of the demons. If it truly cannot be done, I will heed your advice and go assist Zhao Wu and the other 4 garrisons in holding our defenses until reinforcements arrive. But if there's an opportunity to act, then I'll trouble Brother Zhoming to gather the troops. Will go together, brothers in arms, and wipe out these demons and restore Shuo Prefecture. At these words, Yang Su's eyes flared wide open, and his armor clanked loudly as he moved. Excellent. Restore Shuo Prefecture. What a bold declaration. He slapped Zhu Yu's shoulder with his calloused hands. If Brother Zhu has such resolve, how can I possibly hold back? Tomorrow I will summon the city's elite cavalry, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. The city magistrate silently groaned inwardly. The city is barely holding on as it is, and now they're thinking about launching an attack? Still, he forced a look of admiration onto his face. Master Zhu, truly a hero. I shall immediately prepare provisions and military supplies. The commander of the garrison, meanwhile, spoke earnestly. Sir, I volunteer to lead the vanguard. Zhu Yu bowed and turned to each of them, before finally settling his gaze on his young apprentice. Su Jinxue puffed out her small chest, trying hard to look serious. But the gleam in her eyes and the slight trembling of her hands betrayed her excitement. Jinxue. Present, the girl responded eagerly. Are you afraid? She shook her head so hard it left a blur, her tuft of hair swaying wildly. With Master here, Jinxue isn't afraid at all. I'll follow Master carefully and won't cause any trouble. Zhu Yu felt a deep warmth in his heart. Yang Su wore a look of concern as he spoke. Ah, Brother Zhu, it's great that your niece has the heart for it, but she is still so young. Bringing her along might. Well, you know. Before he could finish, Su Jinxue was already upset. The glare she shot Yang Su turned sharp and cold. You bearded bastard. I just thought you were a decent guy. Now you're trying to talk Master out of bringing me? How despicable. Zhu Yu, one hand gently keeping his young apprentice calm, offered Yang Su a faint smile. No problem. Brother Zhoming, don't underestimate Snow. She's already a sword cultivator. Ordinary small demons can't even get close to her. Su Jinxue tilted her head proudly. Hear that? My master said I'm amazing. Besides, I'll be watching over her the whole time. We're only scouting this time. We won't be clashing head-on with the demon armies. Just scattered weaklings here and there. We'll cut them down as we go. If any ignorant fools dare block our path. He flicked his finger lightly. A silent arc of sword chi shot forth. Outside, an ancient tree snapped at the touch, its broken end as smooth as polished glass. Then we'll show them exactly what sword cultivator means. All 3 Yang Su and his companions sucked in a sharp breath. Su Jinxue was practically bouncing with excitement. Master, that was so cool. After the banquet, the moon had already climbed onto the eaves. Zhu Yu led Su Jinxue in taking their leave. Only after the master and apprentice had disappeared down the corridor did Yang Su let go of his smile. Follow me, he said gravely, leading the city commander and the captain into the back hall to discuss military affairs. The candlelight flickered, casting shifting shadows over their unreadable faces. As soon as the city commander shut the door, he couldn't hold back his anxiety. Sir, are you really going into battle with Master Zhu? We only have 300 elite cavalry left at most. That's all we have left if anything goes wrong. Wrong or not. The scar-faced captain slammed his fist on the table. We're all ready to die anyway. The burly man's eyes were red, clearly stirred by Zhu Yu's bold words. Master Zhu is right. Staying here and waiting is just asking for death. You're in charge of the accounts. You know better than anyone how much food we have left. There are 30,000 people in Zhaowu. Tell me, how many more days can our grain supply last? Master Zhu may be a cultivator, but he's no immortal. Even if his sword techniques are extraordinary, can he conjure up food out of thin air? Once the food runs out, how do you plan to feed those 30,000 mouths? Are we supposed to rely on the other military garrisons? Their situations aren't much better than ours. The town magistrate was speechless with frustration, his face turning green. But the commander only grew more passionate, his eyes burning like fire. So then, why not just follow Master Zhu's plan and fight the demons until one side is utterly destroyed? A real man, while he lives, must face death with honor and integrity. Yang Su had been frowning the entire time, his fingers continuously rubbing the hilt of his waist sword. Now he suddenly pulled the blade halfway out, just enough for a cold gleam to flash in the candlelight, reflecting on his hardened face. Old Joe's right. He rumbled lowly like distant thunder. Staying here we won't survive. The sword slid fully free, casting a reddish glow from the candle flame. If we go all in with Master Zhu, there's still a sliver of hope. The town magistrate wrung his hands in desperation, stammering, but what if? There's no what if, Yang Su snapped, sheathing the sword. If Master Zhu falls, do you really think this broken-down wall will stop the demons? He walked to the window and stared at the tree sliced cleanly in half by Master Zhu's finger. This was merely a glimpse of the man's true power. The soldiers guarding the city reported that Master Zhu had slain dozens of wolf demons with a single sword strike, carving a trench several zhang wide with his sword aura alone. With that kind of cultivation, he might very well stand a chance against those insect demons too. The only one we can rely on now is Master Zhu. That's right. The commander grinned, flashing a row of white teeth. A man's life must have dignity. Better to die hungry than to perish in cowardice. We'd rather fight alongside Master Zhu and go out like men. But, Yang Su added, we alone won't be enough. At first light, we send riders to contact the other garrisons. We'll take whatever help we can get. The town magistrate opened his mouth to protest, but finally, with a defeated sigh, he lowered his head. Your Excellency, I shall go at once to prepare the rations and weapons. As he was shuffling out, he was suddenly stopped by Yang Su. Zhao Wu, the town commander, softened his tone and said, Old Li, remember to stock up on more fire oil. The town deputy's back stiffened immediately. He understood the meaning behind Yang Su's words. This fire oil had been stored precisely for Zhao Wu's own defense. If the battle was lost, they would set the city ablaze with it. Better to perish with the city than be devoured by demons as blood sacrifices. The town deputy murmured his agreement and then disappeared into the night. After that, the commander smiled and politely took his leave as well. With a major battle looming, he needed to return and get plenty of rest so he could slay a few more monsters on the day of the final confrontation. Once both men had left, Yang Su stood alone before the map, his gaze darkening. Good brother, he murmured to himself. The burden of defending Zhao Wu and Shuo Prefecture falls entirely on your shoulders. A gust of night wind swept through, causing the candlelight to flicker. While Yang Su brooded over the impending battle, in the side chamber of the garrison house, Su Jinshui was also bracing herself as if facing a formidable enemy. Before her, maidservants from Yang Su's estate bowed respectfully. Master, the hot water is ready. We may assist you and the young lady with bathing and changing clothes. And no, don't. Su Jinshui shot up and stood in front of Zhu Yu like a flash, arms spread wide, glaring at the maids with clear hostility. I can do it myself. We don't need your help. My master is mine, and mine alone. No one else can touch him. And I will never let anyone else touch me either. Zhu Yu couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. The girl's reaction was definitely over the top. Truth be told, he himself wasn't fond of being waited on. He'd experienced too much of that passively and actively while with Xian Ying more than enough to last a lifetime. How could another person's servants compare to the attentive care of one's own beloved? So he decided to go along with Su Jinshui's wishes. Still, he thought, maybe the servants could help wash her. Shui, let the maids help you. It would be easier. Su Jinshui shook her head violently, then wrapped both arms tightly around his leg. No way. They can't touch master. I meant for them to help you bathe. Her face flushed red, and she shook her head again, hugging his leg tighter. And no, I don't want anyone but master. Not ever. The maids looked at each other with smirks, covering their mouths as they giggled quietly. Zhu Yu had no choice but to wave his hand dismissively. Fine, leave the clothes and then take your leave. The maids bowed and exited the room, stealing glances at the pair of master and disciple as they left, their eyes twinkling with mischief. As soon as the door closed behind them, the moment they stepped into the corridor, they burst into hushed, excited chatter. That little girl guards him so fiercely, like a kitten protecting its food. Yeah, she wouldn't even let us touch the young master's sleeve. Hey, Do you really think they're actually master and apprentice? They don't look more than a few years apart. I was thinking the same thing, they seem more like siblings. No wonder he won't let anyone else near him. He, laughing, the group chattered away and gradually walked out of sight. Zhu Yu and Su Jinxue were no ordinary people. Every word the maids had said had been clearly heard by both of them. Su Jinxue's face flushed instantly, her ears turning bright red. She tugged nervously at the hem of her robe, eyes darting everywhere but Zhu Yu. Those offhand comments had, unfortunately, struck right at the heart of her very first impression of him. The first time they met, it had been snowing heavily outside. The white-robed youth had appeared as if descending from the heavens, looking only a few years older than her. Back then, she had secretly thought to herself, how could someone like him possibly be a master? She had even been generous calling him Big Brother. Until that sword was drawn, mountains split apart, and the wind and snow reversed their course. What are you thinking about? His warm voice came from above her, and Su Jinxue stiffened, nearly biting her tongue. In nothing. Zhu Yu smirked slightly, watching her. With your face this red, you might have caught a chill. That's not true. Su Jinxue quickly denied, and was about to speak again when Zhu Yu suddenly leaned down. His cool backhand pressed gently against her burning forehead. The touch froze her completely. You do feel a bit warm. Maybe we should. Master. Like she'd been caught doing something wrong, Su Jinxue immediately stumbled back a few steps. We should go bathe and change clothes now. Zhu Yu's hand still hung midair, his brow arching slightly. The little girl was acting a bit off today. Usually, she was always eager for cuddles and affection, even a short absence would make her unhappy. But now, she stepped back to avoid him. It was the first time she'd ever done that. He retracted his hand and pointed toward the bathtub on the left side of the screen. Fine. Go ahead then. Oh. Su Jinxue hugged her clean clothes and skipped behind the screen. Standing beside the tub, she nervously scraped her toe against the floor. Normally, she'd always cling to her master, begging him to bathe together so he could scrub her back and comb her hair. But today, the maid's words kept crawling in her mind like little bugs, making her ears burn. Flustered, she suddenly felt too shy to act spoiled around her master anymore. Why are you still standing there? Zhu Yu had already walked behind the other side of the screen. The soft rustle of fabric brushing against his body reached her ears. Right away. Su Jinxue quickly stripped off her clothes, neatly folding the wolf fur cloak Zhu Yu had made for her before hastily jumping into the tub. The long mist warmth of the hot water flowed over her shoulders. Yet, strangely, she found herself missing the icy lake water in the mountains even more. By the lakeside, there hadn't been any screens separating her and her master. In the misty steam, the giggles of the maids echoed in her ears again. They don't seem like master and disciple, more like siblings. Siblings. Splash. She scooped up some water and splashed it onto her face, trying to cool herself down. But it wasn't enough. In her mind, she couldn't help but picture Master Zhu Yu ruffling her hair and saying with a smile, calling me older brother is fine too. Smack. Smack. As soon as that image appeared, she slapped her cheeks twice, forcefully dunking her whole body underwater. Bubbles, bubbles. A stream of air bubbles floated to the surface. Underwater, she opened her eyes and watched her loose hair float like dark, ink-colored seaweed. Only when her chest began to ache did she finally surface, gasping for air and shaking her head. Naughty disciple. She whispered the insult under her breath. Even after becoming her master's only disciple, she still wanted greedily to claim the spot of younger sister too. Being his disciple wasn't enough, what else did she want to become? She didn't even dare to think about it. Even if Master doted on her endlessly, there was no way he'd agree to something so utterly outrageous. Unless she could achieve something truly earth-shattering, something that would make Master incredibly, unbelievably happy. Once Master was in a good mood, maybe he'd be willing to grant a small, unreasonable request. She remembered that time Father secretly drank some peach wine, only to get caught red-handed by Mother. At first, he was completely flustered and panicked. But then he told Mother he had received commendation from the general, and even pulled out the sword the general himself had gifted him. Mother, who had been frowning just moments ago, immediately broke into a smile. Instead of scolding him, she even went out and bought some fine wine herself and the two of them ended up drinking together heartily. If she could really become the sword saint that Master always dreamed she'd be, someone whose name would shake the heavens, would Master, like mother with father, indulge her just this once and give in to this tiny bit of childish stubbornness? Sitting in the bathtub, Su Jinxue drew her legs up, resting her chin on her knees, a spontaneous smile tugging at the corners of her lips. She could almost see herself standing atop a mountaintop, dressed in white robes, her sword's aura sweeping across 3,000 miles as cultivators across the 9 provinces bowed low and called her Lord Sword Saint. And Master would be standing right beside her, his eyes brimming with nothing but pride. At that time, she murmured softly, drawing circles on the water's surface with her finger, "I'll say Master." No, elder brother, Schwerer did it. This fantasy made her giggle quietly, and she quickly covered her mouth, afraid that Master on the other side of the screen might hear. Her silly smiling face was reflected in the water like a little cat who had just stolen a fish and couldn't be happier. If things really went her way, if Master really agreed. Just thinking about that scene made her chest feel warm, her ears turning red along with her face. She plunged half her face underwater, happily blowing little bubbles. If her wish really came true, she'd walk hand in arm with Master across the world, making sure everyone knew he was the person she respected most. And if anyone asked, she'd lift her chin proudly and say, "This is my elder brother, and also my master, the greatest swordsman under the heavens." Oh, right. I've got to work on that stutter too. A sword saint can't even speak clearly and keeps stammering over his words. Can he? Behind the screen, Zhu Yu leaned against the edge of the wooden bathtub, his fingers tapping idly on its rim. He tilted his head slightly, listening intently to the faint noises coming from his young apprentice's side. First there was splashing water, followed by slapping sounds, as if someone had suddenly plunged underwater. Then came a silly giggle. Was she actually humming a little tune? This girl is truly strange. A flicker of confusion passed through Zhu Yu's eyes. Could it be that she hadn't had a proper hot bath in so long that she has gone a bit loopy? A droplet slid down from his hair and trailed along his jawline. As he rubbed his chin, his fingers paused mid-motion. He recalled the whispers from the servant girls earlier, the idle gossip about the deep bond between brother and sister. Schwerer had been acting odd ever since then. Could it be that those maids' words had gotten to her? But she sounds so cheerful, like she's not upset at all. Girls' hearts are truly impossible to read. The water rustled again. Zhu Yu grabbed a towel and wiped his hands, hesitating whether he should go check on her. Just as he was wavering, a sudden plop came from the other side, like someone had just fallen headfirst into the water, followed by stifled giggles bubbling up beneath the surface. Zhu Yu remained silent. He wordlessly sat back down on the edge of the tub, seriously pondering whether this was just childish mischief, or if he had somehow failed in teaching her. Schwerer, he rapped his knuckles lightly on the screen. Are you bathing or practicing holding your breath? The laughter stopped instantly. Be bathing. Su Jinxue choked on some water, frantically grabbing at the tub's edge. Schwerer is working on a sword technique. What kind of sword technique makes our little Schwerer this happy? Just that one. Su Jinxue scrambled for an excuse. Schwerer is trying to understand the concept of nourishing all things in silence. Is that so? Then how much have you grasped so far? I'd like to hear about it. She was speechless. Su Jinxue's little face instantly fell. How come Master is being so serious again? My head is still buzzing and all over the place. How am I supposed to come up with some fake spiritual insight that could fool Master? Su Jinxue's eyes flickered, landing on the brand new pale pink Ruchuan hanging on the wooden rack. A spark of inspiration hit her. DD disciple will go demonstrate it right away, she stammered deliberately, raising her voice, while secretly sliding her toe toward the bottom of the rack. Voila! With an exaggerated gasp, Su Jinxue pretended to slip into the water, her hand, accidentally, catching the clothes hanger. The beautiful Ruchuan traced an arc through the air before splashing into the bath, instantly soaked through. Master! She held back a laugh and cried out in her most pitiful tone. The clothes fell in. Zhu Yu rubbed his forehead. If he'd known this would happen, he should have kept a maid around. He flicked his finger lightly, and a soft ripple of spiritual energy lifted his moon-white robe from the side, folding it neatly onto the screen partition. Were mine. Be but. Or stay naked. Silence came from behind the screen. A moment later, rustling sounds of hurried dressing drifted out, followed by soft footsteps. Su Jinxue popped out, cheeks flushed, wrapped in the oversized robe. The sleeves swallowed her hands, and the hem dragged to her ankles. Like a drenched puppy, she shook her wet hair, sending droplets flying onto Zhu Yu's face. She pouted adorably, giving a sheepish laugh. He, thank you, master. Moonlight spilled into the room. Zhu Yu stood behind Su Jinxue with a dry towel, gently patting her damp hair. The girl sat on the stool, her bare feet dangling and swinging. Master's hands so warm, eyes half closed in bliss. Su Jinxue almost purred. Her contented face reflected in the bronze mirror. Zhu Yu pinched her cheek lightly. There's still an important event tomorrow. Time to rest. The young girl summoned her courage and softly called out, Master, before quickly turning around. Her hair slipped from Zhu Yu's palm. She hesitated, murmuring, Shui has a wish. Zhu Yu waited quietly and replied in a calm tone, Speak. She fidgeted with her long sleeves and mumbled, When Shui becomes the sword saint. Could you promise me one request? She asked softly. Zhu Yu chuckled and countered, What kind of request can't be said now? Su Jinxue puffed her cheeks and stammered, If I say it now, it won't come true. It's not something difficult at all, really. But her words carried no confidence at all. Well, children's requests were usually easy enough to fulfill. He heard himself say, All right, anything your master can do, I promise. She exclaimed, Pinky swear. Su Jinxue extended her pinky finger. Her excitement seemed driven by the fear that he might take it back. Zhu Yu smiled and agreed. All right, pinky swear. Zhu Yu hooked his pinky with hers, fulfilling the little girl's wish. Su Jinxue shook their linked hands and solemnly recited, Pinky swear, cross my heart 10,000 years, no breaking the promise. She finally let go, satisfied after finishing the vow. They had now pinky sworn twice 2 promises between them. Her wish would definitely come true, right? She thought happily to herself. Like a child who had just received candy, she hopped cheerfully into bed. As Zhu Yu was about to leave, a muffled voice came from under the covers. She mumbled shyly, Master, good night. Shui will dream about becoming the sword saint first. Zhu Yu smiled and replied, Then I shall send my congratulations in your dreams. He chuckled and turned to glance at the lump under the covers before quietly closing the door behind him. As the night deepened, Zhu Yu sat cross-legged in the guest room, meditating. Not long after, a faint creak came from the door hinge. He opened his eyes to see a fuzzy little head peeking through the crack. Master, Su Jinxue stood at the doorway, hugging her pillow, barefoot, and murmuring, Shui can't fall asleep alone. This little brat really knew how to push her luck. Moonlight outlined her frail silhouette, the oversized nightgown hanging loosely from her frame. When Zhu Yu didn't respond, she quickly continued, We're heading to Shuo Prefecture tomorrow. Master, surely you wouldn't want Shui to be tired, right? Hiss. Who taught her to talk like that? Why does it sound like something from Fusang? I never talked like this in front of her, did I? No way. Zhu Yu began to reflect on his own behavior. He couldn't possibly have ended up in a situation where Su Jinshue's cultivation stayed on track, but everything else went off the rails. Come to think of it, could this mess up the mission? The former general's mansion in Shuo Prefecture. Thick clouds obscured the moonlight, and the once majestic estate was now shrouded in a sinister gloom. Its vermilion gate hung broken and half open, while a faint scent of blood lingered in the air inside. Where a grand plaque should have been displayed, only a few severed ropes remained, swaying in the night breeze. A female demon, half human and half mosquito, leaned against the main seat in obvious irritation. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest, producing an annoying tap-tap sound. Her alluring face was twisted with impatience, her crimson pupils reflecting the image of the uninvited guest before her. It's been over half a year now. From the shadows across, a figure cloaked in black let out a raspy, accusing voice. Why haven't you found the one born with the sword bone yet? The insect demon pouted her red lips mockingly. You speak as if it's that easy. And now you're here to question me? Other than that vague clue somewhere in Shuo Prefecture, what other useful information can you give me? Do you even know how many people live in Shuo? 10,000. 10,000. She growled a couple of times to vent her frustration, then plopped back into her chair. She lifted her hand under the lamplight, idly inspecting her long, blood-colored nails. In any case, I was the one who took this city. I've already wiped out every swordsman here. I've done my part. I've honored the Queen's trust. What comes next, figure it out yourself. A surge of black mist erupted violently from the robed figure, radiating a fierce pressure that forced the insect demon to furrow her brows. Short-sighted, he barked. Don't you realize that if that man is still alive, he will become a grave threat to our kind in the future, perhaps even destroy the foundation we've built over 1,000 years? The insect demon rolled her eyes in obvious disdain. Uft, that's just fear-mongering, she scoffed. She adjusted her posture lazily and crossed her legs. If that guy was really so formidable, where was he when Shuzhou fell? It's been over half a year already. Where's the shadow of his revenge? Besides, the human race is in complete chaos now. Most of their cultivators are dead. They've already lost the game. Just one sword-bone cultivator, how much trouble can he really cause? Right. You. The robed man was about to explode in anger when the insect demon suddenly raised her right hand and gestured for silence. Shoo. She tilted her head with a mocking smile. Aren't you the great diviner? Why don't you just divine his whereabouts again? The black mist around the robed man churned even more violently. His bony fingers clenched tightly, cracking audibly. He was clearly furious. Do you take divination lightly? He practically roared. That man is protected by heaven's mandate. Every time I attempt to divine his location, I suffer backlash. I already sacrificed 30 years of cultivation just to pinpoint the location of Shuzhou. But to his surprise, instead of showing gratitude, the insect demon burst into laughter. 30 years. Ha ha ha. She laughed so hard she nearly fell over. If I recall correctly, decades ago you used up 100 years of cultivation to infiltrate the human court and become the Grand Tutor using the painted skin secret art. And now you're down another 30 years. Her voice turned icy. Her claws extended, and she pointed straight at the robed man's throat. Grand Tutor, she sneered. Just how much cultivation do you have left in this pitiful state of neither man nor beast? Her blood-red eyes burned with killing intent. And who, exactly, gave you the nerve to raise your voice in my domain? The robed man was so enraged he could barely breathe. Even back in the imperial court, he had never been this furious. Insects will always be insects, eyes no better than a rat's. To mix with trash like this, how can the demon race ever prosper? The man in the black robe laughed in anger. Fine then, forget it. Too disgusted to argue further with these fools, he snorted coldly. His figure melted into the shadows like ink, vanishing without a trace. Inside the hall, only his chilling voice echoed behind. Just wait until that human with the sword bone comes knocking. Let's see how you lot plan to deal with that. The black mist dissipated. A minor demon, with the head of a locust, crawled tremblingly in from outside. Mama Master, but that one was personally appointed by the Queen as an elder. I think doing this might not be very wise. Crack. The armrest shattered under the insect demon's palm. What? Are you daring to lecture me now? The little demon kowtowed rapidly, trembling. No, of course not. Everything shall be done exactly as the master commands. The insect demon sneered. That's what I thought. So what if that old monster is an elder? I am one of the 4 supreme generals most favored by the Queen. In terms of seniority, when I followed the Queen to conquer the North, he was still groveling like a dog in the human realm. A painted-face old demon surviving on deception, daring to act high and mighty in front of me. Should I even bother showing him respect? Yes. The minor demon sweated nervously. You're absolutely right, Master. The insect demon waved his hand. Forget about him. Bring up the captured human musicians. Let the music play on. Let the dance continue. Night faded. Dawn arrived. The tattered flag atop the city wall of Zhaowu flapped in the wind. Zhu Yu stood there in white robes, back to his sword, motionless like a mountain. His robe fluttered in the morning breeze. Su Jinxue stood tightly by his side, her little face both nervous and excited. A short sword strapped to her back, her wolf-hide cloak concealing the white martial outfit she'd hastily altered the night before her every move exuded youthful energy. The girl silently cheered herself on. She had slept well last night. She believed today she could give it her all and finally change her master's mind about her. Inside the city gate, Yang Su had already lined up 300 elite cavalrymen, awaiting orders. The cavalry was fully armored, their long spears standing upright like a forest of steel. The war horses neighed fiercely, snorting clouds of breath into the cold air, their iron hooves carving deep furrows into the earth. Yang Su strode forward, his voice low as he spoke. "Brother Zhu, the 3 messengers have already left. At the latest by noon, the troops from all 4 garrisons will be assembled." Zhu Yu nodded, his gaze sweeping across the tense faces of the soldiers. Some gripped their spears with trembling hands, while others kept licking their dry, cracked lips. These border troops, hardened from months of brutal combat against demons, still couldn't hide their anxiety as the great battle loomed near. "Everyone," Zhu Yu raised his voice, cutting through the morning mist like a blade, his words charged with a faint spiritual resonance that instantly sharpened the soldiers' focus. "This fight is unlike any other we've faced before. The demons have taken our city, slaughtered our people. How many innocent lives have been lost to their claws? Today, we don't just seek revenge, we will make these demons remember. This northern land, every inch of it, is ours to defend. If the demons dare to come, we will crush them in one decisive strike. Kill, kill, kill." 300 iron riders thrust their lances skyward and roared as one, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Yang Su pulled out a flask of warm wine, filled a cup, and held it out to Zhu Yu. "Brother Zhu," he said with a grin, "have a drink to steel your spirit before you go." Zhu Yu didn't take the cup. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Let us save this cup for when I return. Then I'll drink heartily with all of you." As his words echoed, he flicked his sleeve and a sudden flash of sword light blazed forth. Under the watchful eyes of the 300 riders, he scooped up Su Jin Shui and leapt into the air, transforming into a streak of light that shot straight towards Shuo Prefecture. On a cliffside 5 li south of Shuo Prefecture, Su Jin Shui crouched behind a boulder, peering down at the city below. The city lay silent and lifeless in the morning mist, a ghost of the bustling place she once remembered. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Zhu Yu gazed down at the entire city of Shuo Prefecture. Thick, demonic energy choked the air, and scattered among the streets were wandering demons. But the strongest surge of demonic aura came from the former general's mansion. From within came the faint sound of music and the occasional shrill laughter of a female demon. Su Jin Shui stood on her toes, relying on her sword Qi realm perception to pinpoint the source of the strongest demonic presence. "Master," she whispered, "is that the lair of the insect demon?" Zhu Yu nodded, his spiritual sense spreading out like a tide, sweeping across the entire Shuo Prefecture in an instant. Just as he expected, the strongest demon was no more than that 3rd-stage insect monster. The rest were all lowly, insignificant grunts. As soon as Shui made a move, she could wipe out a whole wave without effort. "Shui," he called softly, "Master, today is the day you avenge your parents." Zhu Yu raised his finger toward the heavens. A brilliant arc of sword light shot into the sky, like a white rainbow piercing the sun, slicing across the heavens. Dozens of miles away, Zhou, the captain who had just reclaimed the beacon tower with his men, wiped blood from his face and suddenly lifted his head. Seeing that piercing beam of light in the sky, his spirit soared. "That's the signal. Quick, light the beacon fire." "Haha, I told you Zhu Yu would come through." In an instant, smoke rose like wolves howling at the moon, soaring straight into the heavens. Inside Zhao garrison, Yang Su saw the beacon fire ignite, his eyes flashing with sharp light. "The beacon is lit. All troops, follow my command charge towards Shuo Prefecture. Kill." 300 ironclad riders surged out of the city like a flood, their thundering hooves shaking the heavens. At the same time, the other 3 military garrisons also dispatched small detachments, galloping toward the rendezvous point following the beacon's direction. Inside the general's mansion, music and revelry filled the air. The insect demon sat on the throne once occupied by General Su, listening to human musicians play, indulging in the luxury. Though weak, Humans truly led the pack when it came to decadent pleasures. Who composed this little tune? It was actually quite entertaining. As the demon was lost in the melody, a sudden commotion erupted outside the hall. Report. Lord, it's terrible. Below, within the city, a small, delicate figure dual wielded a pair of short swords, darting left and right, cutting down enemies in all directions. Dozens of sword shadows wove together into a formation, guarding her from harm. Two sword cultivators. Where in the world had they come from? The insect demoness gaze darted between Zhu Yu and Su Jin Shui. Finally, her eyes locked onto Zhu Yu. You're the one carrying the sword bone. Zhu Yu smiled faintly. No, I'm here to take your life. With that, his sword slashed downward. The power of a sword domain utterly crushed a third-stage demon like an ant. Zhu Yu didn't even need to use any complicated sword techniques. A single casual strike sent the insect demon flying like a swatted fly, barely dodging in panic. As he swung his blade, however, his mind was elsewhere. How did this mosquito know about the sword bone? Was the demon attack on Shuo Prefecture really all about the sword bone? Filled with doubt, Zhu Yu no longer pressed with full force. He needed to interrogate this bug first and extract some information. How did you learn about the sword bone? Zhu Yu coldly demanded, his sword never pausing. The tip of his blade trembled slightly and sliced off one of the demoness limbs. The moment they met, the insect demon realized the youth's terrifying strength, her heart leaping in shock. She couldn't understand how such a powerful sword cultivator had suddenly appeared in Shuo Prefecture. After all, she had occupied this city for over half a year, slaughtering countless humans, yet she had never heard of such a formidable sword cultivator in the northern regions. This can't be. If the human race had cultivators this strong, they would already shaken the heavens. When she refused to answer, Zhu Yu swept his sword again, this time cleanly slicing off one of her wings. Letting out a scream of pain, the insect demon rapidly retreated several meters, her eyes wide with disbelief. This guy, it's like he just appeared out of thin air. Even though she was one of the 4 generals under the queen, the bug demoness quickly suppressed her shock in an instant. She let out a sharp, piercing screech. The sonic wave shattered the sky, and the entire city of Shuozhou erupted into chaos. Form the formation, she barked. The moment the command rang out, swarms of demons surged from every corner of the city. On rooftops, in alleyways, even rising from beneath the ground, thousands of grotesque, uniquely shaped minor demons poured forth like a tidal wave. They roared wildly while swinging their crude weapons, forming a bizarre battle array across the streets. Disciple of the sword, the bug demoness took the opportunity to increase the distance between them, her voice shrill with smugness. My army of demons numbers in the thousands. Even if your sword techniques are formidable, you won't be able to kill them all before your spiritual energy runs dry. So let's see how you handle this. Zhu Yu's eyes turned cold in an instant. The bug demoness felt a jolt of panic and quickly activated the formation. But it was already too late. Zhu Yu's long sword erupted with blinding light, and a sword beam spanning heaven and earth slashed outward. This strike seemed to tear the very heavens apart. The bug demoness couldn't gather the power of her horde in time. The hastily conjured crimson web she managed to produce was shredded like paper before the sword beam. At the same time, the lesser demons acting as conduits for the formation spat blood, and the entire formation collapsed in an instant. Seeing her ultimate trump card shattered in one strike, terror immediately flooded the bug demoness' eyes. Only now did she truly realize the gap between herself and Zhu Yu. No, this can't be happening. Retreating while trembling, her voice cracked. How could a human possess such a swordsman? Zhu Yu stepped forward. Each footfall felt like it was crushing her very heart. One last time, Zhu Yu advanced, voice icy. Tell me where you learned about the sword bone. When she saw Zhu Yu pointing the blade directly at her, the bug demoness' knees buckled, and she dropped to her knees midair, all 5 arms raised in surrender. Sword immortal, have mercy. Her normally piercing voice was now laced with unprecedented terror. Gone was the arrogant, merciless slaughterer who once looked down on human cultivators. I'll tell you everything I know, every last detail. Zhu Yu hesitated slightly, his sword aura unmoving, and said coldly, Talk. It's that old demon in the black robe. The insect demon hurriedly spoke, his words spilling out in a rush, terrified that even a slight delay might cost him his life. A year ago, he foresaw that in Shuo Prefecture, someone with a sword bone was destined to become a great calamity for our kind. He even urged the queen to lead an army south. The old demon in the black robe? Zhu Yu cast a glance downward, watching Su Jinxue, who was currently dominating the battlefield under the protection of the sword formation. Seeing his young apprentice was safe, he continued to press. Just who is he, really? This humble little demon truly doesn't know. The insect demon trembled as he shook his head. All I heard was that he joined the Hornet Queen 100 years ago. He's good at divination, and later used skin-changing magic to infiltrate the human court. The internal chaos among the humans? All his doing. Oh, Yang Su spoke up. The great Qian cultivator community suffered heavy losses all because the late emperor listened to the slander of the imperial advisor. Could that imperial advisor have been the black-robed demon in disguise? Infiltrating the court, stirring up rebellion, weakening the humans from within to pave the way for demon invasion. What a clever plan. As for whether the real Great Qian is just as chaotic, no one can say for sure. That period was full of war, and few records remain. It wasn't until Su Jinxue suddenly appeared, sweeping away all demons, that peace slowly returned to the world. In the game, the black-robed demon was already the top figure among the demon race. Shouldn't have trusted that thing's divination. Shouldn't have slaughtered recklessly just to prevent the prophecy from coming true. With all his scheming, he didn't eliminate the sword bone. Instead, he only fueled her hatred toward the demons and gave her the drive to grow stronger. Classic move. The harder you try to stop a prophecy, the more you end up pushing it forward with every action you take. So in the end, no matter how clever his plans or how many victories he scored early on, he still ended up dragged down by that prophecy, losing everything. Seeing Zhu Yu fall silent, the insect demon grew anxious, trembling as he asked, "Sword Immortal, this humble demon has told you everything I know. Please, have mercy and spare my life." Spare your life? Zhu Yu suddenly smiled. Simple enough. Hearing this, the insect demon was overjoyed, secretly plotting in her mind. These human sword cultivators are indeed laughably foolish. Once I escape back to the northernmost lands, I'll personally invite the Queen's Royal Guard to come and wipe out this entire northern region. But before she could finish her gloating, Zhu Yu's next words sent her plummeting into the abyss. "My mercy isn't enough. I demand you apologize to all the humans you've killed." Suddenly, his sword blade flashed with a chilling light. "So I'll send you straight to them to apologize." Letting out a shriek, the insect demon turned to flee. But in an instant, a streak of sword light slashed down like a cascade of the Milky Way, cleaving her body in two. Her body stiffened midair, her eyes still wide with lingering terror. The next moment, the demon shattered like broken crystal, consumed and obliterated by the sword chi. With the leader eliminated, the remaining lesser demons were nothing more than weak, cowardly creatures. The smarter ones immediately scattered and fled, while the dumber ones still stubbornly resisted. Zhu Yu suppressed his urge to go on a one-man rampage, choosing instead to let Su Jinxue gain more experience first. He hovered in the sky, becoming her aerial guardian. Standing in midair, his divine senses spread across the entire city like an open book. Any demon trying to sneak up on Su Jinxue would be met with an invisible sword chi raining down from the heavens, pinning them to the ground like insects on display. He watched his young apprentice dart through the horde of demons. Every time she swung her sword, the sword chi spread silently like ripples on water, felling everything in its path. Battle was the fastest path for a cultivator to grow stronger. After several days of fighting demons, Su Jinshue's cultivation had risen from the early stage to the middle stage of sword chi. Her mastery of the second layer of the Shangshan Ruoshui technique, silent nourishment, had also become increasingly refined. That unique balance of softness and strength in her sword intent now carried the aura of a true master. Brave and skilled as his little apprentice was, endlessly mopping up weaklings' wound to help her improve. She needed tougher opponents' real challenges to forge her into a true warrior. A glint flashed in Zhu Yu's eyes as he locked onto a second-stage demon. This one looked perfect. Among these low-level monsters, Su Jin Shui was like a swordsman in an empty training hall, unstoppable. She had once looked down on Shangshan Ruoshui, but now she was wielding its benefits to the fullest. A steady stream of spiritual energy flowed into her like fresh water, replenishing everything she spent. After cutting through several streets, she showed no sign of fatigue. Instead, her fighting spirit grew stronger. Vengeance surged through Su Jinshua's heart, filling her with exhilaration. To personally slay the monsters that had breached Shuzhou City and avenge her parents, it thrilled her so much that her head trembled with excitement. Yet she remained clear-headed, remembering her master's repeated teachings about the Sword Heart mantra. Harness hatred, use it to your advantage, rather than being dragged along by it. 78. She silently counted. Her sword blade flicked lightly, and the wolf demon fell with a thud. Suddenly, movement stirred the alley ahead. A pure white rabbit demon came darting toward her, as if being chased by something. The rabbit demon was fleeing for its life, its claws slashing forward like short blades. Su Jinshui raised her sword to block. Clang! The clash of blade and claw sparked flying embers. A jolt of numbness shot through her wrist, and she staggered back 3 steps. This was a second-stage demon, the strongest opponent she had faced since entering the city. Her eyes sharpened, her fighting spirit flaring. A burst of cyan sword chi erupted from her blade. The rabbit lunged again. Su Jinshui twisted her body and dodged effortlessly, then counterattacked with a swift arc of sword chi aimed at its back. The rabbit howled in pain and fury, swinging a claw in a wide arc, but she had already predicted it. As she ducked beneath the strike, she thrust her sword upward. An invisible arc of chi slicing opened the rabbit's belly. The battle lasted about a quarter of an hour. Luckily, Zhu Yu had set up a sword formation that blocked interference from other demons. Su Jinshui only suffered minor injuries before finally taking down the rabbit that had been desperate to escape. Wu the rabbit collapsed, its snowy white fur stained with blood. To her shock, it actually spoke in a human voice, begging for mercy. Little sword immortal, spare me, I never harmed anyone. The insect demon forced me to do it. Su Jinshui's sword, already raised to strike, hesitated midair. Indeed, this rabbit demon didn't look as monstrous as the others. It reminded her of a pet she had as a child. But the moment she wavered, the rabbit's eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous light. The dying body suddenly sprang up, claws slashing straight for her throat. Just as its attack was repelled by the sword formation, its claw was severed. Clear and steady, Master Zhu Yu's voice reached into Su Jinshui's ears. Shui, let me teach you one more move. Still caught in panic, Su Jinshui hadn't fully regained her composure when she heard her master continue. You must eradicate evil completely. Do not kill blindly out of hatred, nor must you spare your enemy out of mercy. Never be deceived by appearances. These demons share the same origin, they have human blood on their hands. Cut down one, and you save countless lives. Deal with them swiftly and decisively. The young girl inhaled deeply, her eyes hardening with resolve once more. She raised her short sword. Shui understands. With one clean strike, she ended the rabbit demon's life. After several fierce battles, Su Jinshui felt the flow of spiritual energy in her body becoming smoother, and her understanding of silent nourishment deepened further. Shui, you must be exhausted. Let me finish this, her master said. A rain of swords fell from the sky like a storm. In the distance, thick clouds of dust began to rise. It was General Yang Su, leading his armored cavalry charging forward. Brother Zhu, I've come to help. When Yang Su and his troops arrived outside the city walls, the sight before them caused everyone to instinctively pull back their reins. Before them, Zhu Yu hovered midair, his white robes billowing in the wind, surrounded by thousands of emerald sword lights circling him like a vortex. Like a sky full of stars, brilliant, dazzling. With a light flick of his sword finger, the swords rained down like falling meteors, piercing through every demon still resisting with deadly precision. Wherever the sword storm passed, the demons were utterly annihilated. That's a sword immortal. The soldiers stared blankly, their heavy lances dangling limply from their hands. The 300 armored riders stood frozen, gazing in awe at this miraculous sight. Under that overwhelming might, even their war horses trembled in fear, letting out frightened whinnies. "Commander," the deputy general swallowed hard, whispering nervously, "Do we still need to go help?" Yang Su shut his slightly open mouth with a stiff motion and slowly turned his head toward him. "Do you think we still need to step in and help?" Zhongming. Zhu Yu spoke to him through a secret voice transmission. "Brother Zhongming, your timing couldn't be better. Leave the demons inside the city to me. Those that fled outside the walls, I'll entrust to you." Hearing that there was still a role for him to play, Yang Su finally perked up. He bellowed at his men. "Listen well. My brothers, follow me. Pursue those fleeing demons. We cannot allow these beasts to escape and bring ruin to innocent lives." Understood. The order was given, and the 300 ironclad riders fanned out like a fishing net beyond the city walls. The further they rode from Shuo Prefecture, the more emboldened their war horses became. From a high vantage point, Zhu Yu watched as the cavalry cut down the demonic horde and suddenly recalled a strategy game he had played in his past life. The game had also been from an overhead perspective, first breaking the enemy's morale, then sending in cavalry to thunderously chase down the fleeing forces. That same exhilaration returned, second only to the thrill of bombarding enemy ranks with catapults. The demons, already terrified out of their wits by Zhu Yu's rain of sword strikes, were utterly helpless against the elite riders of Zhao Wu. The battle was completely one-sided. Inside the city, the demons were swept away like dust beneath Zhu Yu's blades. Outside the walls, they were mowed down like wheat before a cavalry charge. The scattered remnants, far beyond the battlefield, were crushed by forces dispatched from the other three garrisons. The battle for Shuo Prefecture ended in a decisive and overwhelming victory for humanity. It could rightly be called an epic triumph. Not only was Shuo City reclaimed and the main force of invading demons annihilated, but the combined losses of the four garrisons were practically non-existent. They had won utterly and completely. Even Yang Su couldn't believe how smoothly it had all gone. He had already braced himself for death, yet in the end, his blade barely tasted blood. Thousands of demons creatures that had kept the entire border garrisons in constant fear had been nearly wiped out by just Zhu Yu and his disciple alone. Even the demon general had been utterly destroyed, its corpse left not even a trace behind. Faced with such an unimaginable, dazzling victory, something he could only dream of, Yang Su felt ecstatic, yes, but also an indescribable sense of emptiness and shame. As the commander of a border fortress, it was his duty to protect the land and its people. And yet, compared to this wandering cultivator from beyond their borders, Zhu Yu, their performance had fallen far, far short. This final battle hadn't made much of a difference after all. Yang Su felt deep shame. He was letting down the armor he wore. After leading the mop-up operation against the remaining enemies, he rushed with his personal guards straight into the dungeon. Inside were the surviving civilians of Shuo Prefecture, all imprisoned by demons. The dungeon was dark and damp, and the torches illuminated the weary, gaunt faces of the captives. The survivors huddled in corners, their eyes lifeless and numb. "Hurry! Rescue everyone!" As soon as the order was given, Yang Su personally turned his sword around and smashed open the cell doors, helping the weak and frightened people out. A man, so thin he looked like skin and bones, trembled as he dropped to his knees. "Thank you, General, for saving our lives." Yang Su quickly helped him up, his voice thick with emotion. "I'm not worthy of your thanks. You should be thanking Master Zhu and his disciple." At the mention of Su Jin Shui, Yang Su felt even more ashamed. Zhu Yu had said that the girl, barely a teenager, had personally slain nearly 100 monsters. What exactly had these armored soldiers been doing on the battlefield? Now, they couldn't even compare to a child. After handing over the cleanup to Yang Su, Zhu Yu accompanied Su Jin Shui to a dilapidated courtyard on the western edge of the city. This had once been the home of a branch of the Su family, but now only broken walls and shattered tiles remained. The old tree in the courtyard had been cut through at the trunk, and deep claw marks still scarred its blackened surface. Su Jin Shui stopped at the entrance, her legs suddenly heavy as lead, unable to take another step. "Go on," Zhu Yu said gently, patting her shoulder. "I'll wait for you here." "Okay." She swallowed hard, and forced herself forward into the ruins. Her parents' bodies were long gone now. The only thing she could do was search through the collapsed, scorched rubble for any of their belongings. She gritted her teeth, tears brimming in her eyes, and carefully sifted through the charred beams with her small hands. Suddenly, she froze. Half buried in a pile of debris, inside a partially burned wooden box, lay a copper mirror. It was the mirror her mother used every day to comb her hair, etched on the back with 4 small characters: peace, joy, happiness, and blessings. Master, Su Jin Shui held the mirror in her hands, her lips bitten until they bled. Zhu Yu walked over, squatted beside her, and pulled out a clean white handkerchief from his sleeve. Carefully, he wiped the bronze mirror clean. They sat in silence for a moment. Su Jin Shui sniffled, then resumed searching through the rubble. In one corner of the ruined room, she found her father's waist token sadly broken in two. Shuer, Zhu Yu called softly, taking her dusty little hand in his. Let's build a symbolic grave for your parents. Together, they dug a small hole beneath the old tree in the courtyard. Su Jin Shui gently placed the mirror and the broken token inside, then picked a few wildflowers to lay on top. Father, mother, the girl whispered, kneeling before the grave, her voice choked with tears. I'm back. I'm really strong now. And I have a wonderful master too. Tears fell heavily, dropping onto the dirt and blooming into dark, delicate flowers. Zhu Yu murmured gently, they would be so proud of you. Sniffling, Su Jin Shui turned and threw herself into his arms, clutching desperately at his robe as tears burst forth. Zhu Yu stroked her back gently, letting her soak his robe with tears. Cry if you must. But after the tears, we keep moving forward. The evening deepened. Reinforcements from the 3 towns and foot soldiers summoned by Yang Su arrived one after another, pulling carts loaded with food and medicine. After a long day of work, Yang Su climbed alone onto the battered city wall. In the distance, campfires flickered. Below, Su Jin Shui was tending to the wounded alongside the healers. As he watched the scene unfold before him, a wave of mixed emotions swept through him. Zhu Yu soon joined him on the wall, smiling as he asked, Brother Zhongming, why are you standing here alone, lost in thought? Startled, Yang Su gave a bitter smile. Brother Zhu, I was just thinking that in this battle, our border troops have not achieved a single success. Brother Zhongming, you're wrong. Zhu Yu interrupted, pointing toward the bustling city below. Look at those soldiers. Yang Su followed his gaze. Soldiers were unloading supplies, setting up tents, every man working hard, sweat pouring from their brows. A young soldier even took off his own cloak and wrapped it around a ragged child. Protecting the people isn't something you only do on the battlefield, said Zhu Yu. The fall of Shuo Prefecture wasn't the border troops' fault. He continued. Besides, if not for the soldiers holding the fort to the death, the demons would have already broken through. Where would we be then to launch a counterattack? This victory belongs to all of us, he said, patting Yang Su on the shoulder. From now on, it's up to you, Brother Zhongming, and the border troops to calm the people and rebuild the city. Yang Su gazed at the scene in the city, and the tightness in his chest seemed to finally dissipate. You're absolutely right, Brother Zhu, he admitted. I was just stuck in my own head. Oh, and I still owe you a drink. Once we settle the people, we'll drink until we can't see straight. Sounds good to me. Inspired by Zhu Yu's words, Yang Su stood up straighter. He set off with his personal guards, rushing through the city, directing soldiers to care for the civilians, distributing food and medicine. Snap out of it, he shouted. Tents should go to the elderly and children first. Yes, sir. Seeing their commander regain his spirit, the soldiers also threw themselves into the work with renewed energy. After a while, a group of torchbearers entered the city. It turned out to be the commanders of the 3 nearby garrisons Pinglu, Anbei, and Wuchuan, who had received word of the victory and arrived in person with reinforcements. Old Yang. They found Yang Su handing out rations and warmly grabbed his arm. Old Yang, we arrived a little late. Yang Su stiffened slightly at the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile. Better late than never. Rebuilding Shuo Prefecture can't be done by Zhao Garrison alone. That's right? Out of the 6 garrisons, only 4 of us are left. We've got to work together. The commanders all laughed heartily. Wang Meng, the commander of Wuchuan Garrison, scratched his head awkwardly, and said with a grin, "Old Yang, I heard a sword immortal fought in this battle. Take us to meet him." Yang Su put down the grain sack in his hand and replied, "It wasn't some sword immortal, it was a highly cultivated sword cultivator and his disciple." Westward toward the city, he puckered his lips slightly. "They're meditating right now. It's not a good time to disturb them." Disciple of the sword? Li Zhong, guardian commander of Pinglu, eyes lit up. Could it be a surviving expert from one of the cultivation sects? Would they still help our great Qian? This. Yang Su hesitated, at a loss for words. Truth be told, he didn't really know where Zhuyu came from. "I can't say for sure which sect Zhuyu comes from," Yang Su finally said. "All I know is that his disciple is from a collateral branch of the Su family, the daughter of Su Mingyuan, left camp commander." Su family? Could there really still be someone left from the SUs? At these words, all three commanders couldn't help but sigh. The Su family was full of loyal and valiant warriors. That one daughter survived and became a disciple of a sword cultivator general. Su must feel at peace knowing that in the afterlife. "Hey, old Yang." Wang Ming's eyes flickered with curiosity. "How old is this Su girl? Is she of marrying age yet?" "Why do you ask?" Yang Su shot him a sidelong glance, his tone turning cold. "Don't you dare get any funny ideas. I'm warning you." "Come on, don't think like that," Wang Ming quickly explained when he saw Yang Su's darkening expression. "My house is full of daughters. How would I have time to scheme about someone else's girl?" Yang Su snorted coldly. "Then why ask about her age? Now you're missing the point." Wang Ming waved them closer, lowering his voice. "Listen, girls who've gone through a tragedy like the Su family often develop feelings for the man who saves them. And especially if that man is handsome and powerful too. It wouldn't be strange if she offered herself to him in marriage. My wife was the same way. She followed me because I saved her back then. And you call that sword cultivator brother. So he must be around our age, just the age that makes a woman's heart flutter." "Nonsense." Yang Su grabbed him by the collar. "That Su girl is barely past childhood. And she's Master Zhu's beloved disciple. Where do you come up with all this nonsense?" "Easy, easy." Wang Ming hurried to apologize. "I'm just thinking about the future of Shuo province, that's all." He freed himself from Yang Su's grip and turned serious. "The demons have retreated for now, but that doesn't mean they won't return. When it comes down to it, we still have to rely on Master Zhu, the sword immortal. So what? So we need to find a way to keep Master Zhu here in Shuo Prefecture." Wang Ming said smugly, slapping his thigh. "I think the most reliable way is through a marriage alliance. Once he's married, Master Zhu will naturally put down roots in Shuo Prefecture." "A marriage alliance?" The other three responded in unison. "Exactly," Wang Ming beamed. "As it happens, my eldest daughter is 18, graceful and lovely." "Bullshit." Yang Su's lips twitched. "That man's daughter must look just like him." Wang Ming shot a meaningful glance at the other two commanders. Didn't the old Li and old Zhao families also have daughters of suitable age? Li Zhong couldn't help but say, "Old Wang, have you gone mad? How could someone like Master Zhu ever marry into our families?" "Oh, come on. What harm is there in trying?" Wang Ming grinned. "If the Su family's girl had come of age earlier, it would have been them instead of us. But Master Zhu is a cultivator. Would he even care about such mundane matters? He cultivates the sword path, not the path of severing emotions. What's so hard about getting married? Besides, who says cultivators don't deal with worldly affairs? They just don't marry ordinary folk lightly. Didn't that famous old martial saint in the north pass his legacy to his son?" Seeing Yang Su waver slightly, Li Zhong and Zhao Xiang exchanged glances and joined in the persuasion. "Old Yang, old Wang does have a point. Shuo Prefecture can't afford to lose Master Zhu. Old Yang, surely you don't want Master Zhu to leave, leaving no one to stop the monsters and demons, and the people to suffer again?" "That's right." Wang Ming pressed on. "If you're too embarrassed, just drink well at the victory banquet tomorrow. Leave the rest to us, we'll sound him out carefully. And if Master Zhu isn't interested, we won't force him." After the three of them took turns persuading him, Yang Su finally gave in with a reluctant nod. "Tomorrow you can test the waters a bit, but don't push too hard, don't want to offend Brother Zhu. This whole marriage proposal thing isn't really a matter of principle. If we actually help Brother Zhu settle down, that'd be a good thing indeed." Wang Ming and the other two laughed heartily, promising repeatedly, "Don't worry, we know how to handle it. Come on, old Yang. Let's help you distribute the grain, take some of the load off your shoulders." The three garrison commanders were practically fawning, already imagining what it'd be like if Zhu Yu really became their son-in-law. With the four senior officers leading the way, soldiers from all four garrisons worked through the night with one heart. It wasn't until just after dawn that the city, ravaged by demons, finally managed to restore a basic level of order. Tired soldiers lay down in twos and threes, wrapped in their cloaks, dozing by the city walls and street corners. Their bodies were exhausted, but their hearts held no resentment. Most of the border troops from the four garrisons came from good northern families. Shuo Province's elders were practically their countrymen, and some might even have distant relatives among them. When it's family, even if it's just a distant connection, you naturally care more. By the time the sun was high, the city had finally begun to stir back to life. Yang Su had a square cleared out, set up a feast, and brought out his most treasured wines. Just past noon, the long overdue celebration banquet kicked off in full swing. When Zhu Yu led Su Jin Shui into the banquet hall, the noisy crowd fell silent on their own. Everyone gazed at the sword cultivator master and apprentice who had saved them all with deep reverence. Especially the Zhaowu cavalry who had witnessed the sword rain annihilating demons the day before, eyes filled with pure admiration. The military has always respected strength above all else. Zhu Yu's display of power had already won over these northern lads. On the Zhaowu side, there was pure admiration, but the other three garrisons were left speechless in shock. This was the first time the three garrison commanders had truly laid eyes on the sword cultivator, and they practically popped out of their sockets. Though they'd heard Yang Su praise Zhu Yu before, seeing it in person was still mind-blowing. Good grief, he's way too young. Could he really be only half our age? Or is it that cultivators really do have some kind of youth-preserving technique that makes them look younger than they are? Wang Ming quietly poked Li Zhong's arm and whispered, "Old Li, looks like we've hit the jackpot this time." Li Zhong kept his eyes fixed ahead and muttered under his breath, "Old Wang, don't speak too soon. I'm just worried he might not think much of our daughter. Brother Zhu, please have a seat." Yang Su stood up to greet him, personally leading Zhu Yu to the seat of honor. Beside the main seat was a chair with padding on it that was clearly set aside for Su Jinxue. The little girl was short, so the cushion helped raise her up a bit. "Everyone, please be seated." Zhu Yu didn't refuse, and led Su Jinxue to sit at the head table. After a few polite greetings with the commanders of the three garrisons, the celebration banquet officially began. Yang Su raised his cup first. The first cup is for the fallen soldiers and civilians of Shuo Prefecture. Everyone stood up in unison and poured their wine onto the ground as a sign of mourning. The second cup is for Master Zhu and our little hero. To Master Zhu. To our little hero. Hundreds of soldiers echoed in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. How could the kindness of Master Zhu ever be repaid with just one or two cups? Zhu Yu raised his cup in return, then downed it in one smooth motion. Jinxue followed suit, mimicking him by lifting her teacup and finishing it in one go, but ended up choking and coughing, which sent the soldiers into a fit of laughter. The girl was mortified, her face flushed red as she ducked behind her master's arm. After a few chuckles, Yang Su raised his cup for the third time. The third cup is for all the brave soldiers saluting you for shedding blood to protect our homeland. His voice rang out firm and powerful. Every soldier in attendance puffed out their chests proudly. After the three toasts, the banquet finally kicked into full swing. Soldiers carried steaming platters of lamb, and the aroma filled the entire training ground. As the wine flowed and spirits rose, Wang Ming, under the urging glances from his brothers in arms, stepped forward first. Holding his cup, he approached and said with a grin, "Master Zhu, I'd like to offer you a cup of wine. Seeing you in person today, sir, has truly been breathtaking." Zhu Yu smiled faintly and replied, "Lord Wang flatters me." "Not at all, not at all." Wang Ming grinned, his face beaming with warmth and familiarity. "Ah, Master Zhu looks barely past his coming of age, yet his cultivation is already so extraordinary. Truly a genius beyond compare." Wang Ming grinned from ear to ear, leaning forward curiously. "If I may ask, sir, how old are you this year?" Zhu Yu replied calmly, 19. Oh, they're what? Wang Meng's eyes nearly popped out in shock, and the wine cup in his hand almost slipped to the floor. You said 19? Is that true? His exclamation immediately stirred the entire hall into an uproar. Li Zhong and Zhao Xiang, forgetting all composure, both shot up from their seats at the same time. Even Yang Su couldn't help but double-check. Brother Zhu, are you really only 19? Zhu Yu nodded. That is correct. After all, what reason would someone have to lie about their age? It was a straightforward fact, no room for exaggeration. As soon as he finished speaking, another wave of astonished gasps swept through the crowd. Good grief, he is way too young to be this accomplished. This kid, did he start sword training in his mother's womb or something? Or did some immortal secretly pass him secret techniques? At just 19 and already this powerful, how were the rest of them supposed to compete? But after the shock wore off, the minds of the local lords who were hoping to marry their daughters to Zhu Yu began to buzz with excitement again. To them, Zhu Yu looked about their own age. With his abilities and good looks, their daughters wouldn't be losing out one bit by marrying him. Who would guess that everything about him inside and out was genuine? He really was just 19. His future was limitless. They had to secure a good match for their daughters. They had to land this future son-in-law. Exceptional talent. Truly a genius born of heaven. Wang Meng was so excited his mustache practically trembled. Luckily, he remembered Yang Su's earlier warning, or he might have lunged forward and actually grabbed Zhu Yu in a very literal attempt to snatch a son-in-law. Wang Meng forced himself to calm down, pretending to be composed as he stroked his beard. Master Zhu, you're so young and accomplished, surely there are no shortage of admirers out there. Might I ask if there's a special young lady who's caught your eye? Haha. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Su quickly stepped in, worried Zhu Yu might take offense. Old Wang, you and your big mouth, can't you keep it in check? Why are you prying into Brother Zhu's personal life again? Li Zhong chuckled and said, it's always been said that beauties love heroes. Old Wang's question seems perfectly reasonable. I hope Master Zhu won't take offense. That is true enough, Wang replied. Zhu Yu, however, had already sensed something unusual. These men were clearly not just gossiping about his personal life, they had a hidden agenda. More than likely, they were playing matchmaker. And the bride-to-be was probably one of their own daughters. If this were some online or mobile game on the other side of a screen, Zhu Yu wouldn't have hesitated to play along. Let us be honest, he played those kinds of games specifically for the purpose of marrying attractive female characters. After all, in-game marriages usually only added a few new illustrations or some extra storylines. But this wasn't just a regular game, it was a high-fidelity simulation system. It felt so real that Zhu Yu sometimes couldn't tell if he was in the real world or inside the game. Plus, there was no such thing as a save file, so he couldn't afford to act recklessly like he would in other games. If he messed up and ruined his progress, wouldn't that be a huge problem? This marriage proposal couldn't be accepted lightly. So Zhu Yu decided to shut them down, putting on a dramatic performance as he spoke. I've lived in seclusion deep in the mountains since childhood, detached from the world. This time descending the mountain, I finally learned the world has fallen into chaos, and demons are plaguing humanity. Traveling through this land, I've seen only devastation, people displaced, children orphaned. In such a time of turmoil, I have no heart for love or romance. I only wish to wield my 3-foot sword and carve a path of justice for the people. His words rang with conviction, and the expressions around the table shifted. Wang Meng awkwardly chuckled and retreated to his seat. Li Zhong and Zhao Xiang exchanged glances and sighed. They didn't believe him. Everyone here was experienced enough to recognize the sound of polite evasion when they heard it. Though disappointed, they couldn't very well press further after such a clear refusal. But while they weren't convinced, someone else actually believed him. The younger soldiers were stirred with passion, and one even slammed the table in applause. Yang Su couldn't help but praise him. Brother Zhu, to carry such concern for the world, you truly have my admiration. If Zhu Yu had said those words just 2 days earlier, General Yang of Zhaowu would never have believed him. But now, after Zhu Yu's impassioned speech the day before yesterday, his display of sword light to vanquish demons yesterday, and his heartfelt advice that night, the situation had completely shifted. Yang was now utterly convinced of Zhu Yu's sincerity and integrity. You could say his approval rating for Zhu Yu had shot straight to the max. Once peace returns to the land, Yang declared, I shall surely swear brotherhood with Brother Zhu. Delighted, delighted, Zhu Yu replied with a smile. But the happiest person of all was the young girl sitting beside Zhu Yu. Su Jinshui was beaming like a little lucky child. She was clever, too. As soon as General Wang spoke, she realized immediately that they had ulterior motives toward her master. The little girl puffed up with anger, cheeks swollen, until she heard her master's response, then she brightened again. In her heart, she felt both admiration and joy. She admired her master for carrying the world in his heart. Just like the great heroes, her parents often spoke of those noble souls who punished evil, rewarded good, and saved the world. And she was delighted because her master wasn't going to get married. That thought made her heart bubble over, as if sweet little sparkles were rising inside her. Ever since they came down the mountain, Su Jinshui had secretly been carrying a worry she never voiced to Zhu Yu. She was afraid that her master was simply too extraordinary. Wherever he went, people noticed him, loved him, maybe even wanted to take him away from her. Now, with Zhu Yu's declaration, all her fears vanished in an instant. Her master would never choose anyone else. She thought of the 2 times they did pinky sworn promises, and under the table, her little feet began to wiggle happily. So then, wouldn't the person closest to her master always be Shui-er? Shui-er 1. Time flew like a white horse passing through a gap. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In preparation for the possible return of demonic forces, the remaining 4 towns gradually relocated their people into Shuo Prefecture, breathing new life into the once ruined city. With laborers working day and night, the city walls were raised and reinforced, and watchtowers sprang up one after another, as if the city were reclaiming the glory of a northern fortress from days long past. Due to his role in reclaiming Shuo, Yang Su was nominated as the acting governor of the city. Yet he still wore his armor, standing tall as a soldier, never slacking in his martial bearing. He would rise before dawn to inspect the city defenses and still be buried in paperwork by candlelight late into the night. Although Zhu Yu didn't officially hold any title, he carried great influence in Shuo Prefecture so much so that even Yang Su would personally visit for advice when needed. But the Sword Immortal spent most of his time behind closed doors, devoting himself entirely to training his ever-present little shadow. Su Jinshui had grown even more attached to her master, especially after a minor misunderstanding. It happened in the 2nd month after Shuo Prefecture's reconstruction. It was a normal morning. Zhu Yu hadn't fully woken yet when a strange smell invaded his nose. Still groggy, he frowned slightly, vaguely hearing soft rustling sounds, like someone sneaking closer. He reached out instinctively. Sure enough, his hand landed on a small, fuzzy head. Schwerer. His voice was hoarse from sleep, not quite awake yet. Did you have a nightmare again? After moving to Shuo Prefecture, Yang Su had arranged a large mansion for them. Master and apprentice originally slept in separate rooms, but every night, Jinshui would find one clumsy excuse or another to sneak into his room. Sometimes she'd say she was scared of the dark. Sometimes she claimed she'd dreamed of monsters, and other times she'd insist she'd walked into the wrong room by mistake. Once, she even declared boldly, Master's quilt is warmer. Zhu Yu simply spoiled her. Before long, the outer edge of his bed became her usual spot. But today was different. The moment Zhu Yu opened his eyes, he wasn't met with the usual coquettish smile from the little girl. Instead, he saw a face as pale as paper. Su Jinshui knelt silently by his bedside, her eyes swollen and red. There was a kind of despair in her eyes he had never seen before. Master, her voice trembled as she spoke. Jinshui is going to die. Zhu Yu snapped, fully awake, yanking the covers off as he sat straight up. You're injured. Where? She shook her head, tears spilling faster. Then she shifted slightly, revealing the blood-stained hem of her robe and the sheets beneath her. I don't even know what happened. I woke up and... Her voice dwindled, the last words barely intelligible. Be blood, so much blood. Zhu Yu froze for a beat, then it clicked. In a place like this, with an old-fashioned upbringing and no biology class, girls often mistake their period for some incurable disease. He was just about to explain when Su Jinshui hurled herself at him and hugged his arm tight. Master. Su Jinshui broke into sobs. I'm going to die. I'm not afraid of dying. B, but I don't want to never see you again. She was crying so hard she could barely breathe, smearing tears and snot on his sleeve, babbling in broken bursts. I hid money under the bed. I was to buy you new clothes. There's more under the pillow. Ugh, an amulet I made for you. She was already giving last words. If I die and become a ghost, can I still follow you? Master, I don't want to leave you. I don't. The little girl buried her face in his robe, sobbing until she was almost choking. Zhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he was hurting badly. The girl who hadn't made a sound, even when a wolf bit her arm, had grown much more fragile after taking him as her master. Silly girl, don't be afraid. You're not going to die. Su Jinxue lifted her head with a hiccup, eyes swimming with tears. Oh, really? But bleeding so much for no reason, how could it not look like some terminal illness? Was Master just humoring her to make whatever time? She sobbed and squirmed in his arms, hiccuping. I thought I was going to be separated from Master. Zhu Yu's robe was a complete mess. He held on to the stubborn little girl, unable to stop himself from letting out a long sigh. In his heart, he was thinking, could he really be blamed for this? He wasn't her mother, was he? How was he supposed to know to teach her about this stuff ahead of time? Besides, he hadn't expected it to come so suddenly either. The household really was missing a capable woman. Too bad, Xian couldn't come. If she showed up, things would only get worse. As he was thinking about how to calm the girl down, Su Jinxue suddenly stopped crying. Sniffling, she tugged at the hem of his robe. So Master, what should Shuer do now? As soon as her voice rose, the birds on the eaves scattered in fright. Luckily, there was no one else in the courtyard. Su Jinxue had also insisted on living alone. Otherwise, there would definitely be a crowd gathering around by now. The place was deathly quiet. Zhu Yu stayed silent for a moment, then resignedly stood up. Wait here. I'll go make you some brown sugar water. Back when he and Xianing were in harmony like a married couple, he had taken meticulous care of her during her time of the month more than once. So he actually had experience. That day, Yang Su came to drink with Zhu Yu. As soon as he walked in, he saw him boiling brown sugar with ginger in the courtyard. Su Jinxue had dragged a stool over and sat quietly beside him, waiting. Yang Su was an old hand at life. He figured it out immediately. Then, curiosity hit him. Wasn't he it said that Zhu Yu had been secluded on the mountain since childhood, devoted to his cultivation and avoiding romantic entanglements? How did he know that women needed brown sugar water during their period? How could he be so practiced at this? From that day onward, Su Jinxue completely moved into Zhu Yu's quarters. Before, she at least made up excuses to visit. Now, she just grabbed a pillow, sat directly on his couch, and looked at him with pitiful, innocent eyes. Master, Shuer's tummy hurts. Master, Shuer feels cold. Master, Shuer is scared. Zhu Yu replied. This morning you were still bragging about being a sword cultivator at the Sword Chi stage, fearless of heaven and earth. Su Jinxue blinked, her innocent face as pure as ever, pretending she didn't know what he meant. Keiku, I'm really scared right now. What belonged to the day stayed with the day, and what belonged to the night was for the night. What she had said earlier in the daylight, what did that have to do with the version of her at night? Zhu Yu covered his forehead with his hand. In the end, he still allowed the young girl to officially move in. After that embarrassing and awkward misunderstanding passed, their days returned to peace. Training sword techniques by day and telling stories to his young apprentice at night to help her fall asleep. Perhaps the shock of her first period had frightened her, but it only made Su Jinxue train even harder. Her cultivation also advanced to the peak of the Sword Chi realm. Such a talent would surely make countless sword cultivators of future generations green with envy. But the most noticeable change was her appearance. She had grown taller again. Once only reaching Zhu Yu's waist, the little girl now could barely touch his chest, even when standing on her tiptoes. Dressed in white martial attire matching her masteress, her sleeves were tightly fastened, her robe fluttering with each movement. From afar, she truly looked somewhat like a young sword immortal. Only the sword in her hands had never been replaced. She stubbornly insisted on using only the wooden sword carved by Zhu Yu himself. Even after Zhu Yu later gathered materials from all over and visited blacksmiths in town to forge the finest blade available in Shuo City for her. That new sword gleamed like frost, its edge razor sharp, its hilt adorned with lapis lazuli. It was naturally worth a small fortune. Yet Su Jinshui held the new sword with joy for only a short while before quietly hanging it back on the wall, returning to her wooden sword for practice. When Zhu Yu asked why she didn't use the new blade, she simply smiled and said, "The sword my master made with his own hands feels most comfortable to use." But the truth was, she just couldn't let go. This wooden sword held a meaning beyond words for her. Etched onto it were her own handwritten characters, traces of her time deep in the mountains, and more importantly the warmth of Zhu Yu's hand guiding hers as he taught her swordsmanship. That was why she clung to it so stubbornly. It was irreplaceable, it was her priceless treasure. "Master, watch my swordplay." One morning, as usual, the master and apprentice practiced in the courtyard. Su Jinshui pushed off the ground with the tips of her toes. Her wooden sword sliced through the air in a flowing arc like water. Her sword cultivation technique flowed along with her intent, circulating within her. The tip of the sword swept through the courtyard, and for a brief moment, dewdrops and fallen leaves hung midair, swirling around the blade. Zhu Yu held a dry branch in his hand, his eyes filled with approval. "Humph, not bad," he muttered. Cultivation became increasingly difficult the further one advanced. Su Jinshui had been stuck at the peak of Sword Chi realm for a full month now. Still, her progress in sword techniques remained rapid. This girl had already grasped the essence of silent nourishment and was dangerously close to touching the threshold of the third stage, rivers returning to the sea. In a particularly good mood, Zhu Yu picked up the branch as if it were a sword and imparted to her a few key insights into rivers returning to the sea. Pack! The branch met her wooden sword with a crisp, sharp sound. Using the force of the clash, Su Jinshui spun around. Her hair lifted mid-air as the tip of her sword and Zhu Yu's branch simultaneously came to rest at each other's throat. "Hee, master," she grinned proudly, a fine sheen of sweat still on her nose. "How was my practice?" Zhu Yu tossed the branch aside and gently wiped her forehead. "Your progress is impressive. It's only a matter of time before you surpass me." Then, she stood on tiptoe, nuzzling her head against his hand. "Will there be a reward?" She never got tired of that feeling of being patted on the head. "I heard that getting petted too much stunts your growth," Zhu Yu teased. "Aren't you worried?" Even as he said that, he still gave her the reward she secretly hoped for. "I'm not afraid at all." Jinshui's eyes curved into a warm smile, her face rounder and cuter than ever. "Because Master would never mind how short I am." In her heart, she thought to herself, being a little shorter was actually better. If she grew too tall, she wouldn't be able to jump into Master's arms whenever she wanted. Just as Zhu Yu was about to respond. Ding! Alert! External world contact detected. Master is being summoned. Returning to consciousness. Countdown, 10 seconds. The system, which had lain dormant for a whole year since he entered this game world, had suddenly come back to life. He had been stuck in this virtual world for a full year, while time in the real world continued to pass. Most likely, Xianying, who had been watching over him as he slept, had finally noticed he wasn't waking up and had started calling him back. Now he finally understood what it felt like to be interrupted by your wife right at the climax of the game. As soon as the countdown began, the entire world froze. The falling leaves hung suspended midair, birds were frozen mid-flap, and even Su Jinshui's radiant smile was locked in place. A grayish hue spread like a tide, slowly swallowing the entire courtyard. Time itself seemed to hit a pause button. Zhu Yu shook his head slightly, taking in the gray, hazy space around him. So this game really can pause, huh? Then does that mean it can also save progress? The system still didn't respond. The moment the countdown ended, Zhu Yu's vision instantly went black. When he opened his eyes, what greeted him was a familiar canopy above his bed. Morning light seeped through the gauze curtains, casting dappled shadows that danced gently before his eyes. He slowly turned his head, only to meet a pair of deep, beautiful eyes. Xianying was leaning on one arm, looking down at him, a few strands of her hair dangling beside his neck, carrying the familiar scent of orchids. Her red lips were slightly pursed, and her gaze swirled with some indescribable, murky emotion. "Did you dream of something, my lord?" She traced his features with her delicate fingertip, her voice soft like it could melt into water, You were smiling so happily. It's been a long time since I last saw you smile like this. Zhu Yu's Adam's apple subtly moved. Xianing had clearly woken up long ago. Her hair was loosely tied up, and she wore a light crimson gauze dress. The gown slipped slightly off one shoulder, giving her a carefree look. Her fair shoulders peeked through the fabric, her delicate collarbone faintly visible. Normally, such a scene would be incredibly seductive, but Zhu Yu saw something dangerous in her eyes instead. Even in his dreams, his happiness had to be tied to her. Every time he woke up, Xianing unfailingly asked, "I dreamed of you, my lord. Did you dream of me too?" Just how deep was her obsession? It was obvious at a glance. Unless she had some secret technique to enter dreams, it was almost certain 90 to 100% likelihood that Zhu Yu would always be by her side in her dreams. Day or night, soul or body, they had to stick together. Every moment, forever and always. Xianing pressed her face against his ear, her warm breath grazing his earlobe as she cooed. "Let me guess, did you dream about our wedding night together?" She added sweetly, "That was my dream last night." The room fell into a temporary silence. Zhu Yu's back was lightly coated in sweat. That familiar sense of oppression was back. It seemed his wife's Yandere tendencies had escalated today. Xianing asked, "Why isn't my husband saying a word?" Her pupils had already turned a deep shade of crimson. She murmured, "Did I guess right, mm?" In the blink of an eye, their positions had switched. Zhu Yu remained silent, responding only with his lips. In moments like this, words felt pale and cold. So he decided to use actions to warm his wife's suspicious heart. The gauze canopy swayed slightly, crimson skirts trailing on the floor. Outside the window, a little sparrow flitted by in the morning light. Inside, silence returned once again. The sun had climbed high. After several rounds of stormy passion, spring had quietly slipped away. Zhu Yu stared blankly into the distance, pondering the truth of the universe and the meaning of life. Xianing smiled at the corner of her lips, like a cat lounging on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Her hair and eyes slowly returned to their deep black hue within a few breaths. "My husband." Her voice was sweet and slightly cloying, her breath like orchid fragrance. She asked, "So you really dreamed about our past pleasures, didn't you?" Why was she still hung up on that? Zhu Yu snapped out of his thoughts and placed his palm gently on her slightly sweaty cheek. He said, "My wife must be tired. Let me cook you a bowl of noodles." Xianing seemed to be placated by his words, slowly pushing herself up. She mumbled, "It should be me taking care of my husband." But before she could even get out of bed, Zhu Yu pulled her back into his arms, wrapping one around her shoulders. Zhu Yu kissed her gently on the forehead and said, "You've been taking care of me all this time. Let me return the favor today, okay?" As he spoke, he shook his wrist slightly, and the iron chains clinked with a crisp sound. He asked again, "So shall we take these off first?" Xianing blinked in surprise. She stared into her husband's smiling eyes. The tenderness in them didn't seem faint. Soon after, she beamed with delight. She agreed cheerfully, "Then I'll go along with whatever my husband wishes." With a graceful wave of her hand, the two chains silently snapped apart. "Let this one serve my lord as he changes attire." Xianing sat up, wrapped in sheer gauze, then reached into a hidden compartment by the bedhead and pulled out a plain-colored long robe. She hadn't worn it in so long it looked brand new. With delicate hands, she tied the sash around her waist. Zhu Yu turned around and kissed her lightly before heading toward the kitchen. His back was followed by a pair of burning eyes the entire way. Only after Xianing confirmed he was truly busy at the stove did she throw herself back into the still warm bedding. Her black hair, smooth as silk, spread across the bed. She buried her face in the pillow, greedily inhaling the lingering scent of her beloved. Finally, hugging the pillow tightly, she rolled happily on the bed. Her husband had finally accepted this kind of life with her. Ever since they moved deep into the mountains, he had sighed all day and seemed indifferent to everything. But today he had shown his old vigor again. He must be finally understood her good intentions this time. In the kitchen, Zhu Yu kneaded dough with practiced ease. Outside the window, mist swirled in the air. In the distance, the faint sound of a waterfall drifted in. This villa, built right at the edge of a cliff, had been specially chosen by Xianing. For miles around, there wasn't a soul in sight perfect for her to stay with the one she loved. System. Zhu Yu called inwardly. Beep. Master, how may I assist you? The moment he returned to reality, the system sprang to life. It could now speak. How much time passes in reality compared to the game world? 1 year in the game equals 8 hours in reality. Zhu Yu kept kneading the dough without pause, his hands never stopping. It was a bit of a shame that he couldn't finish the mission all at once. But thinking back to Su Jin Shue's talent plus his own guidance, reaching the rank of Sword Saint shouldn't take too many years. According to the historical records, the great sword saint Su Jin Shui had become famous by his early 20s. By that calculation, in just a few more nights, he'd be able to complete the mission and claim his reward. Finally, there was something to look forward to. Zhu Yu hummed lightly, clearly in a good mood. What is my lord thinking about? A warm, soft body pressed gently against his back from behind. Zhu Yu came back to his senses and pinched her nose gently with his flour-covered fingers. My lady can't wait anymore. The noodles aren't ready yet, he said. Flour dusted her pale face, but Xianing smiled even sweeter. Those eyes, once dimmed by Zhu Yu's coldness, now sparkled like stars. It had been a while since her husband had teased her like this. Leaning against him, she murmured softly, I've waited so long. Just don't leave me, my lord. Leave? Zhu Yu wrapped his arms around her by the stove, his nose touching hers. How could I ever leave such a wonderful wife as you, Ying? Ying. At that old pet name from the past, Xianing froze for a moment. It had been ages since he'd called her that. Why are you spacing out again? Zhu Yu teased. Don't you like that name anymore? Then should I just call you my lady from now on? No, Xianing quickly interrupted. She realized she'd reacted too strongly and her cheeks flushed red. I mean, just keep calling me that. The water in the pot bubbled noisily, its steam blurring the shadows of the two entwined figures. Caught off guard by Zhu Yu's sudden tenderness, Xianing felt her mind go fuzzy. In this moment, everything felt beautifully dreamlike. She was more than willing to believe that her husband had truly changed his heart. The water's boiling, Zhu Yu suddenly smiled. Xianing finally snapped out of her daze and quickly let go. Watching Zhu Yu's back as he busied himself at the stove, she couldn't help but move closer and wrap her arms around him from behind. My lord, she cooed, nearly clinging to him completely. Be a good girl, Ying, and go set the table. Zhu Yu patted her hand. The noodles will be ready soon. That affectionate tone warmed Xianying's heart. Nodding obediently, she skipped lightly toward the dining room. The table was neatly set. In front of Xianying sat a bowl of fragrant scallion noodle soup with a fried egg on top. Try it, and see if my cooking has gotten worse. Xianying picked up a pair of chopsticks and lifted a steaming strand of noodle to her mouth. Tastes good, doesn't it? Xianying nodded slightly and circled around the dining table before climbing onto his lap. Nothing beats the taste when my husband feeds me. A bit of unease stirred in Xianying's heart. She knew she was being a little too forward, even pushy. But the tenderness he showed today only made her want more selfishly more. Come on, open your mouth. To her delight, Zhu Yu happily agreed. Not only did he not complain, he picked up a strand of noodle with his chopsticks and gently blew on it. As the noodle reached her lips, Xianying felt like she was floating in pure bliss. Could this really be real? Not a dream? Inger, you don't want to eat anymore? I do want to. She bit straight onto the chopsticks. This simple bowl of scallion noodle soup tasted better than any extravagant feast. Zhu Yu let out a soft chuckle and picked up a piece of fried egg. Slow down. No one else going to take it from you. Xianying took a bite of the egg, then grabbed her chopsticks and started feeding him. Husband, open up, huh? And so, the two of them shared 2 simple bowls of noodles, bite by bite, turning an ordinary meal into something deeply intimate. It took them a full quarter of an hour, but neither minded. Both bowls were completely emptied. Xianying still lingered on Zhu Yu's lap, unwilling to move. She clung to this warmth, to this simple, everyday life of a married couple. This was exactly the life she had longed for. Nuzzling into Zhu Yu's arms, she hesitated slightly before speaking. Husband, the weather is quite nice today. Would you like to go see the flowers in the back mountains? Ever since Zhu Yu had once tried to run away, she had stopped suggesting outings. She feared giving him another chance to escape. That one time had nearly broken her composure. If it happened again, she was afraid she might actually do something reckless. But now that he had finally changed his heart, maybe they could go out together? If my husband isn't interested in flower viewing, we could also take a walk near the waterfall. The view there is quite beautiful too. Now that I'm allowed to leave the house again, if I want to deal with that Yandra girl, I'll just have to play along with her for now." When Zhu Yu heard this, he took her hand in his, their fingers intertwining. "Whatever Inger wants. With you, every place feels like the right place to be. Even if the world outside is breathtaking, I'd still rather watching dance. In my eyes, Ing's dancing surpasses every view this world has to offer." That heartfelt confession sent Xian Ing's heart sinking. "Husband, wait a moment, this one is going to change into something more suitable." Not long after, Xian Ing, now dressed in a flowing red feathered robe, glided over lightly. Zhu Yu looked at her radiant and dressed to the nines and felt a wave of emotion rise in his chest. Back when they had just married, she used to dance for him often in that very robe, beneath the moonlight. So beautiful it made your heart ache. Back then, she was still the perfect, dutiful wife he had idolized. So where had things gone wrong? How had she become so possessively intense? "Husband," Xianing tilted her head at him, the pearl hairpin in her bun making a soft clink. "Is something wrong?" "Nothing at all." Zhu Yu smiled and took her hand. "I was just thinking about the first time we met." Xianing curled her fingers around his palm, her eyes flickering slightly. "Do you still remember it clearly?" "I could never forget. I remember you were wearing red that day too. I thought I was seeing a celestial maiden descend from heaven." That was no exaggeration. His first impression of Xianing had truly been stunning enough to stop his heart. After all, since his reincarnation, he hadn't interacted with many women, and then suddenly, someone like Xianing, a beauty of that caliber, had come straight to him, practically throwing herself at him. It was enough to leave anyone dazed and overwhelmed. But this one is a demon, not a celestial maiden. She covered her mouth and giggled, a faint blush rising like a young girl's. "Ouring, even more beautiful than any heavenly maiden." Zhu Yu never held back his compliments. A few sweet words cost nothing, after all. If 2 sentences could bring someone joy, why not say them? The mountain courtyard was too cramped for dancing, so hand in hand, they walked to the back mountains, where endless azaleas bloomed in vibrant splendor. Xianing let go of Zhu Yu's hand and stepped gracefully into the center of the flower field. "Husband, look, you're filliving, okay?" A crisp, piercing phoenix cry rang out, and suddenly her black hair turned snow white, her eyes blazing with vivid crimson. White hair like snow, red eyes like fire. Illusory crimson tail feathers unfurled behind her, shimmering with radiant light in the sunlight. Zhu Yu sat down amidst the sea of flowers, quietly watching this dance that was meant for him alone. Petals fluttered down like rain, swirling and dancing in sync with Xian Ing's graceful steps. At times, she resembled a phoenix spreading its wings, at others, a delicate butterfly flitting through the air. Every glance, every spin, pulled at his heartstrings. She seemed like a fairy born of the blossoms, so enchanting that one could not look away. Suddenly, Zhu Yu saw 2 overlapping figures. One was the phoenix demoness before him, lost in the dance for his sake, and the other was the gentle, graceful immortal from their first meeting. Though clearly the same person, they felt like 2 entirely different souls. At the peak of the dance, Xianing spread her wings wide. Her crimson phoenix feathers blazed brighter than the evening glow. Amidst the swirling petals, the blazing phoenix circled through the sky, and fire and flowers wove together into a breathtaking spectacle. The dance came to an end. With a gentle turn, Xianing transformed back into her human form, a graceful young woman landing softly in front of him. Her pale face showed not a trace of fatigue. Instead, a faint blush from the movement made her even more charming. Did my lord enjoy it? She stood there, calm and confident, lips slightly upturned, waiting for his praise. For a phoenix demoness of her cultivation level, such a dance was effortless, barely a warm-up, not even enough to disrupt her breathing. I really liked it, just. What was it then? It was just too short, Zhu Yu said with a smile. Left me wanting more. Xianing's eyes shimmered as she leaned close, whispering into his ear. If so, would my lord like to see more? I also know a dance called Feng Qiu Huang. I can perform it all day and night long. But this one I can't do it alone. My lord would have to dance with me. A whole day and night? Zhu Yu's heart gave a sudden jolt. Are you trying to work me to death, Ing? Of course not. Xian Ing let out a soft laugh. her red sleeve half covering her face, her eyes glancing his way with seductive charm. How could I bear to let my lord suffer? She stepped back half a pace, twirling once, her skirt blooming like a flower. This dance is for my lord's eyes only, so I shall perform it all by myself. Her slender, jade-like fingers traced slowly down Zhu Yu's chest. My husband only needs to sit back and enjoy. Zhu Yu caught her mischievous hand. Just sit there? If I'm only your partner, that's barely any work. Wouldn't that be me taking advantage? Dancing might not cost him much effort, but the fee for watching alone would probably be no small figure. Not even 2 coin purses together could cover it. Don't joke, husband. Xianing giggled and slipped into his arms. If I get to dance for you, I'm the one who should be happy. Holding the soft, fragrant body in his embrace, he breathed in the faint floral scent curling from her hair. She gets a little odd when her episodes hit, but day to day she really does smell lovely. As for that Feng Seeks the Phoenix she keeps talking about, I'll deal with it once my cultivation is higher and my purse is looser. Still, we could switch to another couple-s dance to deepen the bond. Zhu Yu wrapped an arm around Xian Ying's supple waist and said, "Speaking of which, I do know a special couple-s dance. Would you like to give it a try, Ying?" Her eyes lit up, then a shadow of displeasure fell over them. Beep, 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 Yandra mode activated. Husband, how do you even know a couple-s dance? Could it be you used to dance it with someone else? Oh, come on, Ying. Seeing her face start to shift, Zhu Yu's heart tightened. Not good. He jumped in first, pinching her pretty cheek. Don't overthink it. I learned it from a book. You know I'm a schoolteacher. What odd book Haven T I read? It's called The Tango, a dance from the Western lands. Seeing Xianing still half skeptical, Zhu Yu hurried to add, this would be my first time trying it too. I just want to try it with you. Who else would I dance with, if not you? No sooner had he said it than he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. The kiss worked instantly. The doubt in her eyes slowly dissolved, replaced by irrepressible joy and a hint of remorse. Husband, you truly are learned. I was just being foolish. Please, punish me. Fine. Zhu Yu took her hand and said, then your punishment is to dance this dance with me. The reward had been clear, but what exactly was the punishment? Husband, is that all? Yes. Any other ideas, Ying? No, not at all. Xianing leaned into him, gently pressing a kiss to his cheek. I accept my punishment willingly. Led by Zhu Yu, the two began to dance together amid the sea of flowers. At first, Xianing was a bit awkward, but as she threw herself fully into it, she quickly grasped the rhythm of the tango and soon took the lead, guiding Zhu Yu's steps. She even threw in a few high-difficulty moves of her own invention. No wonder she was a Feng Yao. Her dancing truly was something to behold. Her body was incredibly flexible, and every move she made exuded an irresistible charm. Mid-turn, Xianing whispered sincerely, husband, this dance is amazing. Zhu Yu smiled, but didn't he reply. Suddenly, he executed a sharp, graceful dip, pulling her along with it. Xianing gasped, her body arching far back until, just before touching the ground, he caught her securely. That move brought their noses nearly together, their breaths mingling. Ying, do you like this dance? I do. Her eyes had turned slightly red, clearly stirred by emotion. Husband, go faster. In the sea of flowers, their steps grew more and more intense. Petals flew beneath their feet, swirling upward into the air like a whirlwind. As the music reached its final notes, the sky had already turned to dusk. At the final move, Xianing suddenly pushed off hard, flipping Zhu Yu over. They tumbled together into the soft flowers. Husband, Xianing murmured softly, her voice thick with emotion. I feel like I'm the happiest person in the world. Zhu Yu didn't answer, his silence speaking volumes. Looking at her peaceful profile nestled in his arms, a storm of emotions churned inside him. Unbidden, his thoughts drifted back to the world of the game, where there had also been a young apprentice who clung to him just like this. Husband, is something on your mind? Xianing keenly sensed his mind was elsewhere. Pulling himself together, Zhu Yu gently stroked her long hair. It's nothing, we've been dancing for quite a while, and I'm a little tired. My stamina can't compare to yours, Ying. But that might not be the case for long. In 7 days, we're striking back. Xianing had wanted to savor a bit more of their time dancing together. But when she heard her husband say he was tired, she reluctantly let go of the idea of another round. The wind rose, and petals fell like rain. Husband and wife leaned into each other without a word. Only when the last blush of sunset was swallowed by night did Xian Ying reluctantly straighten up. Husband, we should head back for supper. What do you want to eat? Anything my wife makes, I love it. Then let me decide. You've worked hard all day tonight. You need to properly replenish your strength. Xianing smiled and snapped her fingers. In an instant, the ambient spiritual energy for a few hundred yards around shuddered. Several foraging rabbits and pheasants collapsed into sleep on the spot. Farther out, a plump deer was struck dead by an invisible force. Holy hell, like Thanos just possessed her. Zhu Yu's eyelid twitched. He blurted, Inger, what was that? To nourish my husband, of course, Xianing said, all innocent. Wife, you're downright formidable. But there's no way the two of us can haul all this back, right? Don't worry, husband. I have my ways. A phoenix cry rang out, and dozens of birds of every color burst from the woods, obediently picked up the game in their beaks, and flew in neat formation toward their home. Smiling, Xianing said, the phoenix is sovereign over all birds. Most of the world's birds heed my clan. Zhu Yu praised her again. Inger, you're incredible. Lowering her gaze in a graceful curtsy, Xianing laughed. No matter how incredible, I'm still your wife, aren't I? As soon as she finished, she slipped back into her playful self and opened her arms. Want me to carry you and fly us home? It'll get us back faster. Zhu Yu, however, swept her up in a bridal carry and said with a grin, I think this way is warmer. Her smile blossomed like a flower, and her slender, jade-white arms looped around his neck. Promise you'll keep your word. Husband, hold me just like this, always. All right, then I'll keep holding you. When they returned to their separate courtyard, the game in the yard had already been laid out in neat rows. The couple dressed the game together. Once the ingredients were prepped, Xianing used phoenix fire to heat the water in the bluestone bath until it was roiling hot. Go bathe and ease your weariness first. Husband, Xianing said as she loosened his belt. I'll go make dinner. She had just turned to leave when Zhu Yu caught her slender wrist. Before she could recover, her view flipped. Zhu Yu had already swept her securely into his arms. Her skirt flared, revealing dainty feet in red and gold embroidered shoes. Gold thread had stitched a lifelike phoenix across them. The red and gold set off the creamy skin of her insteps, making it all the more enticing. No rush, Zhu Yu murmured, taking in the luscious beauty in his arms. More than dinner, there's something else I want to taste right now. Xianing smiled knowingly, her eyes turning liquid, her red lips curving with sultry promise. All right, how do you want to eat, husband? Plop. An embroidered shoe fell by the edge of the pool. Holding her, Zhu Yu moved toward the bath. Warm water ran along their entwined ropes, naturally from head to toe, savoring you slow. Then Xianing pulled the jeweled hairpin free and tossed it into the grass. Her long hair spilled loose, turning in an instant from ink BL. The hot spring water in the bath had long gone cold, and there was no one in the courtyard, only a pair of embroidered shoes lying by the poolside. Moonlight draped a veil of white over the golden phoenix. In the bedroom, Zhu Yu stared lifelessly out the window into the night sky. The moon was full and large. Xianing leaned against his arm, fast asleep. Tonight, the two of them had eaten until they were full. System notification. Zhu Yu whispered silently in his mind. Return to the game world. Ding. Initiating consciousness transfer. His vision darkened, then brightened again. Zhu Yu was back in that paused game world. He quickly adjusted his posture, placing his hand once more on Su Jinshui's head, as if he never left. Frozen time resumed. Su Jinshui nuzzled his palm, completely unaware that her master had just stepped out, let alone that he had spent such intimate moments with his wife in another world. Master Snow's hungry. What do you want to eat? Zhu Yu tried to sound as carefree as ever, hiding the emptiness in his heart from her. Noodles. The ones Master makes. Zhu Yu looked at his innocent little apprentice and felt a complicated mix of emotions. He had just fed Xianing noodles in the real world, and now he had to cook for another girl again. All right, Master will make them for you. He patted her head and walked toward the kitchen. Su Jinshui happily followed right behind him, not leaving his side for even a second. When the noodles were served, she didn't hurry to pick them up. Instead, she looked at Zhu Yu with eager eyes. Master, can you feed Snow? Since when did this girl and Ing become so alike? They've never even met before, right? A scene instantly popped into Zhu Yu's mind, feeding Xianing noodles. That exact same request nearly made him lose control of his expression. Luckily, his facial expression control held up. Hard as it was, he managed to suppress the urge. How old are you now? Still need someone to feed you. Just this one time, okay? Su Jinxue shook his arm playfully, pouting slightly. I practiced swordplay so hard today, really. Master. Facing his little apprentice's coquettish plea, Zhu Yu finally softened. Just don't do this kind of thing again. Zhu Yu picked up some noodles with his chopsticks, gently blew on them to cool them down, and held them to her lips. The young girl's face lit up with pure happiness. The noodles Master makes are by far the most delicious. She mumbled with her mouth full, suddenly blurting out a strange question. Am I the only one who's ever had noodles made by Master's hands? That question nearly made Zhu Yu choke. He forced a calm expression and replied, Focus on eating your noodles. Su Jinxue was still a simple-hearted girl, nothing like Xianing with her endless suspicions. If it had been Xianing hearing such a non-answer, she would be teared up already. But Su Jinxue took his response as silent confirmation, delighted enough that her eyes curved into crescent moons. She continued eating bite by bite, occasionally sneaking glances at her master's profile, her heart fluttering sweetly. Only her had Master ever made noodles for. At this moment, Zhu Yu was caught in an ocean of complicated emotions. While managing his little apprentice's endless affection, he found himself thinking about Xianing still asleep in the real world. Two girls clinging to him across two different worlds. This bizarre situation left him speechless. One was just a character in a game, not the real-life Sword Saint Su Jinxue, and the other was a phoenix spirit. Thankfully, the two of them would never meet in this lifetime. One a sword saint, the other a divine fox spirit. If they ever crossed paths, the heavens themselves might not survive the clash. And caught right in the middle of them both, Zhu Yu was doomed to suffer the cruelest kind of small blessing. Master, what are you thinking about? That familiar question snapped him back, momentarily dazed. For a second, he thought he'd fallen under some illusion technique, as if he'd been pulled right back into the time he spent with Xianing. Zhu Yu picked up a piece of fried egg with his chopsticks and brought it to her lips. I was wondering how that little glutton manages to eat so much and still not grow an inch taller. I don't eat that much. And besides, she had grown taller. Su Jinxue huffed and puffed in anger, but with her mouth full of food, she didn't sound the least bit threatening. Ah, young girls indeed, much easier to pacify. While master and apprentice were enjoying a warm and joyful moment in Shuazhou, thousands of miles away in the far north, an entirely different scene was unfolding. Deep within the demonic lands of the northern wastes, the old black-robed demon strode inward, his feet crunching over a ground littered with white bones. A group of demon guards led him through dark, winding caverns. The walls were crawling with glowing venomous insects, casting an eerie, ghostly light throughout the chamber. Arriving deep within the cave, the black-robed demon dropped to one knee. Your Majesty, this humble servant humbly requests an audience. The Queen's private chambers were separated by a curtain made of some unknown material. The Bee Queen sat high atop a throne carved from honeycombs, idly toying with a blood-red crystal. Is this about advancing south again? Her voice was languid, yet carried undeniable authority. Precisely. The old demon spoke urgently. That sword-bone girl must be eliminated without delay, or she will become a great threat. And now, there's also an unknown swordsman at her side. Your Majesty, if we hesitate any longer, we will regret it when her power fully matures. Elder, your concern for our people's future is truly touching, the Queen said calmly. But perhaps you are unaware of the heavy blow we suffered during our last failed southern campaign. That mosquito girl, though still unrefined, held her rank by seniority after all. She was one of the 4 generals. Her death has cost me greatly in prestige. Those tribes already resentful of my rule have grown restless. My generals are currently leading armies to quell rebellions. There simply aren't enough forces left to spare for another southern invasion. This truly puts me in a difficult position. The old demon bowed deeply and said, This humble servant dares to suggest your Majesty should lead the charge in person. Silence immediately fell over the cavern. The guards behind the elder's back turned pale. The Queen slowly rose, her wings unfurling behind her, casting a heavy shadow. "Oh, Your Majesty, hear me out." The elder gritted his teeth and continued. "There is no better way now than for Your Majesty to lead the army yourself and end this swiftly before that sword bone fully develops." "That's enough." The queen cut him off coldly. "Your loyalty is unquestionable, elder, but I have more pressing matters to attend to. The forging sect is currently crafting a demonic blade for me called Blood Draft. Once this divine weapon is complete, what is a mere sword bone compared to it?" The old demon in the black robe crawled forward on his knees and kowtowed again. "Your Majesty, no matter how sharp the demonic blade may be, it's still lifeless steel. In the end, the outcome of battle depends on the one who wields the blade. Leave." The bee queen had no patience to hear another word. Though resentment burned in his heart, the old demon in black was seized by the queen's royal guards and dragged forcibly out of the cave. Inside, only the sorrowful cries echoed in the chamber. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, please reconsider." 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. As refugees from the south continued to arrive, half of the 6 frontier towns of Shuo province gradually came back to life. During this relatively peaceful time, Shuo province regained its vitality. New tea houses and taverns lined the streets, their chimneys releasing curls of rising smoke, while laughter and children's voices echoed around the newly rebuilt schoolhouses. Before the eyes lay a scene of revival across the land, of all things flourishing once again. In the past 6 years, although the northern border occasionally suffered minor demon disturbances, thanks to the protection of Zhu Yu and his disciple, along with the iron cavalry of Shuo province, no serious threat had ever taken root. The most severe incident had only been a few wolf demons sneaking near the city walls before they could harm anyone. They were beheaded by Su Jin Shui, who was out training at the time. The young girl walked in with a dripping, severed head to claim her reward, startling even the city guards for a moment. "Master." Now grown and graceful, Su Jin Shui ran into the courtyard, her long ponytail bouncing with every step. "Let us eat out today. I'm treating." She patted the full pouch at her waist, proudly declaring she had slain a few demons that morning and collected a hefty bounty. Zhu Yu lifted his gaze from the sketchbook in his hand and looked at his disciple, her face beaming with joy. That little girl who once stumbled over her words 6 years ago had now grown into a tall, radiant young woman, full of vigor and charm. Her sword cultivation had already reached the peak of the sword domain, surpassing even his own strength when he had first begun his training. Her stutter had finally gone away, and she spoke much more fluently now. The little girl who once struggled to survive in the snowy wilderness had now become the widely praised little sword immortal of Shuo City. But in his eyes, she was still that clingy little apprentice. "I'm afraid I can't today," Zhu Yu said, closing his book. "Your Uncle Yang just sent someone to invite me over for a drink." "Again? Uncle Yang?" The girl rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. Ever since her coming-of-age ceremony, her master had grown distant from her. They even stopped bathing together, and she was no longer allowed to sleep in his room. The official reason was that she was now a grown young woman, and they needed to maintain propriety. But the real, more personal reason was that Zhu Yu, who had practically no privacy in real life, wanted a little space of his own in the game. Others didn't understand his longing for solitude, he just really wanted to be alone sometimes. Though her master had made his reasoning clear, these changes still hurt her deeply. Even when Yang Su and the others got drunk and could still share a room with him, she wasn't allowed to. How unfair was that? Su Jin Shui pouted, her face clearly showing her displeasure. As Zhu Yu passed by her, he casually asked, "Shui want to come?" "Yeah," she answered, then pouted again and cheerfully followed behind him. When they arrived at Yang Su's mansion, Zhu Yu joined Yang and his rowdy group, leaving Su Jin Shui to find her own entertainment elsewhere. She went to look for Xiaohe instead. The little girl they had rescued from that ruined temple 6 years ago was now officially adopted by Yang Su as his foster daughter. In the back garden of Yang's estate, 11-year-old Xiaohe was swinging back and forth on the swing. When she saw Su Jin Shui arrive, she happily jumped off the swing. "Big Sister Shui." The two girls sat on a stone bench, and Xiaohe eagerly shared all the fun things that had happened recently. Su Jin Shui listened gloomily, occasionally murmuring a reply or two. Noticing her low spirits, Xiaohe asked carefully, "What's wrong, big sister Shui? Who made you upset?" Jean Shui rested her chin in her hand and huffed. "Who else? Of course, master." It seemed like only her master could stir such emotions in her. "Master Zhu?" Xiaohe blinked, asking, "Did he bully you?" "No way. Everyone in Shuazhou knows Mr. Zhu treats the little sword immortal the best." "Well, he never actually bullied me. My master, he's been distant with me lately." Su Jinxue muttered dejectedly, her head resting on the cold stone table, her cheek pressed against its chilly surface. "He still refuses to sleep with me. Even if I cry, it doesn't work. He even told me we needed to maintain some distance." "What distance? What the hell for?" She suddenly raised her voice, not caring who might overhear. "You promised we'd be together forever." "Master, you're lying to me." Her outburst startled Xiaohe, who immediately glanced around nervously to make sure no one had heard. "Miss Snow, Master Zhu is just thinking about what's best for you," Xiaohe whispered cautiously. "Best for me?" Su Jinxue snapped, lifting her head abruptly, her eyes slightly red. "Then why won't he keep his promise?" Xiaohe put on a serious, almost scolding expression, shaking her head as she spoke. "Because you two are master and disciple. From what I've heard from the old maids in the mansion, there are proper manners to be observed between teacher and student. You can't be too close." "But we were fine before." Su Jinxue pouted defiantly. She didn't care about etiquette. Not even the heavenly Tao itself could separate her from her master. "That's because you were still a child back then, Miss Snow," Xiaohe explained. "Now you're a grown woman. Girls your age are already getting married. Of course, Master Zhu needs to be more careful with his behavior. After all, a master and disciple can't stick together forever." "Then what kind of relationship allows that?" Su Jinxue asked absent-mindedly. Xiaohe grinned mischievously. "A married couple, of course." Su Jinxue blinked. Then her face immediately flushed red. She reached out to pinch Xiaohe's cheek. "Why you? What nonsense are you talking about?" Xiaohe giggled as she dodged. "I'm not making this up. Take my adoptive parents, for example. They're always together eating, walking, even sleeping. No one can say anything about it." Su Jinxue suddenly looked thoughtful, her hands slowly relaxing. "A married couple." The words settled in her heart like a seed quietly taking root, beginning to sprout. Nourished by the emotions she had accumulated over the years, it quickly grew into a towering tree. Her heart pounded suddenly, and a flush rose from her neck to her ears. They were going to be husband and wife. Her master still owed her a wish he hadn't fulfilled yet. She had always believed that on the day she became a sword saint, her master would grant her one heartfelt wish. At first, she wanted to ask her master to acknowledge her as his little sister, but after a little reminder from Xiaohe, she changed her mind. If she didn't say it out loud, it wouldn't count. Become a little sister? As if she wanted to be his wife. "Big sister Shui." Xiaohe waved her tiny hand in front of her face. "Your face is all red." "Xiaohe." Su Jinxue sprang up from the stone bench, grabbed her arm, and shook it excitedly. "You're a genius." She was so thrilled that she turned around and dashed off to find Zhu Yu immediately. But after just one step, her foot froze mid-air. The spirited look in her youthful eyebrows slowly faded. Like a deflated balloon, she dragged herself back to the stone bench and listlessly slumped over the table. Big sister Shui, Xiaohe, still slightly dizzy, leaned over and poked at Su Jinxue's flushed cheek. "Why do you come back?" Burying her face in her arms, Su Jinxue muttered, "Master." Master made a vow." "What kind of vow?" "He said he wouldn't marry until the world was at peace." Su Jinxue was utterly dejected. That's just how unpredictable life was. At first, she had actually been happy about this for quite a while. Xiaohe blinked, then couldn't help but giggle. She imitated the old nannies in the estate, putting on a serious, elder tone as she patted Su Jinxue's shoulder. "Then just wait a little longer. There are sisters who fled from the south living here, and they say the war down there is nearly decided. And these days, even the demons and monsters have been behaving themselves more. My adopted father often says peace will come one day. When that day finally arrives, you'll put on the most beautiful wedding dress, grab your sword, and go find Master Zhu and say." Before she even finished speaking, Xiaohe mimicked Su Jinshue's sword-swinging posture, dramatically flicking her sleeve. Master, I, Shui wish to marry you. Ah, sure. Here's a natural, emotionally rich, and contextually appropriate American English translation of the passage, suitable for a fantasy novel or light novel style. Su Jinshui blushed and quickly covered Xiaohe's mouth, but the two girls burst into laughter, tumbling onto the ground in a playful mess. After their bout of laughter, Su Jinshui hugged her knees and sat on the stone bench, her chin resting on them, her gaze drifting toward the banquet hall. A new wave of worry stirred in her heart. But Master only sees me as his disciple. What should I do? Then you've just got to work even harder on your cultivation. Sister Xiaohe sat beside her, swinging her little feet. Once you become a sword saint, do you think Master Zhu would still refuse you? Su Jinshui's eyes lit up as if struck by sudden enlightenment. Right. If I become a sword saint, everything will work out. Once she reached the unparalleled cultivation level of a sword saint, she could fulfill her master's mission, eradicating all demons and monsters, protecting the world. And she could finally stand proudly by her master's side. Then let them talk all they want. The white-robed girl leapt to her feet, her toes tapping the ground lightly as she sprang onto the courtyard wall. She turned back and flashed a radiant smile at Xiaohe. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth outshone the entire spring garden. Thank you for talking to me, Xiaohe. Wait for my good news. From that day on, after her heart-to-heart with Xiaohe, Su Jinshui cast aside her worries and threw herself into her training with renewed determination. Her only goal was to become a saint. Every day before dawn, she would follow her master out of the city with her wooden sword, training until the stars blanketed the sky. On the lonely hill outside Shuo Prefecture, two white figures could often be seen weaving through the mist, gliding on their swords. The blade light flowed like water, sometimes like a gentle drizzle, sometimes like towering waves. Whenever their sword energies surged outward, the ground in that area became noticeably more damp than elsewhere. Master, take this move. With a crisp cry, the young girl shot forward, her sword raised. An invisible current awoke in response, manifesting as a 10-meter-long blade of pure energy surrounding her sword. The colossal sword slashed downward, whipping up a howling gale. Zhu Yu remained unfazed. With a light flick of the dry branch in his hand, a wall of water rose from the air itself, effortlessly dispersing that earth-shaking strike. In these 6 years, he hadn't stood still. Either his cultivation had advanced to the 5th stage, Sword Soul Realm. That, truly, was a pleasant and unexpected surprise. Let me know if you'd like a version with more poetic language, or if you want this adapted for a specific genre, e.g., YA fantasy, wuxia-inspired fantasy, etc. He had thought the cultivation level granted by the system was fixed, but to his surprise, it could still be improved. One more time. Su Jinshui gritted her teeth as her sword surged forward once again. She had been stuck at the sword domain for over a year, unable to break through, and a sense of urgency had begun to build inside her. But the martial arts manual passed down by Zhu Yu emphasized the principle: water nourishes all things without competing. The more anxious she became, the duller and heavier her sword chi grew. Her tight-fitting training outfit was soaked with sweat, droplets rolling down from her chin. Master Zhu Yu noticed his disciple's agitation. With a dry branch in hand, he drew a slow circle in the air. The sword chi rushing toward him froze midair, then began to swirl and sink with his movement, forming a dazzling whirlpool of water between them that deflected Su Jinshui's attack. After neutralizing her assault, Zhu Yu set the branch aside and asked gently, "Jinshui, what are you rushing for?" Master Su Jinshui sheathed her sword and stood upright, sweat dripping from her forehead and nose. "I can feel the threshold of the 5th realm, but I just can't cross it. Haste makes waste," Zhu Yu replied with a calm, meaningful tone. "The martial arts I pass down to you depend on inner peace. The more impatient you are, the further you drift from the 5th realm." Lowering her gaze to her toes, Su Jinshui muttered, "I just want to become a sword saint sooner." "You greedy girl," Zhu Yu chuckled, flicking her forehead lightly. "From beginner to peak of the sword domain in just 7 years, there's not another like that in 800 years. And you're still not satisfied." Rubbing her forehead, Su Jinshui didn't complain. Instead, A smile crept onto her face. That light flick from Zhu Yu didn't hurt at all, but the small, affectionate gesture warmed her heart. I know I was wrong, she said while apologizing, her hands already wrapped around Zhu Yu's arm, swinging it playfully. Looking at her now, no one would guess exactly what she thought she had done wrong. You're all grown up now, yet you still act like a little girl. Though his words were cold, his body betrayed him. He let her cling to his arm without pulling away. All right, that's enough for today. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. The city will be lively. I'll take you to see the lanterns. Once basic needs are met, people naturally seek spiritual pleasures. Shuaizhou had barely finished rebuilding for less than a year, yet the townspeople had already brought back all the old festivals. Master, Su Jinshu asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling. Will it just be the two of us? What about Uncle Yang and the others, won't they? We'll have dinner with them first. Then it'll just be the two of us. Zhu Yu answered without turning around, luckily or unluckily missing the radiant smile on the girl's face that bloomed like morning light. The sunlight stretched their shadows long across the ground, one following the other. Su Jinshu stared at the tall, slender shadow behind her. On a sudden whim, she quickened her pace slightly, letting her shadow quietly overlap with her masteress. Before they knew it, the Lantern Festival arrived, and the city of Shuaizhou sparkled with lights. Looking at the lively scene, it almost seemed as though the war had long been forgotten. Zhu Yu first took Su Jinshu and Yang Su and the others to a reunion dinner. At the table, Su Jinshu and Xiao Lotus kept exchanging knowing glances and secret signals only girls could understand. Once the banquet ended, Zhu Yu kept his promise and took Su Jinshu to enjoy the lanterns, buying her plenty of sweets along the way. The streets bustled with noise and excitement. As Su Jinshu licked her newly bought candied hawthorn skewer, her eyes kept drifting to the man beside her. In her eyes, he was the most beautiful person of all. The glow of the street lanterns softened Zhu Yu's profile, adding a touch of warmth to his features and quickening the girl's heartbeat. With the crowd pressing in so tightly, it wasn't strange at all to move a little closer to her master, right? With more and more people pushing in, holding hands to avoid getting separated was only natural, wasn't it? Su Jinshu kept convincing herself. Master, she nudged closer under the pretense of dodging the crowd and admiring the lanterns, her fingers lightly brushing against the back of his hand. That rabbit lantern is so pretty. Zhu Yu glanced at the rabbit lantern she pointed at, then shifted his gaze away just as quickly. Now is the moment. Su Jinshu held her breath, her fingers slowly inching toward his hand. Shuer. Zhu Yu suddenly turned to her, and her hand reached only air. Let your master take you somewhere. Su Yinshue's heart skipped a beat. Like a child caught with her hand in the cookie jar, she quickly hid her hand behind her back. Where are you taking me? You'll see when we get there, Zhu Yu said with a mysterious smile, gently taking her wrist. They walked through the bustling crowd, gradually leaving behind the city's noise and commotion. Under the moonlight and colorful lanterns, Su Yin stared at her master's hand holding hers, her heart filled with a sweet nervousness. This path led to the mountain behind the city. Why would her master bring her here, of all times? Could it be for sword practice? No way. Her master wasn't that kind of unromantic person. Then what was it? Could it be that her little secret had been discovered? Was he going to scold her harshly for being ungrateful and reckless? The deeper they went into the mountain path, the quieter it became, yet Su Yin's heart pounded faster and faster. In her mind played out a scene of her master giving her a cold scolding, which made her heart tremble with fear. She stole a glance at her master's profile, hoping to find some clue in his calm expression. But nothing showed through. Master, unable to bear the weight of her own anxious thoughts any longer, Su Yin finally spoke up, her voice slightly weak with anxiety. Where exactly are we going? We're here. Zhu Yu stopped at a wide cliffside area and gently let go of her wrist. A night breeze blew by, making the spot where he had just held her feel suddenly cold. Her heart sank along with the chill. Oh no, Master must be about to do something bad. Shuer, Zhu Yu said warmly, a smile in his voice. Before we knew it, we've been master and apprentice for 7 years already. The way he started talking didn't sound like he was about to scold her at all. Su Yin was both surprised and delighted. her prepared cries for mercy and excuses completely stuck in her throat. It's been 7 years since we became master and apprentice. So, with the Lantern Festival upon us, I'd like to give you a gift. He raised his sword fingers, sending countless sword beams soaring into the night sky, forming a brilliant river of stars. Then came a bang as the sword beams exploded, scattering countless glowing specks like rain falling from the heavens. This is. Suyin stood there, wide-eyed and mouth agape, her rosy cheeks illuminated beautifully by the dazzling sword light. Zhu Yu said softly, "This move is called Sword Chi Fireworks. I came up with it myself, and I wanted you to be the first to see it." Sword Chi filled the sky, glittering like a sea of stars, and as it fell it burst into fresh light. The dazzling glow lit up all of Shuazhou City. People stopped in their tracks, gasping in wonder. Su Jinxue stared up, entranced. She didn't know when her eyes had gone blurry, tears had misted her vision. In that moment, thoughts of the Sword Saint realm, of peace across the land, she cast them all aside. She only wanted to keep this moment forever, to hold on to the brilliant firework her master had given her. "Do you like it?" Zhu Yu asked in a low voice. Su Jinxue nodded hard, too choked up to speak. Like when she was little, she threw herself into Zhu Yu's arms and burst into tears, overcome with emotion. "Master, I like you the very most." In the night sky, the last blossom of Sword Chi fireworks opened, broke into crystalline motes of light, then faded away. In the far north, there stood the fiend's weapon-forging dais. The north wind howled, and black clouds pressed low as if about to crush the world. On the dais, blood had gathered into rivers, and countless white bones were piled into mountains both human and demonic alike. For 7 years, this dais of heaped bones had ceaselessly belched blood-red flames day and night. Tens of thousands of sacrifices had been hurled into the furnace, their agony and resentment condensed into the purest baleful aura, nourishing the demon blade that was slowly taking shape. Today, the Bee Queen who had lain in wait 7 years for the blade's birth could no longer be patient. She came in person to the dais to see it for herself. A bull demon smith from the forging division dropped to one knee and boomed in a cavernous voice, "Your Majesty, the demon blade is nearly complete." Behind him, the horse demon priests were capering in a strange shamanic dance. Each time the bone staves in their hands struck the ground, the blade let out a low, thrumming hum. This demon blade was the joint work of the bull demons of the forging division and the horse demons of the rites division. The bulls forged the body, and the horses shaped the blade's soul. The Bee Queen slowly mounted the high platform. The cloak woven from her wings snapped and cracked in the gale. The instant her sharp-tipped fingers closed around the hilt, the entire forging dais shuddered. She drew the demonic blade and saw its body glow a blood red, yet faintly veiled in gloom. "Nyoamo, here. You said it was nearly perfected. So it isn't done? Explain yourself to me, what is still missing?" Cold sweat beaded on the ox demon craftsman's brow. "Your Majesty, there have been many sacrifices, but none of them were true elites. The blood drinker's spirit must be nourished with the blood and soul of a true powerhouse to reach completion. The blood and soul of a powerhouse." The Bee Queen lightly tapped the edge with her slender finger. Dark red blood welled up and was greedily swallowed by the blade. She slowly lifted her gaze to the south, toward Shuazhou City. "Isn't there a human sword immortal there?" "A sword immortal's blood soul would make a fine offering." Shuazhou City. After Zhu Yu finished sword practice with his disciple, he was about to head home for a bite when one of Yang Su's personal guards hurried over. "Mr. Zhu, a cultivator from the Azure Blade sect has arrived at the city lord's manor. He says he has come specifically to see you." Azure Blade sect? A southern sect? Zhu Yu had been in this game world for 7 years now and had never really dealt with the reputable local sects. He had no idea what someone from the Azure Blade sect wanted with him. "Shui, come with me. Let us meet our guest." "Yes, master." In the receiving hall of the Yang residence, a man in a jade green, cloud-patterned robe was sipping tea. His name was Bai Yun Tao, from the Azure Blade sect, one of the few prestigious sects in the south. He'd grown up on tales of chivalry and had always dreamed of roaming the land with a sword, standing up to injustice. Not long ago, He heard that in the north there was a sword cultivator of profound cultivation, guarding Shuaizhou City and keeping demons in check. Stories of that swordsman were told and retold, growing ever more legendary, lodging deep in by Yuntao's heart. Young men are the easiest to get swept up in hot blood. Carried away by those tales, he slipped off the mountain behind his father's back and rode hard without rest straight for Shuaizhou, just to meet the sword cultivator Zhu Yu. On the way, he had already made up his mind he would test whether this Zhu Yu was truly as skilled as claimed, or just another overhyped name blown out of proportion by northerners. If it turned out to be the former, he would stay and fight alongside them against the demonic threat, protecting the people of Shuo province. But if it was the latter, he wouldn't hold back at all. He would chase that fame-seeking fraud out of Shuo province without mercy. The responsibility of guarding this land was his to bear from the start. Just as he was thinking this, he saw Master Zhu Yu and his disciple walking toward him. Biyun Tao puffed out his chest proudly, lifting his chin to project an air of superiority. He was about to put on a show, intimidate the newcomers a bit. But before he could even gather his spiritual energy, he started playing the part. The moment his eyes landed on the approaching pair, his heart gave a violent jolt. The young man in front was about his age, yet his cultivation level was unfathomable, impossible to gauge. This must be Zhu Yu himself. And the girl beside him, barely past her adolescence, was no slouch either. Her cultivation was impressive. The moment those unusual icy blue eyes swept toward him, he felt a crushing pressure bearing down. How could this be? Inside Biyun Tao's mind, chaos erupted. He had been hailed since childhood as a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Blue Saber sect. 20 years of relentless cultivation had only brought him to the 4th stage of the Blade Path. Yet this girl's aura surpassed even his own. She had completely outclassed him. So it was true then. The rumors were real. The people of Shuo province were truly blessed. At that thought, Biyun Tao's face flickered with emotion before he quickly regained his composure. He stood, bowed deeply with cupped hands, and said sincerely, "Are you Master Zhu? I am Biyun Tao, the 13th generation disciple of the Blue Saber sect. I apologize for the intrusion." Blue Yun Tao? Zhu Yu's lips twitched ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. What kind of name was this? Was it recorded in history? Or had the system simply made it up? "Ah, fellow Taoist Biyun, you've come a long way. What brings you here today?" "I came here specifically to offer my assistance to Master Zhu Yu." "Oh, ever since the great Qin dynasty began its campaign against the sects, most of the surviving sects have chosen to seal their mountains and retreat from the world. These past years, monsters and demons have run rampant, and the people have been driven from their homes. Yet all we could do was watch helplessly. I, for one, simply cannot bear to stand idly by any longer. I heard that a sword immortal and his disciple in Shuo province have been protecting the people, so I've come all the way here to lend a hand." As he spoke, he pulled a jade slip from inside his robe and presented it with both hands. "This is the records of ruins across the 9 provinces, collected by the Green Saber sect over the years. Consider it a gift from Master Zhu." Such jade slips weren't particularly rare. Any major sect with some influence had one, especially for their core disciples. Still, it was like the old saying, "A goose feather sent 1,000 miles is light in weight, but heavy in heart." "Master Zhu," continued by Yun Tao, lowering his voice slightly, "this record mentions an ancient sword tomb hidden beneath Shuo City. I thought it might be of use to you." As he said this, he carefully studied Zhu Yu's reaction. In his mind, that sword tomb had likely already been discovered by this master and apprentice. Otherwise, how could that young girl's cultivation be so astonishing? "This is a most generous gift, Master Bai," said Zhu Yu as he accepted the jade slip, though he didn't look at it right away. "I'm at a loss for how to repay you." Bai Yuntao took it as modesty and replied solemnly, "I ask for nothing else, only that Master Zhu allow me to stay in Shuo province and help fight the demonic beasts alongside you." His noble and righteous tone only deepened Zhu Yu's suspicions. In the great Qin Empire, were there still truly selfless cultivators like that? Though doubts stirred in his heart, Zhu Yu's face remained calm as he said, "Master Bai, your virtue is commendable." Then he turned to the steward standing nearby and said, "Master Bai has traveled far and must be tired. Show him to the guest quarters. Prepare some wine and food, and see to it that he is treated with the utmost respect. Yes, sir. Thank you, Master Zhu. After Bai Yuntao left, Su Jinxue, who had been quietly standing beside her master the entire time, immediately leaned in and whispered, Master, Master, is there really a sword tomb beneath our city? Her ice blue eyes sparkled with curiosity as she blinked up at him. Zhu Yu shook his head. I've lived in Shuo province for years and have never sensed any unusual energy. Come, let us go ask Yang Su about it. Yang Su was inspecting the city defenses along the city wall. After the master and apprentice explained their purpose, the acting city lord Ho Hadn't yet been officially confirmed looked completely baffled. Huh? A sword burial ground. I don't know anything about that. Even though Yang Su had been born and raised in Jiawu and had served as its commander for years, he wasn't necessarily more aware of Shuo Prefecture's secrets than Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu said, let us just bring out the jade tablet first and take a look. The three of them found a room, and Zhu Yu channeled his spiritual energy into the jade tablet. A map gradually unfolded, one that covered the entire territory of the Great Qin Dynasty. When the image settled over the Shuo Prefecture area, the map clearly revealed an ancient sword burial ground hidden beneath the city directly underneath the city lord's mansion, which had once been the general's residence. This, Yang Su was too stunned to speak. He never would have imagined that beneath the very house he had lived in for 6 years lay a hidden sword tomb. That can't be right. When the mansion was rebuilt, the foundation was dug up and redone completely. How could they have missed any hidden passages? Zhu Yu turned to Zhongming. During your time at the general's residence, have you ever come across any documents or ancient texts? No, Zhongming replied. I checked thoroughly. General Su burned everything, even scraps of silk. Nothing was left. Zhu Yu fell silent for a moment. At first, I thought General Su did that to prevent military secrets from leaking. But now, it seems there might be another reason. Maybe he was trying to protect the secret of this sword burial, to keep it from falling into the hands of demons. He paused, as if something had just occurred to him, then continued. Thinking back, the Su family has always been known for their swordsmanship in Shuo Prefecture. Perhaps buried beneath the city lies the sword cultivation heritage left behind by the Su ancestors. If we could actually dig up even 1 or 2 treasures, it could be of immense value to us in the future. As he spoke, Yang Su grew more and more excited. He turned to Su Jinxue, his eyes full of expectation. Jinxue, you're from a side branch of the Su family. Did your family ever pass down any secret stories related to this? At this, Zhu Yu also turned his gaze toward his apprentice. Su Jinxue thought for a moment, then shook her head slowly and replied in a soft voice. I hadn't really heard much about that myself. My home is far from the clan's core territory, and my father is only a lieutenant, not a high-ranking official at all. We're usually kept out of the major family affairs, let alone anything involving core secrets. As she spoke, Su Jinxue seemed a bit downcast, as if regretting that she couldn't be more helpful to her master. Zhu Yu picked up the jade slip and comforted her. It's okay, Shuer. We'll just follow this map and search the city lord's mansion. The three of them made their way back toward the city lord's mansion. The moment they stepped through the gate, Zhu Yu and Su Jinxue silently closed their eyes in unison, extending their spiritual senses deep beneath the mansion. Before long, Zhu Yu's furrowed brow relaxed. He had already entered the sword soul realm, and his sensitivity to sword energy was especially sharp. Beneath the shimmering pond in the backyard, he clearly sensed the faint, flickering traces of sword energy. Found it. Following Zhu Yu's lead, the three arrived at the edge of the pond in the backyard. Zhu Yu focused his mind. The clear water and swimming fish were suddenly pulled upward by a powerful force, twisting into a water dragon that shot into the sky. Yang Su slapped his thigh and laughed. Nice move, Brother Zhu. I always come here fishing and go home empty-handed. This pond should be been drained long ago. He pointed at a big carp. Your dinner tonight. Zhu Yu felt the same way, but he had to maintain his image as a skilled angler in front of Shuer, so he simply smiled with restraint. Zhu Yu said, Brother Zhongming, you stay here as backup. Shuer and I will go down and check it out. Before the words had even finished, he sent a wave of spiritual energy to lift the water, then pulled Su Jinxue and leapt into the pond. Master and disciple landed lightly on the now dry pond floor. Su Jinxue gently raised her delicate hand, sweeping away layers of mud with a flick of her spiritual energy. On the bluish stone at the bottom of the pond, a deep and striking sword mark was revealed. This must be it. The two exchanged a glance. Zhu Yu stepped forward first and injected his sword energy into the mark, attempting to resonate with it. But the sword scar showed no reaction at all. Master, let me try? Su Jinxue channeled her sword energy into it. Still, nothing happened. Zhu Yu thought to himself the sword tomb must be connected to the Su family. Could it be that only with the blood of the Su clan could it be opened? Shuer, drop a drop of your blood on it. Yes. Su Jinxue followed the instruction without hesitation. As her drop of blood seeped into the sword scar, something finally happened. A brilliant green light erupted, blinding them for a moment. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves standing on a vast, circular stone platform. The surrounding stone walls were embedded with countless sword tablets, each radiating bone-piercing coldness. Be careful, Zhu Yu warned in a low voice. Master and disciple stood back to back, scanning the area warily. At the center of the platform, a faint figure began to materialize. It was an old woman with white hair and a rosy complexion. Though only a remnant soul, she exuded an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. She didn't speak, yet her aged voice echoed through the space. 300 years finally, a worthy descendant from the Su family. She even has the sword bone. Good. Very good. Zhu Yu's pupils narrowed slightly. Without showing any emotion, he stepped in front of Su Jinxue. This junior, Zhu Yu, respectfully asks, what should we call you, senior? I've long forgotten my name. I only remember my surname is Su. The old woman smiled lightly. Those who come here after me all call me Ling Shuang, the sword ancestor. Senior sword ancestor, are you a sword saint? Su Jinxue peeked out from behind Zhu Yu, curiosity in her voice. A sword saint? She chuckled bitterly. Don't flatter me so much, little girl. I'm far from reaching that legendary saint realm. If not a saint, then was she at the Heaven Sword realm? Zhu Yu mused inwardly. If even a remnant soul at the Heaven Sword level could exude such power, how terrifying would a true sword saint be? Little girl, the old woman turned her gaze to Su Jinxue, her expression softening slightly. What's your name? And my name, Grandmaster. This junior is Su Jinxue. What a fine name, the old woman said with a smile. Snow, it truly shares a fate with me. This old body's frost-defying sword cultivates a frigid sword chi. Snow girl, would you like to become my disciple? No. She answered immediately. Are you kidding? Snowy only has one master. It doesn't matter if it's the sword ancestor of the Su family, even if it were a true sword immortal descending from heaven. She'd still refuse. Apologies, senior ancestor. Su Jinxue hooked her arm through Zhu Yu's arm. This junior already has a master. Zhu Yu also looked a bit awkward as he clasped his hands together. Please forgive me, senior. Snowy has already become my personal disciple. Wait a second, wasn't Su Jinxue supposed to have become this old ancestor's disciple back in history? Does that mean I'm stealing away her apprentice? The frost-defying sword ancestor was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. What a loyal and righteous girl. Well then, since you two share such a deep master-disciple bond, I won't force the issue. But still, you must accept my cultivation legacy. Her lingering soul fragment had waited here for 300 years, just waiting for someone worthy of inheriting her entire sword cultivation path. After all, the girl is from the Su family. If she doesn't wish to formally become my disciple, that's fine enough. Senior, please hold on a moment. Zhu Yu stepped between the two, his tone respectful yet firm. Senior, Snowy has followed me to cultivate the supreme benevolence like water technique for many years. If she were to learn the frost-defying sword path as well, it might cause conflicting internal energies. You're quite cautious, young man, the sword ancestor Ling Xiao smiled. She then spoke frankly. There are risks involved, but with them come opportunities. In this world, fortune and misfortune have always been intertwined. My frost-defying sword cultivation primarily focuses on sharp, aggressive sword techniques, completely different from your supreme benevolence like water. But if Snow Girl has enough talent and perseverance to integrate and master these two completely opposite techniques, making them her own, then her future path in sword cultivation will surely be smooth sailing with no obstacles. This might just be the perfect opportunity for her to break through her cultivation bottleneck and reach a higher realm. After hearing these words, Zhu Yu's brows remained tightly knit, his concerns far from alleviated. Seeing this, the sword ancestor shook his head and began to reprimand sternly. Kid, since you yourself are also a swordsman, you should know that cultivation is never smooth sailing. That path is full of thorns, riddled with the unknown and peril. It's truly a dangerous road. Every one of us sword cultivators has crawled through blades and blood, carving our way out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Sticking too much to caution and perfection will only stall your progress and eventually reduce you to mediocrity. I know you care for your disciple, and you've looked after her very well. But that affection must never turn into bottomless indulgence or blind favoritism. Sometimes, you have to learn to let go and allow her to bravely face challenges on her own. Only then can she forge a sword path that truly belongs to her. After hearing the sword ancestor's heartfelt words, Zhu Yu was moved. In recent years, he had indeed spoiled Su Jinshui a bit too much. That was because his mindset had changed. At first, he had only seen Su Jinshui as a regular game character. He taught and cared for her simply to complete system tasks, claim the rewards, and gain the power to resist his deranged wife. But 7 years had passed. Though only 7 days had gone by in real life, in the game world, he and Su Jinshui had genuinely lived together for 7 full years. 7 years. Even if she were nothing more than pre-programmed data on a phone screen, feelings would naturally form over time, feelings impossible to simply cut away. Let alone the real Su Jinshui who would cuddle up to him, playfully tease him, and cling to him every day, calling him master, master. Still, what the sword ancestor said made sense. His self-righteous protection had, in fact, been holding her back. It was time to return the power of choice back into Shui's own hands. Zhu Yu stepped aside, clearing the path. With a deep, solemn gaze, he looked at his disciple, now fully grown. The little girl who once struggled for survival in the snow 7 years ago had now become a graceful and independent sword cultivator. Yet the determination in her brows remained unchanged from before. Zhu Yu's voice was soft, yet every word was clear. Shui, this is your own path. Her ice blue eyes trembled. Su Jinshui stared deeply into her master's always gentle gaze. Master, the girl drew a long breath, then broke into a smile. Her smile was so bright it felt like it could drive the chill out of the sword tomb. Shui will never let you down. She turned to the sword ancestor Ling Shuang and dropped to one knee. Ancestor, this junior is willing to give it a try. The sword ancestor answered in a low voice. Very well. With a gratified smile, the sword ancestor's remnant soul flicked her sleeve, and the stone dais at the center split open. A crystal-clear ice sword slowly rose into view. Its blade was as transparent as glass, as if carved from thousand-year profound ice, yet within, wind and snow seemed to churn, its chill piercing straight to the heart. The moment the sword appeared, the temperature in the sword tomb plunged. The sword ancestor formed hand seals. Ice blue sigils peeled off the blade one after another, swirling around Su Jinshui like snowflakes. She snapped, congeal. At that soft command, the sigils abruptly drew together. Before Su Jinshui could react, ice crystals raced up from her toes. In the blink of an eye, the girl was sealed inside a block of transparent, profound ice. Senior, do not fret, the sword ancestor said calmly. This is my profound ice mind condensing art. It will help her grasp the Lingxiao heart method more quickly. With the girl Shui's cultivation and her sword bone constitution, this bit of cold won't harm her. Zhu Yu focused his gaze and saw that, though Su Jinshui's eyes were shut within the ice, her complexion was no different from usual. He extended his divine sense to probe and felt her aura was steady. Stranger still, those sigils were passing through the ice, pouring ceaselessly into the spot between her brows. So that's it, Zhu Yu said, suddenly understanding. Senior is using profound ice as the medium to brand the sword intent directly onto the inheritor's soul. The sword ancestor nodded. Exactly. Unfortunately, in the past 300 years, among the Su clan juniors who could withstand this trial, Only the girl Shui has managed it. It seems Shui has probably already reached the peak of the sword domain realm. Only then did Zhu Yu understand why the Frost Sword Ancestor's legacy had been cut off. You walk in and get flash frozen into an ice sculpture right off the bat. Who could possibly withstand that? Senior, how long will this inheritance take? Zhu Yu asked. The Sword Ancestor said, that depends on the girl's own comprehension. Quick, 3 to 5 days slow, a month or two. Zhu Yu couldn't help grumbling inwardly. What a ridiculous range. 3 to 5 days versus a month or two, that's night and day. Inside the ice, Su Jinshua's brows suddenly knit. Zhu Yu immediately sensed something off. Senior, Shui, she. Calm and unhurried. The Sword Ancestor said, that's normal. The Sky's Soaring Heart method and her original heart method are clashing fiercely in the depths of her consciousness. If the two can merge, the girl will wake even sooner. And if they can't, at worst she'll be bedridden for 3 months. Nothing serious. Zhu Yu was speechless. Big-hearted, aren't you? 3 months and it's fine? Easy for you to say. While Zhu Yu was still doing the math in his head, the Sword Ancestor shifted her gaze to him and gave him a once-over. Seeing that he was young, yet his cultivation wasn't low, she asked curiously, young friend, which clan are you from? In my era, I never heard of anyone who specialized in the gentle sword. Me? I'm entirely carried by the system. Almost everything I can do was handed to me by it. That was what he thought. What he actually said was pure nonsense. This junior hails from a small sect, hardly worth mentioning. My master is just a carefree wanderer, no name to speak of, and left no mark on the world. Oh, the Sword Ancestor looked surprised. Able to teach a disciple like you, and yet content to remain unknown? Your master is quite a character. Then she shifted gears. Since you're the girl's teacher, and you went to all this trouble to bring her here to inherit this old woman's sword art, I will remember this favor. Sure, here's a natural, novel-appropriate American English translation of your passage, capturing the tone, style, and context of a cultivation Xinxia story while avoiding any Chinese expressions. I'll pass on to you a sword technique I created myself, Ice Dragon Seal. This move is the most formidable assassination technique I've ever mastered. In a life or death moment, it channels all the spiritual energy within your body and transforms it into a dragon-shaped blade of icy sword chi, striking down your opponent like thunder. The Sword Ancestor pointed a single finger, and a streak of blue light shot into Zhu Yu's forehead. Inside his mind, the sword technique automatically played out, forming a vivid illusion of an ice dragon, snarling and thrashing. Ice Dragon Seal. Zhu Yu thanked the Sword Ancestor, then went over the key principles of the technique in his mind. He thought to himself, I cultivate water-type spiritual energy. If I were to shape my energy into form, it should be a water dragon. Maybe I should call it Water Dragon Seal when I use it in the future. Shui had received the inheritance of the Su clan's Sword Ancestor, and he himself had learned a new sword move. Everything was going a little too smoothly. It gave him an uneasy feeling. Especially this move. It gave off a strange vibe, like it had a hidden cost or a secret buildup of energy. It was almost as if some unseen force was hinting that he would soon be locked in a fierce battle against a powerful enemy using this very technique. And even if he gave it his all, he still wouldn't win, leaving behind a scar as a foreshadowing clue, only to meet a heroic end that was practically the standard fate of a mentor to the main character. Zhu Yu shook his head inwardly. This was basically a deadly flag. He just hoped he wouldn't actually end up that unlucky. After that, Zhu Yu and the Sword Ancestor silently remained inside the sword grave, waiting for Su Jinshui to awaken. Time passed quietly. 3 full days went by, but Su Jinshui still showed no sign of waking. Meanwhile, above ground, on the city walls of Shuzhou, 2 figures walked side by side. Ever since master and disciple had entered the sword grave 3 days ago, Bai Yuntao had taken it upon himself to protect Shuzhou without hesitation, patrolling the city walls alongside Yang Su every single day. Today was no different. As they reached the top of the wall, Bai Yuntao gazed into the distance. Outside the city, all was peaceful and serene. It's awfully quiet today. He sighed. There are no demons nor bandits here. It's completely different from the south. What a contrast. Yang Su grinned. That's all thanks to Brother Zhu and his master-disciple duo. 6 years ago, Brother Zhu and his disciple charged into Shuo Prefecture when it was overrun by demons. They fought like 1,000 men combined, scattering tens of thousands of monsters like rats fleeing in all directions. After that battle, the demons must have been scared out of their wits. None of them have dared to even think about invading our land ever since Ha. Look at how cheerful Lord Yang is today. Yang Su smiled, and Bai Yuntao caught the mood, his lips curling into a smile as well. That's for sure. Yang Su patted his chest proudly, gazing at the peaceful citizens within the city walls, his eyes filled with pride. Thanks to Brother Zhu, the people of Shuo Prefecture were finally saved from the horrors of war. And even young Miss Su from the Su family is training hard. As the acting lord of Shuo Prefecture, I must work even harder to protect this land. Only then can I honor the people's trust and repay the sacrifices made by Brother Zhu and his disciple. Bai Yuntao nodded in agreement with a smile. Just as he was about to speak up, ready to say that he too was part of this cause and would give his all to defend Shuo Prefecture. Suddenly, a chill shot up his spine, raising the hairs on his arms. A powerful sense of danger surged through him, making his breath catch for a moment. Before he could even process it, Bai Yuntao abruptly turned his head toward the northern horizon. In an instant, his eyes widened, and his right hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. Far in the distance, thick crimson clouds were spreading rapidly across the sky, like a raging river of blood surging through the heavens. Those blood-red clouds, clawing and twisting, were rushing towards Shuo Prefecture at an astonishing speed. It had only been 3 days since Master Zhu Yu and his disciple entered the Sword Tomb. And now, outside Shuo Prefecture, silent for 6 whole years, the city was once again under the shadow of blood-red clouds. Yang Su and Bai Yuntao stood fully armed atop the city walls, all traces of laughter now gone. The heir of the Bai Dao sect, who had always dreamed of becoming a hero like Zhu Yu, a guardian of the land, stood there now, his face grave and resolute. Bai Yuntao had cultivated the Dao for over 20 years and wandered the martial world for more than a decade. He prided himself on his experience and knowledge. Yet a scene like this, with blood-red clouds churning violently across the sky, was something he had never seen before. This was the first time in his life he had sensed such a terrifying, overwhelming demonic aura, so powerful it sent chills down his spine. Yang Su suppressed his unease and asked cautiously, "Brother Bai, can you make out anything unusual?" Bai Yuntao kept his eyes locked onto the blood cloud, drawing closer, and replied grimly, "This demonic aura feels off. There's also a strong stench of blood mixed in. In my opinion, this isn't some low-level demon. This must be an extremely powerful fiend with formidable strength." Yang Su's face turned pale in an instant. So the intruder meant serious harm this time. This demon's power might even rival that of the insect demon that once destroyed Shuzhou years ago. "Brother Bai, with your current abilities, can you drive it away?" For once, Bai Yuntao looked truly serious. He replied, "City Lord Yang, to be honest, I can only give it my all. Fighting such an evil being alone, I can't guarantee a complete victory. For safety's sake, we should really ask Master Zhu to come and back us up." "City Lord Yang, do you know when Master Zhu and his disciple are expected to finish their retreat?" Yang Su hesitated for a moment. He knew the matter of the sword grave was highly confidential and shouldn't be revealed lightly, but given the urgency of the situation, he had no choice. So he told Bai Yuntao everything: how Zhu Yu and his disciple had entered the sword grave for cultivation. "The sword grave?" Bai Yuntao gasped in shock. "You mean they've been unaware of the existence of the sword grave all these years? So all their strength had been cultivated through their own efforts? If they were to obtain ancient sword cultivation techniques from the sword grave, their martial cultivation would surely reach a whole new level." Only then did Bai Yuntao's anxious heart finally settle a little. This battle was still winnable. As long as they could hold out until Master Zhu and his disciple emerged, they would have a chance to turn the tide. "City Lord Yang, I've got a plan. Stall for time, just hold on until Master Zhu returns, and we'll have the chance to strike back." "Exactly what I was thinking." Yang Su retrieved another sword talisman from the silk pouch at his waist. It shimmered with a cold, piercing gleam. This is a talisman Brother Zhu left with me earlier, Yang said grimly. He said that if things ever got desperate, I should crush it and he'd end his retreat ahead of schedule. At this, Bai Yuntao's eyes lit up. Excellent. Mr. Zhu truly thinks of everything. Lord Yang, you keep this talisman safe for now. Let me go deal with that big demon first. If I can't hold out, then crush the talisman. Fine. The defending soldiers had barely finished setting up their defenses when the demonic horde surrounded the city, sealing it off like a tightly drawn net. At the center of a swirling vortex of blood-red clouds sat the Queen of Bees. Her divine consciousness stretched out like an invisible net, covering the entire city. But to her surprise, she couldn't sense the presence of the sword cultivator inside. They're not in the city. She cast a glance at the old black-robed demon standing beside her. The hunched, raspy-voiced demon croaked, "Impossible. My men have been secretly watching the sword cultivators. They've never left Shuo Prefecture." "Then they're hiding," the queen said coldly. "No matter. I'll just kill everyone in the city. I'd like to see how much longer they can keep hiding." She gave the order. "Attack the city." At her command, a shrill, bone-chilling horn echoed across the city. The three remaining generals under the Queen's command, Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf, each led their own armies, surging toward the city walls like a tidal wave. Of the three, Leopard and Wolf were both at the peak of the third demonic stage, their demonic auras surging wildly. But the Tiger General was even more terrifying, already a fourth-stage demon. His massive body towered like a mountain, and every step he took shook the earth beneath him. With the current strength of Shuo Prefecture's defenders, trying to hold back such a demonic force was pure fantasy. Arrows rained down from the city walls, trying to halt the tide, but it barely made a dent. Just then, a streak of emerald blade light slashed down from atop the wall, cleaving the charging demon army clean in two. Bai Yuntao unsheathed his blade and stood alone at the front lines, facing the entire demonic horde. His voice thundered like a storm. "Bai Yuntao of the Azure Blade sect is here. Fiends, cease your rampage." A chorus of monstrous roars answered him in waves. The Tiger Demon General charged first. With a single stride, he covered more than 30 feet, then unleashed a thunderous tiger-esque punch. Bai Yuntao snorted coldly and met the tiger head-on. Under the cover of the Shuo Prefecture Army's powerful bows and heavy crossbows, Bai Yuntao stood alone against three fiends. Steel flashed as he forced his way through and blocked their first barrage. High above the clouds, the Bee Queen watched with interest as the bladesman below held off three at once. "Oh, another expert? How does he compare to that sword cultivator?" The black-robed elder fiend replied in a dour tone, "Your Majesty, that sword cultivator made another breakthrough a few days ago. His cultivation far surpasses this man's." "Is that so?" A blood-red gleam flickered in the Bee Queen's eyes. "Then I'm even more eager. All forces, press the attack. Flush that sword cultivator out." The battle outside the city burned ever hotter. Even with the Azure Blade sect's signature techniques to back him, Bai Yuntao struggled under the combined assault of the Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf Demon generals. The Tiger Demon was monstrously strong. Every punch came with the force to split mountains and shatter stone. The Leopard Demon was lithe, coordinating from the flank and launching constant sudden strikes. The Wolf Demon was. The vanguard of the demonic horde had now stormed the city walls. Though the defending soldiers fought desperately, they were being pushed back inch by inch. Yang Su swung his long blade wildly, chopping down the weakest of the demons charging at the front. He lifted his eyes just in time to see Bai Yuntao retreating. His heart clenched. He knew the situation was dire and couldn't afford any delay. Without hesitation, he grabbed the silk pouch at his waist and crushed the sword talisman inside with all his might. Back at the sword grave, Zhu Yu was practicing deadly sword techniques, following the ancient forms passed down by the sword ancestor. Suddenly, a sharp pulse jolted through his chest, followed by an intense ripple of spiritual energy, the unmistakable sign of a shattered talisman. Something's wrong. Shuozhou is in danger. A deep sense of foreboding washed over Zhu Yu, as if the word peril had been stamped across his forehead. Damn it, am I really about to get written off by the plot like this? He glanced towards Su Jinxue, who was still deep in meditation within the ice. The girl wasn't ready to awaken yet. After a brief silence, Zhu Yu finally spoke to the lingering soul of the sword ancestor. Senior, Shuazhou is in crisis. I must leave immediately. Please watch over Snow for me. Go with peace, the sword ancestor replied with a nod. Zhu Yu opened his mouth as if to say more, then stopped himself. There were actually a few things he wanted to ask the sword ancestor to pass on to Su Jinxue. But as the words reached his lips, he changed his mind. He already carried enough burdens. If he left behind something that sounded like a final message, he'd end up like an old general from the opera stage, spouting last words for dramatic effect. Never mind. I'll tell her myself when she wakes up. With one last lingering gaze at Su Jinxue, Zhu Yu turned and vanished in a flash of light, speeding away from the sword grave. Above Shuazhou, heavy crimson clouds hung low in the sky, like a storm about to break. The Queen B's divine consciousness stretched out like a vast, suffocating net, blanketing the entire city. Not a single breath, not a single movement within the city could escape her perception. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the air shifted. A power rivaling her own had just risen from within the city. Excellent. Only such strength is worthy of becoming the sacrificial offering for the demon blade. She slowly descended from her crimson cloud throne. With a flick of her clawed hand, a blood-red demon blade materialized out of thin air. The demonic blade seemed forged from blood jade, faintly emitting a mournful wail, as if countless wronged souls were trapped within, struggling and shrieking in agony. Your Majesty, the old demon in the black robe stepped forward again, offering counsel. Although the sword cultivator is strong, the real threat is his disciple, the so-called Sword Bone. Enough. Don't say another word. The Bee Queen had no patience to listen further. For years now, this old demon had droned endlessly in her ear about this sword bone, until her ears were practically calloused from the annoyance. It was as if that so-called sword bone would march straight to the polar wastes any moment now and slaughter them all. If the sword bone is really that terrifying, then why the hell did you call her your own mother back then? She's just a bratty little girl who hasn't even grown up yet. How much trouble could she possibly cause? Sure, her cultivation might be slightly above the four generals, but compared to hers? Nowhere close. She could crush that girl with a single wave of her hand. Your Majesty, the sword bone is crucial. The black-robed demon seized every chance to press his point. But the Bee Queen had long since tuned out his doomsday predictions. The sword bone isn't important, the Bee Queen scoffed. Once I complete the ritual sacrifice of this swordsman and perfect my blood-drinking art, capturing a mere little sword bone will be nothing but a formality. Senior Elder, you worry too much. Yet even as they spoke, the situation atop the city walls had already turned dire. Despite the defenders' desperate resistance, they were steadily pushed back by the demonic onslaught. Bai Yuntao was already exhausted. Every swing of his blade seemed to drain the last ounce of his strength. At the moment of crisis, an invisible consciousness surged onto the battlements. All the demons climbing the walls froze mid-motion, then exploded one after another like firecrackers. Before anyone could even see clearly, Zhu Yu had already appeared atop the city wall. The white-robed swordsman stood on empty air, one hand behind his back and the other holding his blade, a living barrier between the demons and the city. Great! It's Master Zhu, the Sword Immortal. We're saved. The soldiers on the wall erupted into thunderous cheers, as if salvation had arrived from the heavens. Their morale soared, and their arrows flew with newfound power and precision. Only Bai Yuntao remained surrounded by three demons, unable to break free. Zhu Yu gently flicked his sword. He locked onto the three demon generals besieging Bai Yuntao. With a flick of his longsword, he cleaved out a strike that could split mountains and shatter stone. That slash seemed ready to split heaven and earth apart. The void shuddered, the wind and clouds shifted in an instant. The tiger demon, ever the most reckless, actually tried to take it head-on with his fists, only to be struck squarely by that razor-edged sword chi. His chest was ripped open, and his massive body was blasted away, plowing a trench dozens of feet long. The leopard and wolf demons were caught in the shockwave. That peerless strike sheared them in half at the waist, killing them on the spot. Few thank you for saving my life, Mr. Zhu. Clutching his wound, Bai Yuntao offered his thanks, then swallowed a pill and began circulating his qi to heal. Though he slain them in a single move, Zhu Yu didn't relax in the slightest. They were just the cannon fodder that charged in first. The real big boss was still up on that blood-red cloud. No words were wasted. The human and the demon struck in the same instant their eyes met. The queen bee swept her blood-drinking demon saber sideways, and a blood-red arc tore open the sky. Zhu Yu gave his sword a whirl. Watery radiance gathered into a river and slammed into that crimson blade light. A thunderous boom. The shockwave even kicked up a mushroom cloud. At most, the hems of Zhu Yu's and the Queen Bee's clothes picked up a bit of dust. But the demon horde directly beneath their clash was dealt a cruel hand. Half were dead or wounded in the blink of an eye. Their duel had already carried them far from the original battlefield. Above the clouds, two figures crossed and recrossed, sword chi and saber light shredding the sky to tatters. Every collision detonated an ear-splitting blast, as if ripping a gash in the heavens. The people below the city craned their necks, but they couldn't make out the true figures of Zhu Yu or the queen bee. They saw only two streaks of red and blue light, weaving and shifting. Mr. Zhu, can he win? Bai Yuntao was so shaken he forgot the pain of his wound. Yang Su said firmly, he will. Brother Zhu will definitely win. High above, Zhu Yu and the queen bee had already traded 100 rounds. They were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Each swing of that blood-drinking demon saber came with a piercing shriek, like 10,000 wronged souls howling. Zhu Yu's long sword moved like flowing clouds in water, driving the supreme virtue like water sword intent to its absolute peak. The bee queen's eyes blazed blood red as she blurted, "A sword immortal, indeed your reputation is no lie." It was the first thing she said since crossing blades with him. With you as nourishment, my blood drink will be unstoppable. Zhu Yu said nothing, meeting her alone with his sword. If no third party interfered, the two were about evenly matched. No one could say how long it would take to decide the winner. But then, seeing the stalemate and steeling herself, the bee fiend turned her blood-red blade on her own surviving underlings. Nearly 10,000 demon folk heads flew in unison, their blood souls swallowed whole by the demon blade. The spectators of Shuazhou and the black-robed elder demon lurking in the shadows were left slack-jawed at the sheer cruelty of it. Once the blood sacrifice of the remaining demon tribe was complete, the demon blade erupted in blood-red light, its chilling, killing intent painting heaven and earth crimson. Take this one from me. The blood-drink demon blade, wreathed in world-shaking malice, came crashing down from above. Zhu Yu raised his sword to meet it, but the strike hurled him back 100 yards, a coppery sweetness flooding his throat. He barely managed to steady himself, feeling as though his organs had been shaken out of place. Is this the end? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhu Yu felt a strange, unearthly calm. That inexplicable premonition he had these past 3 days had finally been borne out. For reasons he couldn't name, the sight before him felt like déjà vu. As if, long ago, he lived through something just like this. The bee queen lunged again. The arc of her blade matched exactly what he'd seen in his vision. Zhu Yu gripped his sword with both hands, a blinding azure light bursting from him. Water dragon seal. 5 corporeal water dragons roared into being. Sheathed in surging spiritual energy, they carried the full weight of Zhu Yu's life's cultivation, rushing the bee queen with a heaven-rending fury. The bee queen's face drained, she swung the blood-drink demon blade up to meet them. In an earth-shaking detonation, she loosed a piercing scream. A hairline crack spread across the demon blade, and half her body was torn into a mangled mess by the water dragons. Seeing this, the black-robed elder demon threw himself forward with all his strength to save them. He raised a shadow shield to block the shockwave, but was still sent reeling, blood pouring from his 7 orifices. Go now. The black-robed demon grabbed the gravely wounded queen bee, and with his last ounce of demonic energy, swept up the fading Zhu Yu as well. 3 figures shot northward in a blur, vanishing into the horizon within moments. The city walls of Shuazhou were deathly silent. Everyone stared up at the sky, now eerily calm, unable to shake off the shock for a long time. Wind swept through the broken clouds, and the smoke of battle slowly drifted away. Only a few tattered crimson clouds floated lazily through the sky, silently telling the tale of that earth-shaking battle. Where is sword immortal Zhiyu? A soldier stammered, dazed. The demonic horde had been driven back, but where was sword immortal? No one could answer. Yang Su's face was deathly pale, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned blue. He suddenly turned around, shouting furiously, "Send orders, deploy every scout at once. Search every 100 miles. I want him found alive or—" He stopped mid-sentence. Even he couldn't bear the thought. Was the Su family's niece still down in the sword tomb? How could he possibly face her now? Outside the city walls, piles of demon limbs lay heaped like hills, blood soaking deep into the earth. But at that moment, no one cared. Beneath the city lord's mansion, inside the sword tomb, there was a faint stir near the ice sculpture. Inside the tomb, silence reigned, broken only by the occasional groan of shifting ice. Encased in the ice, Su Jinshui lay like a fairy sleeping in a frozen paradise, her body surrounded by a faint glow of spiritual energy. With the help of the frost-sealing meditation from the sword ancestor, she had completely immersed herself in the study of sword techniques. Now, she had fused the frostblade art of Ling Shuang with the water-s grace cultivation method taught by Zhu Yu, reaching a rare state of harmony and perfection. Time passed slowly, and the piercing cold gradually faded. Inch by inch, the ice receded. Her aura surged higher and higher, until suddenly she broke through into the sword's soul realm. With a soft, clear cry like a blade slicing through still air, Su Jinshui awoke from her icy slumber. She actually broke through. Jinzhu had been standing guard nearby the entire time. When he saw Su Jinshui finally awaken, a flicker of realization passed through his eyes. No wonder it took so long. It had already been over a month since the ice crystal first showed signs of disturbance. There was even a time when Jinzhu wasn't sure whether she had failed. Turns out she had been in closed-door cultivation the whole time, solidifying her foundation before making a sudden breakthrough. Such a diligent attitude, combined with extraordinary talent, was truly admirable. As soon as Su Jinshui opened her eyes cold and clear like snow gained an even brighter gleam. "Master!" Her gaze eagerly swept around the chamber. Her heart was set on telling Zhu Yu in person, to share the joy of her breakthrough, and to speak of that subtle new understanding she'd gained after fusing the two cultivation techniques. But as her eyes scanned the room, Zhu Yu was nowhere to be seen. The sword chamber was empty, only the lingering soul of Jinzhu stood silently. No, Master would never just leave her here like this. Unless something had happened. A sudden tightness gripped Su Jinshui's heart, and a nameless panic surged through her like a rising tide. Seeing her reaction, Jinzhu immediately understood her concern. He sighed softly. He's already left. A few days ago, something happened in Shuzhou City. He had to go there to handle it. The moment those words hit her ears, Su Jinshui felt even more uneasy. What kind of trouble could possibly pull her master away for so long? She bit her lip hard and quickly pressed. Has Master not returned at all since he left? Jinzhu slowly shook his head. Then did Master leave any message for me? Each word came out slow and deliberate, as if she were desperately holding something in. Jinzhu hesitated slightly before replying carefully. He originally intended to leave you a message, but in the end, he changed his mind. He insisted on telling you himself. That rising wave of dread and fear crashed over Su Jinshui like a storm, nearly swallowing her whole. Without even pausing to properly bid Jinzhu farewell, she bolted from the sword chamber like a gust of wind. Outside, sunlight bathed the ground in golden light, but it did nothing to dispel the dark shadow that had settled deep within her heart. Everything in the city remained calm and normal, but where was her master? Why wasn't he here? Right by the pond. The guards assigned to watch the area saw Su Jinshui appear. One of them quickly scrambled off to report to the city lord's mansion, while the rest dropped to one knee in unison. Junior Sword Immortal Su. Su Jinshui looked at them. In the past, she would mimic her master's manner, gently signaling them to rise with a kind voice. But now, she had no patience for such formalities. Her spiritual awareness swept across the entire Shuo province. Nowhere could she sense her master's presence. What chilled her even more was that the guards had lowered their heads deeply. It wasn't tea out of respect, it was avoidance. They seemed afraid of her, afraid she might uncover something. Have any of you seen my master? Though her tone was soft, the guards only buried their heads further. They fell silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to utter a word. That silence was like a dull blade, slowly slicing through Su Jinshue's composure. In the suffocating quiet, Su Jinshue strode past them all. She was going to find Yang Su. Yang Su must know where her master was. Meanwhile, after receiving the guard's report, Yang Su rushed over in a panic. As he turned the corner of the corridor, he ran straight into Su Jinshue. Seeing her, Yang Su's lips twitched. He forced a smile, trying to lighten the mood with a tease. Niece, you've gotten even stronger after just a month apart. But the smile looked more painful than a frown. The corners of his eyes were deeper with wrinkles, his gaze heavy with exhaustion and worry. Su Jinshue didn't respond to his joke. She fixed Yang Su with her gaze, seeing right through the forced smile. In her heart, she already suspected the truth, but she refused to believe it. "Where's my master?" she asked. Yang Su's smile froze. His expression turned pained, his lips trembling as he hesitated, unable to speak. He didn't know how to tell her. "Where is he?" Su Jinshue raised her voice, pressing again, her eyes growing colder. After all, Yang Su was a veteran soldier, hardened by years on the battlefield. He drew a deep breath, forced his emotions to settle, gathered his words, and told Su Jinshue, piece by piece, everything that had happened over the past month. The demons invaded a month ago, and they came in hard. Brother Zhu did turn the tide and cut down their army, but when he crossed blades with their leader, he vanished. We mobilized the entire city and searched for a full month, and still couldn't find a single trace of him. Our best guess is they dragged him to the far north. Before the last word faded, the girl flashed into a streak of sword light, an arrow off the string shooting straight north. Behind her, Yang Su's bellow to muster the personal guard was shredded to pieces by the howling gale. In the girl's eyes, there was only the northern sky, stained blood red. That was the far north, the demon stronghold. "Master." She breathed the word, and the razor-edged wind tore it away. Su Jinshue suddenly remembered what the sword ancestor had said in the sword tomb. Her master had something he wanted to tell her. The thought lodged like a thorn in her heart, stabbing hard. "Wait for me." She clenched her teeth and pushed her speed even higher. Back to reality. Ding. System prompt. Host body detected dead. Exiting the game. At the chime, Zhiyu surfaced from the sim. That queen bee really didn't hesitate. She ignored her own subordinates, shoved herself forward as a hostage, and when Xue came to the far north to save him, she played her hand to scramble her mind. Then she cleanly hurled herself into the blood pool and got refined in an instant. The death penalty really is brutal. Even after logging out, pain still pulsed through every bone and limb. This pain sim is way too real. Did they have to dial it up this far? Zhiyu collapsed onto the bed. He hadn't expected to go out in such a grisly way. And if Xue finds out her master was refined into a sacrificial blade by the demons, how is she going to take it? The thought made his heart feel like an invisible hand had seized it, the hurt sharp and mean. He lay there for a while before finally letting out a long breath, as if trying to force all his pent-up frustration out of his chest. He flipped open the system interface, hoping to see if the rewards had been properly distributed. But the screen was blank, utterly empty. That was strange. Hadn't the game ended yet? I already died, didn't I? How is the story still continuing? In the distance stood Lishan's sword sect. Deep within the forbidden cave, Su Jinshue lay wrapped in a wolfskin cloak. The smile on her face had vanished, replaced by pain and terror. She had fallen into a nightmare she never wanted to revisit. A nightmare like an endless abyss, trapping her in its grip. She struggled desperately to wake up, but couldn't escape the bindings of the dream, as if held down by invisible chains, forcing her to relive that horrifying memory once again. The northernmost wastes home to demons and monsters. Beside the blood pool, the Hornet Queen laughed maniacally. She had just sacrificed Zhu, a powerful cultivator who had reached the Sword Soul realm. At last, the terrifying demonic blade blood draft was finally complete. The Hornet Queen ran her fingers over the fresh crimson patterns along the blade, feeling the surging power within. She threw her head back and cackled. Her sharp, Piercing laughter seemed as if it could tear through the northern sky itself. It's done. My demonic blade is finally complete. Ha ha ha. With this, I shall dominate this world. In sharp contrast stood a black-robed elder demon. He stood silently by the blood pool, his expression devoid of excitement. He died too soon. He sighed softly. That swordsman died far too early. Hornet, oh Hornet, you truly underestimate the depth of human emotion. If that swordbone girl learns her beloved master died in such a brutal way, if she loses control, consumed by unbearable grief, who knows what kind of earth-shattering, heaven-defying power might erupt from such intense emotion? Your actions were pure foolishness. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled violently. Outside the blood pool, demons screamed in agony. A single slash of sword chi leveled an entire mountain peak, and Su Jinxue strode forward through the snow. The sword Zhuyu, custom crafted for her with meticulous care, slid out of its sheath with a sharp, resonant ring, its first cry in this frozen, icy world. A piercing chill filled the air, the cold biting straight into the soul. The extreme north, already a land of endless ice and snow, fell into absolute silence. The frigid aura irradiating from Su Jinxue made the atmosphere even more grim and deadly. Fueled by her spiritual energy, violent frost and snow surged like monstrous white waves. Heaven and earth were swallowed by a single, blinding white. Su Jinshue's eyes cold and sharp like winter stars locked onto the queen bee. Where's my master? That ruthless, murderous intent was enough to send chills down even the queen bee's spine, and she was no stranger to cruelty and violence. Now that her demonic blade had reached perfection, the queen bee felt emboldened more than ever. Her hand caressed the blood-stained weapon, her lips curling into a mocking smirk as she sneered in a grating voice. "Oh, so it's you. I thought someone brave had finally shown up. But it's just you, the little girl who didn't even dare show her face during the Great War. What's wrong? Come to die?" She gripped the hilt, her arrogance swelling, and laughed cruelly again. "Your master? His soul is right here, can't you recognize it?" As for his body, the queen bee let out a chilling, bone-deep cackle. "Oh, it's buried somewhere in that pile of bones behind me. Which one is which? I don't even bother to tell anymore, ha ha ha." In an instant, the heavens and earth fell silent. Su Jinxue stood still, her pupils contracting sharply. She watched the queen bee's lips move, but not a single word reached her ears. At the moment she heard of her master's death, her mind shattered like glass. Only one thought remained in her head, slicing through her heart like a blade over and over. Her master was dead. Her gaze turned hollow, her voice barely a whisper, filled with despair. "My master is dead, then why are you still alive?" The wind and snow exploded into chaos. Howling winds carried a blizzard so fierce it hadn't been seen in 1,000 years. "It's over." The man in the black robe turned pale, stumbling backward in fear. What showed in the divination was a blizzard that would swallow the demon clan's hope of ascendance. Amid that wind and snow, Su Jinshue's power spiked wildly once more, flouting all reason. Her hair turned white inch by inch, as if the polar frost were dyeing it strand by strand. The turbulence of spiritual energy grew ever more terrifying, even heaven and earth trembled. "Quit the spooky act." The bee queen bellowed, yanked out her blade, and cleaved toward her. But the moment the saber light left the edge, it froze, suspended motionless in midair. Su Jinxue slowly raised her sword. That strike felt like heaven's punishment descending. The heaven-cleaving gleam of that sword seemed to pronounce the extinction of the far northern demon clan. Under the weight of that sword's might, only the bee queen and the black-robed old fiend who had sensed something was wrong before she swung and fled in a panic survived by a fluke. Seeing the girl before her like the Reaper incarnate, the bee queen felt her heart shatter. She had watched with her own eyes as Su Jinshue's cultivation skyrocketed within a few breaths to a realm far beyond her own. From the bottom of her heart, she now believed the black-robed old fiend's earlier warning. The true enemy was the one who bore sword bones. Too bad she realized it far too late. She knew full well this was no opponent she could handle. So before Su Jinxue could strike again, the bee queen, flustered and desperate, played her final card. She roused her demonic art, and a blood-red phantom flew from the blade. Above the demonic saber, Zhu Yu's outline slowly congealed, his eyes tightly shut. Su Jinshue's sword momentum halted at once. She stared at that spectral figure, a pain like tearing ripped through her chest. Was that her master? That familiar face had become a twisted soul shadow in a demonic blade. Blood-colored chains wound around the translucent figure, pinning his soul fast inside the weapon. The Bee Queen let out a shrill, grating laugh. After Zhu Yu was refined into the blade's soul, he became bound to this demonic saber, a weapon she could control. The veins stood out and throbbed on the back of Su Jinshue's hand as she gripped her sword. How dare she? She actually dared. That extremity of pain and fury nearly tore her heart in two. It wasn't enough that her master was dead, these fiends would defile even his soul. But if I take this cursed blade, would I be able to bring master back? A hesitation formed in her heart, and her sword pressure weakened slightly, afraid of harming the soul trapped inside the blade. But the Queen of Bees sensed her hesitation. Her attacks became increasingly uncontrollable, more and more frenzied. Ding! Detected a special story node. Connecting consciousness. The illusion slowly opened its eyes. The system had just logged Zhu Yu back in. In the illusion's vision, he saw Su Jinshue's tear-streaked face. Tears had frozen on her cheeks. He looked down at his semi-transparent body. Crimson chains stretched from the demon blade to his soul form. With just one glance, Zhu Yu saw through everything, immediately understanding the elaborate scenario the system had set up for him. This time, the system was clearly trying to turn Shui into the final boss. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the surging emotions in his heart, then looked up at Su Jinshui. There was still so much he wanted to say to her. Over the years, he had imagined many possible endings to this game, but never once did he think it would end with his own death. What a shame. He had wanted to see with his own eyes the day when Shui became a sword saint. No need to say more. While the system granted this brief moment of clarity, Zhu Yu made his decision. Su Jinshui was already at a disadvantage. There was no time left to hesitate, no time left to say goodbye. Suddenly, Zhu Yu's soul form burst with blinding light. The crimson chain snapped 1 inch at a time, and his soul began to dissolve itself. Farewell, Shui. No. The Queen of Bees finally noticed the abnormality with the demon blade and screamed in terror. How could you? It was as if the entire world froze in that instant. Su Jinshui's pupils slowly constricted. Master. Zhu Yu closed his eyes within the system space. In the end, he heard the Queen's piercing scream, the sharp sound of the demon blade shattering, and the broken, sobbing cry. The blizzard swallowed the northernmost lands. In the real world, it was Lishan. At last, Su Jinshui awoke from that dream, her cheeks soaked through with tears. She curled up on the ice platform, her fingernails digging hard into her palms, yet she felt not a trace of pain. That dream had been too vivid, almost cruelly so. It felt like someone had torn open an old wound from 800 years ago all over again. The blood was still flowing. She remembered the days after her master's death, those dark, hopeless days when she had lived like a walking corpse. Driven nearly mad with grief, she had hunted demons and monsters across the world. Back then, she had been like a soulless shell, sustained only by her obsession with vengeance, so much so that she nearly became a killing wraith consumed by bloodlust. Wherever she went, no demon or monster escaped her blade. Until one day, when she finally pinned the last of them to the peak of a snowy mountain, she suddenly realized the scene was exactly the same as the day she had first met her master. In that moment, she collapsed onto the snow, hugging the wooden sword her master had carved for her, crying as if her heart had shattered. Later, she dragged her exhausted body back to Shuo province. What she saw and heard there utterly broke her. In the taverns, storytellers still spoke of the sword immortal, and the people still worshipped the figure who once protected them. But the person they praised was no longer her master. Zhu Yu, it was her. In everyone's memory, the name Zhu Yu no longer existed. Like a madwoman, she stormed into the city lord's mansion, grabbing the now-grown Xiao He and demanding answers. The response she got was, Sister Shui, since when did you have a master? Wasn't it you who saved me back then, Sister Shui? She would rather not remember those feelings at all. It was as if some invisible hand had erased her master from the memories of the world. The streets were still filled with laughter and joy, but nowhere could you find a trace of her master's existence. Only she remembered. Among the sea of people, only she remained the sole witness to her master's existence. And so, even though there was nothing left in this world she truly cared for, she stubbornly continued to live. Through the long years, with her natural talent and unwavering devotion to the sword path, she fulfilled her master's last wish and eventually became the Sword Saint, revered and feared throughout the land. It was on the very mountain Lishan where their fates first intertwined that she founded her own martial sect, establishing the Sword Sect. With sheer willpower, she carried on the unfinished dream of her master. From that day forward, she cultivated tirelessly and continuously took in disciples, passing on her knowledge and skills. In the end, she became exactly the person her master had once hoped she would be. She became a peerless pinnacle in the sword cultivation world, revered by all, just as the people of Shuzhou had once honored her master. And so, 800 years quietly passed. Memories of her time with her master were all that sustained her through those long, endless centuries. Yet time was merciless. No matter how fiercely she clung to the past, some memories inevitably began to fade. Until 7 days ago, an unusually vivid dream shattered her peace. At first, it was a sweet reawakening of the past, pulling her deep into the dream, making her never want to wake. But in the end, the dream froze on that blood-stained, icy wasteland. Once again, she was dragged into that nightmare, watching helplessly as her master felt utterly powerless to stop it. Su Jinxue lay motionless on the Xian Ice platform, her eyes hollow, her entire being lost in confusion. The blow from that dream was immense. Even with her current composure, her mind now wavered on the edge of instability. Even more bizarre, a strange image of an unfamiliar town suddenly surfaced in her spiritual consciousness. From a private school came the clear voices of children reciting lessons. A winding cobblestone path stretched forward, leading into the entrance of the town. Looking up, the town gate bore 3 bold characters in clear view: Lu Yunjun, Drifting Cloud Town. Drifting Cloud Town. Su Jinxue paused, then felt a sudden jolt in her heart. With her current cultivation, such a sensation wouldn't arise without reason. Whether it was the dream or this vision now appearing before her, it was highly likely that the heavens were trying to tell her something. At this thought, Su Jinshue's gaze sharpened, and she rose to her feet without hesitation. She pulled on her cloak and reached for the wooden sword she hadn't touched in 500 years. This would be the first time in 5 centuries that she had stepped beyond this forbidden land. Drifting Cloud Town, perhaps, it was somehow connected to her master. Su Yanxue left in a hurry without saying a word to any of her disciples. For days after she was gone, the elders from every peak of the sword sect still routinely came to the edge of the forbidden grounds to greet her. She had always been distant and reserved, so when the elders received no reply, they didn't think much of it. Inside the system space, text scrolled across a floating screen as it began playing the story of what happened after his death. Su Yanxue inherited his path, trained relentlessly, and eventually became a sword saint. Later, she founded the sword sect on the mountain where they had first met, the Lishan Mountain, spreading and elevating the way of sword cultivation. The story was brief and rushed. He had no idea how much suffering the girl had endured between the moment of his death and the day she reached the peak. But since she had become the sword saint, Xue must have moved past those hardships. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Zhu Yu gave a self-mocking smile, shook his head, and sighed faintly in his heart. He was actually taking this game seriously. Xue was just data simulated by the system. How could she truly be stuck in the past, unable to move on? It was just that the system's performance had been too convincing, pulling him emotionally along. None of this was real. System. Master, how may I assist you? Zhu Yu stared blankly at the pure white space and asked, "Can I see Xue again?" The system didn't respond. Can I replay the previous storylines? Don't games usually have new game plus modes or story replays? You must have something like that, right? The system remained silent. Then a new notification chimed in. Sword Saint Suyin Xue storyline completed. Reward has been credited. A streak of light flashed and merged directly into Zhu Yu's body. He checked inwardly and realized cultivation energy. And not just any cultivation energy, this was exactly the level he had been at before his death, the Sword Soul realm. Holy crap! Zhu Yu perked up instantly. Did the system actually just hand this out so generously? They just gave him the Sword Soul realm like it was nothing? That's way too casual. With this power in hand, wouldn't he be able to easily win over his future wife? But his excitement didn't last long. He flopped back down to where he was before. He still couldn't let go of Schwer. The game was fake, but his feelings were real. How could he just easily move on like that? This gloom clung to him all the way back into reality. As soon as he opened his eyes, a frown creased his face. Xianing thought he hadn't slept well, so she quickly pulled her husband into her broad, comforting embrace. "Darling, it's still early. Don't rush. Sleep a bit longer," she whispered. Like soothing a child, she gently stroked Zhu Yu's head while resting her chin on his forehead, softly humming a tune with no name. Zhu Yu felt like that melody was oddly familiar. It seemed like he'd heard it somewhere before. Maybe Xianing used to hum it like this back in the past too. He didn't dwell on it, but still couldn't he fall asleep. Xianing seemed to notice and quietly asked, "Darling, what's troubling your heart? Tell me about it." "It's not really worry. Just something that's been on my mind for a while." "What is it?" Zhu Yu pulled back slightly to meet her gaze. Those eyes, like autumn waters, still held the same deep affection they always did, just like when they were newlyweds. "Inger, why did you fall in love with me in the first place?" Feelings usually grow slowly over time. Take Zhu Yu himself, he only truly fell for either Xianing or Su Jin Shui after going through many things with them. Likewise, Su Jin Shui only accepted him after he'd taken care of her completely, without holding anything back. But Xianing was different. Her feelings had been so intense right from the very beginning. If it was love at first sight, then that passion lasted far too long. In Zhu Yu's opinion, when a supernatural being becomes deeply attached to someone, it's usually to repay a debt of gratitude. But in this life, he hadn't saved many animals, quite the opposite. He'd eaten quite a few. As for his past life, don't even mention it. So the theory of repaying a favor just didn't hold up. Then how could he explain Xianing's deep devotion to him? "Because you are simply you, my husband." Her answer was surprisingly simple. "In both soul and body, you are you. You're my one and only husband." Xianing's abstract, stream of consciousness reply left Zhu Yu completely baffled. "I love you simply because you are you?" Who was talking in riddles now? Xianing's answer was both direct and convoluted, like a repetition of something like water is water simply because it is water, leaving him utterly confused. Zhu Yu couldn't wrap his head around such abstract logic. He even started wondering whether the emotions of the Yao race were fundamentally different from those of humans. Could it be that the way feelings were formed was different between species? As he was thinking, Xianing, slower to react, suddenly seemed to realize something. She propped herself up, and those usually soft, affectionate eyes grew dark and shadowed with something deeper. "Husband, why did you suddenly ask me this?" Her fingertips gently brushed the side of Zhu Yu's face, her voice thick with unease. "Have I done something wrong lately that made you doubt my feelings for you?" Oh no. He'd been so busy staring at her pretty face that the words came out without passing through his brain, and he stepped right on a landmine. Zhu Yu snapped back to attention, sitting up straight and cupping Xianing's pale cheeks in both hands. "Inger is perfect, absolutely perfect, in every way. It's all my fault. You might not know this, but men get moody and overthink things sometimes too, like how women get irritable during their monthly cycle. It's just a physical thing." Xianing blinked, puzzled. "But I don't feel irritable during my cycle." She tilted her head thoughtfully, then smiled sweetly. "With you by my side taking care of me, I actually feel more at peace than usual." Zhu Yu had no idea what to say. Ugh, miscalculation. Suddenly, Xianing narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone taking on a strange edge. "Wait a second, how exactly do you know that women get irritable during their cycle?" She leaned in even closer. Her lips parted slightly, her breath sweet with floral notes, yet somehow carrying a hint of danger. "Unless you've been around other women during their time of the month?" Zhu Yu was already well accustomed to Xianing's tendency to get stuck on tiny details and overanalyze them. He kept a straight face and calmly bullshitted, saying, "Learned it from books. Ever since Inger and I became husband and wife, I made a point of studying medical texts about women. I figured if you ever got a headache or a fever, I could look after you so you wouldn't suffer as much. Xianing looked him over, as if searching his face for cracks. Zhu Yu put on the look of a devoted husband, even let out a slightly aggrieved sigh, using her own trick against her. Sigh. Ying-er actually doubts her husband's sincerity. Xianing saw that, and her heart immediately softened. She hurried in to nuzzle his cheek, murmuring, "I was being oversensitive. Don't blame me, husband." A few sweet nothings later, he just barely managed to soothe that little bout of jealousy. But before Zhu Yu could breathe easy, Xianing tossed out a fresh question. "By the way, the spiritual energy on you, where did it come from?" "Huh." Her fingertip gently tapped his dantian. "All sharp edges, that sword cultivation. Isn't it? By human realm standards, you've probably reached the sword soul realm?" She frowned, felt him over more carefully, then added, "But aside from the fierceness, there's a hardness laced with softness, smooth and gentle like water. Sounds like a rare water sword path." Zhu Yu what? He was stunned. She could tell all that? He thought that with some cultivation under his belt, he could at least bluff for a while in front of Xianing, and she stripped him bare in 3 lines. How was he supposed to play this? He took a deep breath, forced a dry laugh, and asked, "If I may, my lady, what kind of cultivation do you have?" Xianing thought for a moment, tapped her lips, and answered as casually as if discussing the weather. 100 years ago, I was already at the Saint Realm. Now I'm probably a bit stronger. Been quite a while since I last fought someone. Just how strong I am now, can't really say." After hearing that, Zhu Yu froze for 3 seconds, then burst into laughter. "Haha, turns out she's a saint-level cultivator after all. Well, not bad at all. Turns out my wife is actually a great demoness at the Saint Realm. And me? Just a sword soul cultivator. A moment ago, I was even daydreaming thinking that with my current cultivation, taming her would be a breeze. But a sword soul against a demon saint? What a massive gap. Haha, how awkward. How should I describe my current mood? It's like getting reincarnated into the Middle Ages, teaching some medieval peasants how to build guns and cannons using modern knowledge, then leading them to conquer cities and expand territories. You're feeling almighty and full of yourself, personally leading a massive army to siege a knight's castle, planning to shock these primitive folks with the power of the industrial age. Wait, the knight's castle just stood up and started walking. What the hell am I even doing here? Zhu Yu stared at the sky, speechless. Back then, when I had no cultivation at all, I managed to beat Xianing so badly she lost her armor and fled. Maybe that's why she misjudged me. At the time, I thought Xianying's cultivation was already at the peak, like some queen bee level existence. A 5th stage demon such a level is extremely rare, even in history. Beyond that, there are even 6th stage or even 7th stage demon saints, being so extraordinary that they only appeared thousands of years ago, when the demon court ruled the world. Xianing's cultivation stunned Zhu Yu for no reason at all. Looking at the woman now curled up in his arms, still appearing gentle and soft, he just couldn't associate her with a Saint Realm demoness. That's the true Saint Realm. Even the legendary sword saint, Su herself, couldn't be certain of defeating her. Xianing, with that kind of power, actually willingly married a mortal like him and even dragged him off to live in seclusion on this remote mountain. Zhu Yu kept grumbling inwardly. A great demoness of the Saint Realm, no less, and a phoenix demoness, one of the most noble bloodlines among demons. She's not scheming to restore the demon court, unite the fractured demon clans, or revive the glorious legacy of her ancestors. Instead, she's playing the role of a dutiful wife for me. Does that even make sense? If I ever told anyone this, they'd probably laugh it off as the ultimate fantasy of a poor, delusional scholar. You bookish types, your imaginations are wild. JPG. While Zhu Yu was still reeling, Xianing tossed out a new question. "Husband, where did your cultivation actually come from? How is it I never sensed that you'd ever cultivated?" This time her tone was more restrained than before. Zhu Yu's cultivation had always been baffling. She worried her husband might have drawn the attention of some mysterious existence. And as the woman who shared his pillow, she couldn't accept him harboring secrets she didn't know about. Zhu Yu forced a smile. "Ying-er, do you believe in past lives?" "Past lives? In my previous life, I was a powerful sword cultivator from a primordial age. Unfortunately, I fell in battle against demons and fiends. Last night inspiration struck, my past life memories suddenly awakened. In a single instant of enlightenment, my cultivation just came back. Even he wanted to laugh after saying it. Who would buy that? But Xianing actually seemed to. After hearing him out, she nodded thoughtfully. I see. Zhu Yu was dumbfounded. Seriously? No way. Is my wife really this easy to fool? You're a demon saint. How did that IQ make it all the way to the saint realm? Then Xianing's next question felt awfully familiar. Then did you have a wife in that past life? Yes. That's exactly the reaction I wanted. That's more like my wife. Zhu Yu hugged her tighter. No. In both past and present lives, I've only ever had Yuinger. Only then did Xianing smile, bury her face in the crook of his neck, and nuzzle lightly. He held her, but his thoughts drifted toward the system. The game still had to be played. Saint Realm, how many more levels do I have to clear to catch up to her? At the border of Great Yin, Liyan Town, at noon. The marketplace bustled, hawkers' cries rising one after another. An old man selling candy banged a brass gong. A woman peddling rouge shouted at the top of her lungs. A few children chased and roughhoused their way through the crowd. In the bustling crowd, a lone figure stood out like a sore thumb. She was a female swordsman, wearing a straw hat and a wolf pelt draped over her shoulders. She moved slowly through the packed crowd. Half of her face, visible from under the hat, looked as delicately carved as a painting, but her expression was colder than ice. What drew the most attention, however, was the wooden sword hanging at her waist. She was none other than Su Jinshui. After days of following a vague, unexplainable sensation, she had finally arrived at this remote little town. But what lay before her was just an ordinary, run-of-the-mill town you could find anywhere. There were street vendors shouting their wares, children playing, and smoke rising from chimneys. Everything looked just like any other small town. In fact, she couldn't sense even a trace of spiritual energy. So why in the world did that illusion lead me here? She had been walking aimlessly when suddenly a familiar scent caught her attention. Following the smell, she found a small noodle shop labeled Zhangji Noodle House. The aroma of the noodles floating in the air instantly sent her into a daze, as if she could once again see her master bustling about in front of the stove. Her feet moved toward the noodle shop without her realizing it. "Miss, come on in." The owner, wearing an apron, greeted her warmly. "What can I get you?" There were quite a few customers inside, all casting curious glances at her unusual appearance. She chose a seat in the farthest corner and spoke softly. "A bowl of plain broth noodles, and add a fried egg, please." "Coming right up." "Just a moment, miss." Not long after, the noodles were served. The clear broth floated with tender green scallions, and the fried egg was cooked just right. At the sight of it, Su Jinshui froze. "Miss, is the noodles not to your taste?" Seeing that she hadn't touched her chopsticks, the female owner nervously twisted the edge of her apron. A customer in a wolf pelt was clearly no ordinary person, and no one dared to offend her. Su Jinshui shook her head. A sudden thought struck her, so she asked cautiously, almost hesitantly, "Owner, have you ever heard of someone named Zhu Yu?" "Zhu Yu?" The owner paused, surprised. "Oh yes, I've heard of him." At that, Su Jinshui's heart clenched tightly. Mr. Zhu was considered the most learned man in our town. Back when he taught at the private school, all the children loved listening to his lectures. The innkeeper's wife recalled as she spoke. "He suddenly moved away half a year ago. Didn't he even leave a word behind?" "Moved away?" Su Jinshui's voice trembled. "Where did he go?" "That I don't know." Mr. Zhu left together with his wife. "Wife?" Su Jinshui's tone suddenly changed. "Yes," the female innkeeper continued excitedly. Speaking of his wife, she looked like a celestial fairy. But her personality was a bit cold. Didn't he talk much with others, and kept a tight leash on Mr. Zhu too. Crack. The chopsticks in Su Jinshui's hand snapped in half with a snap. "Miss you?" The innkeeper's wife jumped at the sudden noise. Where were they living before? Her voice was so cold it sent chills down one's spine. Could she be here for revenge? Could it be that Mr. Zhu had offended someone outside, and now the enemy had come knocking? "I was right by the old locust tree at the east end of town," the innkeeper's wife stammered. As soon as she finished speaking, the space in front of her was empty. Only a few copper coins remained on the table. For a moment, the noodle shop fell into silence. then erupted into chaos. Goodness, I must ve seen a ghost today. Don't talk nonsense. Would a ghost pay for noodles? Right, right. That must ve been a celestial being. A deity descended from heaven. Su Jinxue could no longer hear the chatter behind her. She now stood before a deserted courtyard, her fingers resting on the peeling wooden door, but she hesitated to push it open. Could it be Master? Or was it just someone with the same name? Thoughts swirled endlessly in her mind. Finally, she gathered her courage and pushed the creaking door open. With a long creak, the door swung inward. She stepped over the threshold and entered the long, abandoned courtyard. Dust danced in the sunlight. Weeds had overtaken the yard, and a few wildflowers stubbornly bloomed in the corner. Su Jinxue forced down the storm of emotions surging inside her and slowly walked step by step toward the house. Every step she took felt as if she were carrying 1,000 caddies on her back. Fragments of memories with her master flickered through her mind like a slideshow. She pushed open the door to the main room, and immediately, a stale, dusty smell rushed toward her. The house was completely empty. There wasn't even a decent piece of furniture left behind. How was that possible? Unwilling to accept it, Su Jinxue searched every corner of the room. She checked hidden compartments beneath the stove, gaps in the ceiling beams, even the hollow spaces beneath the floorboards. She nearly dug up the ground 3 feet deep. But nothing remained that could be called useful, nothing that could prove this house once belonged to her beloved master, Zhu Yu. It was simply unreasonable. She recalled the noodle shop owner's words. He left so suddenly, disappeared without a sound, not even alerting a single person in town. Yet this house had been cleaned out too thoroughly. Nothing, not even a single needle, had been left behind. How could an ordinary person accomplish such a feat in such a short time? To move so many belongings without a sound, only a cultivator could pull that off. Could it have been her master's doing? Su Jinxue sank onto a dusty wooden bed frame, her chest rising and falling heavily. Though she found nothing, a voice deep inside screamed. Master definitely lived here. But fate wasn't on her side. She had arrived just a step too late, missing him by a breath. Thinking of that, tears welled up again, streaming down her cheeks with soft plops. Yet in the next moment, she let out a quiet, bittersweet laugh, crying and laughing at once, strangely, painfully contradictory. As long as her master was still alive somewhere in this world, she would find him. She had to. But soon, another wave of sorrow crashed over her. Why? She whispered silently in her heart. Why didn't her master come for her? Why did he marry another woman? Master, did you really forget about little Shui? The image of the woman referred to as the master's wife surfaced in her mind, the noodle shop owner's words echoing, a beauty like a celestial maiden. A sharp pain pierced her chest, and Su Jinxue felt as if she couldn't breathe. Only one word echoed in her heart. Why? Curled up on a wooden bed frame stripped of its mattress, she clung to the faint warmth that seemed to linger from her master. Tears soaked the dusty wooden planks. 800 years of longing collapsed into silent sobs. Master, have you really abandoned me, Shui? She hugged the wooden sword in her arms tighter, as if grasping her last sliver of hope. Outside, the sun still shone brightly, and the laughter of children drifted from afar. After what felt like an eternity, Su Jinxue slowly lifted her head. The tears on her face had long dried, leaving faint trails behind. No, Master must have his reasons. How could her master just abandon her without cause? That was simply impossible. Su Jinxue stood, and the dust on her robes seemed to fall away on its own. Sunlight bathed her pale face, illuminating a pair of eyes rekindled with hope. She absolutely couldn't fall into despair. She had endured 800 years of waiting. How could she give up now? Just as hope was returning? She cast one last glance around the room. This place had once been where her master lived. No matter who that woman was, no matter where they were now, she would find them. Master Shui will find you. She pushed open the door and strode toward the midday sunlight. A small courtyard nestled in the mountains. Dawn had just broken, the morning light still dim. A light mist still lingered in the hills, and a single ray of sunlight sliced through the clouds, slanting across the pond in the courtyard. Zhu Yu leaned back against a smooth stone at the pond's edge, reclining slightly with his eyes half closed, lost in thought. Xianing rested her head on his arm, her long, damp hair fanning out like ink in the water. A faint blush still lingered on her cheeks, and tiny droplets clung to her lashes, trembling lightly with each breath. The pond water rippled gently, reflecting her graceful figure. "Beloved," Xianing murmured softly, her half-open eyes brimming with contentment and devotion. "What a wonderful day," she whispered, savoring the quiet peace between them. Zhu Yu let out a lazy hum, not even bothering to move a single finger. It had already been 3 days. 3 full days during which Zhu Yu had been unable to enter his system space. There was no helping it, his wife was just too clingy. At first, he had been slightly puzzled, but later on, Xianing had shown unusual enthusiasm and joy over his newfound cultivation. The reason was actually quite simple. Zhu Yu had become a cultivator, and his lifespan had naturally been significantly extended. The worry over his longevity was now a thing of the past. Xianing no longer needed to fear that her beloved husband would leave her in 100 years' time. Those secret, extreme methods of prolonging life could be shelved for now. Now, she had only one sweet dilemma left. What should she and her husband do with the long years ahead of them? She had already decided on the first thing they would do. She had even said at the time, "Now that my husband has cultivation, we can cultivate the Tao together." Neither of them knew the first thing about this kind of practice, but Xianing, after all, was a great demoness at the Saint Realm. She had some understanding of spiritual energy flow and somehow managed to figure out a few positions on her own. The cost? Their bed frame had finally given out yesterday with a loud crack. It was only because Xianing had quickly pulled back her strength that the damage had been worse. The entire courtyard had nearly been affected. Zhu Yu still remembered how flustered Xianing had looked. She had looked just like a little girl who'd done something wrong. It was hard to believe that a Saint Realm demoness would be so upset over breaking their own bed. That bed had even been handcrafted by her own hands. Seeing how crestfallen she was, Zhu Yu's heart softened. He agreed to help her build a new one together, and only then did Xianing stop looking so down. Afterward, she flitted through the mountain woods like a cheerful little bird, humming an unfamiliar tune while selecting the perfect wood. Zhu Yu didn't quite understand why this demon saint would be so fascinated by such a simple, rustic life in the mountains. She loved the furniture she made with her own hands. She loved hearing the creaking sounds of the wooden bed frame. But more than anything, she loved curling up in his arms, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat as she drifted off to sleep. Life was simple, almost plain, yet she found it sweeter than honey. Every time Zhu Yu thought of Xianing cheerfully humming a tune while sawing wood and assembling a bed, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Husband, what are you laughing at?" Xianing's fingers lightly traced along his jawline. "Nothing," Zhu Yu replied, reaching out to brush a strand of damp hair from her forehead. "I just think my Ing truly excels at everything." At her husband's praise, Xianing beamed, her eyes curving into crescent moons. As if proudly showing off a treasure, she said, "I can do even more things. I can cook, weave cloth, sew clothes." She started counting off her fingers, but stopped abruptly when she reached sew. "Now that we're talking about clothes." Zhu Yu followed her gaze to the pile of garments by the pond. To be precise, they were barely clothes at all, just scraps of fabric barely holding together. Ever since his cultivation had advanced and his body had been tempered by spiritual energy, his physique had clearly changed. He'd grown a bit taller, and his muscles had become more defined. The clothes that once fit him now strained tightly against his frame, threatening to tear with every movement. And unfortunately, he often had to exert himself. "Looks like I'll have to buy some new clothes," Zhu Yu said with a sigh. Xianing's cheerful expression immediately fell. Even though Zhu Yu had already gotten used to life in the mountains, she still didn't want him going far away. First, she feared that once he saw the bustling outside world, he might grow tired of the quiet mountain life. Second, there were plenty of women out there, and her husband's eyes were bound to wander. Absolutely not. Her husband's gaze should belong to her and her alone. "Also the clothes for you, husband," Xianing insisted stubbornly. "Clothes made by outsiders just aren't good enough." Zhu Yu knew exactly what she was thinking. This girl, even when it came to sewing, couldn't help but get jealous? Her possessiveness seemed irrational, yet somehow perfectly understandable. Not long after their marriage, every piece of clothing he owned had become one of Xianing's hand-sewn projects. The sharp tools for tailoring and the loom were all placed in the storeroom. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it after all. It was only natural for a man to have fewer things to worry about. And nowadays, it was perfectly normal for a woman to know how to sew. Learning that she was actually a Feng Yao, Zhu Yu couldn't help but feel intrigued. Do even demon clans do sewing? He asked curiously. Zhu Yu asked with interest. Inger, where did you learn this kind of skill? Xianing recalled, saying, long ago, when I was wandering the mortal world, I saw human women sewing clothes for their lovers. From that moment on, I made up my mind I would one day sew clothes for my husband with my own hands. She smiled and said, there's no rush for these things, but right now, your new clothes are the priority. If it's for my husband's wear, I must choose only the finest fabric, embroidered with golden threads. We have needles, threads, and gold at home, but the fabric itself needs to be bought from outside. Xianing hesitated slightly after hearing this. She didn't want her husband going out, yet she couldn't bear to be apart from him either. Seeing her reluctance, Zhu Yu offered gently, I guess we can just make do with some old clothes at home. No way. His attempt to compromise only strengthened her resolve. She had always been full of contradictions. On one hand, she wished to lock her husband away deep in the mountains, never letting him see the sky again. On the other, she couldn't stand the thought of him suffering even the smallest discomfort. Xianing rose from the pool, water droplets gliding down her perfect curves. With a light wave of her hand, the moisture on her body instantly evaporated. A few robes flew toward her, wrapping around her delicate figure. Looking as if she had just made a big decision, she said softly, I'll go buy the fabric myself. At this moment, Zhu Yu, feeling a bit mischievous, couldn't resist teasing her. He added playfully, Inger, are you really willing to leave? The word struck right at her sore spot. She lunged forward, pinning Zhu Yu against the edge of the pool, and kissed him fiercely. They didn't part until both were breathless. Still not satisfied, she gently bit down on Zhu Yu's shoulder, leaving her mark behind. She murmured, almost in complaint, don't say things like that. Husband, how could I ever bear to leave you? They clung to each other a little longer before she finally took a few steps back. I am really leaving now, she said. But even as the words left her mouth, she didn't move an inch. Zhu Yu couldn't help but smile and said, how about I go with you? No, Xianing retorted at once. Then her voice softened. In town there are too many women. Zhu Yu grinned. That little streak of jealousy could put a 1,000-year vintage to shame. Before they set out, Xianing had laid a complex array around the little courtyard, part binding and part ward. After that, she left a filament of demon power on Zhu Yu. One end curled around his wrist, the other sank deep into the mountains. She kept adjusting the tension, not wanting to chafe her husband, but wanting it secure. That last escape had cast a shadow too deep on her heart. So deep she still couldn't quite put her mind at ease. And Zhu Yu's cultivation wasn't low if he really ran from her side. Finding him again would be hard. If it came to that, Xianing couldn't swear she wouldn't do something terrible. Husband, rest in the yard first. I'll be right back. Be good, don't wander off. Don't touch the barrier, don't. She ticked off one don't after another, rattling off about a dozen, before reluctantly turning into a streak of red light that skimmed across the horizon. Only then did Xianing leave. The mountain courtyard fell quiet again. After she'd been gone for quite a while, Zhu Yu finally lifted his wrist and plucked at the faint, almost invisible filament of demon power. It gave a soft, insect-thin hum. He tried tugging on it, then gathered a strand of sword energy and slashed. It didn't even twitch. He went to the edge of the barrier and touched the dark red rim, only to be gently pushed back. This girl really thinks that highly of me, Zhu Yu muttered. A double-layered interdiction laid by a Saint Realm great demon against a Sword Soul Realm cultivator like him. It was like using a grenade launcher to go fishing. Zhu Yu returned to the pool. A wisp of Xianing's scent still lingered on the water's surface. He lay back in the pool again, scooped up a handful of water to wash his face, and suddenly found it funny. Xianing really wasn't feeling secure this time. Saint Realm or not, she was still afraid a mere sword soul like him might slip out of her hands. Ever since he got the system, he'd completely given up on running away. This system really had some tricks up its sleeve. Just clearing the first stage had pushed him into the sword soul realm. If he kept going, cleared a few more. Breaking into the Saint realm wasn't just a pipe dream. He believed it wouldn't be long before he caught up to Xianing and reached a level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. When that time came, he was going to correct all those unhealthy ideas his wife had. That was nothing but a twisted kind of love. Ripples spread across the surface as Zhu Yu stretched out and sank into the pool. Xianing warmed the water with phoenix fire, a current of heat wrapped around him. Zhu Yu closed his eyes and let his awareness sink into the depths of his sea of consciousness. System space loading. The familiar light screen unfurled before his eyes again. This was his first time back since clearing Su Jinshua's stage 3 days ago. System, open the second stage. Let us see who the second daughter of destiny really is. Acknowledged. A line of text popped up. Shamanist Jiang Li, born in the 100,000 great mountains of the southern border. Born with the innate myriad poisons physique, branded a jinx by her clan, abandoned in the Rotwood Forest. On the brink of death, saved by the southern border's Grand Witch and given the name Jiang Li. Shamanist Jiang Li? Southern border? He'd never even heard of this second daughter of destiny. The southern border was choked with miasma and poison. People from the Central Plains rarely ventured there. It mostly existed in all kinds of horror tales. Those from the Central Plains who went there were either exiled or fleeing for their lives. So Zhu Yu didn't know much about the southern border. Quest issued. Cure Shamanist Jiang Li. Complete the quest to claim the corresponding reward. Cure her? As in fix that innate poison body of hers. That did look pretty tough. Before Zhu Yu could think it through, the system suddenly let out a sharp crack. Ding. Warning. The host has been locked onto by a powerful divine sense. Forcibly logging out. Zhu Yu's eyes flew wide. The screen went black, and he jolted awake. He flailed on reflex, sending water splashing high. What the hell does it mean to be locked onto by a powerful divine sense? The spiritual energy of the Sword Soul realm surged through his meridians as he remained alert, scanning the surroundings warily. The target mentioned by the system couldn't possibly be Xianing. Could it be that the demonic energy Xianing left behind when he just departed had attracted those who coveted his power? But why would others, too afraid to confront Xianing directly, come to ambush his home instead? Zhu Yu speculated in his mind. Yet the moment he lifted his head toward the sky, he felt as if struck by lightning. At the horizon, a slender figure hovered midair. A light veil hung from her straw hat, completely concealing her face. But that wind-blown wolf-skin cloak, that familiar wooden sword at her side, and especially that icy, frost-like aura. It had only been 3 days since they last met. There was no way Zhu Yu could mistake her identity. Shuer, is that you? Could this be just a dream? System, what the hell is going on here? Not long after Xianing had left, above the mist-shrouded mountain peaks, Su Jinshui continued soaring through the sky on her sword. Master, where exactly are you? For the past 2 days, she had searched every corner around Luyun town as her base, desperately looking for any trace of Zhu Yu. Every time she sensed the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy, she rushed over without hesitation, only to find nothing each time. Suddenly, her figure froze midair. In her perception, among the endless mountains below, one peak stood out strangely. It was the middle of winter now. All the surrounding peaks were covered in snow, yet this one remained lush and green, with even faint traces of blooming mountain flowers visible. This something is wrong. This anomaly must mean some demonic force was at work. Su Jinshui was no stranger to such phenomena. High-level cultivators or powerful demons could alter the local climate with their spiritual energy. Could it be? Her heart pounded suddenly. She masked her presence and silently approached the unusual mountain. As she drew closer, a delicate mountain courtyard gradually came into view. Outside the courtyard was an indistinct crimson barrier, the aura it emitted forcing her into a state of high alert. In a place like this, such a powerful demonic presence existed. What exactly is this place? A Saint Realm demon? Though she had vanquished countless demons and monsters, this was the first time she faced an opponent also at the sage level. Once a demon of this caliber emerged into the world, rivers of blood would surely flow across the mortal realm. Her fingers curled around the wooden sword at her waist. Su Jinshui felt her heartbeat quicken in her chest. It wasn't fear, this was a sense of solemn duty, almost reverent. She faintly recalled her master's teachings from years ago. We sword cultivators must take it as our sacred duty to protect all living beings. Su Jin Shui whispered to herself. If Master were here, her eyes burned with resolve. He would certainly tell me to cut this demon down with my own hands. A mountain breeze blew, lifting the light veil beneath her straw hat. On her delicate, beautiful face burned a fierce warrior-esque spirit. So what if it was a sage? Since when had she, Su Jin Shui, ever known fear? Who exactly decided who was or wasn't a so-called sage? Just as she was about to slash her sword and break through the demon's barrier, her gaze caught movement from the courtyard. In the pond, a man was leisurely soaking in the water. That faced the face that had haunted her dreams for 800 years. And Master, her hand holding the sword trembled, nearly dropping the wooden blade. She couldn't believe her eyes, yet she dared not look away. She feared it was an illusion, afraid that it would vanish the moment she blinked. It really was him. Actually him. Even after 8 centuries, even with just a single glance, Su Jin Shui would never mistake that face. Especially since she had seen him in her dreams just 3 days ago. Master. Tears blurred her vision. Su Jin Shui longed to teleport over and reunite with Zhu Yu, but the demon's barrier and the noodle shop owner's words suddenly reminded her of a terrifying truth. Everyone knew that her master had a wife, a celestial beauty at his side. Yet in the courtyard, aside from her master, there was no other presence. Moreover, a powerful sage-level demon on this very mountain had yet to reveal itself. Her heart felt as if pierced by a dagger. A dreadful suspicion, one that threatened to tear her apart, slowly took shape in her mind. Could it be that the demon was actually her master's wife? No, impossible. Su Jin Shui bit her lower lip, and the metallic taste of blood instantly filled her mouth. I don't believe it. My master actually married a monster. That kind of thing. Absolutely not. No way in hell. The sword chi went out of control. The snow covering the mountains instantly vaporized, rocks exploded, and trees were reduced to dust from the shockwave. In the small courtyard, Zhu Yu stared at the chaotic scene unfolding before him, sweat trickling down his cheeks. System, say something. System, talk to me. Who the hell is that woman up in the sky? Zhu Yu looked up at the shadow in the sky. His entire body was drenched in sweat. His nerves were practically screaming. It was like that painting the scream, a face twisted in terror, mouth wide open, eyes rolled back, as if the soul itself was trying to leap from the mouth. Zhu Yu gazed at the woman standing in the heavens, clad in wolf hide, holding a wooden sword. There was no doubt about it, this was Snow, the character he had raised in the game. But how was that even possible? Zhu Yu's mind was on the verge of exploding. Wasn't he just playing a simulation game through the system? Wasn't this all part of a virtual storyline? Could characters from the game actually come into the real world? And the overwhelming pressure radiating from her. Saint Realm. Zhu Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. That immense sword aura and oppressive presence could only belong to a saint-level expert. Sword Saint Su Jin Shui, the legendary sword saint who eradicated countless demons 800 years ago, was actually the same person as the Snow he raised in the game. System, where the hell are you? You owe me an explanation, you bastard. Zhu Yu screamed furiously in his mind. Yet the system, just like in the game, pretended to be dead, no response, not even a single notification tone. Su Jin Shui tightened her grip on the sword. My master would never marry a demon. She told herself that. There must be some misunderstanding. Master would never willingly marry a monster. It had to be that demon who tricked him. A cold gleam flashed in Su Jin Shui's eyes. Yes, that's exactly what happened. The demon had transformed into a human woman, deceiving her master with his kindness. The noodle shop owner's words echoed in her ears. That lady looked like a celestial fairy, but her demeanor was a bit cold. She kept a tight leash on Mr. Zhu. Looking now at the courtyard outside, the barrier was clearly still exerting a binding force. This was the lingering aura of a high-level demon sage. This formation held the power of imprisonment. Her master had been trapped there alone. The truth suddenly became clear. Su Jin Shui's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling violently. A deep, indescribable fury and pain churned inside her. Master has been imprisoned by the demon. Her sanity was nearly breaking. Yet she clung desperately to that thought, as if it were her last lifeline. All of this was that demoness' fault. Master, Snow is here to save you. And then I'll reduce that demon to dust and ashes. Her eyes sharpened, and at the same time, she unsheathed her wooden sword. Boom! A storm erupted, and a brilliant sword beam pierced through the sky. Inside the courtyard, Zhu Yu stared at the apocalyptic scene unfolding before him, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. It's over. Xianing had set up the barrier without anticipating that another sage-level cultivator would come to snatch his target. As a result, the barrier wasn't strong enough to withstand an attack from someone of equal power, especially not one fueled by Jin Shue's furious rage. The sword beam came crashing down. Crack! The barrier shattered instantly. Almost in the same moment, Su Jinshui appeared in the courtyard, standing before Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu was still submerged in the pool, his body frozen stiff, his breath halted entirely. Meanwhile, Su stood at the pool's edge. Their eyes met. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The wind blew, leaves drifting down. Slowly, Su Jinshui removed her straw hat. Her face was more mature than it had been in the game world. Those once jet-black tresses now had strands of white. After all, 800 years had passed. Master. Her voice was barely a whisper, so soft it seemed as if she feared waking from a dream. The moment the word Shizuan left his lips, Zhu Yu's heart tightened, as if struck by something sharp. This was really his Shuer. This wasn't a system-generated illusion, nor data from a game. It was truly, unmistakably Su Jinshui, flesh and blood. Zhu Yu's lips quivered, but no words came out. What could he even say? Should he go with a simple long time no see? Or maybe hope you've been well? Or how about, hey kiddo, Shizuan isn't dead, I was just a projection taken down by that demon. In the end, all the words in the world melted into a single soft call. Shuer. The moment that whisper escaped his lips, Su Jinshui completely broke down. She threw herself into Zhu Yu's arms like a drowning person clutching at driftwood, sobbing uncontrollably. Shizuan, her voice trembled between sobs. Her arms locked tightly around his shoulders, fingers nearly digging into his skin. Thank goodness you're alive, thank goodness. It's okay now, Shuer found you. Shuer 1T, let any demons hurt you again. Zhu Yu stiffened, his hand frozen midair, unsure whether to hug her back or not. That demon she mentioned, was she talking about His heart sank into chaos. What came next confirmed his fears in an instant. She grabbed his wrist. Just as I thought. Her tone turned icy cold. That demon imprisoned you. A streak of sword chi flashed by, slicing through the binding threads. The killing intent in Su Jinshui's eyes was unmistakable as she said coldly, "Don't worry, Shizuan. Shuer will take you back to the sect first." And then, her murderous rage surged. Shuer will wipe out all these demons without mercy. Zhu Yu. This was about to blow way out of control. Even at Xianing's speed, a round trip would take more than half a day, barely enough time to circle through town twice. When she comes back and sees this mess, realizing he's gone, she'll lose her mind. And when that happens, sweet words won't fix anything. If she finds out he was taken by another woman, it'll be a bloodbath, either her or him won't walk away. Palms or backs of hands, whichever got hurt, it was all kin to him, and every wound pierced his heart like a blade. Zhu Yu quickly pulled Su Jinshui into his arms, patting her back to soothe her. Shuer, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Your Shinyang isn't the kind of monster you think. She used to be a Feng Miao, a divine, auspicious bird. At the mention of Shinyang, Zhu Yu felt the body in his arms instantly stiffen. Su Jinshui slowly lifted her head. The warmth in her eyes had plummeted from gentle to icy in an instant. Shinyang. She repeated it softly. Her voice was unnervingly soft, yet it sent a chill up Zhu Yu's spine. Her gaze gradually turned hollow, and the emotions just soothed by his embrace were on the verge of collapse again. Oh no, he'd hit another landmine. Shuer, there is no Shinyang. She spoke slowly, word by word, her eyes filled with a stubbornness bordering on obsession. There's only Shizuan. Only Shuer and Shizuan. As he heard those words, Zhu Yu couldn't help but feel a strange sense of déjà vu. Su Jinshui tightly dug her fingers into his arm. Her voice was soft, yet eerily gentle. Shizhuan, that demon must have bewitched you, right? It's far too easy for a Supreme Realm monster to control someone at the Sword Soul stage. She kept murmuring to herself, as if wrapped in a self-convincing obsession. It's okay, Schwerer will heal Shizhuan. Just wait until Schwerer kills her, and you'll come to your senses. I'm perfectly lucid. Zhu Yue's heart had leapt into his throat. He knew these symptoms of Su Jin Shui all too well. Back then, after he ran away and was caught returning, Inger had been just like this Schwerer, almost driven mad. Later on, he had lain in bed for a whole week, unable to get up. System, I entered this game hoping to gain the ability to dominate Yin Devils, but not to have another one thrown at me. Schwerer, please, just listen to Shizhuan for once. Things aren't exactly as you imagine. Then how exactly are they? Su Jin Shui rarely interrupted him so directly. Her spiritual awareness had already spread throughout the entire courtyard. The room was warm and cozy, with clear signs of a couple's daily life. Her master still carried pure spiritual energy within him, and then there was that faint bite mark on his shoulder, now clearly visible in her mind's eye. As she recalled her arrival, her master had been leisurely soaking in the bath. All of this silently revealed a cruel truth. He had not been deceived, nor bewitched. He had willingly indulged in a world of two with that demonic creature. She had been nothing but a fool in love with her own illusions. The last thread of her sanity finally snapped. So this is how it is. Su Jinshua laughed, a sickly, terrifying sound, her pupils now tinged with madness. Schwerer understands now. Schwerer should have done this 800 years ago. Before Zhu Yu could react, stunned by the sudden shift, she lunged forward and shoved him into the pool. The emotions she had suppressed for 8 centuries wrapped in pain and jealousy, surging between sorrow and joy, then crashing back into despair, finally overflowed like a broken dam, driving her into this moment of madness. Luoyuan Town. Xianing wore a light gauze veil over her head, her crimson robes embroidered with golden phoenix patterns. Among the plainly dressed townsfolk, she stood out like a flame in the dark. With graceful steps, she entered the town's finest fabric shop, Jin Xiufang. Oh my! Isn't this the young mistress from the Zhu family? The shop owner's sharp eyes immediately recognized this distinguished guest and rushed forward with a warm smile. Have you moved back to town? Xianing gently shook her head, her red lips parting slightly beneath the veil. I'm only here to buy some fabric for my husband's new clothes. Her voice was enchanting, like pearls dropping onto jade plates. Yet, to anyone other than Zhu Yu, she always maintained a distance, a coldness that kept others at arm's length. The shop owner's smile didn't waver as she smoothly led her toward the newest fabrics. Master Zhu must be truly blessed. When it comes to being a virtuous wife, who in town could rival you, Mistress Zhu? Xianing paid no heed to the flattery. Merchants' tongues were always sweet, they praise even an ironwood tree into blooming. The brocade, pale as moonlight with swirling cloud patterns, caught her eye. She imagined how it would look draped over Zhu Yu's frame, and beneath her veil, her lips curled slightly upward. Just as she was about to browse more fabrics, the shopkeeper suddenly lowered her voice. Madame Zhu, did you know? A female immortal came to town a few days back. Imagine that. She even asked around at Zhang's noodle shop about where your family lives. Xianing's fingers, still picking through the fabrics, froze mid-air. The shopkeeper gesticulated vividly. She wore a wolf pelt cloak, had a wooden sword at her waist, and once she got her answer, poof, just vanished into thin air. Zhang's wife said she nearly scared her to death. Xianing's veil stirred without a breeze, revealing half her face cold as ice. What did she ask? Well, just where you lived. The words barely left the shopkeeper's lips before she swallowed them back in fear. Suddenly, the space before her was empty, as if Madame Zhu had never been there at all. Goodness, is Madame Zhu a ghost or an immortal too? What kind of people surrounded Master Zhu anyway? At that moment, the sky burned crimson at the edges. Husband! A cry like a phoenix pierced the heavens. Xianing revealed her true form, an enormous fire phoenix with wings stretching 100 feet wide. As she soared, clouds ignited in her wake, and mountains crumbled and melted beneath her passage. In a quiet courtyard nestled among the mountains, the pond had returned to stillness. Su Jinshue collapsed against Zhu Yu's chest, her long lashes still dewed with tears, damp strands of hair clinging to her rosy face, painted red by the evening glow. The boldness she had mustered over the years had drained away in that moment, and now she was again the helpless girl weeping in a cave, begging Zhu Yu not to leave her. Like a frightened little beast, she nuzzled her cheek against his chest, again and again. And mistress, her voice trembled, hoarse and halting. I'm sorry I was wrong. One by one, transparent tears fell onto Zhu Yu's collarbone, scalding hot to the touch. Su Jinxue shivered all over, ashamed by her own defiance moments ago, yet unable to resist the warmth she so desperately craved. Like a child who had stolen a taste of honey. On one hand, she was drunk on that sweetness, on the other, she feared the punishment that would follow. Shuer missed you so much. Crying, she buried her face against Zhu Yu's neck, her hot breath washing over his skin. Every minute, every second. Pressed to him, her heartbeat hammered hard enough for Zhu Yu to feel it. His feelings were a mess. Su Jinshua's eyes were rimmed red. Trembling, she asked, Master, do you hate Shuer now? Before he could answer, she shook her head in a panic. No, don't answer Shuer, or doesn't he dare hear it. Terrified, he decided to drive her away. Terrified of whatever he might say, she kissed the corner of his mouth, shaking. The kiss was startlingly soft, a world apart from the madness just moments ago. She kissed and cried all at once. By Zhu Yu's ear, she whispered over and over, I'm sorry, I truly love you. I'm sorry, I still love you. With each confession, she dropped another feather-light kiss on his face, as if this clumsy method could pour out all her longing and guilt. She looked so much like Xianing. A tangle of emotions surged in Zhu Yu's chest. Su Jinxue, right now, was no different from Xianing when she lost control, crying and kissing. Terrified, he cast them aside. Since things had come to this, there was no point in blame, better to think about how to bring it to a close. Besides, seeing her like this, he couldn't bring himself to be cruel. Master, you'll forgive Shuer, won't you? She lifted tear-bright eyes. Seeing he hadn't pushed her away, hope sparked there at once. Shuer has always known Master cares for Shuer the most. Zhu Yu sighed softly and slipped an arm around her waist. I don't blame you. It's on me, I failed to notice your feelings in time. Seeing Su Jinxue here in the flesh stunned him for a moment. He couldn't quite come back to himself. He meant to say Master's wife to play the sentimental card, but hadn't expected it to hit her so hard. Hearing him, Su Jinxue lit up all over. She leaned in quickly, the tip of her nose brushing against Zhu Yu's cheek. Master, can you and Shuer leave together? Even if Master refuses to go to the sword sect, we can go somewhere else. As long as I'm with you, Master, it doesn't matter where we go. Zhu Yu gently stroked her damp hair and said, Shuer, I won't force you to leave, but at the same time, I won't be leaving here either. The words made Su Jinxue stiffen all over. Luckily, she had already cried it out, so she was calmer than before. Why? She asked, biting her lip. Is it because Master can't bear to part with your so-called celestial beauty? She hadn't forgotten the noodle shop owner's description of Zhu Yu as a lady goddess. Su Jinxue pushed herself up, her voice tinged with sorrow. When you first returned to Shuzhou City all those years ago, Master warned Shuer again and again not to be deceived by a monster's appearance. I've always remembered that, Master, but have you forgotten it yourself? Well then, well, so this would come back to bite, huh? Shuer, Zhu Yu said, stroking her hair. Is that really how you see me? In your heart, do you really believe I could be swayed by beauty? Su Jinxue pressed her lips together and stayed silent. Your Master Xianing may be a demon, but she has never harmed me. Su Jinxue grabbed his wrist and asked, then what about the threads around your wrist and the wards outside the courtyard? Zhu Yu covered her hand with his own and gently patted it. She just doesn't know how to express her feelings properly. Some of her actions were indeed too extreme. I'm teaching her, little Shuer. She's not bad. But what if she's faking it? Su Jinxue persisted stubbornly. Demons are the best liars. You're not wrong, Zhu Yu replied calmly. But then again, what does she stand to gain? I'm just a cultivator at the Sword Soul stage. What could possibly be worth such great effort from a Supreme Realm demon? What could possibly be worth deceiving me and risking even herself? His words made Su Jinxue's expression shift rapidly. Her eyes flickered as she wrestled with the contradiction in her mind. Zhu Yu inwardly exhaled in relief. She had at least listened a little. Strike while the iron is hot now was the time to calm things down before Ying returned. He was about to speak again when suddenly, a sharp, phoenix-like cry tore through the sky from afar. In an instant, the entire heavens were swallowed by flames, and a scorching wave of heat crashed down upon them. Husband, Xian Ying's voice came from a distance, drawing closer, filled with rage that could overturn heaven and earth. Zhu Yu looked up at the crimson phoenix soaring above. He froze. Su Jin Shui instinctively shoved Zhu Yu behind her, wrapped herself in her half-removed robe, and summoned her wooden sword in a flash. Master, be careful. That demoness is here. Zhu Yu opened his mouth, but no words came. He watched the fiery phoenix drawing closer in the sky, then glanced at the tense and battle-ready Su Jin Shui before him, cold sweat trickling down his temple. This was truly a huge mess. Oh dear, couldn't you have stayed in town a little longer? Strolled through the market stalls, maybe checked out some rouge and face powder? The phoenix in the sky flapped her wings, and a rain of falling embers rained down like fire. Xianing's phoenix eyes sharp as blades locked onto the sword-wielding woman who was holding hostage her husband. There she was. That woman dared to touch my husband. Damn it all. She's practically begging for death. The phoenix transformed into a human midair, standing atop the void, her red gown whipping violently in the heat. Her phoenix eyes burned with killing intent, her silver teeth clenched tight, her murderous aura so thick it was almost tangible. But Zhu Yu, still standing between her and Su Jin Shui, stopped her from attacking outright. Wench, get away from my husband. Su Jin Shui sneered, swung her wooden sword, and in a flash, an ice-blue barrier encased Zhu Yu. Don't worry, master. I'll destroy this demon right now. No, wait a second. But Zhu Yu had no way of stopping her. Su Jin Shui leapt forward, facing off against Xianing midair. Perfect timing, she shouted, sword pointed at Xianing. Today, I will rid the world of your evil. Seeing her opponent not only refuse to flee but charge head-on, Xianing let out a furious, mocking laugh. She had no intention of wasting a single word on this lowly wretch who dared to touch her husband. Her phoenix wings unfurled, sending out countless afterimages, and a tidal wave of scorching phoenix fire roared forth like a wildfire. The air twisted in its wake, mountains evaporating into mist where it passed. She struck with a deadly blow. Su Jin Shui didn't dodge or retreat. With a light flick of her wooden sword, she summoned a frigid blue sword aura that solidified into a towering wall of ice. This was not the Shangshan Rua Shui technique that Zhu Yu had taught her, nor was it the ancient Ling Shuang sword style passed down from the Ling family. Instead, it was a sword technique she had created herself by blending the two into one Frostfall Eternal. After all, even with a debuff, she was a renowned sword saint with years of fame behind her, and she was no less capable than Xianing. Boom. Red and blue, fire and ice, collided with such force that the heavens and earth trembled. The two opposing forces devoured each other, tearing the sky apart and splitting it into two distinct halves. One side burned in an endless sea of flames, while the other froze into a vast, icy wasteland. The shockwaves swept across the land, flattening mountains for miles in an instant. Only the peak where Zhu Yu stood remained untouched, spared deliberately by the two combatants. As the smoke and dust finally settled, the two women still hovered in midair, locked in a standoff, neither able to gain the upper hand. After that exchange, they now had a clear grasp of each other's strength. This woman is no weaker than me. You've got some skill. Xianing narrowed her eyes, the tip of her finger igniting with a flame that flickered red and black. The feathers around her sharpened like blades. But, in an instant, she lunged forward, moving so fast that even Zhu Yu couldn't track her afterimage. Su Jin Shui raised her wooden sword to block. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed hundreds of times, their sword chi and flames weaving a deadly, destructive net across the sky. And the battle was far from over. Where the hell did this shameless woman come from? Xianing roared in anger, reaching saint cultivation only to steal someone else's husband. The shameless one is you, demon. Su Jin Shui shouted back, driving her back with a fierce strike. Daring to disguise yourself as a human girl and seduce my master. Master? Xianing paused, her expression shifting from confusion to sudden realization, then a flash of murderous intent. Stepping back, she covered her lips with a mocking smile. My husband used to be a respected scholar in the village. He had dozens of disciples under him. Who the hell are you? And besides, she dragged out the words on purpose. By human customs, you should be calling me senior. The sword she shot straight toward her throat the moment the word master left her lips. Xianing lightly laughed, sidestepped to evade, and a few silver strands of hair were sliced off midair. Yet she still couldn't resist taunting. What an ill-mannered little brat. Someone really ought to teach you a lesson. Fine then. This concubine shall help my husband clean up this mess, starting with you, a wicked apprentice who dares to betray her master. Once again, the two clashed, their collision continuously triggering bizarre changes in heaven and earth. After another round of fierce combat, blood stained the edges of both women's sleeves and faces. The danger was intensifying. Standing below, Zhu Yu felt his heart leap into his throat. They were actually serious about killing each other. For any cultivator, witnessing a life or death duel between two Saint Realm experts up close was a rare opportunity. Yet right now, all Zhu Yu felt was a pounding in his chest. After all, the two fighting were the most important people in his life. One was his beloved wife, who had practically shared life and death with him, though admittedly, she could be a bit obsessive. The other was his own personal disciple, raised by his own hands, though their relationship had changed over time. And yet, both of them wanted each other dead. I can't let them keep fighting. Zhu Yu gritted his teeth. If this goes on, they'll both end up destroyed. A barrier blocked his path. He couldn't even get close enough to stop them. Zhu Yu swept his gaze around. No matter how intense the battle became, both women had deliberately avoided targeting his mountain peak. Even Xianing had added an extra protective barrier outside the barrier shielding Su Jinshui. To stop them, he could only exploit their shared weakness. As this thought passed through his mind, the answer became clear. A bold yet somewhat despicable plan slowly formed in his head. Though underhanded, it seemed like the only way to halt this deadly fight. Zhu Yu began circulating his spiritual energy, intentionally forcing it to flow backward through his meridians. If he was going to put on a show, he might as well do it right. Immediately, his aura became chaotic, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Inger, Schwer. He amplified his spiritual energy and shouted toward the two, "Stop now." The voice exploded like thunder. The two women in the midst of battle both stiffened at once. Husband, master. When they saw Zhu Yu's spiritual energy spiraling out of control, Xianing and Su Jinshui both turned around in unison. Their faces instantly drained of all color. No, the two women cried out at the same time, ignoring their own differences. They transformed into two streaks of light and shot toward Zhu Yu without hesitation. That actually worked, Zhu Yu thought to himself, feeling slightly relieved as his plan took effect. But right after, he was sent flying by a sudden force. The wind had stopped, and the rain had ceased. The surrounding mountains had been flattened, yet one solitary peak still stood tall. Inside the courtyard, which had somehow remained completely intact, Zhu Yu was placed on a soft cushion. His body was tightly bound with glowing red and blue ropes, wrapped so securely that he couldn't move an inch. Xianing and Su Jinshui had taken triple precautions, locking down every part of him from head to toe. Not even a thread of spiritual energy could flow through his body. He couldn't move anything below his chin. Was this really necessary? Xianing sat on his left side, wearing a red dress as vibrant as fire, though its sleeves had been slashed by sword qi, and her silver hair had been cut short in places. Her feathered blade hovered beside her, visibly restless. Su Jinshui sat on the right, dressed in white as pure as snow, but her clothes were now marked with obvious scorch marks and tears. Her face was smudged with soot, though she'd already cleaned it off. She rested her wooden sword across her knees, its tip still glinting with cold light. Their eyes met in midair, and sparks flew between them. Zhu Yu tried to break the silence. Maybe just let me go this once. I promise I won't. No way. Xianing's eyes welled up. You were terrifying just now, husband. I won't let you hurt me again, never again. Su Jinshui's eyes turned red too. Master, do you even know how dangerous that was? If I had been just a second slower. She stopped herself before finishing the sentence. These two women who had only moments ago been bitter enemies, each wishing the other dead, were now standing side by side, united by Zhu Yu's near-suicidal act. Bound tightly to the cushion, Zhu Yu felt both annoyed and amused. He hadn't even had the chance to perform his tear-jerker scene before he was completely subdued from the very start by the combined efforts of the two Saint Realm cultivators. In his mind, after a loud roar, the two women were supposed to rush into his arms, sobbing like blooming pear blossoms in the rain. Just one sentence should have been enough to force the two Saint Realm experts to break down and beg him not to die. Then, he was supposed to say in that sorrowful yet resolute tone, "I'd rather end my life here than watch you two tear each other apart." And then they would cry and plead with him, promising not to fight anymore. Of course, this all depended on their little obsessive tendencies not spiraling completely out of control. Otherwise, as soon as he said those words, they'd probably just reply, "Fine, then let's all die together." In that case, he might actually have to follow through and die with them. The thought was rather romantic, but reality was, he hadn't even gotten a word out before the two women sealed him in place, immobilizing him completely. Saint Realm cultivators were just too fast. There wasn't even a crack left for him to perform. This was a serious miscalculation, and incredibly embarrassing. Zhu Yu sighed inwardly. If only he had reached the Saint Realm himself, he wouldn't have to resort to such a cheap, underhanded threat tactic. He could have just charged in with brute force, yanked them both apart like tearing two birds from each other, and that would have been that. Power was essential. He needed strength. He had to grow stronger, absolutely stronger. In the courtyard, two invisible wills were still clashing. Seeing that their killing intent showed no sign of fading, Zhu Yu quickly tried to reason again. "Inger, Schwer, meeting you two is the fortune of 3 lifetimes." His voice was soft and tender, his gaze shifting between their faces. "Receiving your love and affection, how could I ever bear to take my own life? But," he paused, his eyes slowly dimming, "but I just can't bear to see you two hurting each other because of me. If I must choose, I would rather." "Husband," Xianing quickly covered his mouth, urgently pleading, "Don't say that word anymore." Xianing was clearly afraid of him mentioning the word death, as if haunted by some trauma. Su Jinshui was a half-beat slower to react. She could only clench her fists tightly, her voice trembling as she said, "Master, please stop doing foolish things. If you keep this up, Schwer will." Here is the English translation of the passage, rendered in a way that fits the novel's context and adopts natural, idiomatic American English expression appropriate for the fantasy fiction genre. Another reason was that their feelings for Zhu Yu had overshadowed the killing intent between them, and since their powers were evenly matched, neither could easily gain the upper hand. If they truly went all out and fought to the death, the likely outcome would be mutual destruction. What would their husband and master do if they killed each other? So, they chose to call a temporary truce. Yet both women still glared daggers at each other, refusing to look away. "You tricked master with your demon ways, you'll die by my sword eventually." That was exactly what Su Jinxue was thinking. What a foolish little brat, overestimating herself. "I'll make sure she dies soon enough." That was the thought running through Xianing's mind. The deadly battle was momentarily halted, but the verbal duel had just begun, and the one who struck first with words was Xianing. With the grace of a phoenix demoness, she cast a sly glance, her fingers lifting a strand of silver hair as she smiled meaningfully. "Husband, this girl keeps claiming she's your disciple, but you were born immortal. How could you possibly have a sword cultivator as a student? Unless..." She shot a sidelong glance at Su Jinxue. "Someone's lying about their master?" Zhu Yu hadn't even opened his mouth before Su Jinxue coldly cut in. 800 years ago, I was already Master's only direct disciple. The bond we share through all these years, how dare you, a demoness, try to tear it apart? 800 years ago." Xianing let out a tinkling laugh, filled with mockery. "My husband is only 20 years old. Could it be this old hag has the wrong person?" She tilted her head, pretending to be innocent as she tapped her forehead. "See, getting old really messes with your head and your eyesight too. You." Su Jinshue's hand tightened around her sword, veins popping, but all she could spit out was, "Demon, what's wrong? Can't do better than just calling names? Then go ahead, cut me down." That's exactly what Xianing was secretly hoping for. She wanted to provoke Su Jinxue into striking first. The moment Su Jinxue swung her sword, she'd throw herself right into the blade's path. By getting hurt first, she'd be the one in the right, and then she'd have a perfect excuse to kill Su Jinxue in retaliation. And once she was injured, Master would surely feel sympathy for her, and probably wouldn't punish her too harshly. Perfect. This move was none other than the classic bitter flesh strategy. Back when Xianing and Zhu Yu settled down in the small town, Ying had read extensively to find more common topics with her husband. One of those books was precisely 36 strategies. And now it came in handy perfect for dealing with this wild girl. Xianing was lost in her own fantasy, but she underestimated just how composed Su Jinxue could be once she regained her senses. A little mockery like this couldn't even crack her defenses. Age was never her weak spot to begin with. Zhu Yu stood by, watching with wide eyes. He never imagined his wife's little mouth could be this sharp. Every word she spoke was like a blade straight to the heart. And yet, she was beautiful. When she mocked someone, her every glance and smile somehow became even more enchanting. Now look at Su Jinxue. Zhu Yu sighed helplessly in his heart. His apprentice's verbal skills were miles behind his wife's. But he couldn't entirely blame her. As a child, she had a stutter so bad she couldn't even speak clearly. Her tongue wasn't as fluent as a 4 or 5-year-old's. Later, the stutter improved, and she mastered the sword. But her ability to argue or talk back never really developed after all. Back in Shuazhou City, who would dare argue with the young sword immortal? Everyone was too polite. At the time, he hadn't thought to give her extra language training, so he just let it slide. And later on, well, Shui had become a sword saint. And once she became the founder of the sword sect, no one dared to talk back to her, let alone argue. So her literary education had naturally fallen behind. And now, if she ran into someone like Ying, someone who couldn't be overpowered by force, she'd just end up getting verbally steamrolled. What? Got nothing to say? Xianing pressed forward, taunting Su Jinshue's limits. If you ask me, some people are just, all right, Inger. Zhu Yu stepped in to mediate. Try to keep your words in check. Jinshui really is my disciple. Don't you remember what I told you about my past life? Of course she remembered. She remembered every word he had ever said. She was just trying to provoke the wild girl. The more she annoyed her, the better. Maybe even piss her off to death. When Xianing heard Zhu Yu speak, his expression instantly changed. He leaned in with a pitiful look. If my lord doesn't want to hear it, then I won't say another word. I was just worried my lord might get tricked, that's all. This evil demoness actually had the nerve to make the first complaint. Su Jinxue was so furious her whole body trembled. A massive boulder behind her silently split in half, its surface as smooth as if sliced by a blade. Looks like that rock got mistaken for Xianing and got chopped. Zhu Yu felt a bit tired inside. This is a disaster. This brute force powerhouse meets a girl with silver-tongued eloquence. It's a complete mess. He really needs to give Shui some language tutoring later. Not that he wanted her to start a verbal brawl with Ying, but at least in the future, when she encounters someone like Ying, someone with comparable strength, she won't get verbally outmatched. Zhu Yu wanted to walk over and hug her to comfort her, but just as he raised his hand, he suddenly realized. Wait, he was still tied up. Untie me first. I won't do anything stupid. Lord and Master will promise? Both of them asked simultaneously. At this moment, they actually stood on the same side of the trench. If only they could be this harmonious on a regular basis. I promise, Zhu Yu said helplessly. Can I be untied now? Xianing flicked his hand, and the red glow instantly vanished. Su Jinxue also withdrew the ice blue binding. His strength slowly returned. Zhu Yu stretched his wrists a bit, looking at the two slightly disheveled women, a wave of tenderness rising in his heart. But the two were still at each other's throats. If he showed too much affection now, it might just pour oil on the fire. So Zhu Yu chose a different way to show his care. You two have been fighting for so long, you must be hungry. Let me go get something to eat. We can talk while we eat. For now, better to just eat first. Master, Shui wants roasted chicken. As soon as Zhu Yu mentioned going to cook, Su Jinxue was the first to place her order. It was a simple request, nothing special. In that cave where she first met her master, The best thing she'd ever tasted was the roasted pheasant he made. Crispy skin and tender meat, this flavor was the warmest memory in Su Jinshue's heart. She had barely finished speaking when, without thinking, she glanced at Xianing. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted into something delicate and tense. After all, Xianing's true form was a fire phoenix. Normally, she didn't care much about such things. She ate whatever she wanted. Their couple's meal list had everything under the sun. But now, with Su Jinshue bringing it up and adding that glance, everything changed. This was clearly a provocation. A blatant, unmasked challenge. Danger flickered in Xianing's long, phoenix-like eyes. It was only now that Su Jinshue realized she had misspoken, but the pride of a sword saint, combined with her natural aversion toward Xianing, kept her from apologizing. Besides, she hadn't meant anything by it. It was just what she said, plain and simple. Snow just wanted to eat the roasted chicken. Master made what was wrong with that? She glanced at Xianing again, this time with a sharper edge of defiance in her gaze. She had never been one to back down, not to anyone but Master. To her surprise, Xianing didn't argue back this time. Instead, she let out a light laugh and gently draped a robe over Zhu Yu's shoulders. My husband just suffered a shock and burned through his spiritual energy resisting the backlash. How could we possibly ask him to cook again? She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her pale, delicate wrists. What would my husband like to eat? I'll make it for him. It was a brilliant move, retreating to advance. It made her look virtuous, while subtly mocking Su Jinshue for not showing proper care toward Master. How dare she even request a meal? Su Jinshue was momentarily speechless, the feeling sour in her gut, like she'd swallowed a fly. And worse, she couldn't cook at all. Back then, she had only ever focused on being adorable and pampered by Master, never bothering to learn any cooking skills. After Master left, she barely ate at all. With her cultivation, she hardly needed food, let alone to cook by herself. When it came to thoughtfulness and care, she truly couldn't match Xianing, who had so much more experience. Snow lost. Zhu Yu, meanwhile, was caught in a dilemma, his head feeling twice its normal size. On one side was his gentle yet stubborn wife, on the other his flustered disciple. And dinner hadn't even started cooking before it was already on the verge of falling apart. Enough, he said. Listen to me. The aftermath of your fight scared all the animals off the mountain. There's nothing left to eat. At his words, both women's expressions shifted, each in her own way. Xianing appeared indifferent, but Su Jinshue remained silent with her head lowered. The battle earlier had indeed caused massive destruction. Even the mountains had been flattened. Luckily, Xianing had chosen a remote, uninhabited area, so the only victims were the animals in the mountains. I'll cook 2 bowls of noodles. Zhu Yu stood up and walked toward the kitchen, saying, we still have eggs and some side dishes. Just wait here. Inside the kitchen, Zhu Yu sighed deeply while kneading the dough. Life had become so tense, even a simple meal required constant anxiety. He glanced out at the courtyard. The 2 women had stopped arguing, but each occupied a separate corner, creating a cold, awkward distance between them, like an invisible dividing line. This is really complicated. Zhu Yu shook his head and focused back on his dough. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze approached. Xianing had somehow already appeared behind him. Husband, she cooed sweetly. May I help you for a bit? Being alone with that wild brat was unbearable. Suppressing the urge to kill wasn't easy at all. Before Zhu Yu could respond, another crisp, cool voice cut in. Master, your disciple will assist with chopping vegetables. Su Jinshue had entered the kitchen as well, rolling up her sleeves and preparing to start. The small kitchen suddenly became lively and crowded. Zhu Yu caught a whiff of tension in the air. Fearing another argument, he quickly assigned tasks. Ing, you fry the eggs. Shuer, you handle the vegetable prep. Xianing pouted slightly, but seeing the serious look on her husband's face, obediently took the spatula. Su Jinshue silently picked up the basket of vegetables. Her movements were slightly awkward after all. A legendary sword saint like her had never done such mundane chores. Under Zhu Yu's guidance, the 3 in the kitchen each busied themselves, maintaining a fragile peace for now. Xianing was skilled at frying eggs. The moment the egg hit the pan, it sizzled loudly, instantly filling the kitchen with aroma. Su Jinshue looked clumsy while sorting vegetables, but she worked surprisingly carefully, removing even the faintest yellow leaf. The broth bubbled away, and soon 3 steaming bowls of spring noodles were placed on the table. At the dining table, invisible tension began to stir once more. Xianing was the first to act. She picked up the fried egg with her chopsticks, blew on it a couple times to cool it down, then gently offered it to Zhu Yu's lips. "Husband, you eat first." At this moment, she had fully switched into the doting wife mode. Seeing this, Su Jinshui withdrew the thought of asking her master to feed her and instead picked up a fried egg from her bowl with her chopsticks. "Master, let Shuer feed you." Zhu Yu was already prepared and accepted each bite from them in turn, then reciprocated by feeding each girl a bite. "Here, all of you, taste my cooking." But Xianing's advances weren't over yet. Under the table, Xianing quietly slipped off one of her embroidered shoes. Her bare foot, clad only in fine silk socks, gently rubbed against Zhu Yu's calf. The sensation was subtle and fleeting, yet carried a seductive warmth. Zhu Yu immediately sat up straight, his hair practically standing on end from shock. Su Jinshui sensed the movement beneath the table and frowned deeply. She was still as innocent as a blank sheet of paper up until today, and didn't understand these little bedroom games. So, almost as a challenge, she crossed both of her booted feet around the other leg of Zhu Yu's. She used quite a bit of force, nearly yanking him off the stool. The approach was clumsy, but oddly effective. The sultry mood Xianing had tried to create vanished in an instant. Cough. Zhu Yu choked slightly on his noodle soup. Xianing couldn't help but let out a stifled laugh through her annoyance. Meanwhile, Su Jinshui wore a look of pure confusion. "Master? What happened? Could it be that she had done something wrong?" "And nothing at all." Zhu Yu wiped his mouth, eager to put an end to the absurd lunch, and said, "I have something important to tell all of you." Seeing both girls quiet down, Zhu Yu dropped his smile and spoke seriously. "Isn't there's something you want to know? How did I come back to life? And why do I still remember Shuer?" But Xianing shifted focus to another matter. "Dear husband, do you remember who killed you in your past life? Wasn't he a monster like you?" Su Jinshui sneered inwardly, but fortunately Zhu Yu answered before she could respond. "A demoness. Shuer already avenged me." At the mention of the past, Su Jinshui's resentment toward Xianing gradually shifted into sorrow. What could revenge really change? In truth, she had been blaming herself all along. If only I had woken up earlier. If only I had refused the sect leader back then. If only I had stood by Master's side during that battle. Would everything have turned out differently? Meanwhile, Zhu Yu continued speaking, following the script he had prepared in advance. "The reason I was able to come back to life is because the Tao of Heaven chose me." "The Tao of Heaven?" Both women spoke in unison, their faces filled with shock. Zhu Yu nodded solemnly. "That's right. The Tao of Heaven foresaw a great calamity that would soon befall the mortal world, so it chose me and sent me as a messenger to deal with that disaster. As for why it was me, specifically, don't ask. Even if you did ask, I couldn't reveal the divine will. The Tao of Heaven has granted me a new life and an unparalleled cultivation technique, so that I may save all beings when the great disaster arrives." He spoke in a mysterious, cryptic tone. Only this kind of language could keep these two Saint Realm experts in check. Sure enough, both were completely taken aback. Even Xianing dropped her mocking expression. "To comprehend this technique, I must retreat into solitude and meditation for a few days, free of all distractions." Zhu Yu looked between them, his tone sincere. "During this time, there may be powerful enemies who try to interfere. You two are the ones I trust most. Will you guard me while I cultivate?" Xianing tightly gripped his hand. "Rest assured, my lord, I will never leave your side." Su Jinshui also solemnly vowed. Snow swears on her life no one will be allowed to disturb Master. There's really no need to go that far. If I was interrupted, it would just pull me out of the game. Not a big deal. "But my lord," Xianing asked, "how exactly will you enter seclusion? Is there anything we need to prepare?" Zhu Yu replied, "Just a quiet room. Once I enter deep meditation, I'll enter a special state. It'll look like I'm asleep. Whatever you do, don't forcibly wake me up, or all progress will be lost." They both nodded in agreement. After dinner, Zhu Yu returned to his bedroom and sat down. Meanwhile, Xianing and Su Jinshui each unleashed their divine abilities, covering the entire mountain range with layer upon layer of protective barriers. Flames of Fenghua and frosty snowflakes stacked upon each other like nested dolls, dozens of layers in total. Anyone below the Saint Realm Wuden Ti stand a chance they'd be instantly annihilated. Sitting in his room, Zhu Yu watched the two women work and smirked. With a show like this, anyone on the outside would think he was actually facing a heavenly tribulation. Everything was set. They returned to the bedroom, standing on either side of Zhu Yu, eyes fixed on the man sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, deliberately avoiding each other's gaze. A gentle breeze drifted in, and Zhu Yu remained still, his breathing growing deeper and slower, until he looked as peaceful as if he were asleep. Even stranger was that there wasn't the slightest trace of spiritual energy circulating within his body. Could this be what they called a heavenly Tao cultivation technique? Truly extraordinary. That was exactly what both of them were thinking. It looked like he was cultivating, but it felt more like he was just sleeping. Yet in a realm beyond their sight, his consciousness space, Zhu Yu was actually sitting in front of a glowing system interface. The moment Su Jinxue appeared, it was like a thunderclap, shattering his belief that this was just a game. What he had experienced wasn't just some virtual simulation, it was real history, vivid and undeniable. The image of Xianing surfaced in his mind again. He recalled her so-called love at first sight, the intensity of her feelings, and that vague answer she had given just days ago. Because you are who you are. Zhu Yu turned to the system and asked, is Xianing also one of those chosen daughters of fate I saved back then, like Jin Xue? He continued, if so, how many are there? Why did she find me so early? Will the others appear one after another? The screen flickered, and the system's cold, robotic voice responded. All the answers are in the game. Please, continue exploring, Master. Did he really have a choice? Zhu Yu could feel sweat forming. He was truly stuck between a rock and a hard place. Every time he unraveled a new plot point, another Saint-level Yandere might come chasing after him. But if he stopped playing, he wouldn't be strong enough to deal with them at all. The stronger he became, the more Yandere showed up, the more Yandere that showed up, the stronger he needed to be. In the end, the more power he gained, the less it seemed to be enough. It was a vicious cycle, and quitting wasn't even an option. Judging from Inger and Schwenner's behavior, those past events had already become fixed fate. Even if he did absolutely nothing from this moment on, the past had already happened. The chosen daughters of fate who had once shared emotional bonds with him would eventually come looking for him anyway. By then, if my cultivation stalls, it'll be even harder to handle them. This is an obvious trap. Zhu Yu gave a wry smile and shook his head. Even so, he didn't want to deliberately dodge the feelings of those daughters of destiny inside the game. You could tell from Inger chances are the other daughters of destiny had unforgettable bonds with him too. Those feelings were real. He couldn't deny them all just to save himself the trouble. Besides, he wanted to figure out Xianing's past, retrieve the memories that belonged to just the two of them. With that thought, Zhu Yu let it go. If you can't dodge it, then grit your teeth and go for it. If the Saint Realm isn't enough, then push higher break into the Saint Realm. Those figures waiting for him, those names already branded by fate, He Wuden Ti abandoned them, and He Wuden Ti pushed them away. Zhu Yu flexed his fists, his fighting spirit flared again. But before triggering the next part of the story, Zhu Yu glanced at the system screen and asked, hey, system, you got any life-saving functions? If I run into a vicious enemy, can you stall for me a bit? The second daughter of destiny is called Jiang Li, a shamaness born with venom in her blood, from a southern border clan of witchcraft and poisons. She plays with curses and toxins. If she is a Saint Realm Yandere, then lucky me. No problem. The screen lit up. This system can shield the master from one fatal blow. Once. That'll do. Zhu Yu nodded, then asked, right, when I fought that demon last time, why didn't this function trigger? That was different. How is it different? Didn't you send me back in time? The system launched into the same old line. The answer is in the game. Please continue exploring. You lousy system. There was no getting any real answers out of it. The light screen began to shift. Match for the master. Constitution immune to all poisons. Then it moved into the scene loading phase. Huh. No cultivation match this time. Is this a low-spec run? Swoosh. A flash of white light swept past. Thick mist hung damply in the dense forest, and cloth shoes stepping on decaying leaves made soft, crunching sounds. Zhu Yu instinctively tried to circulate spiritual energy to protect himself, but there wasn't a trace of energy left within his body. The system had actually sent him here as a complete blank slate. Fine. Whatever. Zhu Yu bent down and picked up a relatively sturdy branch. Though his cultivation was gone, the intricate sword techniques from his past still remained etched in his mind. He casually flicked the branch through the air, executing a flourish that would slice through the air with a sharp swoosh. Then he noticed an even bigger problem approaching. His hand, the one gripping the sword, had become unnaturally soft and delicate. His line of sight had also lowered significantly. Zhu Yu looked down in alarm. What the hell? Why am I so small now? He rushed frantically to a nearby pond and stared at his reflection in the water, where a clear-eyed, handsome boy of about 10 stood, staring back at him in shock. System, what the hell are you doing? You don't have to give me any upgrades, but why did you even take away my original strength? A 10-year-old kid entering the poisonous forest of Nanjiang. Is this something a normal person would do? But the system went silent, not responding at all. Zhu Yu silently recited the Shongshan Ruo Shui cultivation mantra, forcing himself to calm down. He glanced around. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, and the damp air carried a heavy stench of decay and a strange, cloying sweetness. In the distance, faint growls of wild beasts echoed, making the primeval jungle feel even more sinister. This was a huge problem. In this child's body, barely able to protect himself, how was he supposed to find Jiang Li in such a vast forest? Zhu Yu sighed and tightened his grip on the branch he had temporarily turned into a weapon. Well, one step at a time. At worst, I die and start over. No matter how vast this forest is, it must have an end, and I can always come back to life. The mist clung to his skin, carrying Nanjiang's signature humid heat. Cautiously, Zhu Yu made his way deeper into the jungle. As he sniffed the air for the strange, sweet blood scent, he muttered to himself in an attempt to stay calm. At least, being immune to all poisons was real enough. Dawn of the 7th day, Zhu Yu crouched by the stream, drove a sharpened stick into the water, and with a clean jab skewered a swimming fish. He threaded the fish onto a branch and, along with a few mushrooms, set them over the campfire to roast. With the Poison King constitution, life was a lot simpler. Not only was the ever-present toxic miasma a non-issue, he didn't have to worry about getting poisoned by whatever he ate. Poisonous mushrooms, poisonous fruit if it looked edible, he stuffed it in his mouth. Whatever he could get his hands on went straight into his stomach. The point was to eat his fill and enjoy it. Funny thing was, those poison mushrooms actually tasted pretty good. Under the makeshift shelter sat a wooden bow, a stone axe, and a stone mallet he crafted himself. His cultivation might be gone, but the sword moves he honed in the last dungeon run and the survival skills he picked up from hunters in Luoyuan Town were still with him. Put a plain tree branch in his hands, and it became elegant swordplay. Common venomous bugs and snakes got skewered the instant they crossed his path. As for scarier threats, for some reason, he hadn't run into any yet. Whether big beasts or demons, none had shown up, as if this forest had tailored its opponents just for him. Most of what he encountered were all kinds of poisonous insects. Day 1, it was ordinary poison ants. Day 2, they turned into spiders the size of a house cat. Day 3 came swarms of poison bees. After wiping them out, Zhu Yu collected venom from the corpses and ran tests on rabbits. The first batch of poison ants only made the rabbit meat darken a bit. More recently, the human-faced moths could turn a whole rabbit into a puddle of black water in just a few breaths. The toxicity was scaling up from weak to strong, like someone had deliberately staged a step-by-step trial. Looked like he really was being watched. But by who? He finished the fish, tossed the leftover bones into the fire, packed up his crude weapons, and headed deeper into the woods. He hadn't gone far when a strange rustling set him on edge. There was no wind in the forest, which meant he'd run into something weird again. He drew his wooden bow without hesitation, loosing an arrow tipped with a deadly mix of poison. It shot through the air with a sharp whistle. There was a clear ding as the arrow struck its target. The creature was a giant scorpion the size of a man's waist, its black, glossy carapace deflecting the arrow, which barely scratched its surface. That was basically a natural armor upgrade. Zhu Yu tossed the bow aside and pulled out a stone axe and a stone mallet. When it came to piercing armor, blunt force worked better. The scorpion raised its stinger high, its two claws slashing the air wildly. After a brief standoff, both sides struck at nearly the same time. Zhu Yu, fearless of the poison, took the sting head-on. With his left hand, he swung the axe hard at the scorpion's joint. The poison seeped into his body. But nothing happened. A grin spread across Zhu Yu's face. With a swing of his right arm, he smashed the stone mallet down on the joint where the scorpion's head met its thorax. Once a human grabs a weapon, they become the ultimate predator in nature. Crack! With a dull, heavy sound, the scorpion staggered backward. Zhu Yu pressed the advantage, swiftly dodging the scorpion's retaliatory claw strike. Then, with both hands wielding stone tools, he slammed them down onto the creature's head. His fighting style was brutal but effective, every strike aimed straight for the weak points. Finally, the stone axe split open the gap in the scorpion's shell and buried itself deep into its brain. From the shadows of the bushes, a middle-aged woman dressed as a witch watched him motionlessly as Zhu Yu finished off the scorpion. Beside her stood a girl in animal hide clothing, her hands, feet, and waist wrapped in cloth strips marked with runes. The girl had short gray hair reaching her shoulders, a delicate heart-shaped face, and a cold, composed expression. Like the witch, she showed no emotion, but her deep purple eyes remained fixed on Zhu Yu without blinking. The witch spoke in a flat tone, "Truly, fate is on my side. I didn't expect to run into not just a naturally poison-resistant body, but also one completely immune to toxins. Liar, undo the bandages on your right hand. Go test him out." The girl, called Liar, flinched slightly, looking hesitant. The witch's sharp gaze made her swallow the words she was about to say. The girl slowly unwrapped the cloth binding her arm. As the restraint fell away, terrifying purple veins began to surface on her pale, porcelain-like arm. The flowers and grass beneath her feet withered one by one. The old witch said, "Go. Don't disappoint me." The girl clenched her fist and charged toward Zhu Yu's direction. She moved as gracefully as a wildcat, but just as she got close, she accidentally snapped a branch beneath her foot. Zhu Yu spun around sharply, raising his weapon in defense. But when he saw who it was, he hesitated. The attacker was a girl about his age. Her right arm was covered in eerie purple markings, and the plants around her withered wherever she stepped. Was she Zhongli? Zhu Yu recognized her in an instant. Holy crap! This time it wasn't me going after someone, it was someone coming after me. Because of that brief hesitation, the girl's punch was already in his face. Zhu Yu barely had time to cross his twin blades to block. Boom! The wooden blades shattered, and the punch's afterimage was burned into his chest. Zhu Yu flew backward from the impact. Though not seriously injured, his chest burned with pain and his insides churned violently. Whether it was because of his strong constitution or because she had held back, it was hard to say. He flipped midair and landed steadily, staring in shock at the shattered weapon on the ground before looking up at the girl, still holding her punch stance. What power, damn! That's insane, Zhu Yu muttered, rubbing his chest and frowning. At first glance, she looked frail and delicate, but in truth, her frame was lean yet strong, her muscles sleek and defined, her explosive power like a pantheress. Still, it wasn't even her punches that were the most dangerous part. What truly terrified him was the toxic aura around her fists, the same force that withered plants from a distance. If it weren't for his body's natural immunity to poisons, that one hit would have taken 10 lives. Zhongli withdrew her fist with a cold expression, but her eyes flickered with something unusual. Just as she was about to strike again, a crisp sound of copper bells rang out from the woods. "Stop, Li." The old witch emerged slowly from behind the trees, leaning on a wooden staff adorned with bells. Zhongli pulled his hand back at once, caught the strip of cloth the crone tossed him, and deftly re-wrapped his right arm before stepping quietly aside. Zhu Yu looked the odd pair up and down. The witch called herself Zhongli. Wasn't that the Grand Witch of the southern border who picked Zhongli up as an infant? She walked toward them. From under the hood, her eyes swept to Zhu Yu, and the wrinkles on her face bunched into a twisted smile. "Where do you come from, kid? You barge into my woods and kill the scorpion I raised. Your forest? Your scorpion?" Zhu Yu wasn't he spooked by her bizarre getup. Looked like this old hag was the one behind the venomous attacks these past few days. Since she'd been watching him for days without striking and had the power to take him down, yet came here to chat, she clearly had her eye on his unusual constitution. With his mind made up, Zhu Yu let his tone harden a notch. That doesn't add up, elder. He tossed the broken stone tool aside and said, steady and unflinching, if that scorpion really was yours, why didn't you tie a bell on it for a collar? You let poison bugs run wild in the woods. They hurt people and get killed in self-defense. And you blame me for protecting myself? Just as Zhu Yu expected, the witch didn't get angry at his attitude. Instead, she wore a smile that could almost pass for kind. But he read no kindness in it, more like the feeling of being stared down by a viper. It made his skin crawl. Sharp tongue for a youngster, and a bit of nerve, the witch said with a smile. Too bad in these southern border miasma woods. Guts alone won't save your life. So you mean you can save me, elder? Of course, she said, chuckling. I can point you to a way out. I'm Wu Wei, a shaman of the southern border. Seeing someone so young with a body impervious to poison and able to survive the miasma forest alone, that's rare. She planted her wooden staff on the ground, and the brass bell swayed and jingled. I want to take you as my disciple and teach you the arts of witchcraft and goo. Will you accept? Hearing this, Jiang Li, who was standing behind Wu Wei, blinked her eyes, then tightened her expression even more. Zhu Yu had come here specifically for Jiang Li. His mission was to cure her. He wasn't exactly sure how to go about it yet, but first, he needed a chance to get close to her. So, becoming this old hag's disciple didn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Zhu Yu pretended to hesitate, glancing down at the dead scorpion on the ground. I just killed your scorpion, he said. Aren't you angry? Humph. He still carried himself with a child's naivety. Wu Wei cackled in her raspy voice. Ha 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 ha, silly boy. If you become my disciple, you're nothing more than a bug to me. Kill it if you want. But, her tone suddenly shifted, turning icy cold. But if you're an outsider, then I'll demand an explanation from you. Zhu Yu feigned realization, bowed with clasped hands, and said, Disciple Zhu Yu greets his master. He didn't say master with full sincerity, because he didn't mean it in his heart. Wu Wei didn't care much for formalities. She waved at Jiang Li. Lier, come over and meet your new junior brother. Jiang Li slowly walked forward and stopped about 3 steps away from Zhu Yu. This is your senior sister, Jiang Li. She looked somewhat shy, not saying a word, her head slightly lowered. Those purple eyes flicked briefly over Zhu Yu's face, then quickly dropped again. But Zhu Yu greeted her enthusiastically. Senior sister Jiang Li. Jiang Li gave a slight nod in response. Wu Wei's smile turned oddly cryptic. Without another word, she pulled out a bone whistle from her sleeve and blew a sharp, piercing note. The ground suddenly trembled. A bright red centipede, several zhang long, burst from the earth, its monstrous jaws dripping with venom. Zhu Yu raised an eyebrow. This thing was way tougher than that scorpion or spider. Climb on, Wu Wei said, leaping onto the centipede's back. I've got a welcome gift for my new disciple. A gift? Don't tell me it's poison bugs again. Cursing under his breath, Zhu Yu followed and jumped onto the centipede too. He probably had a preconceived notion that the old witch had ill intentions and was secretly harboring dark thoughts. If he had any other choice, Zhu Yu truly wouldn't want anything to do with her. If he still had some of his powers left, he'd just snatch Jiang Li and run, find a peaceful mountain village to raise her properly, and while he was at it, cleave that entire poisonous forest in 2 with one sword strike. Jiang Li was the last to climb up, deliberately keeping a certain distance from Zhu Yu. The centipede swiftly darted through the dense forest and finally stopped before a swamp that exuded a strange, sweet aroma. A few bamboo huts stood atop wooden stakes in the center of the marsh, surrounded by some unknown flowering plants. After the centipede halted at the edge of the swamp, the cloying, sickly sweet stench grew even stronger. As Zhu Yu followed Wu Wei across the wooden bridge over the marsh, the planks beneath his feet groaned with a teeth-gritting creak. At the village entrance, 3 hunched figures were crawling in the shadows within the mist. As they drew closer, Zhu Yu finally saw that they were actually 3 humanoid creatures, crawling on all 4s, their entire bodies a deep crimson, hairless and with hollow eye sockets glowing faintly green. At the sound of footsteps, they abruptly lifted their heads, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. But when Wu Wei shook her wooden staff and the copper bell rang, the creatures immediately cowered back down. "These are my guardian beasts," Wu Wei said proudly, tapping one of the creatures on the head with her staff. No ordinary demon would dare to come near. Seeing the bloody, grotesque sight of the beasts, Zhu Yu forced himself to suppress his discomfort and wisely chose not to ask how they were created. Once inside the village, the silence was even more oppressive. Weeds overgrew between the bamboo houses, and spider webs hung thick in every corner like the place Han Tibin lived in for years. Only those unknown purple flowers bloomed vibrantly, swaying gently in the breeze. Wu Wei didn't lead them upstairs, but instead went directly toward the largest bamboo hut in the center. The wooden door swung open on its own, and a pungent odor mingled with medicinal herbs, and blood hit them head-on. Stepping inside, the first thing they saw was an altar, inside which sat a butterfly-shaped idol. Any matter involving spirits or deities fell under the domain of the witch. So this so-called butterfly god was it the deity Wu Wei worshipped? Yet Wu Wei didn't seem all that reverent toward the god she served. She leaned on her wooden staff and gave the shrine a rap. With that single tap, some mechanism clicked. The shrine slid aside, revealing stone steps leading down, and a clammy chill welled up from within. "Stay close," Wu Wei said, lighting a bone lamp. Its eerie green glow stretched her shadow long. These mechanisms don't care about people. At the bottom of the stairs lay a circular stone chamber. Glowing fluorite was set into the walls, and in that cold green light, scores of clay jars hung from the ceiling. Wu Wei went to a stone cabinet at the far end and took out a snow-white bone box. She opened it. Inside lay a goo worm, white all over. It looked like a silkworm, and through its translucent body, you could see golden fluid flowing. "This is the ever-living goo." Wu Wei hovered her bony fingers over it, a kind of fervor flickering in her eyes. "Named for ceaseless life. Planted in the core, and it will generate vital blood without end." She turned to Zhu Yu and smiled. "You're built different. When I watched you fight that venomous scorpion, your flesh was far tougher than most. Just so this goo suits you." Zhu Yu stared at the worm that looked so beneficial. What Wu Wei said might be true, but the odds of her telling the whole truth weren't high. Would she really be kind enough to give a brand new disciple a worm that was all upside and had no side effects? Zhu Yu didn't buy it. Unless he really was judging by appearances, telling himself Wu Wei only looked scary, that she was actually a sincere, good master who started handing out treasures the moment she took a student. Was she really that kind of person? Seeing he hadn't reached out to take it, Wu Wei smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Afraid your master means you harm?" "No." Zhu Yu shook his head, straightforward. "With your skills, if you wanted to hurt me, the poison forest offered plenty of chances. Why bother with a trick like this? Then why don't you take it?" "Because it's too valuable. I just joined the sect and haven't done anything yet. How could I take a gift from master already?" "You're not from the Central Plains, are you?" Wu Wei suddenly blurted. "Only folks from the Central Plains fuss over all that etiquette. We Southerners don't. If it's given to you, it's yours. Just take it." Then, "This disciple thanks master." That was about enough talking. Zhu Yu took the box and swallowed the goo worm in a single gulp. The moment it hit his stomach, it went to work. Warm currents of strength rose from his dantian and slowly seeped into his meridians. Zhu Yu exhaled a mouthful of stale air, and suddenly his whole body felt clear and refreshed. Even the wounds he'd picked up fighting the poison scorpion stopped hurting. Wu Wei hadn't actually lied to him. Watching the color return to Zhu Yu's face after he swallowed the goo, Wu Wei nodded in satisfaction. "Lear, take your junior brother for a medicinal bath and get those injuries on him treated." She pointed at the cuts the poison scorpion had carved into Zhu Yu and instructed Jiangli. "Remember to add warming grass. It'll help the life-binding goo work to full effect." Jiangli dipped her head in a bow, murmured a barely audible yes, and as she turned, flicked a sidelong glance to signal Zhu Yu to follow. The two of them left the stone chamber one after the other and walked through the dim corridor. When he finally found himself alone with Jiangli, Zhu Yu ventured, "Senior sister, how long have you been with master?" He was asking a question he already knew the answer to. Jiangli's back went a little stiff, the tips of her ears, peeking through her gray hair, flushed a faint pink. A long time. Her voice was so light it sounded like the wind might carry it away. Has Master ever given you a life-binding goo or anything like it? No. This time it was even softer. Her eyes dimmed. She was born poisonous. Any goo that entered her body would be eaten away by the toxins within. Zhu Yu asked a few more questions, and every answer was no more than 2 words. Only then did he realize Jiang Li was completely socially anxious. And pretty badly 2 sentences with a stranger, and she'd start blushing. Qian Shi, also tormented by social anxiety in her previous life, immediately felt a sense of empathy toward her. He kindly refrained from speaking further, silently following her through the winding corridor. Without a word, the 2 crossed the bamboo bridge and headed toward a secluded bamboo cottage. In the distance, the screech of some unknown venomous creature echoed, sounding particularly jarring in the quiet night. Inside the cottage, Jiang Li skillfully started a fire and heated water, then pulled out several herbs from the medicine cabinet in the corner. Zhu Yu stepped forward to add more firewood, but his hand was stopped by a sudden cold touch. Jiang Li's left hand, wrapped in cloth, barely brushed against the back of his hand like a dragonfly skimming water before quickly pulling away, as if she had been burned. Let me do it. Her voice was still soft, but her eyes were unusually determined. Zhu Yu could only thank her and step aside. Jiang Li simply replied, "It's okay." But the moment she turned her head, the corner of her lips lifted slightly. This was the first time she had ever heard someone say thank you to her. They each sat at opposite sides, quietly waiting for the water to boil. The fire crackled, and warmth slowly filled the bamboo cottage. Zhu Yu stole glances at Jiang Li from time to time. On the outside, she was the classic cold and commanding older woman, decisive, sharp, even dangerous in action. Yet her personality was completely the opposite, shy and socially anxious. Even a slightly raised voice seemed like it could scare her into tears. It was a contrast so striking it felt intentional. How could a girl raised from childhood by a witch end up like this? As Zhu Yu studied her, Jiang Li was secretly watching him too. Every time he looked away, those violet eyes would glance back, fleeting glances. And when caught, she would quickly turn her head away. In the flickering firelight, it was impossible to tell whether the red on her face came from shyness or the glow of the flames. Zhu Yu mused to himself, this second chosen one was quite interesting. Her personality was the complete opposite of Ying S and Shui S. The water boiled. Jiang Li poured the herbal broth into a wooden tub, and the strong medicinal scent quickly filled the room. She gestured for Zhu Yu to begin washing, then made as if to leave. But she still walked slowly, taking a few steps before pausing, clearly not ready to leave just yet. Zhu Yu zoned out. Since he often bathed with Xianying, he reflexively started untying his robe belt. By the time he snapped back to reality, it was already too late. Jiang Li, who had just reached for the door, turned around in time to see him bare-chested, locking eyes with her. Zhu Yu gave an awkward smile. Senior sister, you're still here?" Jiang Li froze for several seconds, her face quickly flushing bright red. It was the loudest scream Zhu Yu had ever heard from her. Her face burning, she darted out like a startled rabbit. In her panic, she knocked over the medicine basket, scattering herbs all over the floor without bothering to pick them up. Once outside the bamboo building, Jiang Li leaned against a pillar, covering her burning cheeks with both hands. The night breeze blew through her grayish-white short hair, but couldn't cool the heat radiating from her face. That little brat truly had no shame. How could he just strip in front of someone like that? After the heat on her face finally faded, Jiang Li made her way toward the main hall, where light was already on inside, to report back to Wu Wei. She knocked gently on the door. 3 long knocks followed by 2 short ones. That was the rule set by Wu Wei. Inside, Wu Wei was reading a bamboo scroll by candlelight. Hearing the knock, she didn't even look up. "Come in." Jiang Li pushed the door open and stopped just inside. "Master." She actually didn't like that title. Deep down, she always longed to call Wu Wei, the woman who raised her, mother. But Wu Wei never allowed it. "Jiang Li has followed your order and taken the junior brother to bathe," she reported. "Good." Wu Wei set the bamboo scroll down. As it landed on the table, came a calm, yet chillingly cold voice. "Kneel." Confused and unsure of what she had done wrong, Jiang Li's knees buckled, and she dropped to the floor. With her back still turned, Wu Wei spoke in a quiet, eerie tone. Li Er, why did you disobey me in the poison forest? You hesitated first, then deliberately stepped on a branch, letting that child hear it. Do you think it was unfair to win that way, so you intentionally left a flaw? Song Li's whole body trembled. She had thought her master hadn't noticed. My liar is such a good child. Wu Gui's voice suddenly softened. She even ignored her master's words just to avoid taking advantage of someone in crisis. A chill ran down Song Li's spine. She knew Wu Gui too well that was definitely not a compliment. She bowed her head low to the ground, her voice trembling as she spoke. I was wrong. Please, master, punish me. Wu Gui turned and slowly walked toward her. Her cloth shoes stepped lightly on the old wooden floor, creaking with every move. Each step felt like it was crushing right on Song Li's heart. As Wu Gui approached, Song Li panicked, pressing her forehead to the ground. Her frail body trembled slightly, bracing for the pain that was about to come, whether it be a slap or a strike from a wooden staff. But the punishment she expected never arrived. Instead, Wu Gui gently helped her up, brushing away her tears with cold fingertips. Her voice was surprisingly soft. You're growing up, liar. You'll start making your own judgments. That's good. After all, one day you'll have to leave me and live on your own. Her tone carried a hint of loneliness as she continued. And I won't always be able to watch over you. The panic rising in Song Li's chest felt like it would swallow her whole. Those words scared her more than any punishment ever could. Kneeling, she crawled forward a few steps, grabbing the hem of Wu Gui's robe and crying out. I was wrong. I won't leave you, master. I'll listen to every word you say. Seeming moved by her tears, Wu Gui sighed softly. Enough. Let's forget this ever happened. Try to get along with your junior brother. Perhaps one day, the two of you will come to depend on each other. Master. Song Li walked out the door in a daze. She couldn't even remember how she had gotten from the bamboo house to her own room. The girl sat expressionless, curled up on her bed wrapped in her robe. After what felt like an eternity, quiet sobs escaped from inside the room, carried away by the night breeze. Meanwhile, Zhuyu was still soaking in the bathtub. He soaked in the medicinal bath. The brew had Wenyang grass steeped in it. Turning it amber, the rising heat carried a herbal scent that filled his nose. The vitality the life goo released coursed through his meridians, warmth spreading from the inside out, and the wounds left by those poison scorpions were sealing over at a speed you could see with the naked eye. Zhuyu touched the scabbed cuts and murmured, "This goo's effect is insane." He leaned his head against the rim of the wooden tub, closed his eyes, and replayed everything that had happened today, one detail at a time. The more he went over it, the stranger it all felt. Wu Wei definitely not right. Forget those goo beasts that looked like they crawled straight out of a horror movie. Jiang Li's condition alone was enough to raise suspicion. If things really were as gentle and friendly as they looked, if Wu Wei had raised Jiang Li from childhood, how did she end up like this? He thought of Su Jinxue. When Ed first picked that girl up, she was full of hate, snapping at anyone who came near. After a few days of him taking good care of her, she was back to being a sunny, cheerful kid. By contrast, Jiang Li. Wu Wei had kept her for years, yet even the most basic conversation with people was a problem. The way she tiptoed around him, like a bird startled one too many times, living under constant pressure. And those rune-stitched cloth bands wound around her, were they really just there to suppress her poisonous constitution? What's more, when Jiang Li attacked him today, she unbound the strap on her left hand. That was clearly on Wu Wei's orders too. Zhuyu tapped the rim of the tub, his thoughts ticking in rhythm. Born with a poison body, immune to all toxins. Life goo. Put the three together, and it feels like ingredients prepped for some kind of dark ritual. Wu Wei, was he really raising them as material for his goo? Once the thought surfaced, it was hard to push it back down. There wasn't hard proof yet, and he still hadn't. Judging by Ng Er's over-the-top reaction to death, this run probably hits a death ending at every stage. Shui Er's stage was even worse. She was practically sent off as a sacrifice. How much worse can it get? The key is still that daughter of fate. What he needed to do was draw out their innate gifts. As long as he can get the daughter of fate's DPS online, this round might be winnable. But Zhuyu isn't satisfied with just playing support, simply tanking damage and shielding people doesn't sit right with him. He a transmigrator with a cheat in hand. Shouldn't he be aiming higher? At the very least, swap one of their main carries off the board, right? He didn't manage that last stage in the final fight. He failed to take down either the Bee Demon or the black-robed old fiend. Water Dragon Bind is still too soft. A one-on-one kill move is too limited in a melee. He needs something nastier, something that hits harder. He needs a method that reliably takes someone out. In the Goo Witchcraft, is there a self-detonating kind of kill shot? Dawn hadn't broken yet. Zhu Yu was already out in the clearing before the bamboo house, throwing punches. Each strike cut the air with a sharp whoosh, the life goo coursing through him, his forms growing ever more vicious. Last night's medicinal bath worked wonders. Not only had his wounds closed, even his meridians felt a bit tougher. That kind of abnormal growth rate made him wary instead. This is getting a little ridiculous. Zhu Yu drew back his fists, regulated his breath, and glanced down at his hands. Could a boost like this really come without a price? On the second floor of the bamboo house, a window eased open a crack. Jiang Li hid behind it, faint bluish shadows under her eyes. She hadn't slept all night. Wu Wei's words, "You'll leave me one day," clung to her like a nightmare. The girl's ash-white hair was ruffled by the morning breeze. She gazed down at the boy below, bursting with life, his fists whipping up gusts as he moved. That surging vitality filled her with aching envy. "Looks like you're adapting just fine." Wu Wei's voice drifted over from the corridor. The silver ornaments on her body chimed, the old witch wearing a kindly smile. Zhu Yu lowered his fists and cupped them in salute. "Thanks to the life goo you bestowed, Master, I truly feel reborn." "Good. Excellent." Wu Wei clapped her hands and let out a soft laugh. "Since you've had enough rest, I'll teach you the arts of witchcraft and goo today. Senior sister, join us." Zhu Yu looked up toward the half-ajar window. "No need to wait for her," Wu Wei said. "What I'm going to teach you isn't the same as what your senior sister learned. Keep up." "Yes." Zhu Yu followed her through the dim bamboo grove. The soil underfoot grew looser, wetter with every step. Insects droned on all sides, making it impossible to tell direction. He noticed that every stalk of bamboo had arcane runes carved into it. "We're here." Wu Wei halted in a circular clearing, braced on a wooden staff, and turned to Zhu Yu. "The arts of witchcraft and goo divide into sorcery and goo. Li studies poison goo, but what I will teach you," she lifted her staff, the tip pointing between Zhu Yu's brows, "is the most arcane branch of sorcery spirit mastery. Your body is not only resilient, your soul is unusual, as well prime material for cultivating spirit mastery. You and Li, one to command spirits, the other to wield poison. You'll complement each other perfectly. Please, Master, I ask for your guidance." Hands clasped behind her back, Wu Wei spoke in an ethereal, far-off voice. "All things have spirit. When spirit mastery is brought to perfection, birds and beasts, grass and trees, mountains and rivers can all be bent to your will. Today, we'll start with the simplest practice." With that, she suddenly blew a sharp whistle. At once the bamboo grove rustled as countless insects swarmed in from all sides. Zhu Yu saw all manner of venomous bugs stop at the clearing's edge, as if held back by an invisible barrier. Spirit mastery has 7 realms. The first is called the Insect Whisperer. With a flick of her free right hand, a jade-green mantis flew into her palm. This is a bloodblade mantis. It looks fierce, but it's actually docile. Wu Wei gave her hand a light shake, sending the mantis gliding over toward Zhu Yu. He caught it. Sure enough, just as Wu Wei had said, the mantis was quite docile. It retracted its sharp forelimbs and tilted its head, looking at him curiously. "Your first lesson is learning how to communicate with it." The Yuling Heart Sutra was passed from Wu Wei to Zhu Yu, who murmured the incantation softly under his breath. To his surprise, ripples stirred deep within his consciousness. This time, he focused all his attention. After reciting the sutra for the 3rd time toward the bloodblade mantis, a strange connection suddenly formed in his mind. He seemed to see a faint awareness filled with primal instincts. The consciousness was extremely weak. The moment he made contact, Zhu Yu instinctively took control. And just like that, the bloodblade mantis obediently settled onto his palm. Way easier than I expected. Meanwhile, after teaching him the sutra, Wu Wei had sat down cross-legged on the ground, closing her eyes to rest. Based on her estimation, it would take Zhu Yu at least half a day to tame the mantis. When she had learned it herself, it had taken about the same amount of time. Among the Wu tribe, her talent had always been considered top tier. But before she had even closed her eyes for long, she heard Zhu Yu calling out to her. "Teacher, I did it." Huh? Wu Wei's eyes popped open in shock, nearly bulging out of her sockets. She stared in disbelief. The Bloodblade mantis was doing a backflip on Zhu Yu's hand. How long exactly has this kid been practicing? "Teacher, look, is this right?" Zhu Yu asked humbly. Wu Wei didn't answer. Her disciple's progress had surpassed her expectations by far. Could he actually be a genius? Seeing that he had mastered the first lesson so quickly, Wu Wei forced a fake smile. "You learned fast enough, but..." Her expression suddenly turned stern, and she slammed her wooden staff heavily against the ground. "Do you think I'm teaching you the art of spirit control, just so you can show off like a circus act?" Zhu Yu saw right through this old witch's act of false praise followed by harsh criticism. If he were some teenage brat with no experience, he might have already been confused and shaken by her erratic mood swings. But for him, this kind of trickery was just too basic. "It's only 'cause I have a good heart," she continued. "If you were with any other shaman in the southern wastes, they'd already have you tasting the torment of 100 insects gnawing at your heart." The shameless boasting rang in her ears, and though Zhu Yu maintained a polite facade, inside he scoffed coldly. Only now did he understand how Jiang Li had developed such a timid, withdrawn personality. If someone slapped you first and then gave you a sweet every single day, even the most optimistic person would eventually shut down and retreat into themselves. After finishing her scolding, Wu Wei ordered Zhu Yu to continue practicing. At noon, Zhu Yu was already able to control 5 venomous insects at once, arranging them into formations. Wu Wei watched from the side with cold, unimpressed eyes, silently sighing to herself. This kid, just like that spoiled young miss, has extraordinary talent. If not for his immunity to all poisons, he might have truly been worthy of inheriting my skills. What a pity, such a shame indeed. At that thought, the old witch's eyes flickered with regret. She waved her hand dismissively and said, "Enough. Go have lunch." All right. Lunch was prepared by Jiang Li. The fact that Zhu Yu managed to keep a straight face at the sight of that so-called meal showed just how strong his mental fortitude was. On the table were 2 dishes of unidentifiable insects, one steamed, the other deep-fried, plus a simple mushroom soup with clear broth. The food was certainly authentic local cuisine. Zhu Yu stared at the 2 plates of oddly shaped bugs, the steamed ones still intact with their jointed limbs, the fried ones golden and crispy. Putting aside the ingredients and taste for a moment, just judging by the cooking technique, Jiang Li's culinary skills were actually quite impressive. If those dishes had been steamed fish and fried shrimp instead, they'd have been absolutely delicious. But of course, they weren't. Without a change in expression, Zhu Yu sat down and, under Jiang Li's barely concealed hopeful gaze, picked up a crispy fried insect. Crunch, crunch. It tasted a bit like chicken, with a satisfyingly crunchy exterior. "Senior sister, your cooking is actually quite good." Jiang Li's eyes lit up slightly. Zhu Yu had never seen such a vivid expression on her otherwise expressionless face before. But just as quickly, it vanished again. After lunch, Zhu Yu helped Jiang Li wash the dishes. The bamboo chopsticks and bowls swayed gently in the clear water. As he wiped a clay bowl, Zhu Yu casually said, "Senior sister, your cooking really is amazing. Your control of the heat is especially impressive. I can actually cook pretty well. Barbecue as my specialty. Let me show you a little at dinner, senior sister, okay?" Jiang Li answered with a soft Wu Wei's words from last night, the ones that hit right where it hurts, were still churning in her head, making it impossible to settle down. After she put away the washed bowls and chopsticks, the bandage around her hand had gotten wet. It didn't seem like a big deal, though. Water murmured as Zhu Yu kept busy, chatting idly with her. Crazy, right? The teacher didn't teach me venomcraft. Instead, under witchcraft, he taught me spirit taming. Spirit taming? Jiang Li tilted her head, feeling even more envious of Zhu Yu. More than venomcraft, what she really wanted to learn was spirit taming. But Master said her talent leaned toward venomcraft. And with her constitution, even if she learned to tame spirits, she could never get close to living creatures. She was born with a toxic body. A single touch could be lethal. Except, with her hair hanging low to veil her face, she snuck another glance in Zhu Yu's direction. Senior sister. The call made Jiangli jolt. She hurriedly faced forward, her hands moving even faster. What is it? It's nothing. It's just the teacher also said, with one of us practicing witchcraft and the other venomcraft, we'll complement each other down the line. Jiangli froze mid-motion, head bowed, her hair hiding her expression, but Zhu could feel how taut she was all over. Master had said the same last night, that they were fated to depend on each other. Yet hearing it from Zhu stirred a strange ripple in her heart. Senior sister? You don't look so good. And no. Jiangli turned her face away. I'm going to gather herbs. Her thoughts were a tangled mess. She stuffed the bowls and chopsticks into place and hurried out, not even pausing to wipe the water from her bandage. Zhu watched her hastily retreating figure, pensive. Later that afternoon, after the venomous bug under Zhu Yu's control accidentally dropped to the floor yet again, Wu Wei finally couldn't hold back. Frowning, he asked, "What is going on? You were doing just fine this morning." Zhu lowered his head, his expression hesitant and forlorn. Master, I always feel like senior sister doesn't really like me. Hearing his childish words, Wu Wei's wrinkles slowly eased as she softly replied, Don't be silly, child. Li isn't disgusted by you. She's just quiet by nature, nothing personal. Then why is it, Zhu asked, somewhat naively, that senior sister never wants to talk to me? Wu Wei sighed and motioned for him to sit beside her. Have you noticed those cloth strips wrapped around her body? Zhu nodded slightly. They're there to suppress the poison inside her. Wu Wei's voice grew heavy. She was born with toxic blood. When she was born, the poison ran wild, killed her parents. Her clan thought she was cursed and abandoned her in the poison forest to fend for herself. Zhu Yu's eyes widened in shock. But she wasn't meant to die like that. I found her and brought her here. When she got older and learned the truth about her past, she kept wanting to visit her birth village again. Wu Wei paused, letting out a long sigh. What happened then? Zhu pressed. I gave in and took her back to that village. But her people wouldn't even let her through the gates. They called her a monster, an omen of death, and even tried to burn her alive. After that, she grew more and more silent. She stopped talking much at all. If I'd known it would end like this, I should stopped her back then. Even if she hated me for it, it would been better than watching her turn into this hollow shell. Wu Wei exhaled deeply, her voice filled with sorrow and regret. But just how much of that grief was truly genuine, only she herself knew. After listening to Wu Wei's story, Zhu quietly said, Master, you did everything you could. Without you, senior sister would died in that poison forest long ago. Wu Wei waved her hand dismissively, clearly unwilling to dwell on the subject. Zhu continued carefully. Master, is there really no way to cure the poison in senior sister's body? It's very difficult. Truly, very difficult. Even after studying the arts of witchcraft and poisons for decades, I can barely keep it under control. Is that really all it can do? Or is it just what you believe? Zhu couldn't help but doubt Wu Hui's words. What if you count me in, he asked. Aren't you the one who said I'm immune to all poisons? Maybe I can actually help senior sister. Wu Hui slowly rolled her eyes, giving Zhu an up and down glance. After a moment's pause, she finally spoke meaningfully. You're still young. It's good that you have the heart for it. But this is not something you can force. She stood up and patted Zhu shoulder. Focus on mastering your spirit control techniques first. As for Lier, we'll talk about it later. After afternoon training, Zhu spotted Jiang Li in the distance, carrying a basket of freshly gathered herbs toward the infirmary. He quickly hurried over. Senior sister, let me help you carry that. Jiang Li instinctively took half a step back. But Zhu didn't wait for her to speak. He had already taken the basket from her hands. Now, there was no way for Jiang Li to refuse. Side by side, they walked into the infirmary. Inside, the air was thick with the rich scent of medicinal herbs, much fresher than the outside air. Zhu set the basket down on the wooden table and casually picked up a purple plant. Senior sister, what's this herb called? It looks really beautiful. This is purple spirit blossom. It's specially used to cure snake venom. Senior sister is amazing, Zhu kept praising. You know so many herbs, can you teach me? Jiang Li hesitated slightly, but eventually nodded. She picked up each herb one by one, softly explaining their uses and effects. Zhu Yu listened intently, occasionally letting out sounds of admiration. Senior sister is incredible. You even know this. You can tell the difference between such subtle variations. Truly amazing. No matter how introverted Jiangli was, at heart she was still a young girl. How could she possibly resist Zhu Yu's steady stream of flattery and charm? Besides, his praise was genuine, unlike the sarcastic remarks from their master. A faint blush quietly crept onto her pale cheeks. Little by little, her voice stopped trembling when she explained things, and every so often she pursed her lips into a small smile at Zhu Yu's over-the-top praise. Zhu Yu took in every tiny reaction. Yeah, looks promising. In the days that followed, Zhu Yu managed to find a new excuse every day to get closer to Jiangli. Sometimes he helped her sort the dried herbs, other times he ran over to ask about beginner gu techniques. At first Jiangli was tense and uneasy, but talking with him grew more natural, and she even started bringing up pharmacology and gu taboos on her own. The meals also got richer day by day. They went from only eating bugs and mushrooms to, gradually, fish and rabbit actual human food. Early one morning, Wu Wei went out to gather materials for gu refinement. While Zhu Yu was practicing spirit control in the courtyard, he saw Jiangli sitting alone on the stone bench in front of the bamboo house, staring off into space, so he quietly walked up behind her. Senior sister, check this out. He channeled his spirit control. A few colorful butterflies drifted out of the woods and, at his command, formed a circle to dance around Jiangli. Her dull expression lit up in an instant, the butterflies' brilliant wings reflected in her eyes. She reached out, wanting to touch them, but froze halfway and slowly drew her hand back. It's okay. Zhu Yu gently guided a few butterflies toward her hand. He knew what she was worried about, but with her hands wrapped in cloth, just brushing a butterfly shouldn't be a problem, right? Better not. Jiangli shook her head. They'll be afraid of me. The seal only suppressed the poison. It couldn't fully mask the dangerous aura around her. Even little creatures with the lowest instinctive wit would shy away from her. She couldn't touch the butterflies, but she still received Zhu Yu's kindness. Thank you, junior brother. Jiangli's smile grew even brighter. Oddly enough, ever since Zhu Yu started dropping by, she'd been smiling more in a few days than she had in years. Zhu Yu let the butterflies keep flitting nearby for a bit of cheer, then sat down right beside her, and the girl accepted his closeness. This small gift is nothing, really. You've been taking care of me this whole time, senior sister, he said casually. I'm your senior sister, so it's only natural that I take care of you. Jiangli nearly slipped and changed her tone at the last second, swallowing the honest words she almost let out. In that case, making senior sister happy is naturally my duty as a junior brother, Zhu Yu said, looking at her smooth profile. It was ridiculous how good her skin was, especially growing up in a place like this. She really was naturally beautiful. But just now, I think I went about it the wrong way. Why don't you just tell me straight, senior sister? What do you want me to do for you? Jiangli was silent for a long time, so long that Zhu Yu thought she wouldn't answer at all. After what felt like an eternity, she finally lifted her head. Her beautiful eyes, like violet gemstones, shone with a careful, hesitant hope. I want to. What is it? Zhu Yu looked at her encouragingly. I want to touch you. The words barely escaped her lips. After you take off the cloth. Without hesitation, Zhu Yu immediately held out his hand. Then come on. She hadn't expected him to agree so readily. Jiangli felt a strange sense of unreality. This was the first time without having to pay some kind of price she could get what she wanted. Her hands trembling, Jiangli unwrapped the cloth from her right index finger, revealing the pale skin beneath. She hesitated for a moment before gently placing the tip of her finger on the center of Zhu Yu's palm. The moment their skin truly touched, Jiangli couldn't help but hold her breath. This was the first time in as long as she could remember that she could feel someone else's warmth without any barrier between them. Unlike her own coldness, Zhu Yu's palm was warm and dry. She curled her fingers slightly, exploring the lines of his palm, then traced them down to the pulse at his wrist. Each small contact sent flickers of strange light into her eyes, as if trying to confirm this wasn't just a dream. Zhu Yu stayed still and let her explore quietly, until Jiangli suddenly realized how forward she'd been and quickly pulled her hand back. I'm sorry. It's fine, Zhu Yu smiled. You don't have to be so reserved with me, senior sister. He looked at Jiang Li, who still seemed a little dazed, and asked, By the way, how are you feeling, senior sister? Jiang Li blinked, as if just waking up from a beautiful dream. Warm, really comfortable. Zhu Yu stretched out his hand again and asked, Want to do it again? This time, Jiang Li didn't hesitate. She reached out much more decisively than before. She placed her entire index finger into his palm, greedily wanting to feel just a little more. Zhu Yu smiled and gently closed his hand around her finger. This way, you can feel it more clearly. Jiang Li's fingertip trembled slightly in his palm. But soon, she relaxed and let herself be enveloped in that warmth. Her once cool skin slowly warmed up, heated by his touch. From that day on, Jiang Li truly opened her heart to Zhu Yu. She started talking more, and her smiles became more natural. Their contact, which had begun with just a single fingertip, gradually turned into the natural act of holding hands. Though younger than Jiang Li, Zhu Yu had developed unusually fast thanks to the effects of the Shengxing bug. He had grown tall and strong, nearly the size of a full-grown adult. His hands could completely engulf hers, with no worry of toxins spreading. One afternoon, the two sat side by side under a bamboo-covered corridor. Zhu Yu directed a group of colorful beetles, commanding them to line up and form various shapes in midair. Jiang Li watched in fascination, clapping and laughing from time to time. So pretty. These are just simple trick stuff I picked up while traveling around. Zhu Yu summoned a line of ants next, making them perform a cavalry charge. Outside, suddenly, Jiang Li realized she had never even asked her junior brother about where he came from. Junior brother, where are you from? How did you end up in this poison forest? Zhu Yu replied, I'm just a poor kid from a small town. Life at home was unbearable, so I left to make my own way. I wandered for a while, and somehow got lost in this forest. It seemed her junior brother had his own share of hardship, too. Jiang Li nodded and didn't press further. Hugging her knees, head resting on Zhu Yu's shoulder, she wouldn't have imagined herself sitting like this a few weeks ago. Junior brother, could you tell me more about the world outside? Sure. What do you want to hear about, senior sister? Anything. Jiang Li's voice brimmed with longing. As long as it's about you. So Zhu Yu told her about the small town life he still carried in his memories. A butterfly alighted beneath the eaves of the bamboo loft, quietly watching them. A year went by. In that year, Zhu Yu's spirit craft leapt forward. He reached the third realm. Feathercloak, able to bend birds to his will. Nourished by the life goo, his body had grown even sturdier, no weaker than those body-tempering cultivators. But as his cultivation rose, that seemingly harmless life goo finally bared its vicious true face. A month ago, while training, Zhu Yu noticed the first sign that something was wrong. The life goo in his dantian no longer fed him vitality in a steady stream. It came only in fits and starts. Worse, a craving for fresh, living life stirred inside him hard to suppress. At first, he'd catch himself swallowing whenever he saw something alive. Later, he'd be jolted awake in the dead of night by a ravenous hunger. In the beginning, he forced himself to endure by sheer will. But little by little, the desire became torture. He had to order his venomous insects to bite him, using pain to smother that eerie impulse. The life goo's weakening dragged on his cultivation, too. Qi that had once flowed smooth and responsive turned thick and bulky. Every circulation felt like slogging through a swamp. The stagnation brought a hollowness and anxiety that shadowed him, keeping him sleepless through the night. Old venomous hag, Zhu Yu sneered to himself. She thinks she can control me with a parlor trick like this? Wu Wei must be blind. He began working out a countermeasure. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he set the Shangshan Ruoshui mind technique in motion. The highest good, like water, could still the mind and temper the spirit. Maybe it could smother the hunger clawing at his heart. Zhu Yu silently recited the mantra. It took hold at once, and before long his thoughts had settled. But he soon stopped circulating his qi. He was afraid the old witch was watching from the shadows. If he suppressed the goo now, it would only make her suspicious. Since he'd found a way to counter it, why not turn her own methods against her and draw her out? So Zhu Yu put the plan into motion. In the dead of night, he slipped out of the bamboo house and headed straight for the lake. Under the moonlight, he crouched in the shallows, snatched up a live fish like a madman, and tore into it with his teeth. Fish blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, making him look especially ghastly in the dark. Apprentice. Wu Wei's voice rang out right then. Leaning on her wooden staff, she approached, anxiety written across her face. What are you doing out here so late? Zhu Yu sneered inwardly, but on his face he wore a mask of confusion and fear. As if jolted awake from a dream, he dropped the dead fish and stared helplessly at his blood-smeared hands. And Master, what is wrong with me? I don't even know what is happening to me. Don't be afraid. Wu Wei laid her withered hand on his shoulder. It was my negligence. Your constitution is peculiar. You've grown too fast, and the life Gu can't keep up. Zhu Yu grabbed at Wu Wei's sleeve, all in a panic. Master, please. The pill melted on his tongue, sending a warm current surging through his limbs and rekindling the stagnant spiritual energy in his body. He exhaled dramatically, a look of bliss spreading across his face. Thank the heavens for Master's help. I feel so much better now. Wu Wei affectionately patted his head and said with a smile, You silly boy, what's with all the thanks? We're master and disciple, after all. I'm counting on you to carry on my legacy someday. Master, your humble disciple will definitely live up to your expectations. With Zhu Yu playing along, Wu Wei got more and more into character, completely immersed in this heartfelt master-disciple drama. She raised her thin, trembling hand and gently caressed Zhu Yu's cheek. There were actually tears glistening in her eyes. Good, good, good. I've never had children of my own, but I've always treated you and Li as if you were my own flesh and blood. Zhu Yu struggled to suppress the nausea rising in his stomach, but tears still rolled down his cheeks. And no, this wasn't faked, it was really because the stench of that raw fish still lingered in his mouth. Goddamn, that was one stinky fish. The two stared into each other's eyes, hands clasped tightly. Master, my dear disciple. Wu Wei dabbed at the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. If only you could forgive this old master for my carelessness. Absolutely not. Zhu Yu immediately shook his head in denial. The apprentice hurried to explain. Master is always so busy managing everything. You have to cultivate poisons and teach both me and senior sister at the same time. It's only natural that you'd occasionally overlook something. He wiped his tears and spoke with genuine sincerity. In this past year, Master has been nothing but generous to me, teaching me witchcraft, training me in beast control. How could I ever hold a grudge over such a minor issue? As Zhu Yu spoke, he grew more emotional. Straightening his posture, he bowed deeply with both hands clasped in front of him. There's an old saying in the Central Plains, one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. I swear on my honor, I will study diligently and devote myself to serving Master in your old age. Moved by these heartfelt words, Wu Wei wept openly with joy and quickly helped Zhu Yu up. Excellent, excellent. I knew I hadn't chosen wrong. To have a disciple like you. This master has no regrets in life. Moonlight fell like white frost as the devoted master and disciple leaned into each other, smiling as their eyes met. A glint of gratified tears shimmered in Wu Wei's eyes. Zhu Yu wore a moved, heartfelt smile. Anyone who saw them would have thought it a warm tableau of master and disciple bound by deep affection. The show was over, time to call it a night. Zhu Yu lay on the bamboo bed, hands tucked behind his head, staring blankly at the moon outside the window. The act had to be convincing enough. With any luck, the old witch Esgard would drop a little more. He rubbed his belly, feeling the warmth from that vitality pill slowly ebb away. The pill wouldn't hold out for long. A life-binding goo that nests in the dantian is the perfect grip to keep someone in line. There's no way the old witch would just clear away its side effects for him. He needed a way to get rid of it. Zhu Yu shut his eyes and feigned sleep, turning plans over in his mind. Maybe poison? Jiang Li's poison. Meanwhile, in Wu Wei's room, candlelight flickered as the old witch knelt before a grotesquely carved statue of the butterfly deity. The time is nearly here, she murmured to herself. Once that boy depends completely on the life-binding goo and jumps to my command, we can start the next step. A sinister smile crept across Wu Wei's face. The flame cast her shadow on the wall, twisting it into a giant butterfly with spread wings, ready to take flight. In the goo stockade, only Jiang Li slept soundly. The girl's lips still curved with a smile, as if she were in the middle of a sweet dream. That night's performance seemed to have swept away Wu Wei's doubts entirely. In the days that followed, the old witch grew noticeably warmer toward Zhu Yu. She stopped teaching the spirit arts by the book and began imparting deeper, esoteric methods. She even broke precedent and took Zhu Yu out of the stockade to nearby villages to demonstrate another way the spirit arts could be used. Wu Wei stood on a high platform at the village gate, leaning on her wooden staff, looking down from on high at the villagers prostrated on the ground. She deliberately slowed her cadence, her voice hoarse yet commanding. "Disciple, do you see? This was the awe that power inspired." The villagers trembled in fear and, as she commanded, brought out their finest wine and meat. Zhu Yu had no doubt if she wanted more from these people, it wouldn't be hard to get. Wu Wei continued to pour her ideology into him. When you master the art of spirit control to its peak, you become a god in their eyes. Everything will bow to you, and everything you desire will be yours. Zhu Yu nodded nonstop, his eyes gleaming with hunger for power. On the way back, he seemed still lost in the scene from earlier. "Master," he said, "your apprentice wants to grow stronger faster. This pace is too slow. Is there a quicker way to cultivate?" A satisfied smile crept across Wu Wei's face. That very day, she passed on to him the secret techniques for rapid spiritual advancement. Zhu Yu treated it like a treasure and diligently followed the method. Sure enough, his cultivation progressed faster, but at a cost. The Shengxing Gu began draining his life force at an alarming rate. He found himself visiting Wu Wei more and more frequently to beg for Xingji Dan without the pill. He felt like he was losing his mind, drool pooling at the corners of his mouth. Everything was going exactly as Wu Wei had planned. Things were moving along quite smoothly. After all, he was just a teenager, his mind not yet matured. How much effort did it really take to control someone like that? Another month passed, and under Wu Wei's careful guidance, Zhu Yu's will finally collapsed. "Master, Xingji Dan." Seeing her apprentice struggle to even form a complete sentence, Wu Wei smiled in satisfaction. Just as she had hoped. Calmly, she pulled out a Xingji Dan. It was crystal clear, glimmering in her palm, with golden streams of light flowing inside it, glowing temptingly under the candlelight. Zhu Yu's eyes locked onto the pill, his Adam's apple bobbing again and again. "Do you want this, disciple?" Want it very much," she said. "I have something even better, a Shenggu Dan. One dose can completely satisfy your Shengxing Gu. Do you want it?" Zhu Yu's eyes burned with a sick, twisted longing. I want it. No problem. I can give you the holy insect pill, but before that, you must do something for me. Anything. One no, even 100 things, if you ask." "Humph." Wu Wei smiled, a smile so cold it sent chills down one's spine. She pulled out a brocade pouch from her sleeve and, under Zhu Yu's burning gaze, opened it. Inside lay a small dagger, entirely pitch black, with a hilt wrapped in dark red silk thread. "Bring Zhang Li to the bamboo forest at noon tomorrow," she said. "She trusts you completely. If you ask her, she won't refuse." Zhu Yu's heart tightened, and confusion flickered across his face. Master Senior Sister? What exactly are you planning to do?" Wu Wei wrapped the dagger back up and pressed it into his trembling hands. "Take her there. Wait for my signal." And then, her voice was colder than ice, each word slicing through the air like a blade, sending a chill racing down Zhu Yu's spine. "Stab her right in the heart from behind." Zhu Yu jolted, nearly dropping the dagger. "Why? What did Senior Sister ever do wrong?" "She did nothing wrong," Wu Wei replied calmly. "Don't worry, it's just a ritual. Aren't you supposed to help her? To cure her of the poison? This is the only way I found. After the ritual is complete, she'll be freed from the torment of this poisoned body. Of course she'll be free when she's dead. You old poisoner. You're basically taking her life. Who in their right mind would believe this nonsense?" But now, how could his mind still be rational? Seeing Zhu Yu hesitate, Wu Wei lowered her voice and began to whisper, luring him in. "You must believe in your master, disciple. Remember what I taught you, power is everything. I know how much she means to you. After this ritual, everything you desire will be yours, not just your senior sister, but all those girls you've seen in the village, they'll all be yours." Zhu Yu's pupils dilated slightly. His breathing grew heavier. He licked his dry, cracked lips, his eyes flickering between the pill and the small knife. Disciple, I understand now. I'll do as the master wishes. Wu Wei smiled and said, good. The master is glad you understand. She extended the life bloom pill toward him. Come eat it. Zhu Yu snatched the pill from her hand and shoved it into his mouth. As soon as the pill touched his tongue, he let out a deep sigh of satisfaction. Wu Wei added one last instruction. Remember, tomorrow at noon, meet me in the bamboo grove. Yes, master. After stepping out of Wu Wei's dimly lit room and into the harsh sunlight, Zhu Yu felt no warmth at all. The depth of Wu Wei's scheming against Jiang Li chilled him to the bone. This old witch was ruthless. She not only wanted Jiang Li's life, but she also wanted to destroy her heart. After all, Jiang Li had grown up under her very eyes, and she could still bring herself to do it. This bastard had long since stopped being human. Zhu Yu recalled every moment he'd spent with Jiang Li over the past year. How the girl, who had once been so burdened by her toxic body, had slowly opened her heart to him. If he followed Wu Wei's plan and stabbed her in the back when Jiang Li trusted him most. Just imagining her expression then made Zhu Yu feel like he couldn't breathe. Before he left, Wu Wei had warned him again and again not to let Jiang Li suspect anything. That advice actually suited Zhu Yu just fine, because he had something he needed to talk to Jiang Li about anyway. He walked to the apothecary, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. He found Jiang Li intently tending to several soul beetles. Sunlight streamed in through the window lattice, catching in her ashen white hair, casting a soft halo around her. Little brother. Hearing the noise, Jiang Li looked up and her eyes lit up with delight. She set down the beetles and ran over, throwing her arms around Zhu Yu. She buried her face in his chest, greedily soaking in the warmth that was hers alone. Zhu Yu hugged her back. Senior sister, he asked, what are you working on? The heart-nourishing beetles. Of course. Here's the American English novel-style translation of your passage, fully adapted to the tone and context of the story, with no trace of Chinese left. Jiang Li's voice was muffled against his robe as she said, Master hasn't been eating much lately. I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on. This bug will help regulate her energy and blood flow. Zhu Yu's face twitched. What a devoted disciple. Too bad she ended up with a master like this. This innocent girl probably never imagined that the woman she regarded as her mother was actually plotting her death. And worse, she was dragging down the one person Jiang Li trusted most, her own junior brother. Senior sister, Zhu Yu suddenly spoke up, can you come with me to the bamboo forest tomorrow? I want to show you something. Without hesitation, Jiang Li nodded. Sure, she said, lifting her head to give Zhu Yu a pure, bright smile. What is it you want to show me, junior brother? A secret, Zhu Yu smiled back, though the smile didn't reach his eyes. You'll find out tomorrow. Tomorrow, we'll give our beloved master quite the gift. As he thought this, Zhu Yu smiled at Jiang Li and said, Senior sister, the weather is nice today. Want to take a walk by the lake? Okay, just let me put this bug away first. Holding hands while walking by the lake was Jiang Li's favorite pastime. But today, Zhu Yu had more than just a stroll in mind. The next day, at noon, deep in the bamboo forest, the thick leaves sliced sunlight into scattered golden spots. Zhu Yu walked slowly with Jiang Li's hand in his. A soft breeze lifted strands of her pale hair. Junior brother, what exactly are you showing me? Jiang Li tilted her head, lips curled in a sweet smile. She had changed into her favorite light purple dress especially for this meeting. Around her waist was a silver bell Zhu Yu had brought her from another village days ago. Its soft chime followed every step she took. Zhu Yu didn't answer. He only tightened his grip on her hand. She didn't ask again. She learned not to, not after more than a year of being together. The only thing that slightly disappointed her was that today, he was holding her hand through a piece of cloth. Stepping past the dense bamboo grove, Jiang Li's footsteps came to an abrupt halt at the sight before her. In the center of the clearing stood Wu Wei, draped in a black cloak, perfectly still. Blood-red sigils were drawn across the ground in intricate, overlapping patterns, and the surrounding bamboo trunks were wrapped in dark crimson threads. The entire clearing looked like a ritual altar meticulously prepared. Though the sun shone high in the sky, an eerie, ominous chill filled the air. And master? Why was her master here? And why had she turned this place into something so unsettling? Jiang Li never imagined Wu Wei would turn against her, nor did she believe her master would be angry over her closeness with Zhu Yu. After all, when Zhu Yu had first become her disciple, Wu Wei herself had told them to rely on each other for survival. Could it be that her junior brother had simply taken a wrong turn and accidentally wandered into her master's private cultivation ground? Jiang Li's thinking was, perhaps, a little too naive. Wu Wei's face remained hidden beneath her hood, the shadows concealing her expression completely. Yet her gaze, dark and laced with malice, lingered on their still-joined hands. My dear Li it seems you and your junior brother have grown quite close indeed. Oh, Jiang Li's heart pounded in her chest. Anyone else might take those words at face value, but not from her master. Jiang Li knew her master too well. She'd practically grown up under that biting sarcasm. Though she didn't know why her master was angry, Jiang Li quickly released Zhu Yu's hand and dropped to her knees before Wu Wei, hoping to shield him from blame. It's all my fault. I'm the one who's been holding my junior brother back in his cultivation. This reaction didn't surprise Wu Wei in the least. Humph. A quiet, mocking laugh escaped the older woman's lips as she countered. Li tell me, have I not been good to you these years? You saved my life, master. Everything I have, I owe to you. Her eyes were filled with sincerity and gratitude. In her heart, even though her master was strict and strange-tempered, she had raised her, and for that, she was grateful. Is that so? The fabric of Wu Wei's cloak rustled slightly. Then if I were to take your life now, you wouldn't hold a single grievance against me. Would you, my dear Li Jiang Li thought she had misheard, her ears ringing in disbelief. Li I've raised you all these years. Now it's time for you to repay me. Before Jiang Li could respond, several vines shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around her in an instant. Her eyes widened in terror. Before she could even comprehend what was happening, Wu Wei's voice rang out sharply. Apprentice now. At once, master. From behind Jiang Li, Zhu Yu's calm voice sounded. She turned her head stiffly, and the moment she saw the pitch-black dagger in Zhu Yu's hand, it felt as if her entire world had collapsed. Disciple brother? Her own junior brother was going to kill her? Jiang Li's pupils constricted violently. Her heart felt as if it were being crushed by an invisible hand. Moments from the past year flashed through her mind. The first time they held hands, the laughter when they shared secrets with each other. Were all of those lies? Master raised her from childhood, and her junior brother drew close to her. Was it all just for this day? Her vision dimmed as she closed her eyes in despair. Purple patterns spread across her cheeks like ink bleeding through paper. Yes, that's exactly it. Wu Wei watched Jiang Li's transformation with such excitement that she nearly lost her mind. This was exactly the effect she had been waiting for. What are you waiting for? Do it now. Zhu Yu drew his blade. Wu Wei's pupils dilated with anticipation, already envisioning the success of the ritual in her mind. But the next moment, her smile froze. The blade flashed, but instead of plunging into Jiang Li's heart, it sliced through the binding cloth, sealing the poison within her body. What are you doing? Wu Wei screamed, shattering the silence of the bamboo grove. A purple toxic mist erupted from Jiang Li like a volcanic explosion, instantly engulfing the entire bamboo forest. The vines restraining her disintegrated in an instant, withering into dust under the corrosive fog. Zhu Yu was prepared. He quickly scooped up the stunned Jiang Li in one arm and slashed the dagger through the air in an arc. The deadly purple mist followed his blade's motion like a tidal wave, surging furiously toward Wu Wei. This move was none other than the third stage of the highest good, is like water, the river's return to the sea. He hadn't trained in the way of the sword, so the force was a bit lacking, but it was more than enough to draw the toxic miasma along. You little beast. Wu Wei never imagined that the disciple she shackled tight with living goo and alchemical pills would betray her now. For Jiang Li, caught completely off guard, she stumbled back a few steps. The poison inside Jiang Li was a deadly strain called the heart-eroding violet nightmare. Its toxicity was extreme, easily ranked first in the world. Even though Wu Wei's cultivation far surpassed theirs, she had to shy away from its edge for the moment. But Zhu Yu didn't give her a chance to breathe. The little knife she personally bestowed flew out, riding 2 water dragons. The air shrieked as it tore through, angling straight for her vitals. Water Dragon Ban, Youth Edition. Wu Wei was blindsided. Who would ve thought Zhu could wield sword techniques? Driven into disarray by the poison mist, she hastily roused her spiritual energy to defend, but she was a beat too late. The water dragons were blocked, but the blade hit home. Hist! Wu Wei staggered back, her broad black cloak eaten into 1,000 holes by the poison fog. Her withered fingers clamped tight around the little knife at her chest, her clouded eyes bulging nearly out of their sockets. Impossible, she rasped, disbelief twisting her voice. How can you? Zhu didn't let her think. Since the water dragon ban couldn't take ahead, there was no point wasting time on it. Run. With Wu Wei held in check by the poison mist and the knife wound, he scooped up the dazed Jiang Li and darted deeper into the bamboo grove. The heart-eroding violet nightmare within Jiang Li coiled around them, forming a natural barrier. Master, take care. Zhu shouted over his shoulder. Don't forget your disciple still has to see you off at your funeral. Zhu. Wu Wei's eyes went bloodshot as she screamed hysterically. Watching him carry Jiang Li away, she tore out a bone. Wu Wei's face went from livid to pale, until it was drained of all color. How is this possible? She tore into the bone flute, checking it like a madwoman. Her voice had warped with shock and rage. How can the life-binding goo be failing? Zhu, I swear I'll kill you. By then, Zhu was already gone without a trace, running with Jiang Li in his arms. None of Wu Wei's fury or curses reached him, but Zhu could hear her playing the flute, and it was obviously not some farewell tune from a teacher too soft-hearted to let them go. So he'd been right, the flute was meant to control the life-binding goo. Good thing Zhu had planned ahead. Yesterday, while he and Jiang Li were strolling by the lake, he took a drop of blood from her fingertip and wrapped it in his own spiritual energy. He practiced the trick in secret so many times that his hands moved like water. Jiang Li didn't feel a thing. She trusted him. She didn't even ask what he wanted the blood for. Once he had it, Zhu isolated the drop with spiritual energy and hid it in his throat. He waited until Wu Wei went after Jiang Li and had no time for him. Then he swallowed the drop and poisoned the goo in his belly. If he'd known the toxic fog that burst out after Jiang Li's seal broke would be that massive, he wouldn't have bothered with her blood at all. He could just taken a huge breath, an epic lung hit, and called it a day. Zhu sprinted through the deep mountains with Jiang Li clutched to his chest, the howl of the wind and his own heartbeat roaring in his ears. Her well-trained body was no light burden, and with her spirit shattered and strength gone, she felt even heavier. Only when he was sure Wu Wei wouldn't catch up for a while did Zhu stop at the mouth of a hidden cave. Senior sister, hold on. He picked up the sliced cloth band and wrapped it back around Jiang Li's body, now traced with purple markings. When the poison fog exploded, their clothes had corroded away to nothing. Jiang Li let him move her like a puppet. Her arms hung limp, and her ashen shoulder-length hair was slick with sweat, plastered to her cheeks. The eyes that once shyly smiled at Zhu were now completely lifeless. Let's go. Zhu lifted her up again and dashed into the depths of the mountains. He could feel the slight tremors from the body in his arms, and his sleeve was soaked by her silent tears, but not a single sob escaped her lips. Not until the next evening, when the setting sun painted the world in a blood-red hue, did Zhu finally collapse from exhaustion, stopping in the middle of a desolate forest. He gently lowered Jiang Li against an ancient tree and slumped to the ground himself, breathing heavily. After his spiritual energy had slightly recovered, Zhu forced himself to his feet and began checking Jiang Li's condition. Senior sister, are you all right? The girl's gaze remained unfocused. At the sound of his voice, those dazed eyes slowly settled on his face. Junior brother. Her voice was as faint as a wisp of smoke about to vanish. Why did Master try to kill me? This must be a misunderstanding, right? No, there was no misunderstanding. Wu Wei never had good intentions from the very beginning. Zhu knew the truth would tear open another wound in Jiang Li's heart. But hiding it from her now would be the cruelest thing of all. She needed to snap out of it. Zhu revealed Wu Wei's entire scheme, word by word. He told her everything: how the master had controlled her with the Shengxing bug, how she had manipulated her into attacking her senior sister, all of it, without holding back. No, that can't be true. Jiang Li shook her head, the purple markings beneath her cloth wrappings flickering again. Master mother. Suddenly, She struggled to her feet and staggered forward, trying to run back. Zhu Yu grabbed her wrist, but she shook him off violently. Like a possessed soul, Zhongli mumbled to herself. I have to see her, I have to confront her face to face. Bang! After only 2 steps forward, she was knocked down by a decisive punch from Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu had meant to knock her out, but his body was too weak to deliver a strong blow. Still, Zhang Li, already shattered in spirit, wasn't in any better shape. She collapsed from that single punch. He pinned her to the ground, using the last bit of his strength, and rasped out. Stop lying to yourself. Wu Wei never saw you as her disciple. She raised you for this for today. Zhang Li's vision blurred, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. Please, please stop. But Zhu Yu didn't listen. Stop fooling yourself, Shiji. Did she ever really want to cure the poison in you? Did she ever ask what you truly wanted? Did she ever care how you felt? You know better than anyone she's always seen you as a tool. Just a vessel to carry deadly poison. Stop it, Zhang Li screamed, flipping him over and straddling him, her hands closing around his throat. But her trembling fingers had no real strength behind them. She only hovered there, her hands loosely circling his neck, trying to silence his words. Tears fell from her eyes, one by one, landing on his face. She knew what he said wasn't just talk. She knew it all too well. The moment Wu Wei's vines had wrapped around her, she had understood everything. But that truth was too painful, she had chosen to run from it instead. Zhu Yu didn't resist. He only looked at her quietly. After a long moment, Zhang Li's hands loosened, and she collapsed onto him, her body going limp. She didn't scream or cry out, just let the tears fall silently. After being suppressed by Wu Wei for so long, she had even forgotten how to cry. Shitty, she whispered through her sobs. What should I do? I have nowhere else to go. Her clan, her master, even they wanted her gone. Where else was left for her to go? Zhu Yu gently patted her back. The world is vast. There are 10,000 mountains in the southern wilderness, endless rivers and lands in the central plains. We'll find somewhere you can stand. But my poison, there's a way, Zhu Yu said. I believe this poison isn't incurable, it's just that Wu Wei never wanted to cure it. And in my eyes, it's not a curse. It's more like a gift that's gone wild. If she wants to teach you how to control it, then I will. One day, you'll show this poison who's boss. He helped Zhang Li sit up and wiped away her burning tears. Right now, we have to stay alive, live better than anyone. Then we'll go find that old witch Wu Wei and demand an explanation. Zhang Li stared at him, the despair in her eyes slowly gave way to something else. After a moment, a sound lighter than a whisper reached him. Okay. The sky grew darker. Zhang Li still had some strength in the woods. She lit a campfire, then went out and brought back 1 rabbit and 2 deer. Given their appetites, 1 deer would have been enough. The extra was mostly to round up hides for clothing. Zhang Li was fine, she still had cloth bands wrapped around her. Zhu Yu was in bad shape. With nothing left, he could only tear a few big leaves to wrap himself, like he'd fallen back into the Stone Age. Zhang Li worried he'd catch a chill. He took it in stride, and even went out of his way to make her laugh. You don't get it, senior sister. Wearing a grass skirt, he wiggled his hips. This look was the hottest thing a few thousand years ago. Even our ancestors dressed like this. His exaggerated pose and tone made Zhang Li laugh. Her laughter rang like a clear spring. Junior brother, you really do know a lot. And those wild ideas, and the tricks that aren't sorcery. Are those really things a poor kid from a small town should know? Zhang Li smiled, now and then playing along with Zhu Yu's jokes. She had so many questions. Zhu Yu's true origins, how he could resist Wu Wei's goo worms, and most of all why he risked his life to save her. But she didn't say any of it. She didn't want to. Or rather, she didn't dare. They rested 2 days in the desolate forest, regained their strength, made 2 fur coats, and set out hand in hand, like when they were in the poison village. They hadn't gone far when Zhang Li suddenly called to Zhu Yu. Junior brother, could we change how we address each other? She asked softly. Sure. What would you like me to call you, senior sister? Zhang Li tightened her grip on her hands and said softly. Stop calling me Shiji, just call me Ajai, okay? All right then, Ajai. With tears in her eyes, she smiled, a smile brighter than the morning sun. Brother. After escaping the poison village, Zhu Yu and Jiang Li wandered through the vast mountains of Nanjiang for over half a month. They trekked over hills and valleys by day and slept under the trees at night. Though life was rough with only wind and stars for company, both were skilled in wilderness survival. With plenty of wild fruits and game in the mountains, life wasn't too hard. The witch Wui had lied to them many times, but one thing she said was true: they truly relied on each other for survival. As night fell, they find a sheltered cave or hollow tree, light a campfire, and huddle close for warmth. When sleep wouldn't come, they sometimes taught each other spells and techniques. Zhu Yu passed on the secrets of spirit summoning to Jiang Li, hand in hand, while she patiently taught him how to identify herbs and brew poisons. Though they had no fixed home, as long as Zhu Yu was beside her, Jiang Li didn't feel the hardship at all. In truth, she really enjoyed this kind of life. There were no scoldings from the master, no suffocating atmosphere of the poison village. She could breathe freely, laugh out loud when she wanted. No longer did she have to walk on eggshells, fearing punishment over the smallest mistake. And the spirit summoning technique, which Wui had once forbidden her from even touching, was now slowly being passed to her by Zhu Yu. What's more, she learned it surprisingly fast. Brother, look quickly. Only a few days after learning the incantation, Jiang Li lifted her hand in excitement. A colorful butterfly circled around her bandaged fingertip. The butterfly quickly flew off, startled by instinct. But the fact that she could attract a living creature so soon already proved her talent in spirit summoning. Zhu Yu couldn't help but wonder if the old witch had once refused to teach Jiang Li spirit summoning for some hidden reason. He watched the butterfly vanish into the night, his brow gently furrowing. Could it be that this spirit summoning technique was the key to curing the deadly poison in Jiang Li's body? If he could master the power of living creatures at will, perhaps he could learn to control the wild, toxic energy surging inside him. Wu Wei, that old witch, had an evil heart. It was likely she feared that once Jiang Li truly learned to control the poison, he would break free from her grasp for good. Zhu Yu had originally planned to teach all of this to Jiang Li. But Jiang Li was still a complete novice, far from grasping the true essence of spirit-binding techniques. Left to figure it out on their own, their progress was painfully slow. And besides, their feud with Wu Wei wasn't settled yet. That old hag would come after them eventually. They really needed help from a proper shaman who knew what they were doing. That's what Zhu Yu was thinking. The problem was, the two of them didn't know any other shamans. They'd been stuck in Poison Village for over a year. Wu Wei rarely let Zhu Yu leave, and Jiang Li had only ever left the Poison Forest once since childhood. They knew practically nothing about the outside world, so they had no choice but to slowly gather information. Zhu Yu used his spirit-binding arts to summon a few birds, sending them flying off in different directions. Those birds became his eyes and ears. They could not only scout the surroundings, but also help him locate the nearest village. After days of flying over dense forests and mountain ravines, the birds finally returned with good news. There was a decent-sized village about 30 li to the east. They set off immediately, quietly observing the village for several days from a distance. The village sat halfway up a mountain, built with stilt houses neatly arranged. The villagers worked from sunrise and rested at sunset, seemingly peaceful and simple folk. But people from the southern frontier were notoriously wary of outsiders. Showing up unannounced would only raise suspicion. Jiang Li worried his strange bandages would draw unwanted attention. So Zhu Yu decided to wait for a better opportunity to make contact. But fate had other plans. Luck came sooner than expected. On the 5th day, just after dawn, a group of hunters from the village ventured deep into the forest, accidentally provoking a boar king as large as an elephant, if not bigger. The moment the beast charged, Zhu Yu was momentarily reminded of a bulldozer from his past life. It crashed through trees so massive that two men would have to hug them together to encircle the trunk, yet the boar shattered them effortlessly. The hunters were forced to retreat, and their strongest among them ended up breaking a leg while shielding his comrades. From the canopy, they traded a look and dropped in unison. The two moved in perfect sync, working the boar king with stone spears they honed over the past few days. Zhu Yu's body, tempered by vital goo for more than a year, was brutally tough enough to go toe-to-toe with the giant beast. Seizing the opening as the boar king charged, He slid under its belly like a baseball player and drove his stone spear clean into the soft spot at its throat. At the same time, Zhongli lunged onto its back. Her bandage-wrapped arms exploded with power as she rammed her spear deep into the nape. The Boar King let out an earth-shaking scream and thrashed wildly, but it couldn't throw Zhongli off. Blood geysered from both wounds, and in short order the hulking brute crashed to the ground. The villagers were stunned. The man at the front wiped his face, struggled to his feet, and exclaimed in the southern tongue, "Brother and sister, you two are something else." He gave his name as Yensong, the village's chief hunter, and respectfully asked who they were. Zhu Yu planted his blood-smeared spear in the dirt and said with a smile, "We're a brother and sister pair of shamans, traveling and training as we roam. We saw you were in danger and stepped in." He lifted a hand and beckoned, and a few mountain sparrows fluttered over, landing on his shoulder and hopping about. That little bit of spirit taming made the villagers even more awed. They pressed a hand to their chests in salute. Shamans held a high place in the southern borderlands. Only oddballs like Wu Wei hid deep in the mountains to fiddle with things better left in the dark. A proper shaman could at least be the one who called the shots in a village. Yensong warmly invited them into the stockade as guests to receive everyone's thanks. Zhu Yu and his sister gladly agreed. As for the boar's carcass, the villagers who arrived later would take care of it. On the way, Yensong led them and explained, "Our place is called Yinshui Stockade, named for the clouds and waters it sits between. It's been here for over 300 years." He said it with pride. In all the southern borderlands, Yinshui is one of the biggest strongholds there is. Sure, here's a natural, novel-appropriate American English translation of your passage, keeping the tone, character, and atmosphere consistent with the original Chinese. Granny Sinny had the greatest reputation across all of Nanjiang. She was practically a legendary witch doctor. A witch doctor? Was that really the case? Zhu Yu exchanged a calm glance with Zhongli. Looks like they definitely come to the right place. "Brother Yensong," Zhu Yu said, "my younger brother and I would like to meet Granny Sinny. Could you introduce us?" Yensong thumped his chest proudly. "Big brother and big sister saved our lives, of course, it's no problem." Inside the poison village, Wu Wei was furious, nearly hopping mad. The straw doll in front of her had burst into flames again on its own. The voodoo spell made from Zhu Yu and Zhongli's hair had once again failed. It was as if some unseen force was protecting them. No matter what spells or methods Wu Wei used, the curses just wouldn't stick. She had no choice but to seek out that person. Gritting her teeth, Wu Wei formed a hand seal and began chanting an incantation, clearly summoning something. About a quarter of an hour later, thick black mist began rolling in from all directions. A figure draped in a black robe emerged from the fog. "Well now," he said mockingly, "the great witch of Nanjiang, how far you've fallen." He glanced around at the empty village. "Where are your two apprentices? Transmuted into dust?" He hit the nail right on the head. Wu Wei's face turned dark with rage. "They betrayed me," she spat. "I came to you because I need your divination skills to find where they've gone." "Oh," the robed figure said with a sly grin. "They ran off? I warned you before," he continued coolly. "Strike while the iron's hot. Delay only brings trouble. You don't understand anything." Wu Wei snapped. "That curse isn't so easy to complete. The flower only blooms at its most perfect when she's utterly hopeless. When the perfect Tuition Gu can be made." "And yours?" the figure asked. "Where's your curse?" Wu Wei cracked her knuckles angrily. "Humph. I'm not here to listen to your sarcasm." She tossed out a yellowed scroll made of animal hide. "There's what you want inside. Now help me find them." The robed figure took the scroll lazily. "Names. Zhongli," she hissed, "and Zhu Yu." She bit out the name, her voice dripping with hatred. "Let me know if you'd like this adapted for a specific genre tone like YA, dark fantasy, etc., or if you need more translated." The moment the second name left her lips, the black-robed old fiend went rigid, frozen where he stood. "Say that again. What's his name?" Wu Wei looked at the black-robed old fiend, puzzled. In his voice, she heard a fear unlike anything she'd ever heard before. "His name is Zhu Yu," Wu Wei repeated slowly. "Do you know him?" "Zhu Yu. What does he look like?" Growing a bit impatient, Wu Wei sketched the outline of a youth in the air with spiritual qi. The instant that face engraved in his mind appeared, Even the black mist shrouding the black-robed old fiend seemed to freeze. Does he use a sword? The words were almost forced out through his teeth. No. Wu Wei was about to say he didn't, but then she remembered the blade that had driven straight into her heart, and those two water dragons spun from spiritual energy, and she hesitated. It hadn't been witchcraft, nor any southern martial art she knew. I'm not entirely sure. I only know he has a technique that can stir the wind and summon water dragons. Wind? Water dragons? It was him. It was him, without a doubt. The black-robed old fiend remembered the earth-shaking battle 100 years ago. The sword cultivator who cut off the demon's rise had, with a sword art that could call forth water dragons, badly wounded the bee demon he had chosen. And his disciple, Jian Gu, broke through to the Saint Realm and butchered demonkind across the land. Blood ran in rivers. The black-robed old fiend would never forget how he had fled in panic. To escape that sword saint driven mad with killing, he hid himself in the miasma-choked southern marches. He stayed hidden 100 years. The demon legions of the far north had long since been reduced to ash, while the demons of the south were proud and unruly, unwilling to obey him. Only he remained, utterly alone, yet still scheming in secret to restore the demon's glory. He cast the divination once more and read that the demon's next turning point of fate would fall in the south. He had come to the right place. Encouraged by the omens, the black-robed old fiend settled into the southern marches to build his power, slowly. This time, he chose a partner, the South's Grand Shaman, Wu Wei. She looked merely middle-aged, but in truth she was far older than she appeared. Her body had long since given out, yet she remained stubbornly obsessed, determined to push the Gu arts to their absolute limit. The fabled molting rebirth Gu became her last, only hope. Ancient shamanic tomes said a perfected molting rebirth Gu could remake the flesh from the ground up, even brush the realm of gods. Wu Wei scoured the southern borderlands and still couldn't assemble those rare materials. In truth, she hadn't found a single one. Just when she was about to let go, a black-robed old fiend came knocking. He set his sights on Wu Wei's unique method for refining Gu beasts. In exchange, she got two things she dreamed of: the butterfly demon's bone and the flower spirit's demon core. They struck a deal, but the partnership proved rocky. Her pace at refining Gu beasts fell far short of the old fiend's expectations. Whenever he proposed trading other treasures for her secret art, Wu Wei rejected him outright, mainly because she herself had found the key to refining Gu, the heart-eroding violet nightmare. Hope flared anew. She no longer needed to work with him. Their dealings dwindled after that. Until today, Wu Wei sought him out, offering her Gu beast method in exchange for a single divination. At first he thought it was a steal, but the moment he heard who she wanted him to read, he changed his mind on the spot. Even the parchment in his hands suddenly felt scalding. Zhu Yu, that sword cultivator is still alive? How could he be? Back then, one stroke from Swordbone split the far north itself. The bee demon and her demonic blade were utterly destroyed, body and soul annihilated. Since Zhu Yu was refined into that demonic blade, how could he possibly still be alive? Unless Swordbone, already in the Saint Realm, found a way to snatch life back from death? At the thought, the black-robed fiend lost his composure. Swordbone's feelings for that sword cultivator ran deep. If the latter has shown himself, would the former really be far away? Damn it, didn't the divinations say my clan's turning point of fate lay in the south? What the hell is going on? The old demon in the black robe changed expression instantly. No, he couldn't stay in the southern wilds any longer. Once Jian Gu arrives, every demon in the south will be doomed. What a pity. I was originally planning to wait until Wu Wei refined the rebirth elixir, then recruit her to strengthen our demon clan. All the schemes I've laid out here in the south, he'd have to abandon them all now. He couldn't help but feel fear. After all, for the past 100 years, Jian Gu's reputation had been terrifying. In the Central Plains, nearly every demon had been hunted to near extinction by her and her sword sect. The moment you show your face, you're as good as dead. Wu Wei, our cooperation ends here. As the words left his mouth, the old demon in black vanished into the mist. Wait, you! Wu Wei instantly flew into a rage. But how could she stop the old demon, who had already made up his mind to leave? In the blink of an eye, She was left standing alone in the room, stunned. After a long silence, she let out a long, furious roar toward the sky. Old demon, return my scroll to me. So enraged was she that she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her eyes turned blood red, her nails digging deep into her palms until they left deep marks. Rage boiled in her chest, scorching her insides with unbearable pain. From Zhu Yu breaking free of her cursed worms, to her witchcraft and hexes proving completely ineffective, to the old demon's fearful reaction, everything pointed to one fact. That brat she once looked down on was no ordinary opponent. But she, Wu Wei, had ruled the southern wilds for decades. When had she ever feared anyone? Humph. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes brimming with icy, venomous hatred. Now, this wasn't just about refining the rebirth elixir anymore. It had become a personal vendetta. That little brat not only destroyed her carefully laid trap, ruining all her efforts, but also took away her materials for making the curse. Now even the old demon had been scared off, turning years of her plotting into nothing. This grudge ran deep, too deep to ever be forgiven. Even if it meant defying the heavens themselves, she would personally kill that bastard named Zhu Yu. Otherwise, this hatred in her heart would never fade. And as for that old demoness betrayal, she'd remember that too. Hatred drove Wu Wei into a fever. She snatched up 2 rune-sealed porcelain bottles from the desk and turned toward the secret chamber. In the deepest room, she shoved open the heavy stone door, and the stench of rot and blood hit her like a wall. Inside lay a dark red blood pool. Suspended over its surface were 2 things: the crystal-clear demon bone of a butterfly fiend and the demon core of a flower spirit ringed in violet light. In the 2 bottles she carried, the one in her left hand held refined heart-eroding purple nightmare, though the purity still fell short. The one in her right held blood drawn from Zhu Yu's body immune to all poisons, but it was not condensed essence blood. Both were crucial ingredients for refining the molten goo, yet neither was perfect. Wu Wei had no choice now. She could wait no longer. The black-robed old fiendess betrayal was the last straw, shattering what remained of her reason. Since that's how it is, then go for broke. Wu Wei let out a wild laugh and leapt into the blood pool. She crushed the porcelain bottles, purple mist and red mist bled into the pool together. The blood pool began to boil. Her withered fingers flew through hand seals, and she chanted ancient incantations. The secret chamber jolted. Countless filaments of blood crawled across the stone like spiderwebs, weaving into a vast blood cocoon. Everything would be decided in this instant: either shed her skin and be reborn, or be damned for all eternity. Cloudwater Stockade. Zhu Yu and Jiang Li followed Yin Song to pay a visit to the shaman healer. At the highest point of the stockade, a bamboo stilt house larger than the rest stood beside a waterfall, wind chimes and drying herbs dangling from its eaves. "Here we are," Yin Song said. "Granny Cinny lives here. Please wait a moment. I'll go let Granny know." "Yin Song, boy." An elderly voice came through the bamboo wall, making Yin Song jump. "Just send them up. You don't need to come along." They thanked Yin Song for guiding them. Zhu Yu and Jiang Li made their way up the bamboo ladder, step by step. The light inside the bamboo house was soft. The furnishings were simple yet warm. A few pots of emerald green herbs sat on the windowsill, and a faint medicinal scent lingered in the air. Outside, green mountains were wrapped in drifting mist. A waterfall hung like a white silk ribbon, and a rainbow arced through the spray. "This place is really beautiful." Jiang Li couldn't help but breathe. Zhu Yu nodded in agreement. Compared to Wu Wei's dark, reeking lair, Cinny's place was a world apart. This felt like somewhere people actually lived. On the 3rd floor, the door stood open. They saw an old woman in an indigo-embroidered dress tending the plants on the windowsill. Her full head of silver hair was pinned up with a silver hairpin, and delicate loops of silver adorned her neck and wrists. The old lady sure knew how to dress. "Greetings, Senior Cinny." Zhu Yu and Jiang Li bowed in unison. The old woman set down her watering can and turned to look at them. Her features were composed, her gaze gentle, yet there was a clear-sightedness there that seemed to see through everything. Her eyes rested on Zhu Yu for a heartbeat, then dropped to the strips of cloth wrapped around Jiang Li. "These bands," she said evenly. "Who put them on you?" "My Mas Wu Wei," Jiang Li replied. Sensing the shift in the old woman's eyes, Zhu Yu quickly asked, "Senior, is there something wrong with those bands?" "A big problem." Cinny gave him a glance. "The runes on them are meant to store poison. The longer they stay on, the nastier the backlash." She snorted softly. "Humph. She is persistent. I'll give her that." Cinny seemed not to notice how pale Jiang Li was. Her tone was as calm as if discussing what to make for dinner. "Still, she happened to run into me. Lucky, I'd say." Zhu Yu tensed and was about to speak, but the old woman lifted a hand, unruffled. "No need to worry. I asked you up here because I intend to help you." Cinny pointed to a wooden chest in the corner. "Bring that chest and come with me." The old woman saw through Wu Wei's trick at a glance clearly. Her cultivation was no less formidable than his. After a moment's consideration, Zhu Yu followed the instructions and carried the wooden box. Alongside Jiang Li, she trailed behind Cinny toward the back of the bamboo hut. They passed through a grove of trees, and suddenly the landscape opened up. A neatly kept herb field stretched out beneath the sunlight. Between the ridges grew many medicinal plants. Zhu Yu couldn't name some bore tiny white flowers. Others hung heavy with bright red fruits. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves with a soft sha-sha, and the fragrant scent of the herbs lifted both girls' spirits. "Put the box here." Cinny tilted her chin toward a flat stone by the edge of the field. As soon as Zhu Yu set the box down, the old woman formed a hand seal, and the lid lifted open on its own. A bolt of fabric, pure white like fresh fallen snow, floated out from inside and hovered midair. "This cloth," Cinny said, "was woven from the silk of Tianmu crystal silkworms. While it won't completely cleanse the poison from your body, it will stop it from spreading further." Then, forming another seal with both hands, she summoned countless emerald green lights from the herb field. They fluttered like fireflies around Jiang Li. These vibrant lights slowly gathered into a thin, glowing veil, gently wrapping around her. "Step into the field and discard all that you're wearing." The old woman acted swiftly and decisively. Giving no further explanation, she simply ordered Jiang Li to obey. As Jiang Li began to unfasten her clothes, Cinny called out again. "Hold on, there's still a boy nearby. Aren't you going to step aside?" "Me? No need," Jiang Li replied firmly. She had no intention of separating from her younger brother. Zhu Yu had no plans to leave either. Back when they fled from Wu Wei, the two had already opened their hearts to each other. What was there left to hide? Besides, in this unfamiliar place, splitting up and losing sight of one another would be unwise. There was no way they would leave. Cinny's gaze flicked between the two of them, and she quickly understood. "Fine," she said, shrugging. "Do as you like." Jiang Li shrugged out of her fur cloak without a second thought, then began untying the cloth bands wrapped around her body. As layer after layer peeled away, purple markings spread across her pale skin. But the vitality of the herb field, together with Cinny's spiritual aura, kept the toxin suppressed. The poison didn't erupt, only a faint violet mist seeped from her skin. Cinny's hands flew, and the piece of white cloth was sliced midair into dozens of thin strips. Murmuring a spell, the old woman sent the strips gliding toward Jiang Li like spirit serpents, slowly covering her shapely figure. With each loop, golden sigils flared to life along the fabric, shining brilliantly. When the last strip cinched tight, a gentle golden light wrapped around Jiang Li. She rose to hover 3 feet off the ground, then settled lightly back down. The newly wound bands were interlaced gold and white, almost holy at first glance, far more elegant than the dark purple bands from before. Zhu Yu stepped forward and asked, "Sister, how are you now?" Jiang Li looked herself over from head to toe. She couldn't be sure, so she closed her eyes and called upon her spirit-taming art. Before long, dozens of colorful butterflies fluttered out of the nearby woods and began to dance lightly around her. This time they didn't shy away. Instead, they settled fondly on her fingertips and shoulders. "Looks like it worked." Jiang Li opened her eyes, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Zhu Yu let out a long breath of relief and, together with Jiang Li, bowed to Cinny in thanks. "Thank you for your help, Senior." Cinny waved a hand. "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me." She gathered up the remaining white cloth. "Tianmu silkworm silk 1T lasts you a lifetime. If you want to truly suppress and master the heart-eroding violet nightmare, you'll have to find another way. Please guide us, Senior, they said in unison. We'll do everything we can to repay you. Cinny didn't bother beating around the bush. I have only one condition. Let us hear it. You two will take me as your master and inherit my mantle, Cinny said, hands clasped behind her back. Zhu Yu and Zhongli froze. When their eyes met, each saw the other's surprise. The shamans of the southern frontier, do they really never let go of the idea of taking disciples? Zhu Yu studied Jiang Li's expression carefully. He knew full well that ever since that incident with Wu Wei, the word master had probably left a scar in her heart. Xie, as if seeing through their thoughts, slowly walked over to the edge of the herb field. Don't rush. Take your time to think it over, she said calmly. She bent down and plucked a herb blooming with small purple flowers. For now, stay here a few days. The boy can help with hunting in the village, and the girl can assist me with preparing medicine. In that case, thank you so much, Senior, Zhu Yu replied. Back in the present day, in the southern frontier, the mountain top where Yinshui village once stood was now covered in thick forest. In the sunset, a woman wearing a bronze mask sat quietly among the herb fields. Under her animal hide top, her entire body was wrapped in layers of clean white cloth bandages. Silver necklaces and bracelets, hand-forged from fine silver, glinted in the sunlight beside her. A wooden staff, carved with intricate patterns, leaned nearby. A few colorful butterflies rested on its tip. The woman's violet eyes slowly opened from behind the mask. Her red lips parted slightly, as if in quiet confusion. Was that a dream? Since inheriting the position of divine shaman from Master Xie, more than 600 years had passed, and Zhongli hadn't dreamed even once. No matter how much she longed to see him again in her dreams. Zhu Yu, her junior disciple, her little brother, and so much more. Sunlight bathed the herb fields atop the mountain peak. Zhongli, her face hidden behind the ancient bronze mask, gently touched the silver pendant at her neck. It's been so long, she whispered softly, tracing the fine engravings on the silver chain with her fingertip. Every piece of silver jewelry she wore had been made by Zhu Yu's own hands. When he first arrived at Yinshui village, he'd gone out of his way to learn silversmithing from the village elder. It had taken him nearly 3 months from melting the silver ingots to engraving the delicate patterns to craft her the very first set of jewelry she'd ever owned. In the southern frontier, such a gift symbolized the beginning of a new life. It was an old custom. Each line and curve on the silver had been carved with meticulous care. Even the old silversmith had praised his natural talent. Adi. Her fingers brushed against the cold necklace, and a sheen of tears shimmered in Jiang Li's violet eyes. The pain and longing buried by time surged back once more. But soon, the shamanist instincts told her this dream was not ordinary. Master Cinny had once said that for those shamans who could commune with heaven and earth, dreams were never meaningless illusions. If the past could reappear so vividly, could this be an omen? A sudden chill passed over Jiang Li's expression. She immediately sank back into the dream. North, in the imperial capital of the Great Yin Empire, an urgent report from the Martial Virtue Bureau shattered the quiet of the imperial city's night. Emperor Wu Zhui of Great Yin was seated in her study, going over memorials when suddenly, she heard a knock at the door. Your Majesty, the Martial Virtue Bureau has sent an urgent report. Enter. A female officer from the Martial Virtue Bureau, dressed in dark, form-fitting attire, knelt on one knee and presented a sealed letter stamped with crimson wax. An urgent dispatch from 800 miles northwest. Please review it, Your Majesty. Wu Zhui broke the seal and skimmed the contents with sharp eyes. After reading it twice, she spoke gravely. Summon Yue. Not long after, a female official dressed in crimson robes hurried in. As the official named Yue began to bow respectfully, Wu Zhui simply raised a hand to stop her. Save the formalities. Born of humble origins and once a border general, the Empress had never been one for elaborate court etiquette. She handed the letter directly to Yue. Read this. The red-robed official accepted the letter with both hands, and as soon as her eyes fell upon the words, her expression changed. The Martial Virtue Bureau's secret report was concise and direct. A powerful figure suspected to be Su Jin Shui, the sword saint of the sword sect, had clashed with a supreme grade demon in the far northwest, flattening an entire mountain range. This, Yu Yi's hands trembled slightly as she held the report. A sword saint? A demon saint? In an instant, two supreme-level experts had appeared. This was going to cause a huge commotion. The Empress watched her change of expression and asked, Yu Yi, you just returned from the sword sect. Didn't you say Su Jin Shui was in retreat? How could she suddenly appear at the northwestern border and fight a demon saint? Moon Yi's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Your Majesty, she reported, when I left Mount Li, the entire sword sect was saying that the sword sage had gone into retreat. Then who exactly is that saint-level cultivator at the northwestern border? Could it be that the Martial Virtue Bureau got the wrong person? She couldn't entirely rule out that possibility. This was what Moon Yi thought to herself. The sword sage hasn't appeared in nearly 5 centuries. How could we be certain it's truly Su Jin Shui? Didn't the Martial Virtue Bureau only say possibly? No matter how she thought about it, though, she absolutely couldn't report back to the Emperor like that. After a brief pause, Moon Yi weighed her options and finally spoke. Your Majesty, the sword sect's duty has always been to slay demons and eliminate evil. If the sword sage sensed the emergence of a demon saint, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to end his retreat early and go deal with it. That did make sense. The Empress clasped her hands behind her back and walked to the window. In the evening light, scattered lanterns had already been lit across the imperial city. A demon saint. The last time such a powerful demon had appeared, it must have been 1,000 years ago, right? Moon Yi answered. Yes, back in the era of the demon court over 1,000 years ago. Even during the southern invasion of the demon clans 800 years ago, nothing of this level was seen. Moon Yi understood the gravity of the situation all too well. Once the sword sage rose to power, wiping out the demonic forces, the demon clans had fallen silent for centuries. Now, a saint-level demon had suddenly appeared. This was no coincidence. This matter cannot be taken lightly, the Empress said. Issue my decree immediately. Summon the heads of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries for a council, and send elite agents from the Martial Virtue Bureau to investigate thoroughly in the Northwest. And also, she added, send someone to pay another visit to the sword sect. Moon Yi bowed deeply. As you command, Your Majesty. I shall see to it at once. After Moon Yi left, the Empress returned to her desk, staring at the secret letter. Beyond her concerns over the potential unrest, another thought churned in her mind. She wanted to meet the sword sage in person. You're the sword sage's disciple? No, she's my disciple. That's what that man had once told her. But she had always thought he was just bragging after all. He'd always been unpredictable, saying whatever came to mind. Under the flickering candlelight, the Empress lowered her gaze, lost in memories. 23 years had passed. Was he still alive? Yunshui Stockade lay in the southern borderlands. After a day of thought, Jiang Li made up her mind. When Cindy asked again, she didn't hesitate and performed the rite of taking a master. Disciple Jiang Li pays respects to master. It wasn't a hard decision. She and Zhu Yu had already agreed to stay alive and well, and to demand justice from that Wu Wei who had tried to kill them. She also longed to truly seize control of the heart-eroding violet nightmare within her. As Zhu Yu had said, make that poison understand who the real owner of this body is. As Jiang Li bowed, Zhu Yu followed right after. Disciple Zhu Yu pays respects to master. This time he was far more earnest than when he bowed to Wu Wei. Cindy nodded, satisfied. I specialize in the shamanic arts. From the looks of it, neither of you is lacking in that area. She let her gaze linger on Zhu Yu. Especially you so young, and you've already cultivated spirit taming to the 3rd tier, the feathered robe adept. Not bad at all. With disciples this bright, this master can save a bit of effort. She smiled. No rush to start lessons today. Tomorrow at the hour of Chun, meet me at the herb fields. With a wave of her hand, Cindy went back to her bamboo stilt house. Once the old lady had gone upstairs, Zhu Yu grinned and took Jiang Li's hand. Come on, sis. I'll take you somewhere. He led her to the waterfall behind the stockade. Rushing water plunged from on high, bursting into countless sprays as it struck the pool. Zhu Yu found a flat rock and sat down, patting the spot beside him. Sis, over here. Jiang Li seated herself next to him. Sunlight refracted into a 7-hued rainbow before them. The stockade folk had long since grown used to the view, but to her it felt like a fairyland. After only a glance or two, her eyes drifted back to Zhu Yu's face. We're senior sister and junior brother again. But this time my cultivation as higher wouldn't senior brother and junior sister be more fitting? Zhu Yu teased. No way. Jiang Li extended a finger, poked his cheek, and smiled. We already agreed you're my little brother. And besides, I became master's disciple before you did. Seniority is always determined by the order in which one is initiated, so I'll always be your older sister. The last words came out with a light, cheerful lilt in her voice. A warm feeling welled up in Zhu Yu's heart. Although Jiang Li's poison hadn't been completely removed yet, her heart had already been soothed by him. All the effort from the past year hadn't been in vain. All right, Sister Zhu Yu said, taking her hand and tightly interlacing his fingers with hers. I'll be counting on you from now on. A sweet smile bloomed across Jiang Li's face, her eyes and eyebrows brimming with warmth. Your older sister will definitely take good care of you. Ever since they had escaped from the poison village, it had always been Zhu Yu protecting her. But now, it was her turn to step up as the older sister and take responsibility. Morning, the hour of the dragon. At the herbal field, Xian leaned on a wooden staff, something that seemed to be a standard accessory among shamans. When Zhu Yu had accompanied Wu Wei to strut around the smaller village, every single one of the shamans had carried one. Shamanism was all about connecting with the natural world and the heavens. All things in the world possess spirit. Every blade of grass, every tree, every stone and stream could resonate with a shaman. Xian waved her staff, and a soft glow enveloped the field of herbs. The medicinal plants stretched out their leaves, actually growing visibly faster before their eyes. This kind of spell used to accelerate plant growth was something Wu Wei had used before as well. To study shamanism, one's spirit must first and foremost be strong. Otherwise, one might suffer minor consequences like mental fatigue, or worse, be overtaken by a powerful spirit that could seize control of one's body. Body possession? Zhu Yu's eyelids flickered slightly. Suddenly, he began to understand the old shaman's noble intentions toward him. That old witch had taught him that shortcut method, using venomous insects to torment his mind day and night, most likely to weaken his spirit so she could take over his poison-resistant body. First, she made him betray Jiang Li, then planned to steal his body. That old hag truly saw him as nothing more than a tool. Xian seemed not to notice his distraction and continued speaking. Both of your spirits are exceptionally strong, but especially yours. She pointed at Zhu Yu. In the 1,000-year history of the southern frontier, a spirit as strong as yours is vanishingly rare. I've lived a long time, and I've only seen 2 or 3 people with that kind of gift. Haha, guess it's all the system's doing. Wait, no? Zhu Yu jolted as it hit him. The system had only given him an immunity to all poisons physique, it had never boosted his spirit. In other words, Zhu Yu couldn't help but click his tongue. My spirit's strength is innate? Holy crap, how did I never notice I had a knack for this back in the real world? Maybe I was just on the wrong cultivation path? Cindy turned to Jiang Li and said gently, Kiddo, the heart-eroding violet nightmare may torment you, but it's tempered your body and spirit. Give it time, and you'll grow into an exceptional shaman. Jiang Li blinked, surprised Cindy would praise her. But exceptional wasn't enough. She had to be stronger than her little brother. Zhu Yu, Cindy called, you've reached the 3rd realm, but your foundation is shaky. Starting today, we're rebuilding your basics from the ground up. Zhu Yu answered obediently. He knew damn well that to lull Wu Wei, he deliberately learned a few shortcut dark arts. Those did come with plenty of hidden risks. As for Jiang Li, Cindy said, the heart-eroding violet nightmare in you is actually an opening. If you can harness this poison, your spirit-commanding arts will have a unique edge. Yes, master. Seeing the fire in her 2 disciples' eyes, Cindy felt very satisfied. Today, I'll take you through relearning the core mind arts. Under Cindy's careful guidance, Zhu Yu and Jiang Li advanced at breakneck speed. In just half a month, Jiang Li had firmly planted her feet in the 1st realm insect whisperer. She had always trained with meticulous focus, following Cindy's methods to communicate with bugs. By contrast, Zhu Yu was full of antics. More than once, Cindy caught him brandishing a twig and prancing in front of a flock of little birds, getting them to sing in chorus. Or she might even egg the squirrels on to engage in no-holds-barred fights, where the prize for victory was nothing more than a single pine cone. One day, much to the old lady's amusement and bewilderment, she spotted Jiyu directing a line of ants to form strange patterns and characters on the ground, symbols she couldn't begin to understand. Jiyu himself stood off to the side, grinning like a fool. The old woman could only shake her head helplessly. She didn't quite get these antics, but she still chose to respect them. By early summer, on this particular day, Jiyu and the others trained until dusk. After a full day of grueling practice, Zhongli's bangs were soaked with sweat, clinging down so low they nearly blocked her vision. Maintaining intense focus for hours on end had left her completely drained and drowsy. She brushed her hair back and glanced toward Jiyu nearby. Perhaps because of the difference in their cultivation levels, Jiyu seemed perfectly energetic, playfully interacting with a couple of birds. "Little brother." Zhongli wiped her forehead with her sleeve. "What exactly have you been up to these past 2 weeks? I wake up before dawn every day, yet somehow I can never find you around." The two of them lived in the bamboo house belonging to Cinny. Their rooms were separated only by a single wall. Jiyu smiled mysteriously. "Not much, just learning some fun stuff from people in the village." "What did you learn?" Zhongli asked curiously. "I'll tell you later." Upon hearing this, Zhongli pouted slightly, clearly disappointed. So her little brother was hiding something from her. This was the first time she had directly asked him something, only to be met with silence. "Don't be upset, big sister. I'll let you know eventually." Jiyu gave her a quick hug, sighing inwardly. Why was it that every woman around him had such strong possessiveness? "Dear sister, please don't turn into a yin devi on me. Bro's stress levels are already off the charts here." "Big sister, close your eyes and count to 10. I've got a surprise for you." "A surprise?" Obediently, Zhongli shut her eyes, her long lashes fluttering slightly. She heard Jiyu snap his fingers, followed by a rustling sound all around her. "You can open them now." When Zhongli opened her eyes again, the entire herb field seemed to ignite with starlight. Innumerable fireflies emerged from the woods, their tiny lights merging into a golden sea. These small glimmers, guided by Jiyu, slowly rose toward the night sky. At first, they formed a soaring phoenix, its golden light tracing the magnificent curve of its tail feathers. Then the lights shifted, transforming into a massive whale gliding through the sky, golden waves splashing in all directions. The shapes continued changing endlessly. Finally, all the lights coalesced into a blooming lotus flower. Its layers of petals gently swayed in the summer night breeze, as if the air carried a faint floral fragrance. Zhongli tilted her head back, her flawless profile illuminated by the brilliant glow of the fireflies. Her deep violet eyes reflected the flickering lights, her lips slightly parted, yet no sound escaped. Jiyu stood beside her, clearly seeing the glimmer of tears shimmering in her gaze. He whispered softly, "Sister, this is for you. May you always bloom as beautifully as this lotus." A crystal tear slid down Zhongli's cheek. She turned to face Jiyu, locking eyes with him, staring as if trying to etch his image into her memory. Back in the bamboo house, Cinny leaned against the window frame, watching the two young figures standing close together in the distance. The old woman muttered with admiration, "Back in our day, why couldn't we meet a cheeky boy who knew how to charm a girl like that?" She made a show of closing the window, but deliberately left a crack open, peeking secretly at the pair's tender moment. The fireflies' glow slowly faded, yet the air still seemed to hold onto a soft, lingering shimmer. After a long silence, Zhongli finally found her voice, though it trembled as she whispered just one word. "Little brother." That was all. Her voice broke, and she could say no more. Suddenly, she threw her arms wide and clung tightly to Jiyu, burying her face in his shoulder. Jiyu responded with a gentle, unwavering embrace. Under the moonlight, their shadows intertwined, blending into one, indistinguishable from each other. Seeing this, the old woman finally smiled to herself and quietly shut the window. After the fireflies' performance that night, a smile lingered on Zhongli's face for days. She often found herself staring blankly at Jiyu, lips curling into a smile without her realizing it, as she absent-mindedly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Whenever Zhu Yu caught her gaze, she would quickly turn her head away, a faint blush creeping up her ears. Shi Yi watched all of this unfold with both amusement and curiosity. This ancient witch, who had lived over 100 years, had never observed young love so closely before. Though the two still called each other sister and brother, the thin veil between them was already nearly torn away. Still, Shi Yi was relieved to see that neither of them had slacked off in their cultivation. If their budding romance ever interfered with their training, she certainly wouldn't let them off easy. A few days later, Zhang Li snapped out of her dreamy thoughts and suddenly realized she should do something for Zhu Yu. She bit her lip, thinking for a while, until her eyes lit up. Zhu Yu had once complimented her cooking. Why not prepare a hearty breakfast for him? Lately, he always left before dawn, and she figured he hadn't been eating properly in the mornings. To make sure she could finish breakfast before he left, she decided to stay up the entire night. The night deepened. Jiang Li leaned by the window in her room, staring out at the bright, full moon. Every so often, she perked up, listening carefully for any sound from the room next door. The bamboo house had always been poorly insulated, and she could even hear Zhu Yu's steady breathing clearly. Back when they were wandering alone, they had leaned on each other, falling asleep to the sound of each other's breathing and heartbeat. My little brother sure sleeps soundly. A soft smile flickered in her violet eyes. The night was still young, so she pulled out a grimoire from Shi Yi and began flipping through it under the dim lamp, trying to pass the time. But tonight, the dense, ancient texts just wouldn't sink into her mind. Her thoughts kept drifting to the sleeping figure just next door. A breeze swept through, carrying the sounds of chirping insects and rustling leaves. Jiang Li shut the window, sealing out the noise and leaving only the quiet of her own heart. She loved these quiet hours, when it felt like the world held only her and Zhu Yu. She hadn't touched the witchcraft tome again since the day she opened it and read just a single page. Jiang Li propped her chin on her hand, thinking through what dishes to make. Faint sounds drifted from beyond the wall. She had no idea how long had passed. She pressed herself to the wall, held her breath, and listened with her ear against it. She heard Zhu Yu stretch. Then he quietly got up, dressed, and eased the door open to slip outside. So Adi was up this early? She looked out the window in surprise. It was still pitch black outside. What on earth was Adi doing? Had he been heading out at this hour for half a month already? She hesitated again and again, but curiosity won out over reason. Jiang Li threw on a coat and slipped after him. The stockade was uncannily still before dawn, with torches burning only at the gate. Jiang Li moved like a lithe cat, ghosting along behind Zhu Yu. Keeping out of sight wasn't hard for her, but she hadn't gone far before a cold gust hit, jerking her out of her daze. What am I even doing? She kept interrogating herself. Adi treats me so well, and here I am sneaking after him, trying to pry into his secrets? A fierce wave of shame surged up and swallowed her whole. She ran back to the bamboo stilt house as if fleeing, her heart full of self-reproach. Back in her room, Jiang Li drew several deep breaths, slowly steadying herself. There was still about an hour before dawn. Zhu Yu probably wouldn't be back for another 2, plenty of time to make breakfast. To make up for her rashness, Jiang Li decided to prepare a few extra dishes. Humming a tune she'd just learned, the girl got busy in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhu Yu never noticed her brief tale. He made his way through the dark to the small workshop at the east end of the stockade. The Shengxing Gu had greatly strengthened his body, letting him walk steadily and see as if it were daylight, even in pitch darkness. The old witch had ill intentions, but the outcome was unexpectedly pleasing. The workshop had been lent to him by the old silversmith in the stockade. Zhu Yu pushed open the creaking wooden door and deftly lit the oil lamp. The dim yellow glow filled the modest workshop. On the table, tools were neatly arranged: small hammers, chisels, files, and beside them, several half-finished pieces he'd been working on recently. Zhu Yu picked up a silver necklace that wasn't yet complete and, leaning into the lamplight, began carefully refining the details. Among the traditions of the southern tribes, silver jewelry held a special meaning for young women. According to custom, parents would present their newborn child with their first silver ornament, a symbol of blessing and protection. But Jiang Li's parents had died long ago, and the shaman who raised her treated her only as a tool, certainly not someone worth preparing such a gift for. So, Zhu Yu had no choice but to do it himself. The craft of making silver ornaments had been passed down to him by an old silversmith, and the materials and tools had also been generously provided by the old man, as a way of repaying Zhu Yu for his help around Yinshui village over the past few weeks. Over the past month, Zhu Yu had gotten along very well with the villagers. He not only went hunting with the trappers, but also taught them how to forge stronger armor and weapons, even sharing a few basic military drills. All of these skills actually came from his previous mission. Back in Shuzhou, in order to forge a fine sword for Xue Er, he had spent several days sparring with the city's most renowned blacksmith. The blacksmith, grateful for the friendship of a sword immortal, had passed on everything he knew without holding anything back. As for the military drills, they were techniques he had learned from his good brother Yang Su. Using the methods stored in his memory, Zhu Yu had begun training a group of warriors among the villagers. These practical skills quickly earned him great respect in the village. Combined with his status as a shaman, Zhu Yu and Jiang Li had risen to a position just below that of Sini within Yinshui village. As dawn approached, the necklace in Zhu Yu's hands was nearly finished. Looking at the well-crafted piece, he thought about how, once they returned to the real world, he'd make a full set for each of the two women at home. Couldn't he possibly play favorites? Besides, it was all for the sake of domestic peace. What if, in the real world, the Jiang Li from reality were to charge in like Xue Er did, and end up face-to-face with Xue Er and Ying Er at the same time? If they ever found out that these jewelry pieces were all handmade by Jiang Li herself, the scene would be simply unimaginable. It'd turn into a bloodbath. Better start preparing for the fallout now. While Zhu Yu was still toiling away in the workshop, Jiang Li had already set a full table of delicious dishes inside the bamboo house. The young girl sat at the table, resting her chin in her hands, eyes filled with anticipation. She began to imagine a future where every morning, just like this one, she could prepare a warm breakfast for her younger brother and see him eat with such satisfaction. The thought made her chuckle to herself like a lovesick fool. Well now, what's the big celebration today? That teasing voice instantly yanked her out of her dreamy fantasy. Elder Witch Zhu leaned on her cane as she slowly descended the stairs. She glanced at the table full of dishes, then at the neatly dressed Jiang Li, smiling as she said, "Such a feast, my girl finally decided to pamper her old master?" Jiang Li's face immediately flushed bright red. Master, I was just... What is going on?" Sini strolled over and sat down slowly. Seeing Jiang Li stammering, Sini's tone turned firmer. "Young lady, if you have something to say, you need to say it boldly. How else will others know what's on your mind? If you can't even speak your truth, how can you call yourself a proper witch? Be brave. Be decisive. Hesitating all the time, what kind of example is that?" "Why yes, Master Jiang Li understands." Encouraged by Sini's words, Jiang Li finally found her courage and spoke up. "Master, this breakfast was actually prepared for my younger brother. He has been leaving before dawn these days. I'm sure he hasn't had a proper meal. I can go make another round for you right now." "Enough, enough," Sini waved her off, chuckling. "Don't fuss, silly girl. Judging by the time, your little brother should be back soon anyway." The elder witch rose slowly, leaning on her wooden cane. "I'm a divine seer. I can fill up with just a breath of heavenly energy." Jiang Li opened her mouth to say more, but Sini had already shuffled out the door with a casual sway in her step. Let the two kids spend more time alone together. After all, Sini shook her head, then turned and walked toward the herb field. 2 more months passed. The forests of Nanjiang were scorched beneath the blazing summer sun. Zhu Yu and Jiang Li went deep into the mountains for practical training, and while they were at it, they decided to hunt. As a team, they were nearly unstoppable in these Nanjiang mountains. Even the more troublesome beasts had fallen to their hands. Those cold, lifeless creatures eventually became warm furs and roasted meat. Around the Yinshui village, there were no longer any large creatures in the nearby mountains that could threaten humans. So Zhu Yu and Jiang Li expanded their hunting range, seeking challenges farther and farther away. Luck was on their side when they stumbled upon a lone saber-toothed elephant. This kind of beast was massive, just one could feed half the village. Its fur could be made into sturdy armor, and its tusks were extremely valuable. "Big sister, we can move in now," Zhu Yu whispered low, gripping a newly forged iron sword in his hand. Compared to other weapons, The sword still felt the most natural to him. I'll go first. Zhongli held the wooden staff Cinny had given her. She twirled the staff in a circle, and instantly, hundreds of colorful butterflies burst forth from the forest, gathering into a dazzling cloud in the air. Butterflies were her favorite spirit creatures to control. Zhu Yu stepped back, giving Zhongli space to act. With a light turn of the staff, the swarm split into two groups. One half flew like a veil of color over the elephant's head, obscuring its vision. The other gathered behind her, slowly shaping into a pair of brilliant butterfly wings. The moment those wings formed from thousands of butterflies flapped once, the girl shot into the air. Clutching her staff with both hands, purple spiritual energy flowed along its length. She looked like an arrow loosed from a bow, hurtling straight at the saber-toothed elephant. Bang! Taking advantage of the elephant's distraction, the staff smashed hard into one of its front legs. The immense force caused the thick, powerful limb to buckle inward with a sickening bend. It was an awe-inspiring sight. The girl looked delicate, but she was swinging a wooden staff and pounding a beast dozens of times her size until it howled nonstop. Its legs were already broken. Watching from the sidelines, Zhu Yu couldn't help but marvel. Sis's fighting style was wild as hell. She looked soft and dainty, studied witchcraft long-range stuff, but the moment she threw down, she was savage enough to make your jaw drop. He remembered the first time they met. Zhongli charged in and nearly knocked the wind out of him with a single punch. Zhongli's fight was already nearing its end. Riding her butterfly wings, she spun nimbly in the air, slipping past the saber-tusked mammoth's feral tusks. The swarm of butterflies would scatter and then surge back together, orbiting the giant's head without let-up, so it couldn't even tell where Zhongli was. Another heavy blow. This time, the wooden staff slammed into the mammoth's other front leg. With a crisp crack of bone, the saber-tusked mammoth couldn't hold itself up anymore. It crashed to one knee and toppled. Final strike, she shouted. With a clear, girlish cry, Zhongli flared her butterfly wings and shot skyward. She gripped the staff with both hands as violet spiritual energy gathered at the tip into a blinding knot of light, and she dove like a meteor. Boom. One hit, one kill. The mammoth's skull shattered to pieces. Its massive body crashed down in a billow of dust. Zhu Yu couldn't help clicking his tongue in amazement. Did we really fill in her stats right? You're a mage, why the hell is your melee this busted? With the hunt over, Zhongli floated lightly to the ground, and the butterflies ebbed away like the tide. Little brother, she looked at Zhu Yu expectantly. How did I do? Strong. Damn impressive, Zhu Yu said, clapping as he spoke. He stepped forward to inspect the carcass. The mammoth's skull was pulverized. Yeah, the force behind that blow was insane. Sis, does Master Cinny know you're using the wooden staff she gave you like a spiked club? Zhongli's cheeks flushed as she murmured, Master said a weapon should be used to its fullest. Besides, the heart-eroding violet nightmare has strengthened my body. It'd be a shame not to make the most of it. She grabbed the wooden staff crosswise. My master crafted this purple spirit staff just for me. It can channel spiritual energy and boost its hitting power. Which means this staff was made for close quarters, right? Come on, let us head back. We've got a ton to do today. Zhongli first untied the rope at her waist and trussed up the saber-tusked elephant. Then the two of them hefted it together and started back toward Cloudwater Stockade. Today was Cloudwater Stockade's annual Fire God Festival, a grand day commemorating the ancestors' first claim to fire. As dusk fell, a massive bonfire was lit in the square at the heart of the stockade. Orange-red tongues of flame leapt into the night sky, flooding the place with a glow bright as day. The game from the hunt was stacked into little hills, and the meat from Zhu Yu and Zhongli's saber-tusked elephant sat at the very top. If the head were still whole, an elephant head should have been displayed here. The villagers brought out their finest clothes and sang and danced around the bonfire. Most eye-catching was the ring of southern frontier maidens in full dress. They were draped in silver ornaments, and their skirts were leather or woven cloth. With their bold, generous steps, skirts embroidered with intricate patterns flared, revealing shapely, fair calves. The girls linked arms and sang cheerful ballads. Their bright voices and the chiming of silver blended like heaven's own music. Zhu Yu balanced a bamboo bowl brimming with rice wine, and sighed from the heart. Now this is living. Little brother, do you like those girls? Jiang Li's voice suddenly sounded at his ear. She was all smiles, clearly in good spirits. Zhu Yu took a small sip of rice wine. Not really. It's just seeing everyone so happy. All those smiling faces, it gets to me. Even my bones feel warm. Is that so? Jiang Li turned her eyes back to the crowd. The two of them and Xi and Yi sat squeezed together on a bamboo mat, close enough to feel the buzz of the celebration, yet keeping a little distance from the revelry. After a while, a few lively girls came to invite Jiang Li to dance, but she politely declined. Actually, she didn't mind the liveliness at all. The villagers had warmly accepted her, and waves of warmth kept rising in her chest. In Wugui's poison village, she had never once felt such warmth. Still, compared with this noisy celebration, she would have much rather been alone with Zhu Yu. Seeing this, Cindy suddenly finished the rice wine in her bowl and said, "I'm getting old. I can't take all this excitement anymore. Take me back, will you?" "Okay, master." Hardly had they reached the mountaintop when Cindy turned away again and said to the side, "I'm more comfortable in the herb field. You two go enjoy yourselves. Don't worry about me." Zhu Yu understood her meaning and decided not to disappoint the old woman. He took Jiang Li's hand and accompanied her back to the bamboo house. "Sister," he said, "wait a second. I need to go get something." "All right." Jiang Li obediently sat on the stool and waited. Not long after, Zhu Yu came back holding a wooden box. "Here," he handed it to her. "Open it." Another gift? Jiang Li felt like she owed Zhu Yu more and more with each passing day. At this rate, when would it ever end? She lifted the lid, and inside lay a delicate silver necklace. It's something I made while learning from the old silversmith in the village," Zhu Yu said proudly. "I made it myself. Pretty cool, huh?" The words caught in her throat. So those past few mornings when her younger brother got up early, it was all for this gift. And she had even followed him secretly that day. Touched and ashamed, Jiang Li's eyes welled up with tears as she buried her face in Zhu Yu's chest, sobbing. "Don't cry, sister," Zhu Yu gently patted her back. "Come on, let me put it on for you. You're already so pretty, sister. With this necklace, you'll be even more beautiful." Still sniffling, Jiang Li wouldn't move, and haltingly confessed what she had done, how she had secretly followed him. Zhu Yu let out a slightly bitter laugh, shaking his head helplessly. How come elder sister started acting like Inger too? Well, I still have a few years left. Maybe I can slowly bring her back to her old self. Deep within the Poison Clan, in a hidden chamber, the dark red blood cocoon silent for days suddenly began pulsing like a beating heart. Back in the real world, at the Lishan Sword sect, several fierce flying lion beasts tore through the clouds and landed before the sect's mountain gate. Yu, dressed in a crimson robe with a round collar, leaped gracefully from the back of one beast. This was her second visit to the Sword sect within half a month. The weight on her brow was impossible to hide. Tom was critical. Taking a carriage would been too slow, so they borrowed these precious flying lion beasts directly from the Imperial Guard. "The Emperor's envoy has arrived. I regret not greeting you from afar." An elder with white hair but a youthful face stepped forward. The mountain wind whipped through his wide sleeves. He stroked his long beard with a warm smile and asked, "What brings the envoy here today? Could it be another request to meet their sect's grand elder?" Yu clasped her fists and bowed, getting straight to the point. "Yesterday, our great Yin Martial Virtue Bureau discovered traces of a battle between two saint-level experts near the northwestern border. After investigation, one of the fighters was very likely your sect's sword saint. As for the other," she lowered her voice, "was a demon saint." The elder chuckled lightly. "Envoys speak too rashly. Our grand elder has been in seclusion for 500 years. Even I have never seen her in person. How could she possibly have gone to the northwest all of a sudden?" Yu remained expressionless and insisted. "Please, Master Elder, inform the Grand Elder regardless. This matter is of utmost importance. Even if that saint wasn't the Sword Saint, the appearance of a demon saint is something the Sword Saint herself would not ignore." The elder stroked his beard in thought, then smiled. "Very well. Our Grand Elder has always despised demons. If a demon saint truly has appeared, she will definitely break her seclusion to slay it. Please wait a moment, envoy. I shall go deliver the message right away." They instructed their disciples to properly host the guests. After the elders reached an agreement, a group of them passed through layers of protective barriers and arrived outside the forbidden area where the Sword Saint was in retreat. Everyone adjusted their robes and bowed deeply toward the snow-covered mountains. Senior Ancestor, your disciples have urgent matters to report. Silence reigned for a moment before a clear, cold female voice drifted from deep within the wind and snow. What is it? The voice was like icy spring water striking stone. Just hearing it sent chills down the spine. Hastily, the group laid out everything Moon E had told them. Oh, a saint of the demons has appeared? There was a hint of surprise in the voice, but it quickly returned to calm. I understand. Go inform that envoy that I will handle this personally, and tell her to return and reassure the Empress there's no need to worry. While I'm away, all of you must guard the Sword Sect well and cultivate diligently. As soon as the words faded, a streak of cyan light suddenly shot into the sky and vanished into the clouds in the blink of an eye. No one, from beginning to end, had seen the true face of that person. We humbly obey the Senior Ancestor's decree. The elders deeply bowed toward the direction where the streak of light had disappeared. Shortly after, the elder who had first greeted Moon E returned to the main hall and said to her, "Please forgive the long wait, envoy." The Senior Ancestor was indeed in retreat, but upon hearing of the Demon Saint, she has already departed for the northwest. You may return and inform the Emperor there's no need for concern. Thank you for the elder's kind words. The Sword Sage remained in the Sword Sect. Moon E wasn't particularly surprised by this news. She had originally suspected that the Martial Virtue Bureau had mistaken the identity. But now that the Sword Sage had emerged from her retreat, there was no need to dwell on the matter further. For 800 years since the Sword Sage rose to prominence, she had never failed once. If she personally intervened, whether it was the unknown saint-level cultivator or even the demon saint himself, neither would be able to stir up any real trouble. Thinking this, Moon E raised her hands in salute and said, "With the Sword Sage personally involved, the unrest in the northwest will be quelled in the blink of an eye. I thank the Sword Sage and all the elders of the Sword Sect on behalf of the Empire." The elder smiled and replied, "The envoy flatters us. Protecting the world is the very foundation of our sect. Before departing, the Senior Ancestor specifically instructed us to guard our gates. If you have no other matters, I won't keep you any longer. In that case, I shall return to the capital to report. I'll take my leave now. Safe travels." Yu E deeply bowed, then strode out of the hall in long, determined steps. With a swift, graceful leap, she mounted her flying lion beast. Gently patting the creature's neck, she turned to the attendant beside her and said, "Return to the capital, at the northwestern border, on the only intact hill in that entire scarred region, within a barrier layered with ice and fire." Su Jin Shui stood with her eyes tightly shut, her fingers formed into a sword seal. A thin streak of cyan light flew from the horizon and vanished into her forehead. I think we've made it past unnoticed, she thought to herself. The one known as the Sword Sage, currently in retreat at Lishan Sword Sect, was actually a spiritual projection she had just sent back not long ago. After Zhu Yu began cultivating the Heavenly Dao cultivation method, Su Jin Shui had finally calmed down. Only then did she realize, in hindsight, just how much chaos her battle with Xianing had caused. If she didn't take some precautions, it was only a matter of time before Imperial forces came swarming in. As for the Sword Sect, she hadn't handled things there either. Back then, all she had on her mind was finding her master. She had left in a rush, without even leaving a single word behind. If the sect disciples noticed the old ancestor had gone missing, the Sword Sect would likely erupt into chaos too. If both the sect disciples and the Imperial forces came after her at the same time, she'd be in real trouble. So, after setting up the barrier, Su Jin Shui immediately split off a spiritual projection and rushed it back to the Sword Sect to stabilize the situation. Thankfully, she had acted in time. Brushing aside a few loose strands of hair from her forehead, Su Jin Shui turned her gaze toward Zhu Yu, who was sitting in quiet meditation on the bed. Come to think of it, it was rather strange. The Heavenly Dao cultivation method her master practiced was unlike anything she had ever seen before. It really did look just like sleeping, and now and then, She would even smile slightly. It was truly fascinating. Gazing at Zhu Yu's serene face, Su Jinshui found herself lost in thought. How many years had she longed for this face? Countless nights. She could only meet her in dreams. Later on, even seeing her in dreams had become a luxury. Now that the real thing was right here before her eyes, it almost felt unreal. But the faint pain she felt when she lost control reminded her this was no dream. At the mention of that reckless moment, Su Jinshui's cheeks flushed instantly, thinking back to how daring she had been, actually laying hands on her master. Luckily, her master had always doted on her. Rather than punishing her disrespect, he had forgiven her and allowed her to remain by his side. Just recalling that made Su Jinshui's heart bloom with joy. Now, the final barrier between them had vanished. In a way, she was already her master's de facto wife. So shouldn't they start seriously considering marriage? They should hold the wedding at Lishan. It was where their fated connection had begun. This was a momentous occasion. Besides, it was time to change how they addressed each other. Like, my husband, my darling, she giggled to herself. Since returning to her master's side, her heart had become just as girlish as it once was. As she indulged in these happy daydreams, she caught sight of Xianing casting a lingering, affectionate glance toward Zhu Yu from the corner of her eye. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were brimming with tenderness. Xianing's elegant, coiled hairstyle drew her attention. While it might not mean much elsewhere, in Shuo Prefecture, only married women wore their hair in that style. Could it be that this hairstyle was done by her master himself? After all, her master had always been considerate back in the day. He often combed her hair for her. Except back then, he always tied it into that simple ponytail. TSK, but now she was his fiancée, no longer that little girl from before. It was time to start wearing her hair up. Once her master woke up, she was even planning to ask him to give her a new hairstyle. In the Zichin Hall of the Imperial Palace in Dian's capital. After the morning court session, Wu Zhuai massaged her temples as she returned to her private study. The debate among the ministers over the Saint Realm expert at the northwestern border had drained her completely. All those officials could do was argue no one had any real solution to offer. Though, to be fair, she couldn't entirely blame them. Only a saint could face another saint. Sending anyone else would be nothing short of suicide. Although Dian did have two saint elders guarding the dynasty, one was in deep slumber, and the other had long since secluded himself. They hadn't even intervened during the internal chaos caused by the deposing and execution of the crown prince back. Then how could they possibly appear now over a border dispute? What a headache. The Bureau of Martial Virtue reports that the area is completely sealed beneath a powerful barrier formation. Anyone below the Saint Realm can do nothing about it. Ordinary cultivators risk their lives just by getting close. They've had to settle for scouting from the outskirts instead. At the Bureau's pace, the report should be back any moment now. She had barely sat down in the study when a maid came to announce, "Your Majesty, Lady Yue requests an audience." Yue? She's back from the sword sect? Admit her. Yue came in travel-stained, weariness written across her face, yet her coiffure and robes were immaculate. Catching her breath, she stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, the sword sage is indeed in seclusion, but upon learning the demon saint has surfaced, she set out for the northwest. She also told Your Majesty not to worry, she'll handle this herself." Is that so? The Empress tapped the desk with slender fingers. So that means her phoenix eyes narrowed. The saint in the northwest is someone else? When did another saint pop up within Great Yin? The Bureau hadn't even noticed, and they even mistook her for the Lishan sword sage. Just then, a covert agent sent by the Bureau hurried in to request an audience. "Your Majesty, by order I have brought back intelligence from Ning Prefecture." Ning Prefecture, the very place where the great battle had broken out. Wu Zhui's spirits lifted. "Let us hear it." The scout knelt and prostrated himself. "While we were gathering intel in Luyin Town, the closest settlement to the battlefield, the locals said the two saints who fought both seemed to be women. And it was very likely they went to war over a man." Huh. At that, even the Empress laughed. Absurd. Two saints actually fighting over a man. Not just ridiculous, downright unbelievable. "Keep talking," she ordered. She wanted to know if there were any details even more outrageous than that. "The man's name is Zhu Yu, a schoolteacher in the town. The Empress's smile vanished at once. Who did you just say? His name is Zhu Yu. The scout repeated. He used to live in Luyan Town too, but a year ago, he suddenly moved away with his newlywed wife. A few days ago, a female swordsman wearing a straw hat and a wolfskin cloak came to the town looking for him. After asking for his address, she simply vanished into thin air. The townsfolk thought they had encountered a celestial being. Not even 2 days later, his wife returned to town to buy fabric. Upon hearing that someone had been looking for him, she too disappeared without a trace. Shortly after, a fierce battle between two saint-level experts erupted in that area. Therefore, we suspect that the two saint-level fighters were likely those two women. Your Majesty? Wu Zhuai seemed to have drifted off for a moment. She shook herself awake and waved dismissively at Yu Yi and the scout. You both did well. Go collect your reward. Yu Yi, since you've been traveling nonstop, you're granted 3 days off. After they bowed and left, she dismissed all the nearby maids as well. Once the door was shut, the Empress's upright posture suddenly slumped. She let her shoulders relax and leaned back in her chair, lost in thought. Zhu Yu. The name was barely more than a whisper, almost inaudible. Sunlight from outside poured in through the window, illuminating the Empress's sharp brows and striking features, revealing a rare moment of vulnerability. Is it really him? The one she used to know? If it really is him, why would he go all the way to Ningzhou? And why didn't he come looking for her? All these years, the people she sent out had failed to trace his whereabouts. Never did she imagine he'd rather live in a remote town as a humble schoolteacher than come see her. Back then, he had clearly promised that as long as he was alive, he would return. He even said he wanted to see her ascend the throne with his own eyes. But now, he's alive and well, and yet he broke his word. And worse, he married someone else. Liar. Her lips tightened, her eyes flashing with a cold glint. Even more unsettling was the report from the Bureau of Martial Virtue his wife wasn't an ordinary human, but a saint-level Phoenix Demoness. So then were the things he said back then all true? Had he truly been involved with the demonic clans? Something wasn't right. This Feng Yao woman, this wife he had taken in recent years, just didn't fit. All the stories he had bragged to her about happened more than 20 years ago. If they had truly harbored feelings for each other all along, how could they have waited so many years before finally marrying? Could it be? A sudden thought flashed through Wu Zhuai's mind. Could it be that Zhu Yu had suffered a grave injury during the final battle, resulting in memory loss? And that the Feng Yao took advantage of the situation, spiriting him away, deceiving him, and tricking him into becoming her husband? Such absurd tales she had overheard more than a few times in the alleys and markets. If that were truly the case, then everything made sense. He hadn't broken his promise, he had been helpless. The frown on the Empress' brow finally loosened slightly. Her anger now shifted toward the Feng Yao. Taking advantage of someone in their moment of weakness, how despicable. But then again, the Sword Saint had already set out after Zhu Yu. And there was also that sudden appearance of another Saint Realm cultivator connected to Zhu Yu. The Feng Yao probably wouldn't make it out alive. Yet a new problem surfaced. Zhu Yu himself had once mentioned his old connection with the Sword Saint. What if the Sword Saint brought him back to the Sword Sect? Even as the Empress, issuing a royal decree wouldn't necessarily force a Saint Realm expert to obey and hand him over. She didn't even need to try. Su Jinxue would definitely ignore her orders. So what should she do now? Maybe she should go find him herself? If she could just meet him face to face, help him recover his memories, perhaps he would willingly return with her. Yes, that's what she would do. The Empress made her decision. Since you won't come find me, then I'll come find you. 600 years ago, at the borderlands of the Southern Wastes, deep within the Poison Clan's territory, the blood cocoon pulsed as if alive, its surface hardened with thick layers of dried blood. Occasionally, a chilling squirming sound could be heard from inside. The blood pool in the hidden chamber had long since dried up, yet the stench of blood still lingered, heavy and unshakable. Crack, crack, crack. In the silent chamber, the faint sound of breaking echoed clearly. A thin line split open on the cocoon's surface, followed quickly by a second, then a third. The cracks spread rapidly, covering the entire cocoon in an instant. SSHHRRRKKK. The cocoon tore open with a sharp, sickening sound. A talon wreathed in a violet-red glow burst from the cocoon, its razor-sharp claws keener than any blade. With a brutal tear, the blood cocoon was ripped open, leaving a gaping hole. A pair of massive butterfly wings slowly unfurled, their surfaces etched with eldritch patterns. The dim chamber bathed in a ghostly purple light, like a vision from the nether hells. The wings beat once, and countless motes of fine-scale dust drifted outward, corroding the surrounding rock into a spray of pinholes. Wu Wei stepped out of the blood cocoon and lowered her gaze to take stock of the body she had just claimed. The frame that had once been gaunt was now long and sinewy. Her skin gleamed with an uncanny violet-red hue, delicate vine-like filigree winding across it. It would do, but it wasn't fully formed. Not enough, nowhere near perfect. She raised her hand, studying the keen nails extending from her fingertips. Her voice came out a hoarse rasp, steeped in dissatisfaction. She needed more power, a more complete metamorphosis. Jiang Li and Zhu Yu flickered through her mind, her two fine disciples. Heart-eroding violet nightmare, immune to all poisons, all of it perfect material for her final transformation. My disciples, your master will find you. Wu Wei licked the edge of her claws. But the southern border is vast, and so much time has passed. Searching alone is a fool's errand. Refining goo devours time, and hands and common beasts are far too inefficient. She needed better help. And as it happened, she knew exactly where to find it. To the west, at Ji Mountain. That was where the demon folk of the southern border made their lairs. Years ago, she had risked her life venturing deep into Ji Mountain to seek demon bones and cores for a metamorphosis goo. The ordeal had nearly killed her. Without her poison arts and her swarm of goo, she'd have ended up in a monstrous belly. But now was different. She was different. Since her metamorphosis, her strength was no less than that of a 5th-tier fiend, and the strongest in Ji Mountain were only 4th tier. Once she bent those demon tribes to her will, she could turn the entire southern border inside out. With a flash of violet light, Wu Wei's figure vanished from where he stood. Deep within Ji Mountain lay a cave abode that looked perfectly ordinary. Its master, the Python Demon King, lounged on his throne, his thick tail coiled around a jar of his own homemade fruit wine. He sipped at it unhurriedly, weighing whether to roast a whole lamb tonight or stew venison instead. As the ruler of Ji Mountain, the Python Demon King harbored no grand ambitions. He just wanted to live his own quiet, comfortable life. A black-robed elder fiend from the north had tried to rope him into stirring up trouble. He turned him down flat. In his eyes, the humans were strong, and demonkind's glory had died with the fall of the demon court long ago. Heaven favored the humans. Now why go out of your way to defy it? Better to mind your own little patch than thrash around pointlessly. Take comfort where you can, day by day. The humans wouldn't bother trekking into this miasma-choked land just to make trouble for him anyway. Nor did he have any interest in provoking them. Let everyone live well and leave each other alone. The Python Demon King let out a boozy burp and smacked his lips. Right then, a powerful aura blanketed the entire cave abode. He rolled over in a rush, his vertical pupils tightening to slits. What in the world was that? Reporting, my king. A little demon burst in, shouting, outside there's a butterfly demon outside. A butterfly demon? A local, then? How tactless coming here to disturb his peace. He flicked his tail and slid out of the cave. Looking up, he saw a violet-red figure hanging in midair, the huge butterfly wings casting a shadow over the ground. His something off. There wasn't any demon this strong in the Southlands. Stranger still, there was a human aura mixed in with the butterfly demon-s. Unable to read the newcomer's true origins, the Python Demon King asked gruffly, "Where do you come from? What are you doing in our Ji Mountain?" From above, Wu Wei looked down on the gathered demons and said, "I want you to help me find 2 people. Once the job's done." "No way." The Python Demon King cut him off without hesitation. "Find people? Are you out of your mind? He would rather not step foot into the human territory. Why should I, the king, be the one to go?" Before he could finish his sentence, purple mist rained down from the sky. Within just a few breaths of time, half the mountain peak had melted away. It was so quiet in front of the cave dwelling, not a sound could be heard. The Python demon swallowed hard. He could feel that if that mist touched him, he too would be destroyed like the mountain. Wu Wei waved his hand through the mist, scanning the gathered demons coldly. Snake demon, what was it you just said? The python demon twitched at the corner of his eye, forcing a dry chuckle. I said, Ji Mountain is ready to obey your command. Good. Wu Wei then split off 2 strands of blood aura for the demons to absorb. I want you to find the source of these 2 auras. Turn over every inch of the southern wastes. If they're alive, I want the person. If they're dead, bring back the corpse. Anyone who gets in your way, kill them without mercy. In the forest outside Yinshui village, 2 figures darted through the treetops like the wind. The boy in the lead rode a nimble mountain deer, occasionally glancing back. Sister, if you don't hurry up, you're gonna lose. Above and behind him, Jiang Li soared forward on her butterfly wings. The massive wings, woven from thousands of colorful butterflies, shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Her cultivation was only at the 3rd stage, still not enough to fly unaided. As Zhu Yu leapt across a mountain ravine on his deer, Jiang Li suddenly accelerated, diving down and scattering the birds blocking her path. She dove straight toward Zhu Yu. Wah! Both of them tumbled into the deep pool below, sending up a huge splash. A few fish darted away in fright. With a splash, their heads emerged from the water. Zhu Yu shook the water from his soaked hair and scooped up a handful to splash at Jiang Li. Cheater! Jiang Li, who had just turned around to say something to him, got hit full in the face. She blinked in surprise, then grinned, and began slapping the water with both hands, sending up a wave in retaliation. Take this. The clear water sparkled like shattered gold, echoing their laughter through the valley. When they were finally done playing, they swam to shore hand in hand. Jiang Li twisted the hem of her soaked clothes and murmured softly, My clothes are completely wet. I don't want to go back like this. Little brother, let's find a place to start a fire and dry them off, okay? Truth be told, they could have easily dried their clothes using spiritual energy, but they chose the slower way on purpose. Zhu Yu understood her subtle intentions all too well. Sure, I remember there's a cave not far ahead. The 2 walked hand in hand toward it. Once they arrived, Zhu Yu quickly gathered some firewood and lit a fire. Jiang Li took off her outer robe and hung it over a wooden rack. Beneath it, her torso was wrapped in a clean white cloth bandage. Soaked by the water, the cloth clung tightly to her body, clearly outlining the gentle curves of the young girl beneath. Little brother, she said, leaning on the rock. Could you help me dry this bandage? Please. It was a small thing, something she could easily handle herself. But this wasn't the first time she'd asked him like this. Without a word, Zhu Yu walked behind Jiang Li and placed his palm gently against her back. Even through the damp cloth, he could clearly feel the warmth and soft elasticity of her skin. With practiced ease, he guided his spiritual energy through his palm, slowly drying the cloth. There, he said softly, giving her back a light pat. Jiang Li turned around, her face flushed, probably from the heat of the fire. Now it's my turn, she said, pressing down on Zhu Yu's shoulder and gently pushing him to lie on his stomach. You're soaked too. Let your older sister help you dry off. Her delicate hand, wrapped in a gentle swirl of spiritual energy, glided softly over his skin. Jiang Li moved with tenderness and precision, not missing a single droplet. As she worked, she suddenly let out a soft laugh. Big sister, what's so funny? Thinking about something nice? Not much, she replied, smiling. Just remembering the days we escaped from Wu Wei. Back then, we were just like this, hiding in a cave and warming ourselves by the fire. Oh, that was over 2 years ago already. Zhu Yu let out a long sigh. Who knows what kind of wicked plan that old woman was plotting now? She'd been silent for 2 whole years, without a single move. They rested in the mountains for half the day. Only when dusk fell did they slowly make their way back to Yinshui village. The sun dipped slowly beneath the horizon, and as dusk settled in, the silhouette of Yinshui village began to emerge through the mist. What had once been a humble settlement was now taking real shape. Earthen walls had replaced the old bamboo fences, and neatly paved stone paths wove through the village in tidy order. Above the village gate hung the words Yinshui, glowing faintly in the fading sunlight. Those 2 characters had been written by Zhu Yu's own hand. Ah, Master Zhu and Miss Jiang are back. The guards at the gate greeted them warmly. Zhu Yu smiled and waved at the crowd, while Jiang Li quietly tightened her grip on his hand, her heart swelling with sweetness. As villagers cast glances at their entwined hands, a deep sense of satisfaction and quiet pride filled her chest. As soon as they entered the village, the lively buzz of Yinshui enveloped them. Over the past 2 years, thanks to the techniques Zhu Yu had shared, the village had drawn refugees from over a dozen nearby hamlets, expanding its population many times over. Little by little, it was evolving from a small village into something resembling a proper town. On the training grounds, Yensong was directing a group of archers in drills. Spotting the two walking by, he nudged his companion with his elbow. "Hey, you think Master Zhu and Miss Jiang will finally get married soon?" "I'd say it's not far off," his companion grinned. "We'll sure throw a big celebration when they do." "You bet." Yensong thumped his chest proudly. "I'll lead a team up the mountain and bring down some wild boars to mark the occasion." Ha ha ha. Their laughter echoed across the grounds, while the couple everyone was talking about had already made their way up the hill. In front of the bamboo house at the mountaintop, Cindy was spreading out herbs to dry. Hearing footsteps approach, without even looking up, she called out, "Been playing in the woods again?" Jiang Li trotted over to help, muttering as she went, "We were training, not playing." Compared to 3 years ago, Jiang Li was practically a different person now. She had said goodbye to the gloomy, hunched-over girl she used to be and had blossomed into a lively, charming young woman. Cindy straightened up, brushing the leftover herb bits from her hands. "How's your purple nightmare palm coming along?" Jiang Li raised her hand, and a purple orb of light formed in her palm. "Much better," she said, "but I still rely on that cloth strap." After all, she hadn't learned spirit manipulation for nothing. Borrowing the vitality of heaven and earth, the violet nightmare no longer raged as violently as before. If only she had a bit more time, she might finally control the deadly poison that had plagued her for years. As Cindy hung the herbs on the bamboo rack, she said, "No need to rush. Just keep practicing spirit manipulation. At this rate, you'll conquer that poison in a few years." Jiang Li nodded heavily. No one desired complete control over the violet nightmare more than she did. When that day came, she could finally be with her beloved without hesitation, just like any ordinary girl. "What are you thinking about, elder sister? You're smiling so happily." "A secret." Jiang Li winked at him, then skipped toward the bamboo pavilion with her hands behind her back. "Oh, now elder sister is keeping secrets from me too." Zhu Yu feigned surprise and followed. "This is called tit for tat." Jiang Li lifted her chin smugly. "I'll tell you eventually." Watching their playful figures disappear, Cindy couldn't help but smile. But as soon as the smile surfaced, her heart suddenly lurched, a wave of inexplicable unease surging through her. Instinctively, she looked up at the sky. The last streak of twilight at the horizon burned crimson, painfully bright. Night fell heavily, and Cindy sat cross-legged on a mat inside the bamboo pavilion. Driven by the intense sense of foreboding, she took action. The old shaman pinched a hand seal, and a thread of spiritual consciousness immediately left her body. A gray eagle perched at the edge of the cliff shook its feathers violently. Its black bean-like eyes flickered, then it spread its wings and shot into the pitch-black night. It flew over mountains, through dense forests. Guided by the eagle's vision, Cindy sensed something was wrong. On the rugged mountain path, families of refugees were fleeing the village under cover of darkness. Some carried elderly relatives barely clinging to life. Women clutched crying infants to their chests, while others dragged wooden carts stained with blood, on which lay the wounded whose fates remained uncertain. How could this be? Cindy's heart tightened. The southern marches had known a century of peace. How could it have come to this? She sent the gray hawk along a course opposite the stream of fleeing villagers. The farther it flew, the more horrific the sights became. Villages were pillars of flame, the blaze painting half the sky crimson. Charred corpses lay strewn across fields and paths in jumbled heaps. Bodies littered the land. The gray hawk skimmed over a valley. Only then did Cindy see clearly. Swarms of fiends were rampaging, so they were the culprits. Wolf fiends tore at the dead bear demons smashed headlong into houses. Their roars made heaven and earth shudder. Something's off. Alarm and doubt churned in Cindy's chest. The python demon king of G Mountain had always kept to itself, not descending for 100 years. So why had it suddenly let a horde out to wreak havoc? The gray hawk flew on until a blinding violet radiance snagged her gaze. Suspended in midair, a figure with butterfly wings was directing the monsters. She was swathed in purple fog, and wherever she moved, all vitality was devoured. Could that mist be the heart-eroding violet nightmare? Cindy's heart lurched. As her shock peaked, the butterfly fiend turned, cool and indifferent, and stared straight at the gray hawk. A single dull bang, and the hawk had no time to struggle, bursting into a cloud of blood. Back in Yinshui's stockade, Cindy coughed up a mouthful of blood. She wasn't gravely hurt, only shaken in spirit. But what she'd seen left her deeply unsettled. Calamity had come, after all. Heart-eroding violet nightmare. That butterfly demon, could it be Wu Wei? She had forged an incomplete metamorphosis hex, turning herself into something neither human nor ghost. I never imagined she'd go this far. Looks like she's coming for those two children. Wu Wei's target couldn't be clearer. She means to seize Jiang Li and use the pure heart-eroding violet nightmare within her to craft a true metamorphosis hex. If she succeeds, there may be no one in the southern marches who can stop her. Cindy stepped to the window. In the distance, the stockade's scattered lights flickered on and off in the dark. She stared for a long moment, then made up her mind. A small emerald-green bird flapped its wings and landed on the windowsill, tilting its head to look at her. She tapped the bird lightly on the forehead with one finger and said, "Go find Zhuyu and bring him to the herb field. Don't wake up the child Jiangli." The bird nodded, flapped its wings, and flew toward Zhuyu's room. Cindy had already left ahead and was waiting in the herb field. Late at night, when all was quiet, Zhuyu was sound asleep. Suddenly, something small and hard tapped him lightly on the head. He opened his eyes and, by moonlight, saw the green feathered bird standing by his bedside, staring right back at him. Wasn't this the bird Master Cindy kept? What was it doing here, not sleeping in the middle of the night, coming to bother him of all things? Could it be that Master Cindy needed him for something? Zhuyu felt something was off, so he quietly got up, careful not to wake Jiangli in the next room. He dressed quickly, followed the bird out the window, and headed straight for the herb field. The night breeze carried a slight chill. Cindy stood by the edge of the field, her back facing him. Hearing the bird chirp, she turned around, her face unusually serious expression Zhuyu had never seen before. Zhuyu asked, "Master, what's wrong? What happened?" Cindy blurted out a name, Wu Wei, then added, "She's come looking for you all."